Devour, level up daily, Invincible countdown, transmigrated into a world overrun by fierce beasts. You start with an invincible system, and its sole function is leveling up. It does nothing else, only levels you up. Level up once every day. Level up frantically, crushing all martial rank bottlenecks that trap various grandmasters you break through overnight. Domain laws that powerhouses spend centuries comprehending, you master them on the spot. Chapter 1 Invincible Leveling System. Punching force, 5,270 kilograms. Mu. Apprentice level 5. Riverfall City Training Ground. Mu left the testing machine with a solemn expression. It had been 18 years. 18 years. Still only at apprentice level 5? Still 5,000 kilograms short of becoming a martial artist. From behind him, one by one, his classmates were passing through the punch strength tester. Punching force, 6,720 kilograms. Wayne apprentice level 6. Kevin, apprentice level 6. Quinn, apprentice level 5. Bang! A startling sound of impact echoed through the training ground. Punching force, 10,200 kilograms. Ling Shui Provisional Martial Artist. As the instructor let out an exclamation, the score was announced. Mu looked sideways through the crowd. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, a girl with a high ponytail and striking looks was leaving the testing machine with a faint smile on her face. "Hey, Wood, stop staring." His best friend Quinn patted Mu on the shoulder from behind. The great beauty Ling was already a level 9 apprentice last year. Isn't her promotion to provisional martial artist just a natural progression? Yes. At the apprentice level, only punching power is tested, with each grade separated by 1,000 kilograms. Once you break through 10,000 kilograms, you become a provisional martial artist and are eligible to take the martial exam. To become a high and mighty martial artist, a martial general, a grandmaster, or even promote to a great grandmaster and become a counselor of Dragon Star. When Mu first transmigrated here, he truly believed he was a chosen child of destiny. As a result, 18 years passed in mediocrity. No! It would be one thing if it were truly just ordinary. But unfortunately, in this world, strength reigns supreme and fierce beasts run rampant. If you do not become a martial artist, you are destined to remain an ant. There is no such thing as an ordinary life here, only the agonizing struggle of those at the bottom. By the way, Quinn rested a hand on his shoulder and asked casually, "Are you taking the college entrance exam at the end of the month?" Mu shook his head. "No. You know my family's situation. How could I ever afford those astronomical university tuition fees?" TSK. Quinn frowned and clicked his tongue. "Just listen to this, the name my mom gave me, Quinn. It's clearly the martial artists who are the big shots, yet she had to include a character for literary in my name. But I have no interest in academics, I can't get scholarships, my grades are trash, and even if I went to university, I'd never become a researcher. I'd still be a loser. On the Dragon Star, fierce beasts run rampant, yet its level of technological prowess remains high. While they are no match for Grandmaster-level fierce beasts, they are truly experts at eliminating jobs. To get ahead, you must either become a martial artist or a high-level researcher. On the entire Dragon Star, there are only 24 cities, all of which are fortified strongholds of reinforced concrete. Outside the cities, there are only fierce beasts. Each city has a population of at least 100 million, yet universities are not found in every city. Out of tens of millions of candidates taking the college entrance exam, there are only 30,000 university spots available. The odds are 1 in 1,000. That's even lower than the probability of becoming a martial artist unless you're a genius. There's basically no hope. Might as well just get a job. If I can become a martial artist before I turn 30, I might actually get a taste of fresh meat. Otherwise, I'm stuck eating that hex tech meat for the rest of my life." Quinn let out a long sigh. "I heard that the hunting teams outside the city are looking for a few porters to transport supplies nearby. They don't go too far into the wilderness. It's a bit dangerous, but the pay is good, 300 credits a day. Most importantly, you get to mingle with martial artists every day. Who knows? If they happen to leave behind even a small scrap of fierce beast meat for you to nourish yourself with, you might just become a martial artist too. No. Mu waved his hand dismissively. Those heavy lifting grunt jobs are always short-staffed and can never find enough people. You think everyone else is an idiot? The mortality rate is high, the pay is low, and most importantly, there's no death benefit if you're killed in action. Mu couldn't accept that kind of work. He still had a younger sister at home. If he didn't make it, he had to at least ensure his sister was well raised, only then would his life have been worth living. Goodbye, I have to head home and cook. Mu bid farewell to his best friend. He jogged all the way home. It was a massive tenement building, soaring 40 stories high. Each floor housed over 300 families, sharing a single public corridor that doubled as a balcony. Opening any door revealed a cramped, 30-square-meter room. The Mu family of 3 lived in Unit 2233. The house wasn't owned, it was low-rent housing provided by Riverfall City, with rent paid on a daily basis. Beep, your rent is 3 days overdue. A daily late fee of 0.3% will be charged. Please note, if the rent remains unpaid for 7 consecutive days, the property will be reclaimed. Damn it! Mu was truly fed up with the state of the world. There is simply no room for ordinary mortals to survive. Back then, my father was a rank 2 martial artist, and life was decent. However, he perished in the wilderness during a mission. Since it was a private contract, there was no pension. As a result, over the past 10 years, my mother has barely managed to support my sister and me by working as a skinner at a fierce beast processing plant. We shouldn't have fallen behind on the bills. But Mom insisted that since graduation is approaching and I have to take the mock martial artist exam, I needed extra nourishment to build up my strength. This little supplement was no joke, it actually wiped out his bank account and left him behind on the rent. He walked in. Lights on. Nothing happened. Beep. Dear user, as of 5 p.m. today, your account has an outstanding balance of 18.22 credits. Bang! Mu punched the wall. Shut up! He tapped the virtual screen on the wall, opened his private stash, and transferred 30 points from his hard-earned savings of over 100 into the electricity account. In this world, everything runs on power. Without electricity, even Hextech meat tastes like a mouthful of ice shards. ZZZZT. The lights flickered on. Ding! Host binding successful. Invincible leveling system. What? A system? Mu truly thought he had misheard. It had been 18 years. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 18 years? Chapter 2, Continuous Leveling, Psionic Power Awakened. System? Mu whispered softly, terrified that what just happened was merely a hallucination. In an instant, a panel appeared in his mind. Invincible leveling system. Mu. Level up .0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank, unranked. Technique manual, none. What the heck? What a simple panel. But this simple panel nearly moved Mu to tears. I finally have a system of my own. I haven't let the transmigrator community down. Whoosh. Mu took a deep breath, explained the system's functions. Ding. The invincible leveling system has only one function, leveling up. Gain 1 level up point every day, which can be used to increase martial rank levels such as martial arts, psionic power, and technique manuals. Is it really that simple? Mu was, after all, an experienced soul. He had read at least 800, if not 1,000, novels. It was truly his first time seeing such a straightforward system. Level up. Instant level up, no gimmicks involved. But I don't have any level up points. Mu looked at the panel, feeling a bit awkward. Ding. Level up points refresh every night at midnight sharp. They must be used on the same day. They cannot be saved, transferred, or reclaimed. Ding. As a first-time binding bonus, the host may claim 1 newbie gift pack. Phew. Good, good. It seems I didn't miss out on the starter pack that everyone else gets. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. What's inside the gift pack? Ding. Level up points. The system only provides the leveling function. Damn. Can you be any lazier? Mu looked at the massive red envelope before him, his hands trembling slightly. Blessings from the RNG god. Bad luck, be gone. Open it for me. Crack. The red envelope opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 level up points. Wait, what? Happiness came so suddenly that Mu almost couldn't catch it. Damn. 5 points? I'm currently a level 5 apprentice. Doesn't this mean I can promote directly to a provisional martial artist? Ha 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 ha. Alone in the room, Mu burst into wild laughter. Exhilarating. It's about damn time. Is it finally my turn to put you in your place? Brother. Are you okay? From behind him. A crisp, youthful voice spoke with a hint of worry. Brother, I know your grades aren't great and you definitely won't pass the provisional martial artist exam, but you can't go crazy. Mom is counting on you. Ha ha ha. Mu burst into laughter once again. He turned around and scooped up little Yun, who stood barely over a meter tall. I'm not crazy. I'm going to become a martial artist. Thud. Yun immediately blurted out, Brother, you still say you're not crazy? What level is a martial artist, and what level are you? Do you think I don't know the truth? I'm in 5th grade now, you know. I know how martial artists are ranked. A level 5 apprentice only has 5,000 kilograms of punch force, while a martial artist requires at least 10,000 kilograms. That's a twofold difference, isn't it? TSK. Mu was speechless on the spot. Seriously, why won't you believe me? Inside the mind. Mu clicked through the level up points immediately. Ding. Martial arts upgrade successful. Current level, apprentice level 6. Ding. Martial arts upgrade successful. Current level, apprentice level 7. Ding. Martial arts upgrade successful. Current level, apprentice level 8. Ding. Martial arts upgrade successful. Current level, apprentice level 9. Ding. Level up failed. To break through to the martial artist realm, a technique manual is required as a minimum requirement. The level of this technique manual must not be lower than 50% of the host's current level. 4 levels were broken through in rapid succession. In the end, progress stalled at the final level. Just 1 step away from becoming a martial artist. Technique manual? What is a technique manual? Mu has already practiced basic fist techniques. Don't those count as technique manuals? This seems like it might be a bit of a hassle. Looking back at the panel, the level up point from the failed upgrade attempt was still there. It's fine. It didn't swallow my level up points. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Aren't you the invincible leveling system? How can you not even handle something as simple as leveling up? Ding. The system can forcibly help the host break through major realms, but it will consume 10 days. Within these 10 days, the system will be unable to use any functions and will no longer acquire level up points. Hiss. 10 days? Mu was just about to agree. But in the next second, he decided not to be in such a hurry. A technique manual. With the abilities of a level 9 apprentice, it might be possible to obtain. If that doesn't work, don't I still have psionic power? Upgrade psionic power. Ding. Psionic power upgrade successful. Current level, apprentice level 1. Awesome. Refreshing. Absolutely legendary and mind-blowing. Mu let out a wild roar. Martial artist. No matter how badass a martial artist is, they can't compare to the badassery of a psion. Psionic abilities are effortless to use, extremely difficult to detect, and possess sharp, lethal offensive power, not to mention the ability to fly by manipulating a shield. In a word, badass. There's absolutely no need for a forced breakthrough. Going 10 days without earning a level up point is such a waste. In those 10 days, I could freaking reach level 9 apprentice Psion. This wasn't a martial artist we're talking about. A level 9 apprentice Psion is not inferior to a martial artist in the slightest. Not only is their combat power formidable, but their defense is equally strong, should one compare the capabilities of both sides. A Psion can, at the very least, slay enemies across an entire major realm of power. If it were a sneak attack, even a warlord-level expert might suffer a devastating blow. Ha ha ha! Invincible! With Psion in hand, Mu found it effortless to handle the matter of the technique manual. Sigh. Little Yun looked at her brother's current state. She let out a long sigh in her heart. It's over, everything is completely over. My brother has truly lost his mind. Is the burden of the family really going to fall on my shoulders this soon? Little Yun reached out her small hand to stroke Mu's cheek, saying softly, "It's okay, big brother. Just wait a few years for me, and I'll take care of you." Chapter 3 Martial Hall. Take care of me? Mu froze instantly. He gave Yun's forehead a playful flick. Even if your big brother were a total loser, I still wouldn't need your help. You don't believe me, do you? Just you wait, tomorrow I'm going to go take the provisional martial artist exam and show you. Ouch. Yun frowned and rubbed his forehead. A provisional martial artist? Mu, are you ready to take the exam for provisional martial artist? His mother, Ilara, suddenly appeared at the door. Mom Yun immediately turned around and threw herself into Ilara's arms. Big brother has gone crazy, he says he's going to become a martial artist. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Ilara's face. Really? I knew Mu had talent, becoming a martial artist certainly wouldn't stump you. Of course, it also helped that I bought that fierce beast meat from Sister Zhang, supposedly its grandmaster level? If it weren't for my connections at the factory, you couldn't buy something that good for less than several 100,000 credits. Good grief! Mu was genuinely stunned after hearing this. So that was it. You've been hoodwinked by a scammer. No, it's not. The words had barely left Mu's mouth before he immediately bit them back. If he tried to explain this, it would only make things worse. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Yes, you're right. After eating the meat you bought, I felt an explosion of strength throughout my body, like I could kill a fierce beast with a single punch. Really? A look of clear disbelief flickered in Yun's sharp, white eyes. But Ilara believed it. That's wonderful. I left work early today because I had a premonition that my Mu was going to become a martial artist. It seems your father's spirit is watching over us. Go light some incense for your father. Phew. Mu nodded slightly, offering no defense. In this day and age, it is hard enough for a man to support a family, let alone Ilara. At the fierce beast processing plant, few men can endure the work there. They come off shift reeking of blood. The movements of the Qin family. The commotion clearly alerted the neighbors around the tenement building. Fortunately, it was still early and not yet the peak clock-out time for most working-class residents. Only a few middle-aged women poked their heads out to see what was happening. Oh my, is the Qin family about to produce a martial artist? Congratulations. I always knew there was something special about the Qin family. Their family has produced martial artists before with such a strong bloodline, it's no problem at all for them to produce another one. Give me a break. My second son told me all about Mu's grades. During last month's mock assessment, he was only at level 5. Ah? The crowd looked on in confusion. Ilara's expression, however, turned cold. Humph, do you think my Mu would ever lie? The reason he's made such rapid progress is obviously because he ate, because of his hard work and dedication. Ilara's attempt at an explanation only made things worse. Her clumsy cover-up actually led many neighbors to believe it was true. Well, let's leave it at that for today. Once Mu passes the martial artist exam, I'll invite everyone over for a celebratory feast. Snap. Ilara quickly shut the door. But outside, the news that Mu was to become a martial artist spread rapidly throughout the tenement building. Everyone living here belonged to the bottom rungs of society. In the entire building, among over 1,000 households, not a single one had a martial artist. If any family were to produce a martial artist, they would have to set off firecrackers and hand out red envelopes in a grand celebration. Ilara wanted to celebrate, but unfortunately, she was short on cash and couldn't afford to give out red envelopes, so she had to drop the idea for now. "Mom, let's eat first." Mu turned around, opened the refrigerator, and started the food processor to whip up some Hextech-infused cuisine. "Tomorrow, I'm going to the city to register for the assessment. Once I become a provisional martial artist, I'll be able to find a decent job." Ilara snatched the chores right out of Mu's hands. "You're about to become a martial artist, you shouldn't be working in the kitchen anymore. Go wait over there, dinner's almost ready." A small, 30-square-meter apartment. It consisted of just a single living room. The kitchen was retractable, and even the bathroom in the corner could be folded away. After finishing the meal, Mu took Yun through some exercises. As for Mu himself, he didn't dare to train. Apprentice level 9. A single strike carried 9,000 kilograms of force. The space at home was too cramped to maneuver, and since he lacked experience in controlling such power, he feared that if he accidentally broke something, he wouldn't even have a place to sleep at night. Nighttime. The bunk bed was lowered from the wall. Yun scrambled up with a roll. "Brother, tell me the truth, and I can still plead with Mom for you. Otherwise, if you fail the exam tomorrow, you're in big trouble. Go take a shower already." Mu grabbed her and yanked her down. "Wah!" Yun immediately looked aggrieved. I'll wash tomorrow morning, okay? I promise I won't tell Mom on you, and I'll even help plead your case." "Humph. In your dreams." Mu ignored her completely, pressing her directly into the bathroom and turning on the shower head. The night passed in silence. After seeing Yun off, Mu headed toward the city center. The factories and tenement buildings were all located on the outskirts of the city. From the balcony, one could see the steel perimeter walls of Riverfall City, towering over 100 meters high. The closer one got to the city center, the shorter the buildings became. It was as if the rows upon rows of tenement buildings, dozens of stories high, served as the city's second line of defense. Martial Hall. It is the second largest martial arts hall in Riverfall City. It is also the place where most of Riverfall City's martial artists typically cultivate and carry out their missions. In addition to the Martial Hall, there are 3 other martial arts dojos within the city. Martial Hall, Martial Hall, Martial Hall. The first 2 are private, while the last one belongs to the military. The largest martial arts gym in Riverfall City is the Martial Hall. The owner of the hall, Wu Poxing, is rumored to be a great grandmaster, the top-ranked fighter on Dragon Star. No rush. Mu thought to himself, glancing at the Martial Hall diagonally across the street. Great Grandmaster. I'll get there too. Soon. Very soon. 1 level every day, it really is that fast. Mu used to feel envious, now there is only anticipation. Soon. I too can become a great grandmaster and own a martial arts hall. A hall even larger than the Martial Hall. Presiding over Dragon Star, overseeing all 24 cities. Chapter 4, The Test, Shocking the School Beauty for 10,000 Years. Mu stepped into the martial arts hall. At the entrance. These were not the robots commonly seen in everyday street shops, but real-life beauties. Each possessed remarkable looks, wearing form-fitting kippeos with smiles in their eyes. Hello, welcome to the Martial Hall. How may I assist you today? Mu was still unsure of his actual strength. Claiming to be a provisional martial artist might be a bit of a stretch at this point. I'd like to test my punching power. Certainly. The beauty in the Cheongsam nodded slightly. Mr. Chin, our system shows that you are not currently a member of this martial arts hall. Would you like to sign up for a membership? The first month is half off at just 999 credits, and you can enjoy a 30% discount with auto-renewal. Thud. That expensive? Mu almost spat out his drink. Half price for the first month at 999 credits, that was nearly half a month's salary for his mother. If you weren't a martial artist, who could afford that? Yeah, I just wanted to do a test before taking the martial artist exam, Mu replied after a moment of hesitation. Oh? The beauty in the cheongsam tapped the virtual screen a few times, her eyes filled with confusion. In the age of big data, the moment you walk through the door, the video recognizes who you are and displays all your information. Apprentice martial artist. Anyone would be puzzled seeing this, right? I'm very sorry, Mr. Chin. The service quality of the beauty in the cheongsam was impeccable, even though Mu's request was a bit absurd. She didn't mock him. Non-members and non-martial artists are unable to use the training ground or the testing fields. Perhaps you could try registering for the martial artist exam. The initial application is free of charge. That way, you'll be able to test your current strength. Fair enough. With no other choice, Mu could only nod in agreement. He followed the woman in the cheongsam all the way to the martial exam grounds. You've come at a perfect time today, the woman in the cheongsam said with a smile. Many high schools are on break today, and students qualified to take the martial artist exam have all arrived, so things will be a bit slow. Please wait a moment. There was no need for the beautiful woman to introduce anyone. Mu had already spotted Ling Xue's exceptionally striking figure among the crowd. It wasn't that Mu had any particular intentions. The point was, with someone of that school belle caliber, it was impossible not to notice her even if you didn't want to. I can't spend every single day at school just focusing on Quinn, can I? That guy doesn't even need attention, he's so thick-skinned he'll just crawl right over to you. Beside Ling Xue stood another youth, clad entirely in metallic gray combat gear. Good grief! He's just a martial artist, did he really have to show up in full official combat fatigues? He didn't seem to be a student from the second high school otherwise, even if I didn't know him personally, he should at least look familiar. After explaining the assessment process to Mu and completing the paperwork, the beauty in the cheongsam departed. After all, a level 5 apprentice was hardly worth her full-time accompaniment. In contrast, Ling Xue and that young man had a beauty in a cheongsam assisting them with the queuing process. Something was wrong. They didn't need to wait in line. As soon as the previous person finished their test, Ling Xue stepped forward, bypassing the crowd. A member? VIP. Mu stopped paying attention, instead casually stretching his limbs to avoid making a fool of himself when his turn came. Then, a wave of gasps erupted. Ling Xue effortlessly delivered a result of over 10,000. Next was the young man. Mu glanced over. 12,003 kilograms. Even stronger than Ling Xue? Lucian, your strength is improving so fast, Ling Xue congratulated him with a smile. Lucian said nonchalantly, it's nothing, I've just been eating a bit better lately. The two of them chatted. Mu had no intention of paying attention. The line moved forward quickly. It was a matter of one punch per person, as no second chances were given anyway, and the examiner was watching right beside them. Mu. The examiner looked at the data on the virtual screen, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes, identical to that of the beautiful woman from before. You're only level 5, what are you doing here causing trouble? You're just throwing away your opportunity. Hearing this, Mu did not back down. I believe in my own strength. Even if I don't pass, I won't be far off. Ha! Arrogant young man. The examiner's eyes were filled with disdain as he shouted, I kick out 800 if not 1,000 kids like you every single day. And you are certainly not the first to force your way into an assessment. This is a martial exam, not child's play. If you dare to produce a score that is laughably low, believe me when I say I'll make sure you're barred from taking this exam for the rest of your life. How could there be such a rule? Mu truly had no idea. In the past, he was so far removed from becoming a martial artist that he never bothered with the examination rules. One look at the requirements was enough to know he didn't measure up. The examiner's voice clearly caught the attention of those nearby. Ling Xue, who had already intended to leave, found herself drawn back by the commotion. He looks a bit familiar. Chin, What was it again? After all, they had just taken the assessment one after another yesterday, so there was still a general impression, even if the name escaped him. Meanwhile, Mu was also in a bit of a predicament. Now that they were already here, they couldn't exactly return in defeat. Excuse me, may I ask what score is required so that the gap isn't considered too large? Oh? He hasn't been scared off yet? The examiner was somewhat surprised. Any ordinary candidate, upon hearing they could be banned for life, would have slunk away immediately. Seeing as you have some confidence, I won't make things too difficult for you. If you score 8,000 kilograms, it won't be considered a contempt of the martial exam. Mu nodded. 8,000, right? No problem. He was a level 9 apprentice. Even if he hadn't practiced much, he had the experience of throwing 1,000 punches every day. No matter what, there was no way his score would drop to a lower level, right? As for whether he could break through a single level, that remained to be seen. Full power. There was only one chance. Phew. Mu took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, channeled his entire body's strength into his waist, and threw a punch. Bang! Crack! Mu slammed a fist into the tester, followed immediately by the sharp crack of the wind generated by the punch. 10,001 kilograms. The value exceeded 10,000, and the tester flashed the final digits. Hiss! The examiner gasped instantly, staring at the tester in utter disbelief. He turned his head to check the data panel again. That's right, I just tested it yesterday, and it was only level 5. Beside him, Ling Xue's eyes were filled with the same shock. How is this possible? He was testing right in front of me yesterday. Chapter 5, Provisional Martial Artist. Growth Pack. Level 5 yesterday, and a martial artist today? Looking at how poor he is, there's no way he could afford gene enhancement serum, right? Lucian followed Ling Xue's gaze and looked over. After a brief moment of surprise, he laughed nonchalantly. Shenxue, I probably messed up the machine when I punched it just now. As long as the examiner lets that kid take the test again, his normal score will show up. Ling Xue couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly at his words. Thinking to herself. Break the machine? That's a warlord level tester. Do you even have warlord level strength? But, aside from gene enhancement serum, there doesn't seem to be any other possibility, unless. On the other side. The examiner walked up to the tester suspiciously and tinkered with it for a long while. Nothing's wrong, the self-diagnostic shows it's normal. No way. The examiner turned and barked at Mu, try again, give it everything you've got. Mu himself was a bit bewildered. He was clearly only a level 9 apprentice, and one without a technique manual at that. How could a single full-strength punch break 10,000? Could the system's detection be inaccurate? There was no time to overthink. Mu squared his stance, aimed his fists at the center of the tester, and unleashed a full-speed barrage. Bang! 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 Each punch landed with immense force, striking the tester in a rhythmic series of explosive cracks. 9,210 kilograms. 9,129 kilograms. 8,810 kilograms. A flurry of numbers flashed across the display screen next to the tester. Bang! The final punch was thrown. 9450 kg. The sequence of 50 consecutive punches came to an end. This is the requirement for the full power punch test, 50 repetitions. A single strike tests your explosive power, while 50 punches test your sustained offensive capability. Beep. The tester displayed the results. Average full power, 9,180 kilograms, apprentice level 9. Hiss. The examiner was also momentarily stunned. The result is correct. It's just that the last strike exceeded 10,000. At apprentice level 9, it's possible to occasionally break 10,000 when in peak condition. Actually, the tester was merely an auxiliary tool. The punching power of a martial artist versus that of an apprentice level 5. Anyone with even a modicum of experience can tell the difference by observing the speed and force of the strike. If the data on the virtual screen hadn't shown that Mu was only level 5 yesterday, he wouldn't have even bothered to ask. But now. The examiner looked over with a solemn expression. You're a student, right? Yesterday should have been the graduation assessment for some high schools. Did you hide your true strength under those circumstances? Regarding this point, Mu had already thought of an answer before he arrived. No, my grades were indeed poor before. But over the past couple of days, I ate some fierce beast meat my mom bought from some back alley source, and then I came down with another fever. When I woke up, I felt like my strength had increased tremendously, so I came here to test it out. If I put it that way, they shouldn't drag me off to be sliced up for research, right? After all, it sounds plausible enough. Oh? The examiner was momentarily stunned. Fierce beast meat from the black market is either a scam or highly toxic. She actually dared to buy that? Weren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? Judging by your ruddy complexion and the power behind your punches, there shouldn't be anything wrong with your health. However, it would still be best to go for a checkup. Hiss. It wasn't that Mu was afraid of the examination, it was just that if it could be avoided, he would rather not go. Then, the examiner spoke up. With your current strength, although you are still some distance away from becoming a martial artist, you are already qualified to become a provisional martial artist and participate in the combat assessment. Now, it's up to you whether you want to take the exam or not. Martial artist, provisional martial artist. Of course. Mu had come specifically to take the martial artist exam. Now that he could settle it all at once, there was no way he would refuse. Great. The examiner tapped rapidly on the virtual screen. The martial exam is in 7 days. Go back and prepare. And one more thing, stay away from that black market stuff. Just because you didn't die once doesn't mean your luck will hold every time. MHM. Mu nodded in agreement. On the other side, Lucian sneered coldly. This kid's luck is absolute horseshit. He buys some unknown object from the black market, and instead of dropping dead, his strength skyrockets? Ling Shue's eyes flickered with doubt, clearly unconvinced by the explanation. She immediately took 2 steps forward. Excuse me, student. Qin. May I ask exactly what species you ate? I'm quite curious myself after all. For fierce beast meat to grant a 5-level power boost, it would have to be at least Grandmaster rank, wouldn't it? You're asking? The answer is, I don't know. Although Mu was surprised that Ling Shui would come over to speak, the answer had long been prepared. Sorry, I really don't know. I'm just responsible for eating, not for cooking. Ling Shui was momentarily choked up by the response. By the time she wanted to ask something else, Mu had already walked away. Lucian watched, annoyed. Ling Shui, there are always kids with this kind of luck. Why waste our time? The Grandmaster's private lesson is about to start. It wouldn't be good to be late. Ling Shui shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, go to the private lesson yourself. I have something to take care of. With that said, Ling Shui left the stunned Lucian behind and chased after him alone. 5 levels in a single day? What kind of concept is that? She had exercised every day, eaten supplements with every meal, attended lectures under a grandmaster from time to time, and received coaching from a warlord, yet it still took her 3 years to break through 5 levels. What kind of thing could someone consume to jump 5 levels instantly? Ling Shui had to find out. Mu didn't have any smart devices, so before leaving, he planned to double-check the details regarding the martial exam. Hello, has Mr. Qin finished his exam? The receptionist happened to be the same beautiful woman in the Cheongsam from before. Are you planning to sign up for a membership now? Our dojo's membership is a great value. Our cultivation and testing equipment are all top tier. Becoming a member also grants you access to the martial artist exchange area to learn from others' experiences, and you can even pick up missions posted by other martial artists. Member store. No, I'm here to confirm the time and location of the martial exam. Mu had no intention of listening to a year's worth of advertisements. Ha! The beauty in the Cheongsam was visibly surprised. She turned to tap the screen. The martial exam? But that requires the strength of a provisional martial artist too. She was cut off mid-sentence. The beauty in the Cheongsam saw the identity of Mu provisional martial artist appear on the screen. Hiss. Instantly. The expression on the beauty's face shifted completely. Even though she was still smiling, it was a different kind of smile altogether. But this time, the smile was noticeably sweeter. Respected provisional martial artist Mr. Mu, I am Crystal from customer service. It is a pleasure to be at your service. Crystal bowed with a radiant smile and said, since this is your first time participating in the martial exam and you are under 20 years old, you are eligible to receive a growth gift pack specially prepared by Riverfall City for talented young martial artists. The gift pack contains 10,000 credits and a martial arts hall membership card. Chapter 6, Agreement? Ling Shui, Martial Exam Information. Seeing that Mu clearly reacted to the mention of credits, Crystal's sales enthusiasm instantly surged as she spoke volubly. Mr. Mu, in fact, with your talent, you are already considered excellent. As an outstanding provisional martial artist, you can also choose to sign a contract to become a peripheral member of the martial arts hall. Peripheral members cannot become hall members for free, but they receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000 credits. In return, you only need to sell all your hunted items to the martial arts hall. The prices are public, and there will absolutely be no predatory pricing or exploitation of regular customers. Hiss. A free membership. 10,000 credits a month for doing absolutely nothing? How much is mom's salary again? Even with overtime, it probably doesn't exceed 4,000. I can get 10,000 a month without doing anything at all? I'm taking off. Are you sure? I really don't have to do anything, as long as I guarantee that all the fierce beasts I hunt are sold to the martial arts hall? The moment Mu finished speaking. Don't sign it, a sharp female voice shouted, approaching from the distance. He turned his head. Ling Shui hurried over, her brows furrowed as she said reproachfully, how could you sign the contract without even checking with me? She then flashed a slightly awkward smile at the receptionist. I'm so sorry, we still need to discuss the terms of the contract further. With that, Ling Shui pulled Mu away without giving him a chance to argue. What the hell? My first free ride is just gone like that? Mu still hadn't quite grasped the situation. Behind them, Lucian was clenching his fists so hard they nearly burst, his teeth gritting. Where did this pathetic pauper come from? He flipped open his smart device and barked in a low voice. Did you scan that kid just now? I want all his data. Right now. Immediately. A single breath. Mu's photo and all his information appeared on the virtual projection. Mu. A student from second high school, father killed in action, mother Ilara. A defiant smirk appeared at the corner of Lucian's mouth. Tienlu fierce beast processing plant. On the other side. The two of them stepped out. Ling Shui finally let go of Mu, sticking out her tongue playfully as she said. Sorry about that, classmate, I was a bit forward just now. But it happened so suddenly no one could have known why you'd abruptly want to sign that kind of agreement. Mu was somewhat surprised. What is it? Is there something wrong with that agreement? It's merely a targeted sales agreement. It doesn't mandate that a sale must occur, let alone specify the quantity. Huh? Ling Shui's eyes immediately filled with surprise. You're not thinking of trying to bluff your way through, are you? Every martial arts dojo has strict inspection protocols. The simplest rule is that you must hand over all your gains when entering the city. Don't even think about claiming you brought something with you once you've signed the contract. There's no such thing as personal property. If you want to eat it yourself, you can, but only after selling it and then buying it back from the dojo's mall. Thud. Mu didn't necessarily share that sentiment, but he was still slightly shaken by such an impressive display of skill. Humph, do you see how powerful it is now? Ling Shui raised her head with a hint of pride and said. Your talent is decent enough. You might not notice it with low-level fierce beasts, but once you reach the martial general level and above, there's a massive price gap. When that time comes, whether you want to consume them yourself or bring some back for your family, you'll end up paying a premium of over 30%. 30%? Damn! This is a massive win. Seeing Mu stunned into silence, Ling Shui smiled and said, "So, don't you think you should thank me?" Good grief! Is she actually asking for a thank you? Something must be wrong with them. Mu did feel that the agreement was a bit of a trap, though not an egregious one, yet he still offered a word of thanks. Ling Shui nodded with satisfaction. Copy that. Now, let's get down to business. Most agreements from martial arts dojo factions are exclusive and contain many predatory clauses. You're still young and have great talent, there's no need to sign an agreement so early. Once the martial exam is over, if your performance is impressive, various factions will offer you even better terms. Consider this a little tip, free of charge. Mu really wanted to say that all he actually cared about was those 10,000 credits a month. He was truly fed up with living a life without money. You seem to know a lot about martial artists. Are there any tricks to the martial exam as well? After asking, Mu immediately followed up with, I can pay for the information, within reason. Ling Shui tilted her head back and thought for a moment. Not really. During the martial exam, drones follow you the entire time, so there aren't any real tricks or shortcuts to speak of. The only trick is, don't hide your strength. Ling Shui's expression turned serious. There is absolutely no need to hide your strength, doing so will only hinder your own development. Resources are limited. While it seems like martial arts gym members have access to all kinds of training equipment, in reality, many of the training rooms have time limits. Ordinary members are capped at just 1 hour per week. Think about it, and that's just the equipment. Other things like various monster cores, gene enhancement serums, and even the potent spirit essence potions are extremely scarce in quantity. Without extraordinary talent, why should the gym provide you with the resources to train? If you were to buy them with money, the prices are indeed hard to stomach. Understood. Although Mu didn't know much about Ling Shui, he could tell from her designer clothes and her cute yet powerful mate 3090T that her family was well off. If even she found the price hard to swallow, then for Mu, it must be an astronomical sum. Judging by how much she was saying, she probably assumed he had been hiding his true strength all along. Unfortunately, there really wasn't. Mu pondered slightly and said, You want to know about the fierce beast meat, don't you? I truly don't know. If I have the chance to purchase some next time, I will definitely notify you. Chapter 7, An Invitation? Dire Wolf Gang. Ling Shui hadn't chased after him for the sake of any fierce beast. Because she knew that was nearly impossible, the probability was simply too low. The reason the examiner didn't press further was likely because they suspected Mu was hiding his true strength. Ling Shui had considered that possibility as well, but as a classmate, she had no memory of him standing out. Level 5 apprentices were a dime a dozen at school. Actually, they weren't exactly a dime a dozen. A level 5 apprentice was already considered a failing student, so you couldn't really find that many of them. Students from ordinary backgrounds generally wouldn't have any reason to hide their strength. Only by performing exceptionally well could one secure the school's rewards. It wasn't a hidden talent, nor was it a fierce beast. Ling Shui could only think of that extremely rare situation her grandfather had once mentioned. Scion. Rumor has it that some genius scions can show no signs of ability for over a decade, but once the psionic power core in their mind erupts, their strength skyrockets. 5 levels in a single night? Even for a genius scion, that would undoubtedly be considered an incredibly outstanding achievement. It was because of this suspicion that Ling Shui chose to speak in such a manner. One must understand. Any psion is a resource that multiple factions would fight over. And a genius psion is a rare existence that can be sought but not easily found. As for cultivation, Ling Shui had little interest in other matters, but when it came to business and investment, she was full of enthusiasm. Please don't mind my questions about the fierce beasts, I was just curious. The martial exam is only 7 days away. There are about 10,000 candidates in River Falls City, including this year's graduates, those who failed in previous years, and even some who have skipped the exam for several years just to make a stunning debut now. 7 days might not offer much in terms of increasing your martial rank, but it's enough to significantly improve your actual combat skills. Since you aren't a member of any martial arts gym, do you have a place to train? That's obvious. Of course not. But he didn't want to say too much to this school beauty. The more said, the more likely a slip-up. No need, I have my own cultivation methods, Mu refused flatly. Ling Shui seemed to have guessed as much. Alright, let's exchange smart IDs then. We can take the assessment together, maybe we'll be assigned to the same area. Watching the other party bring up her smart device, Mu was suddenly frozen in embarrassment. A smart device cost at least 7 or 8,000 credits, and the better ones could go for hundreds of thousands. How could he possibly afford to play around in a place like this? He did have a communicator, though. Well, it was basically just the phone he used to play on the most, and the screen was still cracked. No need, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Mu turned around and walked away. Ling Shui stood frozen at the entrance of the martial arts hall, letting the cold wind dishevel the stray hairs at her temples. What just happened? Is it really that hard just to get a phone number? In the past, it was always other people asking for my number. To be honest, Ling Shui always gave out her number based on her mood. If someone didn't catch her eye, she wouldn't give it to them no matter how wealthy they were. So, does it really feel this bad to be refused a phone number? Her heart felt stifled. I'll have to reject more people next time to make up for this. I need to turn down at least 100 of them. On the road, Mu checked the phone and saw the notification that 10,000 credits had been credited to the account. Finally, a sigh of relief. 10,000. A fortune. Instead of heading straight home, I stopped by a roadside automated supermarket to buy some fresh meat. It wasn't fierce beast meat, but locally farmed meat from within the city. There was no other motive. I just wanted a change of pace. I couldn't keep eating Hextech processed food forever. Beep, your total comes to 1,200 credits. Good grief. 7 or 8 pounds of meat, paired with some fresh, crisp vegetables, for 1,200 credits? I originally wanted to save some money for a smart device, but thinking about it now, I'll forget it and wait until after the martial exam. Mu opened the panel. Invincible leveling system. Mu. Level up 0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank apprentice. Technique manual, none. 7 days left. I still haven't found out anything about the technique manual. I'll likely have to wait until after the martial exam for an opportunity. Those remaining 7 days should be just enough to raise my psionic rank to level 9. Seeing his psionic power reminded Mu of something. That strike just now exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Could that have been because of the psionic power? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. That punch carried immense pressure, a full force strike with total mental focus, channeling level 2 psionic power into the impact. Hiss. By that logic, as long as I master psionic power, even if my rank isn't officially that of a martial artist, my actual striking power will definitely be on par with 1. I just don't know what level I'm at, and there's nowhere to test it. Maybe I'll just get a membership at the martial arts hall tomorrow. The first month's price is quite cheap. While lost in thought, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before Mu's eyes, followed by a loud thud. The two sides collided. Ouch! The dark figure opposite was sent flying by Mu's impact, yet Mu himself remained completely unfazed. A level 9 apprentice body was not something an ordinary passerby could just mess with. Mu looked up and realized he was right at the entrance of his own apartment building. The person who had fallen was as thin and scrawny as a monkey. He scrambled to his feet, cursing, "Kid, do you have any freaking idea who I am?" Following the voice, several burly dark figures nearby immediately closed in. Each of them was shirtless, wearing a solid black metal vest over their chest, covered in multicolored graffiti that made it impossible to decipher what was written. However, a wolf's head in the center was strikingly clear. Mu had not only seen it before, but he knew exactly what it represented. Dire Wolf Gang. This was a gang entrenched in a nearby residential community. Chapter 8, Psionic Power Level 2, a first display of might. Yo, look who it is. If it isn't our neighborhood's newly minted Lord Martial Artist? On the left, a bald man with a sinister smile rubbed his hairless head. What the hell? You know me? And you even know I've been promoted to a martial artist? The neighborhood Auntie's gossip network is truly something else. The news has spread through the entire complex in just one day. Thud. The scrawny guy who had just bumped into him rolled over and sprang up, brandishing a spinning dagger with a wicked grin. Lord Martial Artist, times are tough these days. How about lending some credits to your brothers here for an emergency? Ha ha. Mu laughed. In the past, whenever he saw the Dire Wolf Gang, he would definitely take a detour. These guys knew exactly who had money and who didn't. In the slum tenements normally, they wouldn't go out of their way to cause him trouble. Since you know I'm a martial artist, you still dare to rob me? Oh. The group immediately burst into raucous laughter. Kid, we call you Lord Martial Artist and you really think you're something special, don't you? Dire Wolf Gang Martial Artist. You clearly haven't heard of my reputation as the Blue-Eyed Wolf. I've killed at least 8 or 10 martial artists with my own hands. The others nearby burst into laughter. Just a penniless brat. I wouldn't expect someone like you to know any better. See that over there? That's a 98K. A guy like you probably can't even afford a D-grade helmet, can you? The burly man pointed a finger at his head and made a gesture. Bang! One shot, headshot. What the heck? Thugs these days can carry that kind of heat? Mu didn't usually associate with these guys, but he knew they were ruthless highwaymen with blood on their hands. However, he truly hadn't realized that in a place like Riverfall City, which was teeming with martial artists, they were still using sniper rifles to make their way in the world. Then again, this wasn't some small caliber weapon. It was actually pretty damn intimidating. Mu had no intention of testing those large caliber bullets with his own head. Out with it. What do you want? Heh. The blue-eyed wolf grinned. Now you're talking. Judging by your look, you just came from the martial arts hall assessment, didn't you? Tisk, TSK, a teenage martial artist under 20. That's at least a 10,000 credit reward. Damn. These dogs have a seriously sharp sense of smell. They know the score. Is that all? Mu asked with a frown. Ha ha ha. The blue-eyed wolf laughed wildly. Of course that's not all. We know exactly what's going on with you, otherwise we wouldn't have cornered you right under your building. Hand over all that fierce beast meat, the stuff that let you jump 5 levels in one go. The skinny guy chimed in, his voice sharp, and don't forget to tell us where you bought it and who your contact is. Speechless. Mu was speechless. His mother's comment from yesterday had somehow morphed into countless different versions overnight. Now they were actually blocking the door to demand it, as if it were some priceless treasure. Whoosh! Mu took a deep breath. If this were a chance encounter with highway robbers, he would rather avoid trouble than cause it. There was no need to start a fight for the time being, and certainly no need to do so right in front of a sniper's barrel. But now, they were clearly coming for him, blocking the door, and they knew where he lived. What was he supposed to do now? Mu focused his mind, the blade in his pocket trembling slightly. It should work. Mu woke up early today. At home, there were scrap blades his mother had brought back from the factory. He had originally planned to melt them down to forge a combat saber for his own training. Instead, he took a piece the size of a fingernail and held it in his hand to practice his psionic power. The level requirements for a psion are the same as those for a martial artist. 1,000 kilograms per level. Psionic power apprentice 2000 kg. This punch, landing on a guy with a formidable physique protected by steel plating, felt like trying to scratch an itch through a thick boot. But what if it were replaced with a 2,000 kilograms blade? one must understand. The initial impact force of a standard bullet hitting a target is only around 500 kilograms. A metal warhead detonating at a single point is what makes its power so formidable. At 2,000 kilograms, it is absolutely on par with a sniper rifle. And this can be controlled at will. To put it simply, the sniper blade in Mu's hand can curve in mid-air and is reusable. To the rear left, sniper position, approximately 6 meters away. The threats in front are not as severe. "Hey, what are you still thinking about?" the burly man barked. "Do you really want a blow to the head?" "Wait, don't." Mu waved his hands hurriedly, signaling him to stop. "Let me just put the groceries down and grab my phone." "Had ha." The blue-eyed wolf burst out laughing instantly. "What era is this? You're still using a cell phone? What a fucking pauper." Mu said nothing more and set down the packaging bag. He reached out and slowly felt into his pocket. Suddenly, his right hand whipped out with a violent flick. A strike delivered with 9,000 kilograms of force lashed out, moving so fast it left only a blur. Crack! The air erupted in a crisp, explosive snap. Hidden within that sharp sound was a faint dark shadow, accompanied by a subtle whistle of slicing wind. "You motherf!" The blue-eyed wolf hadn't expected that the poor kid in front of him would actually dare to fight back. "You idiot, shoot!" Facing a martial artist. He was also panicking deep down. Failing to get the money was merely annoying, but losing his life wouldn't be worth it. He let out a shout. No response. Another sound. Erlangzi. The blue-eyed wolf glared over. He saw Erlangzi holding the 98K, his eyes vacant, with a thin, half-inch bloodstain on his forehead so faint it was almost imperceptible. What just happened? Having successfully taken out the sniper with a single strike, Mu swung back with a heavy punch. Bang! A blow packing 10,000 kilograms of force. It slammed directly into the blue-eyed wolf's face. Crack! The nasal bone and eye sockets shattered as the entire face instantly caved in, followed by blood squeezing and spraying out from around Mu's fist. Chapter 9, Kill them all. You son of a bitch. Die for me. The skinny monkey was not intimidated by the blood. Instead, he grew even more ferocious, thrusting his knife forward with a sudden stab. At this moment, Mu had already retracted his fist, turning his hand into a blade and chopping directly toward the skinny monkey's arm. Ha! A sinister smirk curled on the skinny monkey's lips as his body suddenly leaned back, unfolding completely as if he were invertebrate. From below, the skinny monkey swiftly whipped up a kick, aiming straight for Mu's vitals. Out of the corner of his eye, a cold glint flashed from below. Damn! There's a blade on his foot too. Mu might have had a low martial rank before, but that didn't mean he hadn't been in a fight. What was school for, after all? With at least an hour of sparring every day, he certainly had the experience. As for the ruthlessness of street fighting, he had heard a fair share of stories. But when all is said and done, a real-life life and death struggle is nothing like a one-on-one sparring session. In a brawl, it's perfectly normal to use knives, launch sneak attacks, use feints, or play dirty. If they can trick you, they win. Winning means life, losing means death. Realizing it now, Mu knew he had been a bit careless. He shouldn't have struck at Skinny with a hand chop without first adjusting his stance. It was already too late to retreat. Psionic power. Mu's eyes snapped open, his focus narrowing to a single point. The metal blade beneath Skinny's feet was suddenly shoved aside. The strike that should have been a guaranteed kill missed its mark. Skinny Monkey stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Where did you get a third hand to parry my blade? He had been watching both of Mu's hands the entire time. He had used this exact technique to successfully assassinate actual martial artists before. To deflect such a move, the opponent would either need an overwhelmingly high martial rank and lightning-fast reflexes, or quite literally a third hand. An invisible third hand. Hiss. You are. Just then, Instead of retreating, Mu lunged forward, delivering a forceful hand chop that struck the scrawny man squarely in the throat. A crisp crack echoed. The windpipe was shattered instantly. Whatever words remained unsaid were forever stifled in his throat. Immediately after, Mu's right hand shifted from a blade into a claw, seizing the skinny man by the neck and hoisting him up to serve as a shield by his side. Put! The burly man's dagger, which was about to plunge into Mu, was instead obstructed by the skinny man's body. A momentary reprieve. Mu managed to regain his footing, adjusted his position, and took a half step back with his right foot. It flew off in an instant. It was almost a perfect replica of the move the skinny monkey had just used. Snap! Snap! 2 explosive bursts. This time, even through the sneakers, Mu could feel the sensation of the eggshell shattering. It works! This move might be a bit underhanded, but it's certainly effective. Awoo-ah! The burly man leaped into the air, his face contorted with agony as he let out a piercing, voice-cracking shriek. Only a breath or two had passed since Mu made his move. The tide of battle had completely turned. Even the last thug, no matter how dim-witted, realized they had messed with the wrong person today. He spun around and bolted. Unfortunately, Mu thrust out a single palm. Whoosh! A faint, almost inaudible sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The next second, the fleeing burly man lunged forward and collapsed to the ground, his feet twitching occasionally, yet he was unable to utter a single word. Mu turned back and, with a twisting lock, seized the neck of the man who was howling in pain. Crack! Neck snapped. Whoosh! All dealt with. Mu breathed a sigh of relief, but there was no time to waste. Retracting the blade, he walked onto the grass and struck with force, driving the blade dozens of meters deep into the ground. Then, he picked up the 98K and fired several shots into the wound on the sniper's forehead. Next, he fired a few more shots to finish off the unconscious blue-eyed wolf. The gunfire was intended to erase any traces of the blade attack. The 98K packs a punch. A shot aimed straight at the forehead blows it to smithereens, leaving the face so mangled that even a ghost couldn't recognize it. The others were there to finish the job, ensuring your certain death while maintaining a consistent execution style. Ling Shui had advised against hiding one's strength, yet when it came to psionic power, Mu decided, after some thought, that it was best kept as a trump card for now. It really is incredibly useful. In critical moments, this is the life-saving trump card. If it weren't for psionic power today, the credits would certainly have been lost, and once the other party took the money and the goods, they wouldn't necessarily have spared your life. He cleared the battlefield, ensuring nothing was left behind. Finally, Mu pulled out his phone. Hello, peacekeepers? There's been a murder at the entrance of Unit 15, Nangang Community Number 3. Send someone over to check it out immediately. It was during working hours, so there weren't many people around. Only upstairs, a few middle-aged women poked their heads out to look. Time ticked away, second by second. The scent of blood lingered in the air. Mu felt no discomfort. Instead, his mind felt much more at peace. Nothing else. His mother had worked at a fierce beast processing plant for over a decade, leaving the house constantly smelling of blood. Compared to humans, the blood of fierce beasts was even more pungent and foul. The scent here gave Mu a strange sense of coming home. His mind settled instantly. Time ticked away, second by second. 30 minutes. After waiting for a full 30 minutes, the peacekeepers finally drove into the residential area, sirens blaring as they cruised in at a leisurely pace. The 2 officers surveyed the surroundings to ensure the area was secure before stepping out of the vehicle to inspect the scene. The second in command of the dire wolf gang, Blue-Eyed Wolf, Skinny Monkey, 5 dead in total. Young man, are you the one who reported this? The peacekeeper briefly surveyed the scene, and seeing only a young man named Mu, he asked. Yes. I see. Did you see the killer? The peacekeeper opened his smart device and began recording. I killed them, Mu replied calmly. The 2 peacekeepers were momentarily stunned, and only then did they begin to re-examine Mu. They noticed splatters of blood across his chest, clothes, shoes, and hands. Their pupils suddenly constricted. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The two retreated simultaneously, drawing their tasers. Don't move. Put your hands up. Chapter 10, Shocking the Peacekeepers. Mu cleaned up the battlefield precisely because he had no intention of hiding the fact that he had killed someone. There was surveillance in the residential area, though not much, and most of it had fallen into disrepair. But what if a working camera had actually captured the footage? It was simpler to just admit it. Mu slowly raised his hand and said calmly, "I am a martial artist." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the two security officers' expressions softened significantly, though a hint of doubt remained. This was a tenement building, a low-income community. A young man, who looked like a student, had already become a martial artist? Was that even possible? A phoenix rising from a chicken coop? Don't move! One security officer remained on high alert while the other tapped the smart device to scan the target. Beep! The information popped up. Mu 18 Provisional Martial Artist. It really is. The two of them relaxed, putting away their stun guns. A provisional martial artist, but you still fall under the martial artist special regulations, the officer said slowly. These guys are from the Dire Wolf Gang. Were they lying in wait to mug you? Ha! Mu didn't even need to speak. The other party already knew exactly what was going on. This is a low-end neighborhood where security is spread thin, or more accurately, where no one pays any attention to what happens at all. Even if a corpse were to turn up on the street, it would take at least half a day before anyone bothered to deal with it. Minor disputes are completely ignored. Even if things get physical, as long as no one dies, the authorities won't lift a finger. Everyone here practices martial arts. If you've got the skill, you fight back, and if you don't, you just suck it up. That's why the gangs operating around here generally avoid killing anyone, just to save themselves the hassle. Mu lowered his hands and nodded slightly. Yes. They knew I passed the martial artist exam and received a reward, so they cornered me downstairs. I fought back. That shouldn't be a problem, right? The security officer waved his hand dismissively. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a few dead punks. At your age, you'd be considered an elite martial artist, wouldn't you? This gang has cornered elite martial artists in other neighborhoods before. Those victims were all young and inexperienced. They didn't dare to fight back and ended up getting robbed of quite a lot. As for you, you're likely the first one to fight back and kill them. 10,000 credits. For those in the lower tier communities, this wasn't a small sum. It was equivalent to several months' salary for an average person. Thugs usually only manage to scrape together 1,000 or 2,000 at a time. Targeting these elite martial artists might seem dangerous, but in reality, they were dealing with inexperienced youths and children who had never seen blood. Once a gun was drawn, who would dare to resist? The officer suddenly remembered something. By the way, according to the informant, didn't they have a 98K? Holy crap! So you guys knew everything all along, you just didn't bother making an arrest, did you? Mu's brow twitched slightly. Well, the first shot didn't fire, but I was faster on the second. The two peacekeepers' perception of Mu shifted from initial confusion to pure amazement. Not bad at all. Good luck paired with solid strength. It looks like you'll pull off a great score on the martial exam in a few days. What do you think? Would you consider joining the military? Even if you don't want to go to the military academy, you could be assigned directly to the peacekeepers. Regarding martial artists. Especially for outstanding martial artists. Every faction is looking to recruit. After all, there are rewards for doing so, and substantial ones at that. Mu hesitated for a moment. I still need to discuss it with my family. He did not refuse outright. After all, they were still handling his case. A flat refusal would be inappropriate, but joining them wouldn't be quite right either. Without knowing the full situation, jumping in would just be walking into a trap. No worries. My surname is Wang, and I'm 12 years your senior, so just call me Old Wang. Here's my number. Let me know once you've made up your mind. Old Wang was also a martial artist, but only at the second rank. People like him usually barely scraped through the martial exam around the age of 30. They held a martial rank, but had little prospect for further advancement. Being assigned as a local security officer was easy and stress-free with good benefits. Most importantly, it was safe. There was no need to engage in life and death struggles with fierce beasts. Numbers were exchanged. Seeing that Lao Wang was about to leave, Mu asked, "Don't we need to go back with you to give a statement?" Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into laughter simultaneously. For a minor matter like this, the report is already finished. The logistics team will handle the rest. Old Wang patted Mu on the shoulder with familiarity. "Just head home and focus on your cultivation. Try to earn a good ranking and bring some honor to our tenement building." With that said, the two of them drove off, not even waiting for the logistics team to arrive. As for the blue-eyed wolf and his crew, they were simply left lying there on the ground. To this, Mu could only say he was long accustomed to such sights. Go home. Cook. Return for the day. Yun actually returned together with Ilara. Sniff sniff. The moment Yun entered the door, she dashed toward the pot. "Brother, I don't know about your martial arts skills, but your cooking has improved miraculously. The meat stew actually smells like a fierce beast." Ha! Mu stepped forward and playfully tweaked Yun's nose, teasing her with a laugh. "Only your little nose would be that sharp, being able to sniff out the scent of a fierce beast. Red-tailed ferocious bull. Eat it while it's hot." Red-tailed ferocious bull? Hearing this, Ilara's face immediately lit up with joy. "Mu, did you pass the martial artist exam?" "Wait, what?" Yun, who was serving the meat, suddenly froze. "That's right. Fierce beast meat costs hundreds per pound. Where did you get the money, big brother?" "Your big brother isn't just any ordinary martial artist, he's an elite martial artist. Riverfall City 100,000 credits." Mu hadn't been this happy in years. "Mom, I've already paid a month's rent. I kept a little for myself, and I'm transferring the remaining 5,000 credits to you." "No." Ilara tapped her phone and immediately transferred the credits back. "I still have money on hand. If we don't have to worry about the rent, I have enough to last until payday at the end of the month. I won't even need to borrow any." "You're about to take the official martial exam, aren't you? You don't even have a smart device, which will be inconvenient when the time comes. Also, do you need to prepare any weapons or anything?" It had been so many years. Ilara had completely forgotten what the rules of the martial exam were. She was simply consumed by anxiety. "Just tell me what else is missing. If needed, I can ask my colleagues to borrow a bit more. Stepping outside the city means facing fierce beasts. It's very dangerous. How can you manage without weapons and armor?" Mu shook his head. He transferred the credits back anyway. "It's not necessary. I've read the martial exam rules. Weapons and armor are provided, so there's no need to spend money. Besides, the salary for a martial artist is incredibly high. Even without the exam, people are offering 10,000 a month, and you don't even have to do any work." "Wow!" Yun immediately jumped up in surprise. "Bro! Did you really qualify as a martial artist?" Even now, she still found it hard to believe. 10,000 a month, and you don't have to go to work? "Mom, tell him. Where in the world could such a good job exist?" Ilara was also puzzled. "Your father was a martial artist before, and his salary was over 10,000, but it's still impossible." Mu chuckled. "An elite martial artist. Do you even know what an elite martial artist is?" Yun tilted her head, her expression one of pure, utter disbelief. Yet, looking at her brother's face, he didn't seem to be joking at all. "Stop dazing off and eat. The meat's going to get cold in a bit." MHM. Only then did Jun wipe away a stray bit of drool. Ilara was all smiles, and even her wrinkles seemed to have faded slightly. On the other side. Martial Hall. Supervisor Gui Yuwei looked at the examiner in shock as he reported the results of today's preliminary exam. You. What am I supposed to say to you? Sigh. Gui Yue let out a long, heavy breath. Even if it's your first time as an examiner, you can't be this ridiculous, can you? An 18-year-old boy breaks through 5 levels in a single night, and you just ask a couple of questions and let him go? Chapter 11, A Psion Genius? The Scramble for Talent. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Gui Yue was so incensed he nearly had a breakdown. Fierce beast. True, toxic fierce beast meat can provide a short-term power boost, but look at the video, his consecutive punches are incredibly steady, and he's not even out of breath. What does that prove? Ah! Yesterday's examiner, Gao Xiaoliang, immediately cried out in surprise. His physical fitness is stable, his apprentice level 9 status is the real deal. That's right, he's hiding something. Bang! Gui Yue slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth in fury. Are you a pig? Hiding? He's a kid from the bottom-tier tenement buildings, what is he hiding? Hiding his factory work permit? Ah! Gao Xiaoliang was truly at a loss for words. Supervisor, then what do you suggest? Gui Yue was rendered completely speechless. I don't even need to ask the school to know that Mu must have shown zero potential there. There is only one possible explanation for this outcome. First, he either injected a genetic enhancement serum or consumed a fruit on the level of natural spirit essence. Second, although he didn't die from poisoning after eating it yesterday, he might have awakened a psionic power. Genetic enhancers? He can't afford them, and it's even more impossible for them to be leaked to the public. They are all serialized. A fruit at the level of natural spiritual marrow? It's even harder than the former. A little guy who never even had the chance to leave the city wouldn't stumble upon such a thing in 10 lifetimes. That leaves only one possibility. He has most likely awakened a psionic power. Hiss. Gao Xiaoliang immediately gasped. I let a psion walk away? Idiot. Finally remembered, have you? A psion who levels up 5 times in a single night is an absolute genius psion. Gui Yue was utterly speechless. I leave the city for just 1 day, and you pull a stunt like this. Get out, get out, get out. If you don't bring Mu back today, don't bother coming back yourself. Yes, sir. After shouting his response, Gao Xiaoliang turned and sprinted back. The next day, Gao Xiaoliang stood guard at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Screech! Gui Yue pulled his modified jeep to the side of the road. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Gao Xiaoliang standing before him with dark circles under his eyes and a deadpan expression. Didn't find him? Gao Xiaoliang nodded helplessly. The address in the records was wrong. There are a lot of low-rent units in those tenement buildings, and tenants often fall behind on rent. They'll live on the streets for a few days and then come back to renew their leases. The addresses they leave are completely inaccurate. As for homeowners with the surname Qin, I've checked them all. Not a single family has a child named Mu. Is he out of his mind? Gui Yue finally realized it now. This guy was definitely missing a few screws. The school? Didn't you think to check there? Find his teacher, and you're telling me you couldn't find his parents? You couldn't ask for his address? And instead, you freaking went to check every household? Ha! Gao Xiaoliang looked puzzled, but didn't you say yesterday that we didn't even need to check with the schools? Thud. Was checking in this context the same as what he meant before? Gui Yue felt a sudden urge to spit in the guy's face. Get out, just get out. I'll go to the second high school myself. She was cut off mid-sentence. He saw Gao Xiaoliang staring at him with a look of utter shock. Still just watching? Are you really planning to let me go in there alone? Gui Yue could no longer hold back and cursed on the spot. Opposite him. However, a light flickered in Gao Xiaoliang's eyes as he pointed to the side and let out a thunderous shout. Mu! Mu! 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to Gao Xiaoliang, and the other belonged to Ling Shui. Ling Shui failed to get the smart number yesterday and was so frustrated she couldn't sleep half the night. Early this morning, she came to the martial hall to lie in wait. That's right. She was there to stake out Mu. School was already on break, and going back at the end of the month was just to pick up a diploma. Since Mu had to prepare for the martial exam, he would have nowhere else to practice. The only possibility, of course, was the martial hall. As expected, she managed to intercept him, but to her surprise, the examiner on the left also seemed to be waiting for Mu. Could it be they know about Mu's situation too? The more Ling Shui thought about it, the more it made sense. She immediately dashed forward and grabbed Mu's arm. What took you so long? I haven't eaten yet. Come with me to get some breakfast first? Ha! Mu's eyes were blank with confusion. He had just arrived at the martial arts hall, and before he could say a word, he was facing two different groups of people. The next second, he was about to be pulled away by the school bell? For what? Are you going to harvest my kidneys? But surely they wouldn't be so blatant about it? Wait a moment. Gui Youwei's eyes were incredibly sharp. Although he hadn't reached the Grandmaster martial rank, a 9th-level martial general was not someone a young girl could deceive so easily. He immediately flicked his body forward, intercepting the two of them. Are you Mu? Gui Youwei looked him up and down. Seeing that the face matched the video, he was slightly surprised but immediately laughed. Huh, don't be nervous. I'm the supervisor of the martial hall, Gui Youwei. Ling Shui, however, was secretly alarmed. Martial general martial rank, and not a low level either, a high rank martial general. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave now. Mu truly had no idea what was going on. Supervisor Gui, is there something you need from me? Gui Youwei nodded. Of course, and it's good news. But it's not very convenient here. How about we go inside and talk? Hiss. Ling Shui wrinkled her nose slightly. Supervisor Gui, how about we talk after we finish our meal? Ha! Gui Youwei sneered inwardly. Playing those games with me? Xiaoliang, go to the kitchen and bring several servings of breakfast to my office. Remember, bring 3 of everything. Gao Xiaoliang finally understood the instructions and left immediately. Ling Shui, however, felt her scalp go numb. As for Mu, no thanks, I already ate before coming over. Put. Ling Shui almost coughed up 3 liters of blood on the spot. Mu. You are such a huge idiot. Chapter 12, S-Class Contract. Martial Hall, 3rd floor supervisor's office. On the table. It was covered in breakfast, freshly baked fierce beef buns, bone broth, fierce beast milk, boiled beast eggs, and even a massive fried steak that looked to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Eating this first thing in the morning? Mu was genuinely surprised after reading it. Gui Youwei said with a smile. For a martial artist, the primary focus is fist strength and the cultivation of divine power. Eating is the most essential way to intake energy. To train well, you must first eat well. Hiss. Mu certainly knew the importance of eating well, but this was eating a bit too well. For breakfast, he started by devouring 3 pounds of fierce beast meat, followed by dozens of beast eggs, and then chugged several pounds of beast milk. Good grief! This single meal alone cost several thousand. No joke. Furthermore, one would have to stick to low-tier fierce beast products if they were high-tier. A single meal could easily cost tens or even hundreds of thousands. Extreme poverty had truly limited Mu's imagination. Gui Youwei shot Gao Xiaoliang an appreciative glance. This guy had finally done something decent for once. Mu came from the shanty towns, a poor kid from the bottom rungs of society who had no idea how a martial artist actually trained. Such a young man. He had to be intimidated first, only then would negotiations go smoothly. However, Ling Shui gave a slightly disdainful smile. 2nd order fierce beef and milk? The food at the martial hall is quite mediocre. Well, these eggs are decent 3rd order fire-tailed bird eggs. Speaking of which, Mu was still aware of this. The classification of fierce beasts differs somewhat from that of martial artists. Martial artists are classified starting from apprentice, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Martial artist, martial general, grandmaster, great grandmaster. And among fierce beasts, there is no apprentice level. Tiers 1 to 3 correspond to martial artist, tiers 4 to 6 correspond to martial general, tiers 7 to 9 correspond to grandmaster, and super tier fierce beasts correspond to great grandmaster. A third-order fire-tailed bird already possesses the strength of a 9th-stage martial artist. If it were a leader, its power would likely break through to the 4th order. Ha! She comes with ill intent. Gui Yue had already sensed the girl's ulterior motives back at the martial arts hall entrance, and now she wasn't even bothering to hide them. So, she was making it clear she intended to snatch him away, was she? Mu, is this your classmate? Without waiting for Mu to answer, Ling Shui spoke with calm composure. Ling Shui, from the Lingwu group. Oh. No wonder. Gui Yue understood instantly and gave a light chuckle. So it's the second young lady of the Ling family. You and Mu are classmates? At Riverfall City High School number 2? Ha, as one of the 12 presiding groups of the 10,000 Merchants Alliance, I didn't expect the Lingwu group to be so approachable. Thud. Are you kidding me? Mu looked at Ling Shui with a face full of astonishment. Had it been any other name, he might truly not have known it. But the Lingwu group was one of the 3 major corporate giants in Riverfall City. As for the Myriad Merchants Alliance, it was a super trade union spanning the entire Dragon Star, arguably one of the most powerful forces on the planet. Across the entire Dragon Star, at least 1/3 of all commercial trade must pass through the 10,000 Merchants Alliance. A rich second-generation heir? No. That would have to be a super-rich second-generation heir. Riverfall City No. 2 High School was merely an ordinary martial arts school. It was not the kind of institution where the children of the ultra-wealthy typically enrolled. It wasn't even the kind of school a martial artist's child should attend. Gui Yue was right. Ling Shui was the one hiding her true strength. Sigh. Seeing the look in Mu's eyes, Ling Shui knew that a single sentence from Gui Yue had reduced her entire image to ashes. What was clearly a well-intentioned gesture to help and win him over had now been twisted into deliberate favoritism. Mu. I'm attending No. 2 high school because my family required it, and I personally think it's a good choice. As for pulling you in, I was just afraid you'd sign another exploitative contract without knowing what you were getting into. Ling Shui spoke candidly. Your martial rank skyrocketed yesterday, jumping 5 levels in a single night. It's highly likely that you've awakened a psionic power. It's just a guess. I'm not entirely certain. But if you really are a psion, the contract with Lingwu Group is definitely the most advantageous deal for you. Even if you aren't a psion, it doesn't matter. I'll still get you the best possible contract. After all, we're classmates. I don't want to overcomplicate things with other motives. Holy crap! Only yesterday, Mu was thinking about keeping his psion status under wraps for a while. Yet here we are, just 1 day later, and freaking everyone knows. Something's not right. The people here don't seem easy to fool. Seeing that Mu remained silent, Gui Yue continued unhurriedly, since the second young mistress Ling has spoken, there's no need for me to keep it a secret. Mu. You might not know this yourself, but if you just focus your mind and try to control this table knife, you'll know whether you're a psion or not. Damn. No kidding, of course I know. Mu still had to put on an act. It was a true test of his acting skills. At this point, there was likely no way to explain away gaining 5 levels in a single night other than attributing it to the psion. Alright, I'll give it my best shot. If it doesn't work, don't blame me, Mu said. With that, Mu finished speaking. He immediately focused his mind, knitting his brows tightly as he reached out toward the butter knife. A few drops of cold sweat even began to bead on his forehead from the exertion. Clink. The knife trembled slightly against the porcelain plate, letting out a few crisp sounds. Just as I thought. Ling Shui and Gui Yue both wore expressions of confirmation. Snap. The table knife suddenly vibrated and flew through the air into Mu's palm. Psion. I'm a psion. Mu couldn't help but give himself a pat on the back. His performance was flawless. Exactly, anyone possessing psionic power is a psion. Gui Yue exclaimed with delight. We can't test your specific level here, but with your talent for jumping 5 levels in a single night, you could be rated as at least an S-class genius. MHM. Ling Shui nodded. An S-class genius deserves an S-class contract. There are 2 types of contracts, one for core members and one for peripheral members. I recommend you sign the core contract. This way, the Myriad Merchants Alliance can provide you with 50 million credits in initial startup capital and 100 million in monthly cultivation expenses, along with a 30% discount on all internal products within the alliance. If you choose the peripheral option, you will only receive 5 million in initial capital and 1 million in monthly support. There are no additional benefits, only requirements for Fierce Beast sales. Unlike the martial arts dojos, the Myriad Merchants Alliance has no middleman markups on sales. For a martial artist, the price you sell at is the same as the price you buy at. Wei Yue knew that a single sentence would not completely sever the relationship between Mu and Ling Shui. After all, they were classmates, and Ling Shui was a top-tier beauty. The impact such a girl had on a young man was nothing short of immense. In terms of funding, I'm afraid no one can compete with the Universal Business Alliance except for the Martial Hall. Gui Yue paused for a moment. However, the Universal Business Alliance is, after all, a commercial league. While they are decent at nurturing talent, they cannot compare to a martial arts hall. After all, martial arts halls are the institutions specifically dedicated to cultivating martial artists. A martial hall S-class contract comes with 20 million in initial funding. Additionally, I can apply for an extra 10 million floating bonus for you, plus 2 million in monthly cultivation funds. The 30% discount at the mall remains the same. The difference is that, under an S-class genius contract, you have maximum access to all of Martial Hall's training facilities, including the high-level cultivation rooms reserved exclusively for super members. Chapter 13, 30 million, secured. Good grief. It's all a load of nonsense. Mu knew immediately upon hearing them that these people were all full of hot air. All that talk about initial funding and monthly cultivation stipends. They listed every single benefit. But they didn't say a word about what it would cost. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What are the requirements? Although Mu was short on money, he wasn't about to risk his life recklessly for it. Ling Shui shot Mu an appreciative glance. There weren't many people who wouldn't be shaken by 50 million, especially for someone of ordinary means. It was truly no easy feat. As a core member, you must carry out monthly missions according to the Alliance's requirements. Of course, there won't be many dangerous missions in the early stages. Once the Alliance invests money, they have to find ways to see a return on it. Peripheral members have no mission requirements. The only obligation is that they must sell Fierce Beast materials to the Alliance. At this moment, Ling Shui was speaking from the perspective of an investor. Tens of millions of credits do not just fall from the sky. While taking risks on an investment is acceptable, deliberately sending a genius to their death is pure idiocy. Gui Yue did not waste words either. As far as the martial arts hall is concerned, there is no such thing as a peripheral member for geniuses, only core members. In the early stages, there are 0 missions. For a genius, the sole task is to focus on cultivation. Based on the S-rank genius contract, missions won't be assigned until you reach at least the 9th stage of Martial General, or even Grandmaster rank. Having said that, Wei Yue suddenly paused. Mu placed such heavy emphasis on the contract's compensation, which was quite different from the geniuses of the past. It seemed this little fellow was the risk-taking type. To put it simply, it is a life-preserving type. It is only natural not to want to lose one's life over a contract. No one wants to die for a piece of paper. I've won. As this thought crossed Gui Yue's mind, he knew his victory was certain. Mu, there is one more thing you need to know. The Myriad Merchants Alliance is made up of business people. As you heard just now, an investment requires a return. For them, the return on a martial artist lies in the hunting of fierce beasts. A high volume of hunting missions will be inevitable. A martial hall, however, does not require that. Our primary focus is cultivating martial artists. We only need enough profit to maintain operations. Our goals are to defend Riverfall City, develop Riverfall City, and bring honor to Riverfall City. Starting from this point, Guo Yue said confidently, hunting fierce beasts is not our primary objective. Even if we do, it must be under the premise of safety. After all, martial artists are our greatest reliance. Defending Riverfall City is a necessity. Your family is also in Riverfall City. Would you really abandon them and flee? If so, then even if it means losing a genius today, I will execute you on the spot. Among martial artists, there are no cowards. It is fine to cherish one's life, but one must never lose their integrity. Mu felt a jolt in his heart and said solemnly, that goes without saying. If the country falls, where can one find a home? I understand that much. The difference in money between the two contracts was 20 million. To be honest, Mu truly felt that he didn't need that much. Safety was his primary concern. Capital? Capital is willing to give you money, but capital will also take your life. Whether or not to join a faction. This was something Mu had also thought through clearly last night. It is easier to cultivate one's path within the halls of government. Under a special regulation for martial artists, he had killed someone, yet the matter was hastily concluded before even 10 questions could be asked. No matter how wealthy a merchant is, they cannot compete with the martial hall in terms of power. Because this is a martial arts hall established by Riverfall City, a hall subordinate to the Federation. This is the greatest power on Dragon Star. With wealth and power comes the security one needs, as well as the safety of one's family. This damn world. Mu does not have the power to change things right now. Protect yourself first, then worry about the rest. Only those who have lived in these tenement buildings know what the security is really like. Surviving was entirely a matter of luck. Mu had no intention of gambling his family's lives for a trivial, meaningless sense of freedom. I'll join the dojo. With hardly a second thought, Mu made his decision. Ah! Ling Shui was stunned on the spot. 20 million. A difference of 2 million per month means over 20 million a year? Why is there such a massive gap? Making the initial investment. To be honest, Ling Shui was determined to win even against a supervisor like Guo Yue, who was a 9th-rank martial general. She was prepared to put up a fight. Regarding funding, she had even utilized her father's maximum authority to increase the budget by an additional 20%. The S-rank contracts of the Merchant Alliance are capped at 40 million at most. Only the 12 directors of the Merchant Alliance have the authority to increase that by 20%. 50 million. It far exceeds the opponent's offer. How could I possibly lose now? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. Guo Yue laughed heartily. As expected, a young man should choose the martial arts hall to cultivate, to grow, to defend his home, and to reach the next level. As for wealth, once you have the ability, the money will naturally follow. A single Grandmaster level fierce beast is worth well over 10 million. Strength is a martial artist's greatest asset. Ha! Mu didn't see it that way. Safety was his greatest asset. Leveling up once every day. I'm invincible just by idling. Is there a need to risk my life? There's no need for that. Mu finally saw the light. Find a safe place and go AFK. I shall be invincible. Guo Yue projected the contract from his handheld smart device. You can review the specific terms yourself, or have Miss Ling here help you look them over. Ling Ruoxue was still in a daze. Mu still had to study the contract himself. Since his psionic power level increased, his cognitive abilities and memory had both improved. He could now read at a glance, scanning the contract without any hindrance, and quickly grasping all the clauses. No problem. Aside from the defense of Riverfall City, the martial arts hall contract imposes no rigid requirements. Tasks and assignments are structured around a development model. If you wish to focus solely on your cultivation, you are entirely free to decline hunting missions and postpone your hunting quotas. In this way, Mu's minimum requirements were essentially met. Meanwhile, The martial arts hall also offers other tasks, such as mentoring junior martial artists or participating in the 24 cities martial arts tournament. As a genius, one must bring glory to the city. This is an obligation that cannot be refused. But for Mu, it didn't matter. After all, the safety of a martial arts competition is much higher than being out in the wild. You can. After reading it, Mu pressed his handprint directly onto the projection, confirming the contract via live video recording. Ha, excellent. Wei Yue waved his hand and directly transferred 20 million to Mu's account. There's 1,000 million remaining. I'll apply to the curator, and it should arrive in a few days. You can familiarize yourself with weapons and equipment in the martial arts hall's training room before making a purchase. For the martial exam in a few days, there are no restrictions on using high-level equipment, which will be a great advantage for your results. Oh, right. Gui Yue followed up, we still need to confirm your psionic power level. With that said, ignoring Ling Shui, who remained in a daze, he pulled Mu directly toward the testing grounds. Psionic power is a very peculiar ability. Dragon Star scientists have exhausted their efforts yet remain unable to fully understand this power. They cannot even perform an accurate test. Inside the testing grounds, Gui Yue prepared a blunt dagger for him. Control it with psionic power and smash it into the punch force tester with all your might. Don't worry about breaking it. This tester is specifically made for psions and has a durability comparable to the Grandmaster level. Phew. Mu silently took a slow breath. Since they already knew about the psion, there was no longer any need to hide. At this moment, he fully understood the advantages of being a genius martial artist. He didn't have to do anything at all. 30 million would be credited to his account just like that. Even if he did nothing but sleep at home, he would still receive 3 million a month. What kind of treatment was this? It was so outrageous that he could hardly believe it himself. Genius. Of extraordinary value. But the prerequisite is that you must demonstrate the corresponding talent. Mu raised his hand, gripping the dagger, and focused his mind. Break. All of his psionic power erupted violently. Bang! The punch force tester shuddered instantly. At the same time, the dagger seemed as if it were glued to the machine, failing to bounce back. The nearby projection displayed the precise numerical figures. 3520 kg. Hiss. Gui Yue immediately gasped, his heart surging with excitement. Just awakened, and already at psionic power level 3. By the time the awakening is fully complete, wouldn't they be able to promote to Marshal General? Chapter 14, Requirements of the Promotion Contract, Exclusive Cultivation Room. Marshal General. With only level 3 apprentice psionic power, how could they determine a Marshal General marshal rank? Mu thought to himself, surely I haven't blown my cover? Ag! Ling Shui's distressed voice came from behind. Mu, you idiot! Why didn't you go all out just now? Seriously. Ling Shui felt as if she were about to choke on her own frustration. She stepped forward quickly, pouting her lips and fixing Mu with a gaze full of resentment. Psion awakening is different from that of a martial artist. A martial artist must cultivate step by step, but being a psion is about talent. It's a gift, do you understand? Once awakened, even ordinary training can take you all the way to the limit of your talent. Until that limit is reached, there is essentially no ceiling for a psion. Beyond this awakening, rising 5 levels in a single night means that, based on standard psion experience, you could reach at least the 9th rank before your talent is exhausted. Having said that, Ling Shui glared resentfully at the testing device. The result shows that you could proficiently use psionic power immediately after awakening, and your ability broke through level 3. This means your talent is even higher than previously estimated. If I had known just now, I could have offered you much better terms. As the heiress of a massive conglomerate, she never believed there was a problem credits couldn't solve. If there was, it simply meant there weren't enough credits. If you could sign an SS-rank genius contract, there would be an initial funding of 100 million credits. A Marshal General level psion, their destructive power is comparable to a Grandmaster. How much is a Grandmaster worth? Is that something 100 million credits could ever secure? What's more, as a Psion continues to cultivate alongside their martial artist martial rank, their progress is faster and their combat power is even more terrifying. It can be said, any martial general level Psion can secure a spot as a core member in any major power. Mu looked at her and shook his head calmly. It's not about the money. You're overthinking it. Great. Guo Yue let out a resonant shout, as expected of a youth from my Riverfall city. Your talent is indeed higher than we just anticipated, but don't worry about losing out. Genius contracts can be upgraded. 3 months. As long as you can advance to a martial general level Psion within 3 months, the contract can be upgraded to SS rank, and all benefits will be doubled. There is even an SSS rank contract. That is a peerless genius that only appears once every century on the entire Dragon Star. There is only hope if one breaks through to the Grandmaster level within a year at the very least. Ha! Peerless genius? Mu chuckled inwardly. Geniuses need to work hard and compete, but I don't. Mu, do you have some kind of problem with me? Ling Shui was truly speechless. She really knew exactly where things had gone wrong. Could it be? Have I ever turned you down before? This was the only reason Ling Shui could think of. In 3 years, countless people had crowded around trying to get her contact number, only to be pushed back by her. Mu. If she had no memory of him, he was likely one of them. It must be. Ling Shui was absolutely certain. On the other side, Mu, however, looked completely blank. I don't recall us ever speaking once during our 3 years of high school. Thud. Ling Shui's pride was truly wounded this time. Then, alright, goodbye. Ha ha. Wei Yue stepped forward and patted Mu's shoulder. Xiaoqin, don't feel burdened. The daughter of the Linwu group certainly has an extraordinary status, but you are a genius, you know? Martial General Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster. I refuse to believe the Lingwu group would have the audacity to reject a great grandmaster. Work hard. Strive to break through to Martial General this year, and then march toward Grandmaster. Hiss? Where is he going with this? Mu's lips curled. Supervisor Gua, you're overthinking it too. I don't have those kinds of thoughts at all. He. Gua Yue wore a look that said, I understand everything. Alright, I won't say more. Come. Let's go check out your exclusive cultivation room. Wait. An exclusive cultivation room. If you're talking about this, then I'm wide awake. The martial hall covered an area of over 1,000 acres, at least the size of 300 football fields. The core areas were all single-story buildings, with only the living and office areas reaching 2 or 3 stories. When a martial artist cultivates, the commotion is quite loud. Spending massive amounts of money to build several floors using high-grade alloys is pointless. Expanding the surface area is more cost-effective, Wei Yue explained at his side. An exclusive cultivation room can only be rented by top VIPs who spend over 10 million a year. For geniuses, it's free. S-182. Beep. Mu leaned his face toward the camera, and the door opened via intelligent recognition. Inside the room. Upon entering, there was a lounge area with a sofa, coffee table, and wardrobe, followed by an independent bathroom and an oversized massage bathtub. The center was a partitioned cultivation zone. Half was wooden flooring and the other half was cultivation flooring. Finally, there were various weapons, strength equipment, and even a 50-meter shuttle run track. What the hell? This is freaking exaggerated. You call this a cultivation room? Guo Yue scanned the room. These are all basic facilities. You can stay overnight, there's meal delivery service, and the food can be customized. If you want to use other facilities, the martial hall has them all. You can take your time to get familiar with them. Here, I'll just focus on introducing the time-limited cultivation rooms. Wei Yue turned on the smart projector. The enhanced weighted cultivation room is for individual use. It provides targeted gravity and weight training for any martial artist, including Psions. It's excellent for improving overall strength. As an S-rank genius, you get 10 hours of free use per week, plus an additional 30-hour paid quota. Once you exceed 40 hours, you won't be allowed in even if you're willing to pay. That was the first one. The other one is the medicinal bath soaking room. The baths there are a blend of medicinal herbs, beast cores, and the latest results from various scientific research projects. They are highly beneficial for body tempering. The price varies depending on the specific formula. S-rank geniuses get one free B-grade medicinal bath per week, any others are paid. Having said that, Gui Yue stopped there, not wanting to overwhelm him. Get yourself familiarized first. If there's anything you don't understand, contact me directly or reach out to customer service. One last reminder, try not to squander that 20 million. I suggest you first purchase one A-grade psionic power flying blade, then supplement it with 2 B-grade ones. After that, get a B-grade breastplate and a C-grade combat suit. Everything else can wait. Understood. Mu nodded and saw Gui Yue out the door. He turned back to take a fresh look at the cultivation suite. TSK, this place is nice. There are even drinks and snacks in the fridge. Mu grabbed a bottle of milk and snatched up 2 pieces of jerky. Crunch, crunch. Tisk, satisfying. These snacks are all made from fierce beast meat. Mu could tell immediately from the texture as soon as he bit into them. Into the pocket they go. If I'd known, I would have brought a bag. Mu considered calling customer service right then and there to have them deliver a bag. Wait, would that be a bit embarrassing? Doesn't matter. Mu was determined to bring some snacks back with him. Customer service? Send a backpack over here, along with a few portions of power-up meals and one of those new smart devices. Chapter 15, Spend. I must spend. Understood. A sweet female voice came from the other end. Mr. Mu, are you looking for a tactical loading backpack? Would AB grade 1 work for you? It's 210,000 credits after the discount. Thud. Mu was instantly stunned. A backpack for 210,000 credits? Are you kidding me? But things had already reached this point. He couldn't exactly say he just wanted an ordinary backpack to carry snacks from her fridge, could he? Ahem, yes. Great. You have 3 free B-grade fortified meals included. Do you need anything else? No need. For the latest smart devices, we have the Mate 4080 series for 30,000 credits after discount. We also have the latest martial artist fortified model from the Mate company, the Mate Master X22 series, which is 550,000 credits after discount. Mu. Is the purchasing power in the martial artist world really this intense? Buying anything at random involved prices that, to the old Mu, were freaking astronomical. Ahem, what are the benefits of the martial artist fortified model? Well, the martial artist fortified series uses Kunlun's new materials, making it waterproof, dustproof, drop-proof, and explosion-proof. It can withstand a punching force of 10,000 kilograms while maintaining its basic functions. Furthermore, even in areas with no signal, it can use quantum-level emergency communication to achieve ultra-precise positioning and automatic SOS signals. It has a 90-day-long battery life and is compatible with combat suits to provide a 24-hour, 500-meter automatic alert function. Good grief! Talk about a sales pitch. I'll buy it. Mu said directly, I'll take 1 martial artist fortified model and 2 from the standard series. A moment later. All the items were delivered. First, he looked at the tactical loading backpack. It had a base volume of 50 liters, a first-level expansion to 150 liters, and a second-level expansion to 500 liters. It came with a self-filtering water bottle, a water storage bag, a first aid kit, a sleeping bag, a high-fold tent, a searchlight, a pack of 6 insect-repellent smoke grenades, and a pack of 6 beast-repellent smoke grenades. Worth it. After examining it, Mu could only say that you get what you pay for. 210,000 credits was actually freaking worth it. Then, the smart devices. The Mate Master X22 was a flexible folding model, externally equipped with 4 cameras, 2 in the front and 2 in the back to be installed on a combat suit. The device fits snugly against the skin of the arm, featuring its own screen, projection capabilities, and a smart butler. Every aspect of the design is adapted for combat suits even when fully armed. It does not interfere with the use of smart devices. It can even skin fierce beasts? Now that's a great feature. Mu turned on the device. Hello, Xiaoyi is at your service. A cute 2D anime girl appeared in the projection. Open the martial arts hall mall. Flash. The login was instantaneous, so smooth it felt as if there were zero latency. Regarding the account balance. Credits 1918. Mu's heart skipped a beat the moment he saw it. Good grief. I haven't even bought anything yet, and $1 million is already gone. Next, let's look at the technique manuals first. Before the martial exam, Mu definitely didn't plan on being promoted to a martial artist. Because even if he advanced to martial artist, the extra strength gained wouldn't make him stronger than a level 9 Psion. Prioritize the Psion. That was a certainty. Yesterday's battle had already clearly demonstrated the power of a Psion. Technique manual levels start from grade D, and are divided into grade C, grade B, grade A, and grade S. Apprentice martial artist, martial general, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Mu thought for a moment. A grade C technique manual corresponds to the martial artist level, right? Xiaoyi nodded her head adorably. That's right, master is so smart. Thud. Holy crap. Do I really need you to praise me? Detecting that master is at apprentice level 9, it is recommended to progress step by step and purchase a grade C technique manual. Recommended saber technique, 18 styles of bloody battle. 95% of martial artists gave it a positive review, praising the technique for being extremely practical, easy to learn, and possessing impressive power once mastered. Martial artist. Most people used sabers. Using a sword wasn't just for show, it was genuinely difficult to master. In the old days of martial arts, there was a saying, 100 days to master the saber, 1,000 days for the spear, and 10,000 days for the sword. Difficulty of mastery aside, the bigger issue is that the sword relies on finesse. Its lethality lies in the point, the thrust, and the slice. While such attacks are devastating against the human body, against a fierce beast? Sorry, they simply aren't effective enough. As for the staff, given the sheer toughness of a fierce beast's skull, a strike would do little more than make it dizzy for a second. It's even less practical. The saber and the spear are the best weapons for dealing with fierce beasts. How much money is it? Master, as an S-class member of the Martial Arts Hall, the discounted price is only 350,000. It's a great bargain. Fine, I'll take it. The funds were deducted from his account. Simultaneously, a technique manual appeared in his virtual inventory. A video introduction of the 18 forms was projected as a phantom image, explaining each in detail. It could even sync with smart devices to correct your posture and assist in your cultivation. Mu didn't look closely, he could learn that later. Right now, he still had questions. System, he called out in his mind. If my psionic power reaches level 9, do I need a psionic power technique manual to meet the requirements for breaking through to Psion? Ding! Martial artist and Psion are two completely different cultivation systems. Upgrading requires different technique manuals as support. TSK. Sure enough. Although Mu had expected this, he still wanted to confirm. If he focused on a single path, gaining one level a day meant it wouldn't take long at all to break through to Grandmaster. However, if he cultivated both psionic power and martial artist paths simultaneously, it would take twice as long. I'll major as a Psion. The martial artist path can be put on hold for now, as long as my physical fitness keeps up. Time was of the essence right now, so trade-offs were necessary. Once he reached the max level as a Psion, he could take his time breaking through as a martial artist without any rush. Show me the Psion technique manuals. Ha! Xiaoyi tilted her head, her large, cute eyes wide with confusion, as she frantically swiped through the notebook in her hands. Master, I couldn't find your Psion data anywhere. Oh? Wei Yue clearly tested him personally, so why wasn't the data entered into the dojo's database? Never mind that, just search for me first. Xiaoyi nodded blankly. Psion is a very peculiar profession, and cultivation technique manuals regarding psions are extremely rare. There are only 3 psion technique manuals available in the mall. D rank, overview of psion force exertion and combat modes. After discount, 5 million. C rank, psion multi-projectile cultivation and advanced combat drills. After discount, 30 million. B rank, 1 mind alone. After discount, 1.5 billion. Put. Holy crap. Mu really wanted to storm out right now and demand an explanation from Guo Yue. So much for nurturing a genius. In the end, you're playing games with me? An apprentice-level Psion technique manual costs 5 million? And a martial general level 1 goes as high as 1.5 billion credits. Am I supposed to pay with my life? Angry as he was, Mu knew that if even the dojo only had 3 books, the Thousand Merchants Alliance probably wouldn't be much better. They might offer more money, but they wouldn't necessarily have the technique manuals. Everyone has their own schemes. Buy it. Regardless of his frustrations, Mu had to buy it now. Otherwise, without a technique manual, he couldn't level up. Forcing a breakthrough would take 10 days, which would be an even bigger waste. Now he just had to see if he could get some rewards after the Psion breakthrough. Guo Yue, I'm keeping a tab on this debt. If you don't add more money later, we'll have a long talk about this. Show me the equipment. Mu turned around, ready to finalize his equipment selection. Flying blades. D rank, 200,000 140,000 after discount. C rank, 500,000 350,000 after discount. B rank, 2,000,000 1,400,000 after discount. A rank, 5,000,000 3,500,000 after discount. S rank, 50,000,000 35,000,000 after discount. Looking at the prices, Mu suddenly felt his wallet wouldn't be able to take the hit. And these were just the flying blades, Psion weapons. If he followed Guo Yue's recommended setup 1A rank and 2B ranks, it would cost at least 6.3 million. What about the martial artist weapons? The shield? The combat suit? Mu quickly switched to the combat suit section. D rank, 1,700,000 after discount. C rank, 5,000,000 3,500,000 after discount. B rank, 10,000,000 7,000,000 after discount. A rank, 50,000,000 35,000,000 after discount. S rank, 500,000,000 350,000,000 after discount. Chapter 16, Martial Exam Preparations, Ling Shui's Calculations. I knew you were expensive, but I had no idea you were this expensive. Mu had heard about the prices of combat suits before. He had seen some fool wearing a D-rank combat suit yesterday. It was worth 1 million. 1 million. If he were to buy his family's small apartment, it would cost 500,000 at most. A single combat suit worth 1 million? Is he basically walking around with 2 apartments on his back every day? Ridiculous. Guo Yue even had the nerve to suggest I buy B-grade gear. 7 million. Between those 2 items, my wallet was completely drained. With only a few 100,000 left in pocket change, I couldn't even afford a decent shield or combat blade. No wonder they have to give out monthly stipends. Without money, cultivation is impossible. Even if you break through, your equipment and technique manuals require massive upgrades. Xiaoyi tilted her head and looked at Mu. Master, would you like Xiaoyi to help you coordinate and purchase your gear? Right. There was no point in wasting time on bookkeeping. The equipment could wait for a moment. Seriously. Mu had something else he absolutely had to buy. Let's look at houses first. Check the market. In the central area of Riverfall City with the best security, how much do houses cost? Schwa. The projection changed to a map of Riverfall City. Certainly. In the central district of Riverfall City, most properties currently on the market are villas. The cheapest one is 180 million. Ha! Forget I asked. Mu's smile vanished instantly. Xiaoyi cleared the screen. Master, Xiaoyi has detected that you are an S-Class Corps member of the Martial Hall. With your clearance level, you should be eligible to apply for a housing unit provided by the Hall. Martial Hall. An image of an elegant residential complex appeared in the projection. The security here is the best in Riverfall City. Since its construction 30 years ago, there hasn't been a single violent crime. The only recorded brawls were actually martial artists' sparring sessions being mistaken for fights because they were too loud. I get perks like this too? That guy Gui Yue was definitely holding out on me. This won't do. Mu had to call and ask about this. Supervisor Gua, I wanted to ask what are the requirements to move into the Martial Hall residential complex? Crack. On the other end of the line, Gui Yue immediately slapped his forehead. I'm so sorry, little Qin. I got a bit excited just now and forgot a few things. There's still a townhouse available in the Martial Arts Academy residential area. Just move in whenever you have time. I've already granted you the access permissions. Also, since you are a Psion, don't be in a rush to buy any Psion technique manuals from the Academy Mall. I'm currently contacting a teacher for you. They will teach you all the technique manuals when the time comes. Put. Mu felt like he was about to cough up 3 liters of blood after hearing that. A free house in the Academy residential area would definitely be comfortable. But the technique manual, what a massive loss. 5 million. 5 million credits. Mu didn't even know how he had been so reckless just now, buying it without a second thought. Director Gua, what if I've already bought it? Can I get a refund? Gui Yue was also stunned. Do you really think a refund option exists for something like a technique manual? Speechless. Of course not. Once a technique manual is in your hands, you could easily take photos or record a video to document everything. How could they possibly let you return it? Sigh. Gui Yue sighed, my fault, my fault. Whatever you do, don't buy any more technique manuals. I'll personally reach into my own pocket to reimburse you for that 5 million. As for the other 10 million, my application was approved, and I'm transferring it to you now. Xiaoyi instantly cheered in delight, clapping her hands, Master, Master. Congratulations, 15 million credits have arrived in your account. Current account balance, 28.83 million. Phew. I'll forgive you for now. Then, thank you very much, Director Gua. Mu didn't stand on ceremony at all. It was 5 million, after all. What if it disappeared just because he was trying to be polite? Gui Yue didn't care much. 5 million? It was just the price of a single fierce beast. It really wasn't much at all. The reward for recruiting Mu into the Martial Hall alone would be more than that amount. Furthermore, if Mu could come to him for reimbursement, couldn't he go to the Hall Master for reimbursement? The master of our Martial Hall is quite wealthy, after all. Don't play dumb and try to skimp on money regarding the flying blades I mentioned earlier, Gui Yue cautioned specifically. The combat suit ensures your safety. I don't need to remind you of that, but the flying blades are absolutely the best way to improve your current efficiency in killing fierce beasts. A great flying blades, even when used by an apprentice Psion, can easily pierce the defenses of most rank 4 demonic beasts. Mu understood this point deeply from experience. I understand, thanks for the reminder. Gui Yue hung up the phone, a sly grin spreading across his face on the other end. Xiao Liang, check the betting odds for the martial exam out there. What are the odds for Mu making it into the top 10? Gao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. Supervisor, could it be? Cut the nonsense. Gui Yue cursed under his breath. Only a fool wouldn't make money when the opportunity arises. Mu is a Psion equipped with a grade flying blades, breaking into the top 10 will be effortless. Understood. Instantly understood. Gao Xiaoliang quickly opened his smart device and skillfully entered the Riverfall City black market. The black market, as the name suggests, was a place for selling things that couldn't see the light of day. The martial hall was directly under the jurisdiction of Riverfall City, but as the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. It was impossible to shut it down completely by force. Some black market merchants were even backed by the 10,000 Merchants Alliance. Martial exam odds. The highest rated is the Genius Psion from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, by Choya, followed by Chu Han from Starbreaker, and Wen Wu from our Martial Hall. The 10,000 Merchants Alliance also has several people near the top. Ling Shui and Lucian were both submitted by them. Mu, top 10 odds, 1 minute and 1.55 seconds? Bang! Upon hearing this, Wei Yue immediately flew into a rage. Ling Shui? That girl actually moved that fast? The change in odds must have been Ling Shui's doing. Otherwise, an apprentice level 9 candidate with 0 reputation would have odds of at least 10 to 1 to make the top 10. Supervisor, are we still buying in? Gao Xiaoliang asked. Are you an idiot? Isn't 1.55 still free money? It's just a bit less than before. Without a second thought, Wei Yue bet 80 million. On the other side, Ling Ruoxue looked at the empty 4-digit balance in her account, a smug smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. He. Mu. Every cent you made me lose, I'm going to win back through you. 500 million. Ling Shui had patted her chest and borrowed 500 million from her father, betting it all on Mu entering the top 10 of the martial exam. The original double-digit odds were instantly crushed down to single digits. The consolidated odds, however, remained as high as 1:5. As long as Mu made the top 10, Ling Ruoxue would net a profit of 2 billion. Mu, you blockhead, you better step it up this time. Ling Shui thought for a moment and still felt uneasy, clenching her fist secretly. No way, I need to go and supervise your cultivation. Chapter 17, The Frame Up. The Cultivation Room. Mu leaned back on the sofa, downed a gulp of beast milk, and waved his hand coolly. Come on, shall we, get me a full set of gear within 20 million. Got it. Shelly was already prepared and immediately presented the equipment purchasing plan. Flying blades using the 1A4B configuration, valued at 9.1 million. 98% of psions have a history of losing flying blades, so it's essential to have 2 spares. Combat suit with Core B and Auxiliary C configuration, 4 million. This offers B-grade chestplate defense with C-grade defense for the limbs. The main defense isn't compromised, while the price is reduced by 40%. Weapons, C-grade combat knife, and a 1C1B shield configuration, 6.3 million. Since Master is a psion, the knife is only for support and doesn't need to be top tier. The B-grade shield provides sufficient defense, and since psions can fly using shields, I've added an extra one. Total for the full set, 19.4 million. See? That's what you call a professional. Mu had no issues with Xiaoy's plan and paid the bill immediately. The items belonged to the martial arts hall, so they were delivered to the cultivation room very quickly. The core of the B-grade combat suit featured gray-brown camouflage, while the surrounding C-grade components and the tactical helmet were in dark gray camouflage. This was the suggestion provided by Xiaoyi. The environment around Riverfall City consisted mainly of small hills, plains, and forests. Unless one was trying to show off, there was no need to be as eye-catching as that idiot yesterday. Being that flashy in the wild, did you think the fierce beasts were blind or something? The combat saber and shield were both models Mu had practiced with at school, so they felt natural to use. Unlike the metal shields used for school practice, the C-grade and B-grade shields were high-tech models. They were expandable and retractable. They could be integrated with the combat suit in their retracted state. They were merely slightly wider armguards, but when fully expanded, they could reach over 2 meters in height and over a meter in width, capable of shielding the entire body or even providing cover for 2 more people squeezed together. Both shields were fully installed. The combat saber was slung across the back of the combat suit without any discomfort. He left all his old clothes in the cultivation room to use as ordinary practice gear later. He tossed the helmet into his bag, cleared out the fridge, threw on a large black trench coat, and headed out. Wearing a combat suit in the city was too conspicuous, but Mu didn't feel safe not wearing it. Throwing a trench coat over it made things much better. However, a high-grade tactical backpack and the fully enclosed new material combat boots could still be identified by anyone paying close attention. Today was Saturday, and Yun was at home waiting for him to have dinner. Originally, Mu had come to the martial arts hall intending to get a membership and then consider negotiating a better contract with them. He hadn't expected this. Things had gone much smoother than Mu anticipated. He was fully geared up, the technique manual was in his hands, and he had scored a small townhouse villa from the martial arts hall for free. On top of all that, over 9 million was sitting in his account. A sudden wave of wealth. He definitely couldn't let his mom continue her job at the processing plant. Mu didn't go home, he hailed a taxi directly. Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant. A short while later, the taxi pulled up at the factory gates. What are you here for? The security guard at the gate blocked the way. I'm looking for someone. Please call Elara out. Mu said directly. TSK. The guard frowned. During working hours, no phone calls and no leaving the factory. Damn. Mu's temper flared up instantly. I am a martial artist. Think again about how you want to answer me. The guard's expression froze slightly as he glanced down at Mu's combat boots. C-class. Hee, my apologies, so sorry. Please wait a moment, I'll notify her for you immediately. Mu rolled his eyes coldly. He didn't bother wasting words on a security guard. A moment later, the guard hung up the phone with a look of confusion. What business do you have with Elara? It's not very convenient for her right now. What do you mean, not convenient? Mu's brows furrowed, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Is your factory putting on more airs than the martial hall? No, the guard explained hurriedly. For a normal employee, there would certainly be no problem seeing you, but this Elara is not normal. She has sticky fingers and is currently being investigated by the security department. Buzz. Mu felt a jolt in his head. With a snap, he grabbed the guard by the collar, a fierce light erupting from his eyes. Say that again. Who has sticky fingers? Sir, please don't be angry, it wasn't me who said it. The security department received a report and caught her red-handed with the stolen goods. The guard's face turned pale with fear. To work as a security guard here, one definitely needed some martial rank. But right from the start, he had seen that pair of C-class combat boots on Mu's feet. Someone who could afford million-dollar combat boots like these, even if they weren't a martial general, was at least a tycoon. Either way, he couldn't afford to offend him. Where is the security department? Mu dragged the guard along as he charged inside. His mother had sacrificed her whole life for the family. Only Mu knew how hard it had been. Yun was young and didn't truly understand how badly her hands had been corroded by fierce beast blood when she first started at the factory, or the countless knife wounds on her arms. At the beginning, at least nearly half of her salary was spent on stopping the bleeding in bandages. Despite that, his mother had never taken a single day off. Sticky fingers? Even more impossible. If his mother truly had that kind of heart, their family wouldn't have lived such a miserable life. As Mu charged into the fierce beast factory, the security guards behind him hurriedly chased after him with stun batons in hand. Stop. Even if you are a martial artist, you can't trespass. Put her down. Snap. Mu's shield deployed instantly on his left arm, while his right hand reached behind his back. Clang. The combat blade unsheathed, its chilling glint shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Hiss. Seeing this posture, the security guards immediately lost their nerve to advance. What a joke. A full set of combat gear, shield, and blade. Judging by the alloy color and the engravings on the hilt, these were extraordinary items, at least C rank or higher. How were they supposed to fight that? Rush up just to give him a scratch? What you're doing is illegal. Even the martial artist special regulations won't exempt you from this kind of crime. Mu ignored them entirely and barked in a low voice, where is the security department? Don't make me ask twice. Chapter 18, Rage. Mu was no child. Amidst his fury, he still thought of a way to handle the aftermath. The AI had bone conduction communication, there was no need to speak aloud. With just a soft hum, the AI could hear his commands. Shelly, can you find old Won's number? Yes. Tell him it's an emergency. Bring a team to the Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant. In front of him. Intimidated by Mu's murderous aura, the security guards immediately realized this man had likely taken lives before. Ahead, take a left ahead. Inside the security department. Section Chief Zhang Ji looked at Ilara with a sinister smirk. Still not confessing? Why are you being so stubborn? We caught you red-handed. The fierce beast meat produced by the factory was found right in your locker. Confess now. Exactly how much meat did you steal from the factory? If you talk, we can still grant you leniency. Otherwise, humph. Zhang Ji's triangular eyes twitched. Once the peacekeepers arrive, this bag of meat alone is enough to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. Ilara's face flushed with anger, her eyes bloodshot. She said indignantly, I've said it 100 times, this bag isn't mine, and the meat inside isn't mine either. Someone framed me. I haven't left the production line once since I started my shift today. Humph. I see you won't yield until you're faced with the coffin. Zhang Ji sneered and gave a slight nod. A security guard from outside led someone in. Li? Sister Li? Ilara recognized the person. It was the line leader from her own production line. Sister Li looked composed, showing no emotion whatsoever. Section Chief Zhang, Ilara asked for 10 minutes to go to the restroom this morning, but she took 15 minutes to return to her station. Buzz. Ilara felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Sisterly, how can you lie through your teeth? I just had low blood sugar this morning and asked for 5 minutes to go out and drink some water. It only took 5 minutes. Bang! Zhang Ji slammed the table. Well. So you ask for leave every day to drink water, and then use that time to steal things. It seems today isn't your first time. All these years, the tons of fierce beast meat the factory loses every month, you were the one stealing it, weren't you? Tons? Hearing this, Ilara nearly spat blood in frustration. Section Chief Zhang, the factory inspections are so strict every day when we arrive and leave. Aside from clothes, nothing can be brought in, not even bags. Pockets are turned out. You couldn't even smuggle out a piece of meat the size of a palm. And you're saying tons? Ha! Section Chief Zhang gave Ilara a meaningful glance. Of course, a woman like you couldn't do it alone. That's why you have accomplices. Most people wouldn't do such dangerous work for you. It must be your family, right? To have done this for so many years without being caught by the security department, your accomplice at home must have a decent martial rank. At least a martial artist, or a provisional martial artist. Hearing this, Sister Li added, right, Ilara's son just qualified as a provisional martial artist. It must be her son helping her transport the goods. You. Cough. Ilara heard this and fell into utter despair. Li, how can you make such baseless accusations? Li wore an expression as if she didn't even know Ilara. Don't act like we're close. I only brought you in because I took pity on you. You're nearly 40, and I even protected you when the factory was laying people off. Is this how you repay me? Our production line has been losing output month after month. I've been held accountable by the higher-ups, and I never expected it to be you. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Thud. No matter how naive Ilara was, she understood everything at this point. Ha! Layoffs? My labor rate is the lowest it hasn't increased in 5 years. Newcomers who know nothing have an hourly wage 3 points higher than mine. As for production, I have the highest output on this line. Why on earth would the factory lay me off? As for the missing production on the line, we discussed it privately for a long time. The only person who could possibly have access to the warehouse is you. How hateful. Just a few days ago, I was telling my colleagues it was impossible. Now she saw it clearly. It wasn't impossible at all, she was clearly the one who did it. Now that the factory was holding people accountable, she was afraid of being investigated, so she preemptively framed Alara to take the fall. I want to report this to the authorities. The peacekeepers will definitely find out the truth. Humph. Zhang Ji and Li both snorted coldly at the same time. Report it? Today, you're either going to die here or give up your son. Having said that, Zhang Ji stepped forward, brandishing an electric baton. Alara, to tell you the truth, today you're going to confess whether you want to or not. If you confess, word from above is that they will only hold your son responsible and hand him over to the peacekeepers. You'll be an accomplice at most. Considering you've worked here for so many years, the factory won't press charges against you. Otherwise, with so many tons of fierce beast meat involved, the punishment won't just be prison, it'll be exile. A woman like you, exiled to the wilderness, do you know what kind of punishment that is? Being devoured alive by fierce beasts will be your end. Mu. Alara didn't know why Zhang Ji wanted to drag Mu into this. Her son had just qualified as a provisional martial artist. How could he be arrested for something like this and have his future destroyed? Impossible. Alara's eyes were filled with determination. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, I will not admit to your false accusations, and I will certainly not frame my son. Stubborn fool Li spat, giving Zhang Ji a meaningful look. The two of them appeared more than just casually acquainted. Inside the office, even a blind person could see they were in league together, yet not a single security guard spoke up. On the contrary, everyone wore mocking expressions as they stared at Alara. Let me tell you, as a worker, you have to know your place. Zhang Ji raised the electric baton. If you don't know your place, I'll make sure you learn it today. Just then, with a thud, the door crashed open, and a dark figure slammed against the wall of the security department. Mom? The moment Mu entered and saw Zhang Ji holding the electric baton and Alara cornered against the wall, his eyes instantly turned blood red. You piece of filth! Bang! Mu kicked off the ground and flashed to Zhang Ji's side, his combat blade flashing with a cold glint. Whoosh! Zhang Ji's arm, still gripping the electric baton, was severed in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. It stained half of Mu's face coupled with his already crimson eyes. He looked like a god of slaughter emerged from hell. Chapter 19, Sweeping Through. Aha! Zhang Ji had barely processed what happened before losing an arm. Amidst his screams of agony, he still managed to roar out a curse. Who the hell are you? Me! Killing intent exploded in Mu's eyes as he shouted coldly, I'm the one who's going to take your life. Seeing her son, Alara was initially overjoyed, but upon hearing that he intended to kill, she immediately cried out in alarm, don't. As the security chief, Zhang Ji had relied on connections, but he did possess a martial rank. He was a martial artist. He truly was a martial artist, but as time passed, he hadn't gone outside the city to hunt fierce beasts since his martial exam. Living a comfortable life in the factory had made him fat and sturdy, and he had completely forgotten the skills he once practiced. In a single encounter, he had lost an arm. Now, he didn't even dare to resist. He scrambled backward, shouting, kill him for. Thud! Before he could finish his sentence, Mu delivered a horizontal slash. A flash of blade light flickered. A large head soared into the air. Inside the security department, everyone was so terrified by the scene that their spines went cold, and they were unable to move. Martial artist. A martial artist committed murder. Those capable of working as security guards are mostly apprentice level 8 or level 9. Ordinary people really can't cut it. But the youth standing before them was fully armed. The way he raised his blade and struck down was chilling to the bone. This is a true martial artist. And they were merely a group of ordinary people who had practiced boxing for a few days and were in decent physical shape. At this moment, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Sister Li's eyes. Well, you bitch, you really did have your son waiting to back you up. Now that you've been caught red-handed, you're going to resort to murder to silence the witnesses? What are you all standing there for? Go up and seize this criminal. Mu scanned the room with cold eyes. There were 5 security guards in total. Not a single one dared to move. Go on. Sisterly yelled in a fit of rage, pointing her finger and cursing. Aren't you security guards? What are you good for? You talk so much shit normally, now get in there. Mu sidestepped, moving next to Sisterly, and swung the blade downward with both hands. Crack! Sister Lee's arm was instantly severed. A C-rank combat blade is designed to face Tier 4 to Tier 6 fierce beasts. How could a human possibly block it? The sensation was so smooth, it was no different from cutting through tofu. Before Sisterly could even react, Mu delivered a backhand slap to the side of her face. Snap! With 9,000 kilograms of strength, Mu didn't even use his full power, yet the single slap sent Sisterly spinning 3.5 times in the air before she hit the ground. Amidst his fury, Mu's blood boiled, yet his mind remained unexpectedly calm. There was none of the mental confusion that usually accompanies a fit of rage. You, don't move. The surrounding security guards were terrified, frantically raising their stun batons and aiming them at Mu. We've already reported this. The peacekeepers will be here any second. Ha! A cold sneer curled at the corners of Mu's mouth. Ignoring the group entirely, he charged forward with his combat blade in hand. There was no need for complex techniques with the unstoppable power of a C-class combat blade, all that was required was to slash. One strike. The arm of the security guard on the left was severed. With another strike, the legs of the two guards beside him were hacked off. Mu delivered a fierce kick. Crack! The knee of the one-armed guard was shattered by the blow. Without the protection of a combat suit, the full force of this kick snapped the leg clean into mid-air. The two security guards on the right could no longer stomach the scene. They turned and bolted. Mu chased them down and delivered two swift kicks. Both men were hit almost simultaneously. One had his left leg ruined, the other his right. Splash! They collapsed to the ground at the same time. In the span of a few breaths. Within the entire security room, no one remained standing except for Ilara and Mu. Aya! Aya! Help! Murder! Someone help me! The surviving guards howled in agonizing pain, desperately crawling toward the door. Mu! Ilara was completely stunned. She had never imagined her son possessed such a side. His eyes bloodshot, Mu turned his head. Mom, are you okay? Ilara shook her head slightly. Mu, you. For a moment. Ilara didn't know what to say, but as a mother, her first thought was for Mu, who had just committed these acts of violence. I'm fine. You need to leave, now. It'll be too late once they report this to the authorities. It's fine. Mu stepped forward to check on his mother's condition, remaining calm and composed. I've already reported it. Huh? Ilara hadn't expected her son to report the incident himself. Mu sheathed his combat blade, found a seat for his mother to sit down, and proceeded to initiate a video call to Gui Yue. Supervisor Gua, something has happened. Gui Yue looked through the video call and immediately grew tense upon seeing traces of blood on Mu's face. Mu, are you alright? No joke, he had just placed an $80 million bet. Young master, you really can't afford to have anything happen to you this time. I'm fine, but something happened. Mu quickly organized his thoughts and replied immediately, to put it simply, my mother works at the Fierce Beast processing plant. She was framed for theft, and they resorted to lynching her in the security department. I caught them in the act. I killed one and maimed the rest. The case has been reported now. I know the officer who arrived, Old Wang, but I'm not sure if he can keep this under wraps. Phew. Gui Yue instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mu was fine, everything else was a minor matter. I see. As a supervisor of the Martial Hall, handling these types of situations fell exactly within his professional scope. He was highly experienced. First, are you certain it was a setup? Yes. Did you leave any survivors at the scene? I only killed one. The rest have broken limbs at most. Good grief! Even Guai Yue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a talent! Ruthless enough. Guai Yue had originally pegged Mu as the stable type who valued his own life. But looking at this ruthless efficiency and composure, most martial artists with only a year or two of experience probably couldn't have pulled it off. If there are survivors and it was a frame-up, I can handle this. Guai Yue stood up. You know the peacekeepers who arrived, right? Then stall him for a bit and wait for me to get there. Chapter 20, If you can't protect your family, why practice martial arts? 5 minutes later. Old Wang of the peacekeepers led his team as they rushed in. Even he couldn't help but grimace at the scene before him. Blood was everywhere, along with severed limbs and broken arms. As for Mu, aside from changing into a black trench coat, his expression was exactly the same as yesterday. Brother Wang, Mu greeted him politely, extending a hand. TSK. Shaoqin, this is like cracking melon seeds, one after another. This can't keep going on, old Wang said helplessly. Yesterday's matter was truly easy to handle. A few gang members with criminal records stacked higher than themselves. If they died, no one would even come asking questions. As for whether the dire wolf gang wanted revenge, that wasn't their concern either. But today was different. The fierce beast processing plant, under the watchful eyes of the public, you barged in and went on a killing spree in their security department. No matter how the report was written, it couldn't be covered up. Brother Wang, don't let it trouble you. I've notified someone to come over, they'll be here in a moment, Mu explained calmly. Oh? Upon hearing this, old Wang seemed to understand something. Mu must have chosen to join a faction. Unfortunately, it wasn't the military. If it were, there would be no need to contact him at all. The military would have come directly to take over. Did you join a martial arts hall? Or the Universal Merchant Alliance? Mu nodded. Martial hall, Guai Yue. Sigh. Old Wang truly wanted to recruit Mu into the military, but since he wouldn't come and the martial hall was taking over the matter, it indeed wouldn't be difficult for them. Come on, stop the bleeding for these few first, and call an ambulance to take them away. With that said, old Wang then walked over to Mu's side. Not bad. To join a martial arts hall in just one day and even move Guai Yue the supervisor himself to come personally, your rank must not be low. I might have to rely on your care in the future. You're too kind. Just say the word, Brother Wang, and I certainly won't refuse anything I can help with. Mu wasn't well off yesterday, but today he had money, and he wasn't just going to offer empty pleasantries. He immediately transferred 100,000 credits to old Wang's account. Old Wang heard the notification of the transfer and said nothing, but the look in his eyes as he watched Mu became even more shocked. He nodded thoughtfully. Brother Wang, how does a martial arts hall usually handle this kind of thing? Mu only knew that Guai Yue could settle it, but he didn't know how, so he was still a bit uneasy. Regardless of the circumstances, your personal freedom will be restricted while waiting for the investigation to be cleared before a decision is made. After all, it's a homicide, and in a place like this, it's impossible not to investigate, old Wang said casually. Looking at you, you're not the type to strike without reason. As long as you're in the right, there usually won't be major trouble. At most, you'll be sentenced to a few months or years of field missions. Field missions? Mu didn't understand what kind of punishment this was. Oh, this is a special disciplinary case for martial artists. If the crime isn't capital, you're given a chance at redemption, old Wang explained. You'll be sent outside the city to hunt fierce beasts, all of which will belong to Riverfall City. The duration varies depending on the sentence, and there are usually requirements for the number and level of kills. Sure enough. The special privileges for martial artists really were more than just a few. Even if the martial arts hall didn't intervene, a death sentence wouldn't be handed down directly. As for whether they were afraid you'd run away once you left the city? They really weren't. Satellites and drones would be watching your every move. If you truly disappeared, you'd have to stay out of cities for the rest of your life, otherwise, you'd still be caught. Want to live in the wild? Fine. That would still be considered benefiting humanity, so it made no difference. A moment later, Guo Yue arrived on the scene and, without a word, directly took Mu and Ilara to the car. Supervisor, my younger sister is home alone. Mu knew he might not be able to get out later, so he certainly couldn't leave Yun behind. Lead the way? Guo Yue asked briskly. Mu sent the address to him via his device. Beside him, Ilara tugged at Mu's sleeve, leaned in, and whispered. Mu, a murder is a massive deal, even a martial artist probably can't escape it. Do you know this official? If so, push all the responsibility onto Mom later. That way you won't be punished, and someone will be there to take care of Yun. As they spoke, Ilara didn't hesitate for a second, looking at her son with a smile in her eyes. You've grown up and become a martial artist. My life can be considered fulfilled now. Ha ha. Guo Yue suddenly laughed. With his martial rank at the martial general level, any speech inside the car was as clear as if it were on a loudspeaker. There was no way he wouldn't hear. Don't make it sound so terrifying. Little Qin is a genius martial artist. He can't be sentenced to death no matter what. If the other party resorted to lynching and attacked a martial artist's family, killing them on the spot is perfectly within the bounds of common sense. Guo Yue's expression turned stern as he said solemnly. Practicing martial arts is for defending the city. For defending your family. If you can't even protect your own family, what's the point of practicing? You might as well just stop. Eh? Ilara was left stunned and speechless. Mu comforted her. It's okay, Mom. I've already asked about everything. After we pick up Yun, we'll move house while we're at it. The martial arts hall has dormitories we can stay in, and the security there is much better. The processing plant wasn't far from home. They arrived in no time. Brother! Dinner's ready. Seeing her brother return, Yun lunged toward him immediately. Today, I'm going to let you taste my cooking. It's not any worse than yours. Don't say a word, just come with me. Mu picked Yun up and started walking. Ah! My meat. Yun frowned, looking back at the pot in the room with a face full of regret. What a waste. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Mu laughed. I'll take you out for a feast later. All meat, every kind you can imagine. Whoa! Yun exclaimed, Bro, did you strike it rich again? You could say that. Mu didn't want to say too much at this moment. The journey passed in silence. The main entrance of the residential community. The gilded characters reading Martial Hall Dormitory shimmered brilliantly, almost blindingly, under the sunlight. Behind the simple and unadorned name lies a lush, verdant forest. Only occasionally, through the dense foliage, could the eaves of a few villas be seen. It was Yun's first time in such a high-end residential complex. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and she asked suspiciously. Hey bro, is someone treating you to dinner? That family is so rich, they live in a villa district. I heard from my classmates that the villas are incredibly expensive, at least enough to buy dozens of apartments. Dozens of buildings? What a joke. Mu thought to himself that even if you owned hundreds of apartment buildings, you still wouldn't be able to secure a spot in the Martial Hall Dormitory. We're here. Unit 102, Building 28. Wei You's car pulled up directly in front of the townhouse entrance. A yard of over 100 square meters, followed by a garage, 3.5 stories high with a basement and a cultivation room. The total usable area is at least 800 square meters. This scale was not much different from the detached villas in Mu's memory. The only distinction was that the two neighboring houses were a bit closer. Mu, where did you say the dormitory is? Ilara had just heard Mu mention being assigned to a dormitory, so why did they end up in the villa district? Building 28, room 102. This is my dorm. Mu stepped forward and opened the door using facial recognition. Mom, Yun, come over here and input your information. Meanwhile, Mu brought out the prepared smart devices. Wah! Instead of being pleasantly surprised, Yun burst into tears, looking like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Mom, my brother must have broken the law. Those scary-looking uncles are definitely here to arrest him. Brother, run away quickly, or it'll be too late. Chapter 21, Silencing. Riverfall City Martial Artist. Inside the VIP private room. A row of young girls dressed in short wrap skirts and half-length shirts knelt on the floor. The scenery was as white as snow, offering an unobstructed view. They were waiting for inspection by the Lucian brothers. Beep. A notification popped up on the smart device. Speak. Lucian frowned, his voice laced with impatience. Young master, Zhang Ji is dead. Who is Zhang Ji? Lucian couldn't recall the name for a moment. Ahem, Zhang Ji from the security department of the Tienlu processing plant. His last report mentioned he was questioning Mu's mother. Oh, I remember now. Lucian had indeed intended to get rid of Mu, but simply taking Mu out wasn't enough to satisfy him. Coincidentally, Mu's mother worked at his family's company. Since the processing plant's accounts had recently been flagged by the head office, he decided to kill two birds with one stone and resolve everything permanently. You just said Zhang Ji is dead? How did he die? Mu killed him. Ha, isn't that perfect? Instruct the peacekeepers to finish him off directly at the temporary detention center, and it'll all be over. But young master, Mu has joined the martial hall and was taken away by Gui Yue. We can't get near him at all. Not just Mu, his mother and sister have both been picked up as well. Our scouts say the vehicles didn't even go to the training hall, they went straight into the martial hall dormitories. What? Lucian's expression suddenly twisted. What do you mean? You can't even handle a small matter like this? It's not that, young master. Mu must have signed a genius contract. Judging by the treatment, it's likely an S rank. This isn't something my few men can handle. Bang! Lucian kicked away a wine bottle at his feet and snarled ferociously. An S-rank genius? On what grounds? All he did was level up 5 times in a single night. Young master, I am investigating the matter. However, regarding Zhang Ji's side, there is still a production line manager and a few security guards alive. What are your orders? Orders? A murderous glint flashed in Lucian's eyes. You damn fool. If they stay alive, then you don't need to stay alive anymore. Yes. The video call disconnected. Lucian's mouth twisted into a grin as he pressed down on the person in front of him. Don't talk, I'm fuming right now. Martial Arts Hall Dormitory. Ilara had been inclined to believe him at first, but looking at the villa and the smart devices before her eyes, she really couldn't believe it. Mu, don't lie to me. This is clearly a villa, it must cost at least tens of millions, right? And these smart devices, the Mate series, I recognize the brand, they cost at least tens of thousands of credits. Where did you get this much money? Sigh. Mu let out a heavy sigh in his heart. He had planned to explain things slowly, but with everything happening so suddenly, even Mu needed some time to process it. It would only be harder for them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied. Well, I'm working at the martial arts hall now and got a small salary advance. And this place really is a dormitory, the martial arts hall's dormitory. Didn't you see that when you walked in? The dormitory is just for temporary residents. If I stop working here one day, I'll definitely have to give it back. Yun looked at her older brother with half doubt, then turned to look at Ilara. Mu still had matters to attend to, so he hurriedly said, You two stay here for now. We'll talk about everything when I get back. He dropped his backpack right at the door. He pulled out some dried meat, handed it to Yun, and rubbed her small head. Be good. Once you're full, don't go running around. After settling things at home, Mu headed out. Gui Yue was leaning against the car, appearing to be communicating with the peacekeepers. Supervisor, we can go now. Mu spoke. Leave? Where would you go? Gui Yue patted Mu on the shoulder. Before the martial exam, you stay right here. You aren't going anywhere. Hiss, don't you need to investigate the case? Mu felt that, at the very least, there should be some sort of formal inquiry. Gui Yue looked up at Mu. What era do you think this is? Do you think investigating a case is still that difficult? The on-site video feed was turned off cut even before you entered the Fierce Beast factory. Anyone with half a brain can tell something fishy was going on. Your mother was likely dragged out to be the scapegoat. We don't even need to interrogate those security guards. One check of their smart device data and the whole thing will be sorted. She was cut off mid-sentence. Gui Youwei's smart device rang, and he immediately grinned. Ha, solved. Beep. The video connected, and Gao Xiaoliang appeared on the screen with a grave expression. Supervisor, all the survivors were silenced in the ambulance. Their smart devices have been destroyed. Thud. This time, Gui Youwei was genuinely furious. Silenced. What on earth were you doing? Fine, I won't ask you. Smart devices all have cloud data. Go and retrieve it directly. Gao Xiaoliang's face looked even worse. Supervisor, I tried the cloud. The data center said there was a hacker intrusion, and all relevant data has been wiped. Hiss. Gui Youwei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hackers? That fast? Gao Xiaoliang was also bewildered. The opposition moved rapidly, and the hacker's skill level is absurdly high. This isn't your average criminal method. Nonsense. If they weren't a top-tier hacker, how could they have broken into the cloud to destroy data? To be able to employ a hacker of this caliber, if it were just a few employees, even if they had skimmed a lot of profit, they couldn't possibly have pulled this off. For a moment, Gui Youwei was truly stumped. Mu, things are a bit complicated now. All the evidence has been erased. Mu thought for a moment. Wait, my smart device has stored data. At least the data of them using extrajudicial torture. Immediately. The data and video were transmitted over. Gui Youwei watched the video, his brow furrowing deeper. It looks like a simple case of internal theft followed by a frame-up. But employing a hacker clearly exceeds their scope of capability. The only explanation is that the value of what they stole is immense, and someone behind the scenes is pocketing a massive share of the profits. To pull this off, high-level management at the Fierce Beast processing plant must be involved, perhaps even people from the Tienlu group headquarters. TSK. The more Gui Youwei thought about it, the more something felt off. But why target your mother? It doesn't make sense. You passed the certification yesterday as a provisional martial artist. That information is easily searchable. There are so many employees at the Fierce Beast plant. Anyone would have been easier to frame. Why pick the mother of a provisional martial artist, and a talented one at that? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Mu also felt a flicker of unease. Supervisor, are you suggesting that the frame-up was just a byproduct, and their real target might be me? Gui Youwei snapped his head up. Who have you offended recently? Chapter 22, The 18 Styles of Bloody Battle. Actually, there was someone. Mu lightly scratched the bridge of his nose and said with a hint of embarrassment, on my way home yesterday, I was cornered by some punks from the Dire Wolf gang. I killed a few of them. Could this be their retaliation? What? He killed several people just on his way home yesterday? Good grief. Gui Youwei realized he needed to re-evaluate Mu's personality entirely. Furthermore, the bet on this martial exam was now a sure thing. Mu appeared to value his life, but when it came down to actual killing, he was definitely no pushover. During the martial exam, when young people head out of the city to see blood for the first time, the biggest fear is panic. If their hands shake and legs tremble at the sight of a fierce beast, or if they faint at the sight of blood, they'll end up in a beast's maw no matter how strong they are. But in Mu's current state, was there any chance of him panicking? None whatsoever. Gui Youwei thought for a moment and said dismissively, the Dire Wolf gang? The total assets of a small-time gang like that wouldn't even cover a top-tier hacker's takeout bill. You focus on your cultivation, I'll handle this matter. Mu turned and headed back to the dormitory. Ilara watched from the doorway for a long time. Seeing her son return, she hurried forward to ask, how did it go? Did they find out the truth? Is everything okay now? Inside the villa, the furniture was fully provided. Mu pulled his mother over to the sofa, not intending to let her worry. Look, I'm back now. What could possibly be wrong? Phew. Ilara thought about it and realized he was right. She quickly patted her chest to catch her breath. That was close. Thank God, and thank your father's spirit in heaven for watching over us. That beast Zhang Ji knew it was unreasonable to frame me. To cover his tracks, he insisted that I name you as an accomplice. What? Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Forcing himself to stay calm, he asked composedly, Mom, does that Zhang Ji know my name? Does he know I'm a provisional martial artist? And he insisted that you confess about me. Confess what, exactly? Stealing things? Yes, Ilara admitted frankly. The headquarters came down to audit the books recently, saying that dozens of tons of Fierce Beast products have gone missing over the past few years. The line manager must have been in cahoots with the security department. I feel like a fool for ever thinking they were good people. Tons. It seemed his mother truly had no concept of wealth. In the market, low-tier Fierce Beast meat is sold by the pound, but mid-tier meat is sold by the gram. At your factory, it's missing by the ton? This fortune, even calculated at the lowest tier product value, would be worth hundreds of millions. If the quality was slightly better, the total value could even reach billions. A security chief and a line manager had the audacity to swallow this much wealth and keep it hidden for several years? Guo Yue was right, there was definitely high-level involvement behind this crime. And there was one more thing. The other party was definitely targeting him on purpose. Had he ever offended someone with billions in wealth? He might not have even met such a person. Ling Shui. If he had to think of someone he had met who possessed massive assets and with whom he had a slight conflict, there was only the school belle who hid her status as a wealthy heiress. Mu was not someone who jumped to conclusions lightly. Ling Shui had the capability, but the probability was very low, less than 1%. First of all, the Fierce Beast factory did not belong to the Lingwu group. Secondly, Ling Shui was not ostentatious at school. She was rich, but he hadn't seen her spend much. The only reason she would resort to stealing her own family's wealth, there was only one possibility. That is, the school beauty Ling Shui, despite her perfect image, was a degenerate gambler who went home every day to bet until she was buried in debt. Afraid to tell her family, she had been secretly trying to scrounge up money. Achoo! In the Martial Hall lounge, Ling Shui rubbed her nose. Is the air conditioning that cold? Where is that blockhead? Why isn't he training after signing the genius contract? Did it go to his head? Unable to wait for Mu any longer, Ling Shui could only start her training alone. Meanwhile, on the other side. Mu was at home cooking. He had put the takeout from the Martial Hall in the fridge for late-night snacks and ordered fresh meat from the online mall for direct home delivery. The meal was ready. 8 dishes and 1 soup. Brother, did you rob a bank? Yun looked at the table full of dishes, none of which she recognized, and suddenly felt a bit panicked. Mu reached out and pinched Yun's soft, chubby cheek. Just eat in peace, this isn't something you need to worry about. Yun pouted and picked up her bowl to shovel down the rice. Wah! TSK. He forgot. Mu snatched the rice bowl away. There will be no more staple foods in this house from now on. You can get full just by eating meat. If you don't feel full, just eat more meat for me. Ilara looked at her son as if she didn't recognize him. Mu, exactly how much of a salary advance did you take? Mu thought for a moment. About $1 million or so. Then he transferred $1 million to Ilara. With that said, Ilara sprayed out her soup before she could even swallow it, exclaiming in total shock. Thud. $1 million. Mu said nonchalantly, martial artists' salaries are very high. Seriously, a monthly salary of several million is quite normal. Yun, holding a meaty drumstick in both hands, took a huge bite and chewed vigorously. Brother, why did I hear from my classmates that a martial artist's starting salary is only 10 or 20,000? Yun, martial artist. Pfft, how can your big brother be compared to an ordinary martial artist? Mu followed up with instructions, don't go back to that old school. There should be schools near the martial arts hall. I'll handle the paperwork for you in a few days. For now, just stay at home. Ah. Yun suddenly felt a bit awkward, but looking at her brother's expression, it seemed there was no room for negotiation, so she could only bury her head and keep eating. After finishing the meal, Mu went to the cultivation room by himself. He turned on the projector. 2 technique manuals appeared on the screen. 18 styles of bloody battle, and an overview of Psion force exertion and combat modes. The Psion one should be a bit harder, right? I'll learn the saber technique first. Mu had no concerns regarding leveling up. He didn't even need to worry about physical cultivation. Even for the technique manuals, he only needed to learn the beginning, and the system would handle the rest. 18 styles of bloody battle. A total of 18 saber moves, very direct. As a martial artist manual, it covered saber techniques, footwork, evasion, and how to respond when facing a fierce beast in combat. For an average martial artist, a more complex or impressive saber technique isn't necessarily better. The key is practicality, being able to quickly train an apprentice into a martial artist capable of fighting fierce beasts through a small number of moves. The 18 styles of bloody battle excelled at this. On the screen, a martial artist with a powerful aura held a combat saber and began demonstrating. Saber techniques, 13 basic styles. Split, chop, lift, mince, pick, intercept, push, stab, slide, stir, collapse, point, and pluck. The basic styles must be practiced 500 times every day. Once the basics are completed, there are 5 advanced styles. Watch closely. The martial artist lunged forward in a bow stance, starting with a lift, spinning into a horizontal chop, and finally drawing the saber back into a reverse guard. Just as Mu thought it was over, the martial artist gave a thunderous shout, sudden thrust style. In an instant, the martial artist, along with his blade, transformed into a blur of shadows and lunged forward, the edge piercing through a 5-centimeter steel plate ahead without the slightest resistance. Hiss, that's intense. Mu watched, stunned. I've never seen this kind of momentum or swordsmanship at school. He's clearly using a standard practice saber, yet it has such power. Is it all based on explosive force? Chapter 23, Leveling Up 6 Times, the Second Flying Blade. The demonstration continued. In addition to the thrusting stance, there were the drawing stance, the horizontal stance, the 8-directional stance, and the bloody battle stance. 5 advanced forms. Every move was an integration of the previous 13 basic saber techniques. They looked simple, but contained many variations, along with dozens of essential tactics for dealing with fierce beasts and enemies. Mu immediately began to practice. He practiced the basics until he was proficient, and then trained the 5 advanced forms one by one. With his psionic rank, learning this saber technique was significantly easier than before. While he couldn't claim mastery yet, reaching the entry level was not difficult. Ding! The host has learned the C-grade martial artist technique manual, the 18 bloody battle forms. Phew, done! To break through to martial artist, one only needs an apprentice-level technique manual. This book is enough to support a breakthrough all the way to the martial general level. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Checking his watch, it was already past 7 in the evening. Oops. I don't know if Mom and Yun have eaten yet. He turned his head to look. Ilara and Yun were sitting at the entrance of the cultivation room, staring at him with looks of pure adoration. Clap, 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 clap. Yun's face was flushed with excitement as she clapped wildly. Brother! I believe you. I believe you're a genius martial artist. You're the best. Ha ha ha. This girl. Mu walked over, caught between laughter and tears. Time to eat. Is your stomach growling yet? Yun shook her head repeatedly. I ate way too much meat at lunch. I'm not hungry at all. Slacking off? Mu barked immediately. Extra training tonight. Ah. Most of Yun's spirit was instantly crushed. Ilara had already prepared dinner, so the siblings just had to start eating. As for cultivation, Mu couldn't take Yun with him. He needed to practice psionic power tonight, and since flying blades have no eyes, it was better to let Ilara supervise Yun's training in the living room. Besides, the little girl was barely even a level 1 apprentice at most. She could work on her stamina, build some strength, and get familiar with straight punches. The cultivation room. Mu closed the door. Overview of Psion power exertion and combat modes. Judging by the name, this technique manual didn't seem like anything overly profound. Of course, they made it clear that the technique manual was only at the apprentice level. It also featured 3D projected demonstrations. The Psion in the video could manipulate 5 flying blades with a single thought. Between the crisscrossing arcs of the flying blades, thick steel plates were as easy to handle as blocks of tofu sliced piece by piece and pierced with a single strike. The Psion stood with hands behind his back, not needing to move at all. Elegant. Truly elegant. A Psion is completely different from a martial artist. At the same level, a Psion is invincible. With a surprise attack on an unguarded opponent, they can easily defeat enemies of a higher level. Exerting Psion power has only one requirement: total mental concentration. Below is a set of meditation methods for focus. Practice meditation for at least 10 hours daily. Of the remaining 10 hours, spend 5 hours practicing flying blade movements. Just follow the diagrams. I will only mention the most important points here. In the projection, the Psion was clearly far less patient than the martial artist instructor. He simply performed a demonstration once, without offering any explanation. Beyond their immense lethality and the difficulty of defending against them, the most important thing is that a Psion can manipulate multiple flying blades. One blade with an impact force of 10,000 kilograms means 5 blades equate to 50,000 kilograms. This is the core of a Psion's true invincibility, and what every Psion must practice diligently: multitasking. As for oneness of mind, that is an advanced combat technique. There is no need to understand it for now. Spend at least 5 hours a day practicing multitasking. Once the attack power of your second blade matches your level, you can attempt a third, and so on. With those words, the Psion abruptly unleashed 7 flying blades. My control limit is 7 blades at full power, or 14 blades at partial power. Though my attack power level is only Martial General rank 9, I can retreat unscathed from a Grandmaster rank 9, or even find an opening to secure a kill. This is what it means to be a Psion. The projection vanished. Mu now fully understood why Psions were so formidable. They were simply elite. Every additional flying blade was like another person attacking you. How could an ordinary martial artist possibly cope? To reach the level of the Psion in the video meant controlling 7 blades at full power. That was equivalent to 7 Martial General rank 9s. Furthermore, with extra blades acting as cover, the enemy would find it impossible to determine which blade was striking with full force. Faced with over a dozen flying blades, the pressure would be immense. Xiaoyi, you really are a professional. Mu only now realized the absolute necessity of carrying extra flying blades. Next came the practice. Should he try a second blade right away? Mu didn't use his combat-ready blades. Instead, he used the practice blades that came free with his purchased blunt knives with the same shape and weight. The first blade, stable. The second blade. Few no good. Even without attacking, Mu felt as if his skull were splitting open. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Better to practice the geometric patterns first. The night passed until dawn broke. Holy shit! Psions are truly freakish. Is the difficulty really this high? An entire night had passed. Mu focused his mind on controlling the flying blades, following the routes and the projection, turning, stopping, and accelerating. Even with simple maze-like patterns, Mu was unable to complete them as required. Master, you need rest. I suggest using meditation techniques to speed up mental energy recovery. You can also purchase some mental energy supplements. The discounted price is approximately 300,000 per dose. Xiaoyi offered comfort from the side. Buy it. Mu had nothing else to do, and his competitive spirit had been ignited by the Psion path. He directly tapped to level up and then entered meditation. Over the next few days, Aside from eating, Mu did not leave the cultivation room at all. The sixth day. Mu controlled two flying blades, maneuvering them simultaneously through two separate projections at high speed. In a short moment, both blades reached the exits at the same time. Cleared. Bang! Xiaoyi set off colorful digital fireworks in the air. Congratulations, Master, on clearing the first level of the maze. At the same time, a system message popped up. Ding! The host has learned the D-grade psionic power technique manual, psionic power basics. Phew! Mu felt a wave of relief, thinking it was a stroke of luck. The difficulty of being a psion was truly insane. He had this system and leveled up once a day. Although it wasn't used to upgrade the technique manual itself, his psionic power had increased significantly. Both his attack power and control were rising. Even so, it took him several days just to barely learn the technique manual. If it were an ordinary level 3 psion, it was doubtful whether they could ever clear it in their entire lifetime. Psion, pure talent. A gifted psion possesses naturally overwhelming control. The realm you dream of might be simpler for them than drinking water. As for Mu, with the help of system upgrades, his growth speed surpasses everyone else, and moreover, there is no limit. No matter how genius a psion is, talent always has its ceiling. Mu has none. Even without a technique manual, he can directly break through in just 10 days. Invincible leveling system. Status panel. Mu muttered to himself. Invincible leveling system. Mu. Level up .0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank apprentice. Martial artist technique manual. Psionic power technique manual. Psionic power. The results of 7 days of seclusion, everything is at apprentice level 9. To break through to the martial artist realm, with all the technique manuals prepared, it will take 15 days. In just 15 days, my psion level can break through to martial artist rank 9. Aside from these, he can now control 2 flying blades with full power. If not at full power, deploying 5 flying blades at once is also no problem. However, if all 5 are deployed, the speed and force of the blades cannot be guaranteed. Simply put, if he attempts a training trial with 5 blades active, he wouldn't be able to clear any of them, failing to even make it halfway. However, Mu was already very satisfied with this result. 2 flying blades, combined with his martial artist abilities, effectively meant having 3 apprentice level 9 combatants. Furthermore, the remaining flying blades could be used entirely for feints. There was no need to use full power blades for ordinary attacks. This way, he could maintain a certain speed to deceive the enemy. Then, once a flaw was found, he could accelerate suddenly. Ha ha! Mu felt exhilarated and laughed out loud. Xiaoyi's voice chimed in from the side to remind him, Master, today is the time for the martial exam. You can rest for 3 more hours before gathering at the Riverfall City 2A gate before 10 o'clock. Chapter 24, The Martial Exam Begins. No rush to rest. With Mu's current high psionic power level, clearing a dungeon once wasn't enough to warrant a break. He consumed the supplements. The 800,000 plus in his account had been completely devoured over the past few days. Eventually, he had been almost too afraid to eat them. He truly couldn't afford it. 300,000 for a single meal. And a few hours after eating, he'd already want another round. Who could afford this? Spending over $1 million a day just on food. Martial artists make money fast, but their spending is turbocharged. It's incredibly quick. Xiaoyi, unblock the messages. He had been in seclusion for the past few days. Mu didn't want to take video calls from anyone. He didn't have many acquaintances anyway, at most Guiyue, who knew where he was and would come find him if something was wrong. MHM, you have 27 unread messages. Guiyue, 2 messages. Mu, are you in seclusion? Understood, no need to reply. There is no progress on the case, but the Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant has still decided to sue you. In your video, only Zhangji took action, while the other guards didn't participate but were still seriously injured by you. But don't worry, it will most likely end with a settlement fine. Also, I'll come pick you up on the day of the martial exam. Ling Shui, 25 messages. Mu? What are you doing? Why haven't you come to the martial arts hall? Blockhead, are you getting cocky? Cultivate. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't slack off, hurry and cultivate, I'm watching you. Thud. Mu was speechless. What was this? Some kind of massive ethical soap opera scene? The school beauty becomes a yandere after being rejected? Ignore her. Mu didn't even want to reply to the message, for fear of catching whatever stupidity they had. 3 hours later. Xiaoi reminded him that Gui Yue had arrived at the door. Mu grabbed his prepared tactical backpack and headed straight out. On the bus. Gui Yue looked at Mu with a hint of excitement. So? How was the progress from your seclusion at home? It's a pity. If the case had been settled, you could have gone to the martial arts hall to practice. The results would have been even better. Was it really that much of a difference? Mu didn't particularly care. The martial arts hall had 2 extra features. One was the reinforced gravity training room. He hadn't used it yet, so he didn't know how effective it was. The other was the medicinal bath. That effect didn't seem particularly vital either. After all, other martial artists needed to increase their strength and train their muscles and bones. It wasn't that he didn't need it, but it wasn't urgent. The biggest advantage was likely being able to test his own strength at any time. How much has your psionic power improved? Are you confident in using 2 flying blades? Gui Yue asked. MHM. Mu nodded. It was a bit difficult, but I just had a breakthrough this morning. I can manage exactly 2. Hiss. Yes, solid. Gui Yue was ecstatic inwardly. Good, good, good. As expected of a talent I value so highly. After confirming his strength, Gui Yue didn't forget to explain the rules. Your equipment is all set, so you won't need to change when we get there. The maps and routes will be sent out then. As for the so-called martial exam, to put it bluntly, it's about letting the martial artists see some real blood, while selecting a group of geniuses who excel in both raw strength and actual combat for focused cultivation. The martial exam leaderboard. This is a standard feature of every Riverfall City martial exam. Your AI assistant will be able to access it when the time comes. My requirement for the martial hall's requirement for you is a minimum of a top 10 finish, while striving for the top 3. Having said that, Gui Yue then sent over the dossiers of several genius martial artists who required special attention. Every year, the martial exam during the school graduation season is the primary focus of all major factions. There are martial exams held at other times, but they lack the same prestige. Only by securing a rank in the exam during this specific period will you attract the attention of the major powers. The reasoning was simple. Could students taking the exam a second time truly be considered geniuses? If they aren't geniuses, are they worth the investment? Gui Yue opened a file. You can ignore the others, but you must watch out for this one. On the screen, it showed a white-haired youth with a cold expression and an air of utter disdain for everything around him. Bai Qiuye, from the Sky Sword Pavilion. Like you, he is a psion. He awakened 6 months earlier than you. It's rumored that his psion strength may have reached apprentice level 9, and he can control as many as 3 flying swords. MHM. Gui Yue paused for a moment. Flying swords are the signature psionic power weapons of the Sky Sword Pavilion. They are twice as long as flying daggers and extremely difficult to control, but they deal far more damage. Furthermore, they can be split into mother and son blades at will, making them incredibly lethal. Specialized psionic power weapons. The Sky Sword Pavilion? Is the Sky Sword Pavilion a psion exclusive faction? Mu asked, puzzled. Huh? Gui Yue patted Mu on the shoulder. Of course not. However, the pavilion master of the Sky Sword Pavilion is a psion. In fact, he is the strongest psion on Dragonstar, by Ming, known by the title the White Sword Sect. He is one of the 10 members of the Federal Council, possessing peak-level strength. Rumor has it he has only ever lost by a single move to Wuboxing. Dragon Star. Mu had only known about Wuboxing before after all, as the number one figure on Dragon Star, he naturally received the most attention. The Sky Sword Pavilion was a powerful organization, so its master would naturally be formidable, but Mu hadn't expected him to be a Psion. They both have the surname Bai? Mu suddenly noticed something. Ha! Gui Yue said frankly. That's right, Bai Choye is indeed Bai Ming's grandson. The Federation has researched Psions for years with no results, but it must be said that bloodline really does matter when it comes to Psions. Offspring of high-level Psions have a significant probability of awakening psionic power. Mu fell into deep thought after hearing this. Gui Yue let out a long sigh. I've looked through the files regarding your father. It really is a pity. He was only 28 when he fell in battle. Since he hadn't reached 30 yet, there was still a chance he could have awakened psionic power. As for your sister, Yun, I've already made arrangements for her to attend the martial arts hall's affiliated primary school. We will focus on cultivating her toward becoming a Psion when the time comes. Perhaps there's a chance. Wait, what? Mu was instantly stunned. Where on earth are you going with this? Whether his own father could have awakened psionic power? The probability of that was honestly quite low. You? It would be great if she awakened, of course, but it's fine if she doesn't. It doesn't matter, I'll protect her. As for the training from the martial arts hall, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Cultivation is very expensive. This was something Mu had truly realized. Ignoring Gui Yue, Mu checked the martial exam rules for himself. The exam lasts for 7 days in total. Only 1 day's worth of emergency rations is provided. For the rest, you must rely entirely on hunting for yourself. Hunting a rank 1 fierce beast earns 10 points, a rank 2 fierce beast earns 30 points, and a rank 3 fierce beast earns 100 points. Acting alone, you must kill 10 rank 1 fierce beasts to pass, otherwise, you fail. The top 10 on the martial exam leaderboard will receive extra rewards. The more you kill, the more you gain. For this martial exam, all hunted fierce beasts will be recycled and their value returned to the passing candidates in the form of credits. MHM. It seems that besides its testing purpose, the martial exam is also an opportunity for outstanding candidates to make a fortune. There are no middlemen taking a cut, and there's no need to hand anything over to martial arts dojos or other factions. If one kills a few hundred, they could indeed make a tidy sum. The vehicle pulled up at City Gate 2A. In Riverfall City, all entrances and exits use a Barbican design. This one features a 3-tier layout, with each layer's defensive strength exceeding the one before it. The surrounding metal fortifications were built to be impregnable, with dense arrays of various weapons pointed outside the city. Even a bird flying past would be blasted into dust. In the open space, martial artists were already lining up to change their equipment. I'll leave you here. Gui Yue led Mu out of the car and pointed toward the assembly point. One last reminder, you are a Psion. There's no need to venture too far into the wild. Mass harvesting tier 1 fierce beasts nearby is also an excellent way to earn points. Not only can you quickly climb the rankings, but you can also suppress the scores of other candidates. Ha! A veteran's advice, indeed. Mu nodded in understanding and turned to walk away. Suddenly, an exquisite face flashed before his eyes. Blockhead, why didn't you answer my video calls? The speaker was none other than Ling Shui. Chapter 25, The Sovereign, by Choye. What video calls? Mu replied with a hint of surprise. You. Ling Shui instantly huffed in annoyance, her willow-like brows furrowed slightly. All those video messages, don't tell me you didn't check any of them? I don't know. Maybe you called the wrong number? Mu replied indifferently. Mu. He walked straight into the assembly line. Put. Ling Shui was nearly choked with rage by that single sentence. Wrong number? I spent hundreds of thousands to get this number, and you're telling me it's the wrong one? Whoosh. Calm down, calm down. Ling Shui couldn't afford to get angry right now. With a 500 million bet on the line, if Mu decided to quit now, she would truly lose so much she'd practically explode on the spot. It wasn't that her family couldn't afford the loss, but she had solemnly promised her father that she absolutely would not lose. Thinking of this, Ling Shui suppressed her indignant expression and hurried after him. Mu, how has your cultivation been lately? Can you mobilize 2 flying blades yet? Why is everyone asking that? Wei Yue had just asked the exact same question. Is there some inside information? Mu found his spot and stood still, glancing sideways. Why ask that? Is there a difference between 1 blade and 2? Of course there is. Ling Shui turned around to face Mu directly. With your awakening speed, you should have the strength of roughly an apprentice level 5. Controlling 1 flying blade is 5,000 kilograms of force, 2 would be 10,000 kilograms. Is that not a massive difference? Mu naturally knew the difference. His real question was, what does his martial rank have to do with Ling Shui? Did she not understand his implication? Ling Shui stomped her foot in frustration. How on earth does the martial hall train its geniuses? They didn't even tell you something this simple. I've researched all the martial artists in this assessment. As long as you have the psionic power of an apprentice level 5 plus 2 flying blades, there's a high probability you can break into the top 10 of the rankings. The top 10 again. If one person said it, Mu could ignore it, but when 2 people said it, he couldn't help but take notice. Is everyone prioritizing the top 10 just because they can win rewards? Of course not. The rewards are for themselves, not for the onlookers. A sudden realization struck Mu, and he blurted out, "Holy crap, you can't actually bet on the martial exam rankings, can you?" Thump! Ling Shui's heart skipped a beat. She immediately turned her face away and said, "What? No way. Don't talk nonsense. The martial exam is such a serious matter, how could anyone use it for gambling? Cultivation is for oneself, for Riverfall City, and for the human race. How could you involve other things? It's just so disappointing." She was cut off mid-sentence. Xiaoyi spoke up, "Master, I have found the entrance to the black market website. Your current odds for the top 10 are 1 minute and 1.35 seconds, and your odds for the championship are 127. Mu thought to himself. Sure enough. Wei Yue must have placed a bet, and Ling Shui couldn't have resisted either. How much did you bet? Ling Shui was suddenly speechless. Her large, awkward eyes kept darting around in their sockets, intentionally avoiding Mu's gaze, while her feet restlessly rubbed against the floor. Stop rubbing. The floor is made of superalloy and is at least 3 to 5 meters thick. You won't be able to rub through it, Mu reminded her upon seeing this. Thud. Hearing this, Ling Shui nearly choked. How could you frame me like that? Fair enough. She was truly stubborn as a mule. Mu ignored her. Xiaoyi, how much money do I have left? 102 credits. This was money he had specifically reminded Xiaoyi to set aside. No matter how much Mu practiced, he wouldn't spend every last cent, and now an opportunity to make money had arrived. Top 10? These odds are really low. Ling Shui and Gui Yue, those two must have bet quite a lot, surely in the tens of millions. Otherwise, why would his odds be so low as a 9th level apprentice? The rest was the championship odds. This part was normal. 27 times. With Bai Qiuye in this martial exam, his strength seemed to be known by everyone in Riverfall City, making him the heavy favorite. The odds for everyone else would naturally be higher. 1 million, bet on me to win the championship. Put. Ling Shui was still trying to figure out how to explain herself, only to find that Mu had bet 1 million on himself, and on winning the championship at that. Mutu, are you crazy? The martial arts hall didn't say there was a... Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden commotion broke out within the arena. Mu looked up. In midair, a youth dressed in a pure white martial arts uniform, treading upon a flying sword, came gliding through the sky. Holy crap! This is ridiculous. Scions can fly by standing on shields, but you're freaking flying on a sword? A flying sword. Even if it were twice as long as a flying blade, it would be at most a foot long and no wider than half a finger. If it weren't for the flashes of cold light reflecting in the sun, it would be practically invisible. For a psion, flying on a shield isn't particularly difficult. How much does a body weigh? At most 100 kilograms, while psionic power starts at 1000 kilograms. It's impossible not to be able to lift it. The only differences lie in speed and control. But with something the size of a flying sword, staying balanced is no easy feat. One's martial rank cannot be low, and their control over psionic power must be exceptional. The Genius Psion. By Chiu Ye. So cool. He's so damn cool. The crowd burst into exclamations of awe. He's handsome, and more importantly, his martial rank is high. This is just beyond absurd. Why is it that I'm only handsome but don't have a high martial rank? Get lost. If you threw that face of yours out there, even a steel-helmet pig would be so disgusted it wouldn't eat for 3 days. Heh, that's just because pigs don't understand aesthetics. Don't you understand them either? As the people around them gossiped, Ling Shui didn't look much longer. She simply rolled her eyes at Mu and gestured, "That is Bai Chiu Ye from the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords, a commander. Barring any accidents, he's the champion of this martial exam." A commander? A martial artist level psion? Mu asked, slightly surprised. Now you know your 1 million is going down the drain, right? Ling Shui raised her eyebrows and excitedly patted Mu. "Don't worry, we're classmates after all. As long as you work hard and break into the top 10, this lady will reimburse you that 1 million. Damn! Mu's face darkened. Don't play capitalist games with me. I don't know how much you bet, and I don't care. But if you want me to break into the top 10, it'll be 50 million. Anything less than that, and there's nothing to talk about. Anyway, as long as I pass the exam, it's fine. Whether I make it into the top 10 or not doesn't matter to me." Put. Ling Shui never imagined that things would develop to this point. Her eyes fixed on Mu, flickering repeatedly. Inside, she was beginning to calculate. This blockhead looks so dim-witted, yet how does his brain work faster than anyone else's at a critical moment? 50 million. To be honest, if she could buy a guaranteed spot in the top 10, it really wasn't expensive. Fine. Then let's not beat around the bush. We'll set the ground rules. Ling Shui waved her hand to open the projection and pulled up an agreement, 50 million, payable upon entering the top 10. And if you fail? Impossible. Mu waved his hand dismissively. You said yourself that 2 flying blades would be enough for the top 10. Even if something goes wrong, don't expect me to fill the hole for you. Creak. Ling Shui felt like she was actually going to grind her molars to dust this time. She glared at Mu furiously. Then you must guarantee you won't slack off and won't raise the price at the last minute. Huh? You actually saw through that? Mu thought for a moment. All right, let's fix it at 50 million then. The two signed the agreement. Mu was delighted to get 50 million for free. As for Gui Yue? Forget it. Considering he had helped him out, he wouldn't fleece him for a sum. However, Ling Shui is seriously rich. To be able to shell out 50 million from her cut so decisively, just how much did she bet? With that capitalist little brain of hers, she must be making at least 10 times that back, right? Man! It seems like my asking price was a bit low. But there was no helping it. Mu had already quoted what he thought was an astronomical price. Who knew her stakes were even bolder than he had imagined. As they spoke, all candidates have finished assembling. The rules, maps, and routes for this exam have all been distributed. All candidates must abide by the rules. No fighting over prey. No harming fellow citizens. Otherwise, on-the-spot punishment will be administered, up to and including the death penalty, effective immediately. Depart. Chapter 26, Flame-Headed Badger. 3 city gates, pass through in sequence. Outside the city. The metal ground was stained with blood. Those were the marks left by fierce beasts over the years as they charged at Riverfall City, only to be strangled by weapons and martial artists. Looking out, it was a vast, flat plain. Everything within a 30-kilometer radius of Riverfall City was desert. Aside from automated outposts and bunkers, there were no trees, mounds, or any other forms of cover. Mu's combat suit was equipped with holographic goggles. Once lowered, they could display the map. In this exam, the route for every provisional martial artist was different. If the assigned route didn't provide enough kills, one would have to continue deeper along the path. The method Gui Yuwei mentioned doesn't seem very effective. One cannot stray too far from the route. At most, one could only seize the resources of two other candidates. Or rather, once reaching the end of the route, if the fierce beast levels are still not dangerous, can the route then be ignored? Mu couldn't be sure for the moment. He took a water bottle out of his bag and took a sip first. Ling Shui would certainly have no pressure clearing the exam on her own. She had an A-grade core combat suit and A-grade weapons. Her only concern was Mu. Bai Qiuya has already flown off. What are you still waiting for? Beyond the end of the route, the fierce beast levels are higher and the points are more plentiful. If Bai Qiuya kills them all, your chances of making the top 10 will be in real danger. It was just as he suspected. Mu thought to himself. The fierce beasts within the routes were for the martial artists to complete their assessment, but the end of the routes, that was where the true battle for the rankings took place. Just then, a voice drifted over from nearby. What the hell? Bai Qiuya has already killed 3 fierce beasts. He's ranked first. Ling Shui shot him a look that said, "See, I told you so," and kept urging Mu forward. But Mu ignored her entirely. What's the rush? The martial exam lasts 7 days. If Bai Qiuya wants to wipe out all the fierce beasts on the periphery, it's actually a good thing. When everyone else has nothing left to hunt, I can break into the top 10 just by killing a couple. Ha! Ling Shui was stunned by his words. Faced with such twisted logic, she actually couldn't find a reason to refute it. Just as she was about to speak again, Mu had already walked away. The routes were strictly regulated. Candidates were not allowed to move together during the early stages. Ling Shui stomped her foot in frustration and turned angrily toward her own designated path. Mu truly wasn't in a hurry. His current level wasn't low, but he hadn't practiced his technique manuals yet. 7 days. If he could raise his Psion technique manual by 5 levels, he could achieve a breakthrough. To become a sovereign. It wouldn't be too late to compete with Bai Qiuya for the championship then. A Tier 1 Fierce Beast was worth 10 points, while a Tier 3 Fierce Beast was worth 100 points. A 10-fold difference. If the opportunity arose, Mu naturally wouldn't give up on his 1 million credit bet that represented a potential 27 million credit profit. First, get familiar with combat, then push forward step by step. Money was important. But life was more important. No matter how much capital or stakes were involved, Mu would not act recklessly. 1 hour later. Leaving the plains outside Riverfall City, the terrain began to grow complex. Mu had long studied the map of Dragon Star. It didn't differ much from the blue planet in his memories. Riverfall City is located about 500 kilometers from the coast and over 100 kilometers from the Dragon River. It was named Riverfall City because it was the only city within a 1,000-mile radius that managed to preserve its original name. The origin of the fierce beasts can no longer be verified. They appeared suddenly a century ago, sweeping across Dragon Star in an instant. In the early stages, defense relied on weaponry. Simultaneously, ancient martial arts flourished in battle, and coupled with the awakening of Psions, martial artists found that their strength increased significantly by consuming the fierce beasts they hunted. Gradually, the power of martial artists began to surpass technological weaponry, and it was only 10 years after the mutation began that the situation finally stabilized. Humanity has spent 100 years researching the fierce beasts. Brutal, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty are the collective descriptors for all fierce beasts. In the wild, different species of fierce beasts have different survival mechanisms. Master, a lone fierce beast, a flame-headed badger, has been detected 300 meters ahead. Within the holographic glasses, the location of the fierce beast was quickly marked with a red dot. Flame-headed badger, Tier 1. Attack power, 5,000 kilograms 10,000 kilograms. Characteristics, flame-shaped fur on the head, contains fire poison, and is incredibly hard. This part has the highest value. Weaknesses, afraid of water. The area under the tail is the softest. TSK, a high-grade combat suit is freaking awesome. This is the value of good equipment. It wasn't that Mu hadn't tried ordinary combat suits, he had worn them at school. They had basic functions, but they lacked scanning, prompting, and warning capabilities. Clang! Mu unsheathed his combat blade and deployed his shield. Safety first. Even if it was just a Tier 1 fierce beast, it could not be underestimated. One-on-one. Mu had seen the ferocity of this type of fierce beast in school videos. Once a flame-headed badger spots its target, it attacks frantically. Its claws can easily tear through 3-centimeter steel plates, and its teeth can bite straight through your bones even if you're wearing a standard combat suit. After biting, the flame-headed badger will also gore you with its head. Once the fire poison quills pierce the skin, the entire body would instantly turn red and break out in blisters and agonizing itch combined with excruciating pain. Squeak! The flame-headed badger also spotted Mu approaching and did not hesitate. Its forepaws beat the ground as it arched its body and dove into the tall grass. A streak of fiery red light could be seen darting through the brush, charging at Mu from the flank. Damn it! Mu's combat experience was truly lacking. In just that brief distraction, he had failed to hurl his flying blades before the flame-headed badger concealed its form. How could he control the flying blades to attack when he couldn't even see his target? Retreat! Mu immediately backed away, gripping his combat knife in a reverse hold. Simultaneously, his psionic power controlled the flying blades on his back to slowly unsheath. He didn't rush to strike, instead keeping them hidden behind him. Pounce! A flash of red suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Mu immediately braced himself with his shield. Bang! With a heavy thud, the massive force of the impact sent Mu reeling back 3 steps. The flame-headed badger was also knocked back by the shield. It shook its head and once again lunged forward, staying low to the ground. Slash! Mu swung his blade directly at the flame-headed badger's head. However, the creature performed a sudden sidestep shift, incredibly dodging the edge of the combat knife. Holy crap! It's that fierce? The flame-headed badger's body was about 1.5 to 1.6 meters long, but while hugging the ground, it stood only half a meter high. It looked like a crazed fierce beast, yet its primal instincts for evasion were anything but weak. Mu's previous strike was a simple hack. He hadn't accounted for the possibility of the badger dodging, leaving him unable to recover his stance in time. Sensing an opportunity, a fierce glint flashed in the flame-headed badger's eyes. It kicked off the ground with all 4 paws, bearing its bloody maw to lunge at Mu's feet. Just then, a cold light flickered through the air. Thud! The flame-headed badger's head was severed mid-air, sending blood splattering in every direction. Bang! Mu deployed his shield and slammed it into the ground, its full wrap design blocking everything in front of him. Thud! The badger's head collided with the shield and tumbled to the side, while its body skidded several meters across the ground, coming to a halt right before the shield. Congratulations, Master, on slaying a Tier 1 fierce beast. You have earned 10 points. Chapter 27, Slicing Through Like Butter, Shocking the Exam Hall. Phew! Thank goodness for psionic power. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been a regular martial artist, that single mistake just now would have inevitably put him on the defensive, leaving him vulnerable to a frenzy of bites from the flame-headed badger. If the quality of the shield or combat suit had been poor, there would be a constant risk of them being bitten to pieces. As for himself, it was thanks to the A-grade flying blade that he managed to cleave through the badger's neck in one go. Based on the feedback from his psionic power, using a lower-grade flying blade might have cut it, but it would have been impossible to sever the entire neck in a single strike. His first battle outside the city. It was entirely thanks to psionic power and the flying blades that he avoided disaster. Reflecting on previous battles. The first time was against the Dire Wolf Gang, where he relied on psionic power for a sneak attack to seize the initiative. The second time, charging into the fierce beast processing plant, he had taken the lead by relying on the sharpness of his combat saber to break the deadlock. Now, in the wild, fierce beasts survive every day amidst danger and slaughter. For a fierce beast, combat is pure instinct. Mu replayed the scene carefully in his mind. Losing the initiative was truly inexcusable. After all, I have the scan and was the one who discovered the target first. That was the biggest blunder of the fight. Deep down, he realized he had looked down on this Tier 1 fierce beast at the entrance because he felt his equipment was superior, his level was higher, and he had psionic power as a safety net. No wonder most provisional martial artists wait several months before taking the practical combat exam. Real combat and the wild and training are two completely different things. Mu sheathed his combat blade, controlled the flying daggers to skin the red fur from the flame-headed badger's head, and tossed it into his tactical backpack. The rewards of the assessment are returned as credits, but you have to carry the trophies back yourself. No one has the time to clean up the battlefield behind you. Once fierce beast meat appears in the wild, other fierce beasts will quickly arrive to scavenge it. The meat of the flame-headed badger is slightly toxic, so Mu didn't want it. He left it on the spot and quickly departed. Riverfall City 2A. The footage of all candidates is monitored by drones and publicly broadcast onto a large screen. The wilderness is absolutely cruel, and casualties are unavoidable. Even with rescue teams, it is impossible for them to arrive in time every single time. By making the assessment public, any incidents are attributed to a lack of strength, leaving no room for complaints. On the left side of the screen is the list of qualified candidates, ranked by their total points. First place, Bai Choya, 210 points. Second place, Chu Han, 80 points. Third place, Wen Wu, 70 points. 12th place, Lucian, 50 points. 19th place, Ling Shui, 40 points. The people from the Bai family are truly formidable. Psions are absolute slayers. It's like mowing grass. Too insane. Invincible. Doesn't betting on Bai Choya this time basically amount to free money? The odds are just a bit low. Betting 10,000 only nets a profit of over 200. TSK, 200 is still money. It's free, why not take it? In the open space by the entrance, the crowd discussed fervently while watching the screen. In the front row seats, the officials responsible for the martial exam were taking notes. Meanwhile, representatives from various martial arts halls, the military, the 10,000 Merchants Alliance, and other major factions were present to observe the battle. With Bai Choya in the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords, the championship is locked in this time, isn't it? Wu Zhiming, the supervisor of the martial hall, said with a smile. Beside him, a woman dressed in an elegant white qipao, with a fine figure and features somewhat similar to Bai Choya but with a much colder expression, frowned slightly. She was the supervisor of the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords in Riverfall City, Bai Qingyan. The martial hall has taken first place for 5 consecutive years. You have to give others a chance eventually, don't you? Ha ha ha, well said. Gui Yuwei chimed in at this moment. The Starbreakers have a 5-year winning streak that's a more than respectable track record. You ought to give the rest of us a chance once in a while. Wu Zhiming shifted his gaze slightly toward him. Gui Yuwei, does your martial hall have any talented martial artists to showcase this time? I haven't heard a whisper. Gui Yuwei waved his hands dismissively. Geniuses aren't that easy to come by. Even if we found one, with the meager resources our martial hall has, we could never outcompete you anyway. Chu Han had been a member of our hall since he was a child, yet didn't you still poach him away? Within Riverfall City, the various martial arts halls and factions maintained a facade of harmony. In reality, however, they were all locked in clandestine competition. Talent was the most significant factor in that rivalry. With enough resources, a martial artist's growth is anything but slow. Back when the fierce beast outbreak occurred, Wu Boxing broke through to the Grandmaster realm within just 3 years. That was the mark of a peerless genius. Other ordinary martial artists, however, would quickly hit a ceiling on their path of cultivation. No matter how many resources were poured into them, their martial rank would improve at a glacial pace. Whether for a martial arts hall, a city, or the military. The primary channel for acquiring resources was the wilderness. Only by possessing powerful martial artists could one secure more resources. Geniuses were the guarantee of a martial arts hall's future. Without talented martial artists, the foundation of a hall's strength would rapidly decline. Otherwise, the various factions wouldn't have established such lucrative genius agreements, frequently investing tens of millions or even over 100 million in apprentices and low-tier martial artists. Humph. Wu Ximing gave a cold snort. So, Supervisor Gui is still hung up on the Chuhan matter? A clever bird chooses its tree carefully. A talented martial artist can only secure better resources and a brighter future at Starbreaker. That is an indisputable fact. Gui Yue's eyes turned cold, and his expression darkened slightly. By Supervisor Wu's logic, every genius in Riverfall City belongs to Starbreaker, and no other martial hall should even exist. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the representatives from the other martial halls, including the military, turned solemn. A martial hall can be dominant, but if you don't give other factions any room to breathe or grow, you become a public enemy. Wu Ximing saw the rising hostility, but he remained unfazed, letting out a cold snort. The martial hall aims to nurture geniuses who can support the Dragon Star in the future. If any of you are unsatisfied, feel free to compete openly. Wasn't the federal system established during the Dragon City Conference precisely to allow for open competition? If you want to compete, issue a formal challenge. Starbreaker will accept them all. If we lose, the Martial Hall will stop signing genius contracts in Riverfall City for 3 years. Competition was inherently public and served as a fundamental pillar of the federal system. They can afford the price, and you cannot. They have the resources, and you do not. If you can't outcompete them, what is there to say? The faces of everyone present darkened at these words. Even Bai Qingyan remained silent. Bai Qiude's strength was decent, but if a challenge were issued, the Martial Hall could mobilize geniuses from other cities to participate. The outcome would be far from certain. Gui Yue had been waiting a long time for this very sentence, and he immediately barked out. Good. It's a deal. We'll set up the ring at the end of the year. Don't you dare back out then, Supervisor Wu. Hiss. What was going on? Everyone's gaze instantly snapped toward Gui Yue. The Martial Hall had been keeping its head down for so many years. Why did they suddenly grow a backbone today? Did they actually have something up their sleeve? Just then, on the projection screen, one of the grids was magnified and moved to the center. A well-equipped youth, with 2 flying blades hovering around him, was moving through the tall grass. The screen then split into a multi-view display. In the tall grass not far from the youth coiled a second-order fierce beast, a red-spotted viper. At this moment, it was flicking its tongue, tensed and ready to strike a fatal blow at any second. The next second, 2 flying blades transformed into streaks of light, flashing across a distance of 100 meters. Puff, puff, puff. The red-spotted viper was instantly sliced into 5 or 6 segments, its body writhing and twisting on the ground in a struggle. Until the moment of its death, the viper never even saw who had attacked it. An instant kill. An ultra-long-range instant kill. Boom! The crowd erupted in excitement immediately. What the hell? A Psion. There's actually a Psion in the martial exam? Look at his weapons. Flying blades of at least B grade or higher. Where did he come from? Why isn't he in my files? What just happened? Moo. Are you kidding me? The records clearly say he's a level 9 martial artist apprentice, damn it. Are you running a rigged book? Odds for top 10 are 1 minute and 1.22 seconds. Quick! Place your bets now. There's still a profit to be made. The betting crowd instantly went into a frenzy, with many people calling the bookmakers directly to curse them out. Wu Ximing's pupils shrank suddenly as he turned to look at Gui Yue. This Mu, have you been hiding him? Chapter 28, Astonishing Talent. What's there to hide? Gui Yue leisurely picked up the tea beside him. Our martial hall has always been open and aboveboard. We don't hide things away, nor do we clutch geniuses in our hands for fear of others finding out. The others were truly shocked this time. Is he really from the martial hall? A Psion awakening, how could it have been hidden so well? Not a single whisper of news leaked out? At this moment, Zhang Zhan, a manager from the Universal Merchant Alliance, slapped his forehead. I knew the odds for this move didn't look right on the betting board, but when I saw the largest backing funds came from within the alliance, I didn't look into it further. I never expected he'd be from your martial hall. The channel Ling Shui used to place her bets was, naturally, the Universal Merchant Alliance. Since her capital volume was the largest, Zhang Zhan wouldn't have investigated thoroughly even if he had doubts. After all, it was one of the alliance's own people, not an outsider. Conducting a real investigation would have only caused internal friction. But who could have guessed? The one who placed the largest bet wasn't even the faction that owned the genius? Bai Qingyan stared at the screen. After a moment, even her expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Supervisor Gua, you certainly know how to keep a secret. Look at this youth. His psionic power is robust, and his manipulation of the flying blades is expert. He can actually launch full-strength attacks with both blades simultaneously. Apprentice level 8? No. He must be level 9. He's only a notch below Chou Yi. Seeing how skilled he is, he might even be holding something back. Good. Hidden well indeed. A level 9 apprentice Psion who could unleash the full power of 2 flying blades. How could such a genius possibly be hidden? It was simply preposterous. In the eyes of the various factions in Riverfall City, this was even more absurd than the emergence of the genius itself. Which of these factions didn't have their own information channels? Impressive, truly impressive. Aside from Wu Jiming, representatives from the other factions cupped their hands one after another, saying with deep meaning, "The martial hall truly has deep roots. They stay quiet for 10 years, but one strike sustains them for a decade. To keep a genius Psion completely under wraps without a single leak, I am impressed." Thud. Level 9 apprentice? Wei Yue was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. What just happened? Could Supervisor Bai have misjudged? Mu is at level 9 apprentice? He didn't say. He really didn't say. Bai Qingyan's expression instantly turned icy. Is Supervisor Gua questioning the vision of my myriad sword pavilion? Are you still trying to hide it? The footage has been made public, and you've certainly signed the contract. Who could possibly poach him now? To be honest. In her heart, however, she felt a bit of disdain for this behavior. Such a show-off. It's one thing to hide him, but why act like this now? Too much. Guo Yue felt incredibly wronged in his heart. Should I mention that when I tested his Psion level just a few days ago, it was only level 3. Only level 3. Not a single level more. I asked before coming, I really did. I asked if Mu used 2 flying blades. Yes. Good grief. Could this kid have meant 2 blades under full control? As for his level, I never even asked. Damn it. This is too exaggerated. 7 days, 1 level per day? Who could have guessed that? Good grief, what kind of concept is this? Hiss. Wei Yue immediately sucked in a cold breath. A genius of this caliber would probably be chasing the heels of Bai Ming and Wu Poxing from back then, wouldn't they? Terrifying. Is the martial hall really about to rise now? Everyone looked at Gui Yue, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with hatred. Wu Jiming had been royally screwed over. In an arena battle, if someone sends out a genius Psion, do you accept or not? Looking at this youth's talent, he might be on par with Bai Qiuye. His awakening time is still uncertain. If he could be hidden for this long, he might have even awakened later than Bai Qiuye. In that case, it's possible his talent surpasses Bai Qiuye's. Damn it! How did a genius like this end up in the martial hall? Thinking of this, Wu Jiming's eyes suddenly flickered. Zhang Zhan, didn't you say someone from the 10,000 Merchants Alliance placed a heavy bet on Mu? You didn't have any information? Zhang Zhan shook his head. You're joking. If I had any information, would I still be sitting here? A genius Psy on my Myriad Merchants Alliance would sign them even if it meant offering an SSS rank contract. When it comes to the resources required to nurture a Psion, Myriad Merchants might not necessarily outperform Starbreaker or Wanjian Pavilion. But when it comes to money, the Myriad Merchants Alliance has never backed down. Psions are the most profitable geniuses. One is worth 10 others, perhaps even more. Signing other geniuses might result in a loss, but signing a Psion? Sorry, that's nothing but pure profit. Just who is it? Who knew about this and actually failed to sign them? Looking at the funding channels, it's the Ling family. Ling Shui. Zhang Zhan remembered and immediately flipped through the candidate list, looking at Mu's profile. Of course. Ling Shui and Mu go to the same school. The one placing the bets was the Ling family. The Ling family really missed out big time this time. I'll ask around later. I can't say much more right now. Seeing Zhang Zhan fall silent, Bai Qingyan murmured, it's understandable if it's inconvenient to say. However, it is a fact that someone in the Myriad Merchants Alliance knew about this but failed to secure him. There are two possibilities. First, the boy doesn't care about money. Everyone clicked on Mu's profile. Impossible. A boy from the bottom rungs of society, a single-parent household, a younger sister, a monthly income under 5,000. There are dozens of records of overdue payments alone. Hiss. Bai Qingyan clicked her tongue inwardly, then it must be the second one. One branch of the Myriad Merchants Alliance knew about this Psion, but at the time, this Psion's talent wasn't particularly outstanding. That is the only explanation. The others nodded in agreement. Quite right, quite right. Supervisor Bai's reasoning is well-founded. Furthermore, the Universal Merchant Alliance didn't leak any information. Instead, they placed their bets directly. Doesn't this suggest that this Psion's awakening happened very recently? Look. There are school assessment records. A week ago, during the graduation assessment, he was apprentice level 5. The very next day during the martial exam, he was apprentice level 9. The voice trailed off. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. What the hell? Awakened 7 days ago? Now at apprentice level 9? And handling 2 flying blades at full power? Hiss, is that even possible? Everyone was bewildered. Whoosh. Bai Qingyan took a shallow breath and said with a slight tremor, my grandfather's progress when he first awakened was probably only at this level. Bai Qingyan's grandfather. Bai Ming. The number 1 Psion powerhouse on Dragon Star. The crowd paused for 2 seconds before immediately standing up, tapping their communicators, and sprinting out the door. Wu Ximing did the same. For such a genius, it would be worth paying any astronomical price, even if it meant incurring breach of contract penalties. A second Bai Ming? What did that even imply? Even if he couldn't promote to Great Grandmaster, staying at the Sovereign Grandmaster level would still make him a top-tier expert on Dragon Star. Bai Qingyan looked at Gui Yue, her gaze softening slightly. So, Supervisor Gua really didn't know about this young man's talent? Put. Gui Yue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Did you really have to say that? Who would have known if you hadn't spoken up? Gui Yue couldn't sit still either. He left his seat immediately to start a video call with the Hall Master. Now, we have to increase the offer. And we have to do it fast, or there's a real chance he'll be poached. 100 times the penalty fee. 30 credits. That money might look like an astronomical figure, but you can't rule out the possibility that some faction actually has the power to pay it. Right now. The martial exam is still ongoing. For these 7 days, outsiders cannot intervene. It's definitely too late to sign a supplementary agreement, so the only option is to stabilize Mu first. Bai Qingyan didn't leave, but she opened her communicator and sent a message, notify Qiu Yi. You must find Mu and get him into the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Give him whatever terms he wants, we will cover the entire penalty fee. Chapter 29, An Accident. A swarm of fierce beasts charges into the exam grounds. The major factions of Riverfall City were in complete chaos. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Mu was advancing steadily and unhurriedly. Master, you currently have 170 points. If you kill one more rank 2 fierce beast, you will pass the exam, and your score will place you in the top 10. Xiao Yi's voice rang in his ear. There are still 2 hours until dark. If you continue forward, you may lose the chance to spend the night at the nearest shelter. Data shows that 92% of examinees who died in the martial exam failed to choose a shelter to spend their first night. In the dark, fierce beast activity is more frequent than during the day. Furthermore, fierce beasts are better adapted to nocturnal environments than humans. Therefore, near the Riverfall City wilderness, shelters made of pure alloy have been airdropped over the years. For a martial artist, these are places where one can spend the night in the open wild. The wilderness is too far from the city, often hundreds of kilometers away. A round trip would take several days. Spending the night in the wild is a massive ordeal for every martial artist. It is especially dangerous to spend the night alone. Mu looked at the map and began making his way toward the location. Shelter Point. A solid alloy cube, 3 meters long and 3 meters high, stood starkly on the grassland. It featured doors on all 4 sides for easy exit. The structure was incredibly simple. There were pre-designed latches inside and outside the doors that any human would know how to operate at a glance. A fierce beast, however, could never manage to unlock them and would have to resort to brute force to break in. This would give a martial artist plenty of time to react, even if they were fast asleep. Just me, then. Mu had arrived early. There was still some time before dark, so it was time to eat. The shelter point was equipped with a stove and stored disposable compressed fuel, which needed to be replenished after use. Mu pulled out a prepared steel hide pork chop, lit the stove, and began grilling. Sniff sniff. Before long, the entire pork chop was grilled to a savory perfection. Using a flying blade as a steak knife, he cut off a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Ah, so satisfying. Mu exhaled and leaned against the shelter wall to rest. The sky gradually darkened. No other examinees showed up at the shelter point. Each examinee followed a different route. As long as they didn't deviate from their path, they generally wouldn't run into each other. Since it was Mu's first time in the wild, he couldn't fall asleep. He kept using his psionic power to control the flying blades, a bit of practice that wasn't high intensity and didn't tire him out. When night fell, the level up point refreshed. Level up. Technique manual psionic power. Ding. Level up successful. Basic psionic power level 2. MHM. It seems psionic power is just like character levels, 9 levels in total. If it reaches level 9, it can support a continuous upgrade all the way to Tier 2 Dominator. Mu calculated silently. It's the martial exam right now. I'll boost it to level 6 first. By the final day of the exam, I'll be exactly Tier 2 Dominator. Oh whoa! A series of wolf howls suddenly echoed from outside the shelter. Master, based on the howls, these are blue-clawed 3-eyed wolves. They are pack hunters, generally Tier 3, though the alpha might be Tier 4. Initial estimates suggest a pack size of over 50. Update: the pack is moving toward the shelter. Mu was startled and leaned over to look through the observation hole. There were already signs of movement in the distant tall grass. Master, Xiaoyi issued another reminder. Data shows that your survival rate is 99.2% if you use flight to escape. If you choose to hold the shelter and a Tier 4 alpha is present, there is a possibility the shelter will be destroyed. Under a siege, even a psion's survival probability drops by 30%. An enclosed environment is not suitable for a psion to utilize their strengths. The greatest advantage of a psion: flight. Even an apprentice can fly once they become proficient. Wolves cannot take to the skies once you are airborne. You are already in an invincible position. I'm heading out to fight. Mu opened the door immediately, threw out his shield, leaped into the air, and landed steadily upon it. Riverfall City. Large crowds were still gathered in front of the projections. The major powers hadn't left either. The first night is always the most dangerous time for examinees. The scene of the wolf pack surrounding Mu appeared instantly at the center of the projection. Holy crap! Scions are so badass. Just fly up, I'm invincible, you guys do whatever. If only I could awaken as a Psion too. Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. Riverfall City only awakens 3 to 5 Psions a year at most. What are the odds of that? This is a level of luck that even having your ancestors' graves emit green smoke couldn't achieve. Not bad. Seeing Mu's movements, Bai Qingyan praised. To be able to master the Psion combat style in just a few days, talent and practical application are both top tier. The martial hall must have gone all out this time, practically emptying their pockets to teach you everything, haven't they? Thud. Cough, cough. Even with Gui You's thick skin, he couldn't help but flush a little at this moment. Mu was tied up with a lawsuit and couldn't go to the martial arts hall, and Guo himself had gone straight into secluded cultivation, remaining unreachable and unseen by outsiders. It was pure self-study. If there was any sponsorship to speak of, it was probably just the one Psion technique manual he had reimbursed him for. Just then, the crowd of onlookers grew restless again. The size of this wolf pack is a bit eerie. There are over 100 more in the distance. With over 100 of them, there's bound to be a wolf king. A tier 4 wolf king net S at the martial general level. Damn it! Gui Yue immediately looked up, thinking to himself, Mu, don't be foolish, retreat first. A tier 4 wolf king can leap 100 meters into the air in a single bound. You lack experience, something will go wrong. Bai Qingyan also frowned. With a wolf pack night raid, there will surely be gold-beaked vultures trailing them in the air. This needs to be settled quickly, or it will get very dangerous. In the air. In most cases, it was safer for a martial artist than being on the ground. However, when flying fierce beasts appeared, the situation would reverse. Because the sky is also the territory of fierce beasts. What else even more terrifying is, the sky territory of fierce beasts is unimaginably vast. On the ground, each sector of fierce beasts has a leader, and other fierce beasts generally do not cross territorial boundaries. The sky is different. A high-level fierce beast can cover a kilometer with a single flap of its wings. Among them, the 8th order rock golden eagle can cruise at supersonic speeds, with a flight range spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. It could appear above your head at any moment. The ones responsible for killing the highest number of martial artists are high-level flying fierce beasts. They are impossible to guard against. Roaring down from the sky at speeds exceeding Mach 10, by the time you hear the sonic boom, the golden eagle has already reached your head, its sharp claws piercing your body as it carries you away. Gui Yue made an immediate decision, rescue team. Head to the scene immediately. The fierce beast pack already poses a threat to the lives of most examinees. For the sake of the martial exam, Riverfall City will have experts specifically clear out nearby fierce beasts. Gui Yue was busy a few days ago precisely because he was cooperating with the military and several major martial arts halls to clear the exam route. He hadn't expected this. Only a few days had passed, yet a third-order wolf pack had charged onto the exam route. For the examinees, a wolf pack is absolutely lethal. If combined with a flock of golden eagles, it would be normal for the examinees to be completely wiped out. The others did not hesitate at all regarding this rescue order. Chapter 30, Slaughter Under the Moon. The Three-Eyed Wolf King. The Wilderness. Master, watch out for the gold-beaked vultures. These third-order flying fierce beasts travel in flocks and usually follow packs of land-based fierce beasts to scavenge spoils of war. Mu nodded. What is your detection range in the sky? Shaoui, Master, I am only equipped with short-range detection radar. Your combat helmet is the one equipped with air-to-air radar, grade C. It can detect flocks of flying fierce beasts within 10 kilometers, but it cannot track the attack speed of fierce beasts above the 4th order. Shaoyi can remind you at most 0.5 seconds before a flying fierce beast attacks. Half a second. Is it that extreme? Mu clicked his tongue in secret, though he wasn't too surprised. You know when a flying fierce beast is circling in the sky, but you can't outrun it. Flying with a shield is possible, but at the current apprentice level, the maximum flight speed is only 90 meters per second. Meanwhile, the third and fourth order gold-beaked vultures have a cruising speed of 150 meters per second. With a single wing flap dive, they can approach the speed of sound, reaching 300 meters per second. 0.5 seconds. Actually, it was quite a lot. Just then, under the moonlight, a figure standing over 5 meters tall appeared. Its three eyes scanned the plains like three blue searchlights piercing the night sky. It raised its head. A whoa! With a long howl, hundreds of wolf shadows no longer stayed hidden in the grass and launched a direct charge. Even from over 1,000 meters away, the Wolf King had already spotted Mu in mid-air. On both flanks, dozens of three-eyed wolves were moving in to encircle him. Even when dealing with Mu alone, the pack still employed tactical maneuvers. Phew! Mu let out a steady breath. All four flying blades were deployed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying blades flashed with cold light as they circled around Mu. The technique manual had just leveled up, and he hadn't had a chance to test it yet. Now, he would give it his all. Even with full control, I can't quite handle 3 blades perfectly, but with 4 blade control, each one has an attack power of about 6,000 kilograms. Blue-clawed three-eyed wolf, tier 3. Attack, 90,000 kilograms. Characteristics: blue claws with excellent armor-piercing capability, able to penetrate 10 centimeters steel plates. C-grade shields can withstand at most 9 hits, while B-grade shields can withstand over 100 hits. The blue claws are the most valuable part. Weaknesses: the eyes and the belly have lower defensive power. C-grade combat knives can cut through them. Master, I must remind you that while your shield and armor core are B-grade and can resist the fierce beast's armor penetration, your physical capability at the apprentice 9th stage cannot withstand the impact force of these attacks. After 3 hits at most, your sternum will shatter. It is extremely dangerous. High-tier combat suits are not invincible. The suit itself might not break, but even after dampening, the impact of 90,000 kilograms is not something an apprentice 9th stage body can endure. The advancement of a martial artist is an all-around improvement of physical fitness. If he were a martial artist 9th stage, he could take a 90,000 kilograms hit with nothing more than a grunt. But for Mu, coughing up blood would be a light consequence at worst. His ribs would snap. With this level of difficulty, can ordinary candidates actually survive? The thought flashed through Mu's mind, but there was no time to dwell on it. Charge! Mu stepped on the shield and sprinted toward the wolf pack in reverse at a speed of 100 meters per second, the cold glint of the flying blades beside him cutting through the night sky. Bang, bang! Charging toward each other, the distance between the two sides closed instantly. The three-eyed wolves leading the pack leaped off the ground, their immense power leaving craters in the earth. Tier 3 fierce beasts, rank 9 martial artists. Their strength was already terrifying. Mu didn't draw his combat knife in this situation. A knife would only be a hindrance. He pressed his index and middle fingers together on his right hand, forming a sword gesture. Go! Whoosh, whoosh! The flying blades sliced through the air. Specifically designed for psions, these blades featured aerodynamic lines that made the sound of breaking the air extremely faint. With the angles properly adjusted, all reflections could be eliminated. Under the night sky, the two flying blades seemed to vanish suddenly. Even the three-eyed wolves could not capture a trace of the blades in their eyes, leaving them naturally unable to react. Poochie, poochie! The two flying blades hit 2 targets respectively. With grade B sharpness, they plunged directly into the three-eyed wolves' eyeballs. Under the control of psionic power, they easily reached the brains and gave a casual stir. Thud! The wolves' brain matter burst from their nostrils and eyes simultaneously. Instant death. Psion slaughter. Decapitation is the last resort if you have the ability. Pierce the target's body directly and then shred the brain. If you can shred the brain, it's best not to go for the heart. Because the bodies of fierce beasts are extremely robust even with a shredded heart, some might still retain instinctive reactions and could even bite or attack for a few moments longer. Only the brain. Once the brain is crushed, the fierce beast will no longer make any movement. After a day of combat, it wasn't as if Mu had gained no experience. The improvement of the technique manual and the subtle changes in control were enough to execute these maneuvers. Although it was only level 1. But at the very least, it had progressed from novice to elementary. 2 instant kills. Following that, one fierce wolf after another leaped up, pouncing forward. Mu kept the controlled altitude low, at about 40 to 50 meters. If it were too high, the wolf pack couldn't reach him and might stop pouncing. If it were too low, it would be dangerous for him. Leaving a gap of several dozen meters was just right. Swoosh! The 2 flying blades emerged from where they had just entered, followed by an agile mid-air turn to strike the fierce beasts behind. Mu was highly focused, multitasking as he controlled the shield in his own position while slowly retreating. In an instant, the flying blades could only strangle 2. Yet the number of three-eyed wolves was clearly much greater. Puff, puff, puff. The flying blades almost vanished under the moonlight, leaving no trace to be found. By the ear. There was only the sound of the flying blades piercing through the eyeballs of the three-eyed wolves. Who told these guys to have 3 eyes? Their weak points were more numerous than other fierce beasts. Thud thud. As many wolves as pounced up, that many died instantly and crashed to the ground. For a moment, the wolf pack charged as if they were moths to a flame, without any hesitation. Awooh! Dozens of three-eyed wolves perished without even managing to touch Mu's shield. The Wolf King could no longer endure it. With a thunderous roar, it transformed into a blurred afterimage and charged rapidly into the battlefield. Master, a Tier 4 fierce beast, be careful. Xiaoyi identified the target and immediately issued a warning. Martial General level. Its base strength sat somewhere between Martial General rank 1 and rank 3, and it might even be a notch higher. Because this was a leader. A fierce beast leader. Its physique, claws, eyes, and for every single detail distinguished it from the other three-eyed wolves. Suddenly, Mu hovered in mid-air, his gaze locking onto the Wolf King, a cold sneer surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Awooh! The Wolf King was instantly incensed by that sneer. It let out a furious howl and, while still dozens of meters away, suddenly lunged off the ground. Bang! A thunderous explosion. It echoed across the plains. The force of the Wolf King's leap blasted a crater dozens of meters wide into the earth. Such explosive power represented at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force. A single leap produced an effect similar to a rocket impact. It was simply preposterous. But this was a Tier 4 fierce beast. A fierce beast capable of going head-to-head with a martial general. Snap! Mu reached out his right hand in mid-air, clutching 4 flying blades. Go! Martial artist strength, combined with psionic power, erupted in full force. All 4 flying blades were hurled out simultaneously. The Wolf King seemed experienced in dealing with flying martial artists. The moment Mu raised his hand, it actually lowered its head. Bang! Bang! The flying blades were moving too fast, exceeding Mu's control and failing to curve. They slammed directly into the Wolf King's skull, producing a thudding impact like a fist striking a strength tester. In mid-air, the Wolf King's body was hammered downward by tens of thousands of kilograms of force. But the Wolf King merely shook its head, easily flinging away the few flying blades that had only barely pierced its skull. I admit, you have some modicum of intelligence, but only a modicum. Mu sighed inwardly. Thud. At that exact moment, a cold flash suddenly sprang from the ground, abruptly lunging out from the blind spot of the Wolf King's upward tilted gaze. An eruption at such close range. Even if the Wolf King saw it, it was too late to dodge. It instinctively closed its eyes. However, the sharpness of this flying blade was clearly incomparable to the previous ones. It pierced straight through without resistance, driving into the brain and churning wildly. In an instant, the three-eyed Wolf King's gaze turned dull. Its body froze in place, posture unchanged, yet unable to move. Riverfall City. The onlookers were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. Holy crap! Did anyone see that? Who saw how the Wolf King died? A fifth flying blade. Where did it come from? Chapter 31, points surpassed 10,000, topping the rankings instantly. A hidden blade. A sharp glint flashed in by Qingyan's eyes, even she hadn't anticipated such a twist. Awakened for barely 7 days, and this is only his first day of actual combat. To be able to learn the hidden blade technique in the heat of battle? Scions are different from martial artists. Martial artists have established forms and moves. Even if they aren't exquisite or supernatural, as long as you follow the movements step by step, you can eventually master the basics. Scions, however, only have fundamental combat methods. Take the hidden blade, for example. Hiding one's core flying blade during combat to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment. It sounds simple, and the explanation is easy enough. But once the battle begins, their minds go completely blank. They know the techniques, but they can't recall them. Even if they do, their execution is so clumsy that they can't hide a thing. Just now, Mu managed to deceive everyone, including Bai Qingyan, the other executives, and even the examiners. No one noticed that Mu had the presence of mind and the psionic power to conceal a flying blade even as his fist force erupted. Bai Qingyan's eyes glowed with such intensity that he looked ready to drag Mu out of the projection and swallow him whole. What a tragedy! Gui Yue lamented in his heart. Mu, could you please keep a lower profile right now? If this continues, the other factions are really going to lose their minds trying to snatch you away. Wu Ximing has been gone for ages without returning. Is he up to something? Just then, the people nearby began cursing loudly. Wu Ximing! You bastard, that's a foul. What right does he have to join the rescue team? What? Gui Yue snapped his head up. In the footage, Wu Ximing had joined the martial generals of the rescue team and was flagrantly charging into the examination grounds. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Gui Yue had originally thought that since the martial exam rescue team happened to include one of his own men, he could have him stabilize Mu first. Even if they couldn't sign him immediately, it would prevent other factions from interfering. The result? The result was that Wu Ximing had completely discarded his dignity. Even if he set out right now, there was no way he could be faster than the rescue team. Old Zhang, it's all up to you now. You must hold the line. Meanwhile, the examiner replayed the previous battle scene in slow motion. Only then did everyone see that flying blade, which had been secretly shot into the ground the moment the punch was unleashed. Hiss, incredible. The angle was perfect, no reflection at all. The sound of it cutting through the air was synchronized with his shout, making it completely silent. 5 flying blades. Just what kind of strength is this? Holy shit! Didn't they say Bai Qiuye only has 3 flying blades? Is this Mu even more fierce than Bai Qiuye? Humph! Although Bai Qingyan looked at Mu with eager interest, hearing someone praise one while belittling the other still made her uncomfortable. She immediately snapped coldly. The so-called mastery of flying blades for a psion refers to the number they can control with full power. If one gives up the maximum attack power of the blades, a normal psion with a bit of training can manage to handle 5 or even 10 blades. The key lies in actual combat operation. The speed of those 4 flying blades looks fierce, but that's achieved by stacking the explosive power of a martial artist. Their actual speed isn't any stronger than the previous 2, and that hidden blade barely has any psionic power behind it. When it comes time for an explosive strike, the other 4 are no longer being controlled, shifting all focus to controlling a single one. This is a time-sharing method for psionic power distribution, and it's also a basic psion technique manual. Oh. With this explanation, everyone understood. However, in her own heart, Bai Qingyan was still secretly marveling, awakened for only 7 days, yet he can control 2 blades at full power, 5 at maximum, and has even studied the basic psion technique manual, achieving results to boot. This is truly a monster. Out in the wild. As soon as the Wolf King died, the entire wolf pack suddenly fell silent. Floating in mid-air, Mu leisurely retrieved all his flying blades. At a value of over 1 million per blade, losing one would truly be heartbreaking. Awah! The wolves raised their heads simultaneously, their howls echoing across the plains. It looked as though they were seeing off the Wolf King. Mu was speculating as much in his heart, but in the next second, the surrounding wolf pack lunged at the Wolf King's corpse, tearing and biting into it. What the hell? Mu stared in a daze. Bastards! That's my loot! Fierce beast! It was worth hundreds of thousands if it was a leader level, it could even sell for 1 million credits. This is money! Die! Mu struck out in a rage, launching 4 flying blades that plunged straight down. Poochie! Poochie! The flying blades pierced into the backs of the wolf pack from the sky. The scene below was chaotic. Trying to hit the eyes of the fierce beasts while they were in a biting frenzy was clearly asking too much. This wasn't something that could be solved by control alone. One also had to predict the movements of the targets in motion. After all, earlier the wolves had been pouncing through the air, where their heads could make few movements and their direction was consistent. Now that the wolves were huddled together, their heads buried deep into the Wolf King's flesh, where was he supposed to find a clear target to attack? Mu controlled the flying blades to crush the hearts of 4 fierce beasts, but the Wolf King's corpse had already been torn to shreds. Chirp! In the sky, bursts of piercing metallic screeches rang out. Master, be careful! The golden-beaked vultures are starting to dive. TSK! Damn things, they sure picked the right time. Mu didn't have time to launch a second wave of attacks. He recalled the flying blades and immediately retreated. Snap! His shield expanded, blocking the space in front of him. They're not coming for me! Mu's eyes caught the flight path of the golden-beaked vultures. They were heading straight for the wolf pack below. There lay the remains of the Wolf King and the corpses of dozens of slain 3-eyed wolves. That was the true target of the golden-beaked vultures. If they could snatch a ready-made meal, vultures would never bother hunting for themselves. Thud, thud. One sonic boom after another exploded in the air. The golden-beaked vultures broke the sound barrier directly as they dove. Their speed was simply terrifying. Master, now is the best time to retreat. Xiao Yi's voice rang out in warning. But Mu acted as if he hadn't heard a word, his eyes fixed solely on those high-speed diving golden-beaked vultures. Go! Mu threw out a flying blade with a backhand flick. Its initial speed was average, but once the angle was adjusted, it suddenly accelerated, flashing through the midst of the vulture flock. No hit? No reaction at all? Several golden-beaked vultures spread their wings and glided through the final few dozen meters, bearing their sharp talons. They precisely snatched up the fierce beast carcasses from the ground and flapped their wings to take off on the spot. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless, a true work of art. Just then, bang! Suddenly, one golden-beaked vulture plunged awkwardly into the ground. A crash landing. The previous strike from the flying blade had been aimed at the vulture's throat, but unfortunately, it missed the mark, merely grazing the creature's wing. Yet, that single graze compromised the structural integrity of the wing. Under the immense force generated during the high-speed transition into a glide, the wing snapped clean off, sending the bird spiraling into the dirt. No need to look further. This golden-beaked vulture was definitely dead as a doornail. Crashing at such speeds meant that even high-strength alloys wouldn't survive the impact, let alone a creature of flesh and blood. Ha! One down, many more to go. Mu's interest was piqued. Once a golden-beaked vulture landed and tried to take off again, its speed would drop significantly, becoming even slower than his own. As long as they weren't diving directly at him, they didn't pose much of a threat. He didn't retract the flying blade. Nor did he accelerate it, he simply let it hover rigidly in mid-air. As the golden-beaked vultures dove, he took the opportunity to slash at them mid-flight. It didn't take much. Just slicing through a few feathers would cause the creature to automatically crash during its subsequent deceleration for prey. Fierce beast. The price was usually around 100,000 or so, but that was the price for land-based fierce beasts. Flying fierce beasts sell for 5 times, or even 10 times, the price of land-based fierce beasts. Part of it is because they are difficult to hunt, but more importantly, their supersonic wings and bones are key materials for new types of alloys, making them incredibly valuable. Each one is worth over $1 million. The key is that killing them now takes no effort at all. It's like picking up money from the ground. A simple flick of a flying blade earns over $1 million. Sweet. Mu had never imagined that making money could be this easy. If more gold-beaked vultures showed up, he might be able to kill dozens or even 100 of them in one night using these 3-eyed wolf carcasses as bait. By the way, what is my score now? Mu asked while controlling the flying blades. Master, your points have just surpassed 10,000. You are currently ranked first. You are leading the second-place contestant, by Chioye, by 7,020 points. Xiaoyi replied. That many? Mu was somewhat surprised to hear the number. Chapter 32, The Might of a Grandmaster, SSS Rank Contract Headhunting. A Rank 3 Fierce Beast is worth 100 points. Mu had indeed killed several dozen, but he had calculated that the number definitely hadn't reached 100 yet. Yes. Rank 4 Fierce Beasts are Marshal General level, so they provide a massive amount of points, 3,000 per kill, Xiaoyi added. Hiss. No wonder. Killing high-rank fierce beasts was definitely the fastest way to rack up points, and they were more valuable too. Of course, one had to be capable of killing them, and more importantly, actually encounter them. A rank 3 beast pack appearing on the exam route, that sort of thing shouldn't happen very often, right? Mu was still deep in thought. Xiaoyi continued, Master, someone is approaching at high speed nearby. Their speed is very fast. The identification signal indicates an exam rescue team. A short while later, the 3 members of the rescue team charged straight toward the shelter at a high speed of several hundred kilometers per hour. The 3 figures moved with extreme speed, yet they came to an abrupt halt, stopping as if frozen in place, standing on the plains without even breaking a sweat. Mu. We are from the Marshal Exam Rescue Team. Come down first. Hearing the voice, Mu moved slightly closer to the rescue team's position. Is something wrong? I still have fierce beasts to kill over here. What? The 3 of them clearly hadn't expected that after rushing over in a panic, the response they would receive was that the other party was enjoying themselves. Wu Jiming took a step forward and looked toward the pack of wolves locked in a fierce slaughter in the distance. Through the communications, they already knew that Mu had dealt with the Wolf King. However, arriving at the scene and seeing a provisional martial artist candidate facing off against Tier 3 packs and Tier 3 flying fierce beast swarms and managing to inflict such brutal casualties still left them shaken. Don't be too greedy. The golden-beaked vultures haven't noticed you yet, but once they target you on these grasslands, they will never let go. When you move, they follow. When you rest, they dive and attack. Flying fierce beasts were entities that no martial artist wanted to provoke excessively. Even a Psion would generally not initiate a conflict with them. Following you wherever you go, flying fierce beasts act like beacons, guiding other fierce beasts and signaling to those on the ground that an enemy is present. Mu thought about it. He had already racked up enough points, so he stopped hesitating. But, what about my loot? Ha ha ha. Wu Jiming laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the plains. Wait there, I'll help you get it back. With that said, Wu Jiming's leg strength exploded, and with a bang, he blasted outward like a cannonball being fired. Immediately after, under the moonlight, a blade light as red as blood refined burst forth across the sky. Flash! With a single horizontal slash, every 3-eyed wolf within a 7 or 8 meter radius was sliced in half mid-air. He wasn't finished. Wu Jiming spun around and unleashed another blood-refined strike that cleaved through the air. With the second strike, dozens more fierce beasts were cut down. And there was more. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. Swish, swish, swish. Finally, 3 consecutive blood-refined streaks slashed toward the sky. Even the diving gold-beaked vultures were sliced in mid-air by the blade's radiance. Hiss, so powerful. Mu had previously scrolled past videos of Grandmaster battles on his phone, but unfortunately, they were all blurry. For a Grandmaster, there is no room for performance. Grandmaster. They are the pillars protecting the cities of humanity. Seeing it now in person. This martial artist from the rescue team must certainly be at the Grandmaster realm. Facing a swarm of fierce beasts, he delivered 8 consecutive slashes. The ground was swept clean, and his lethal aura so terrified the gold-beaked vultures that they didn't dare to dive. They didn't even circle anymore, but flapped their wings to fly high, retreating thousands of meters away. This is a Grandmaster. Supervisor Wu truly lives up to his name as the Blood Blade Grandmaster. Although he has been managing the martial hall in recent years and rarely takes action, seeing him today, his blade techniques are still shocking. Nearby, a middle-aged man spoke up. Martial Hall, Zhang Wei, 9th rank Martial General, one of the rescue team members for this martial exam. The one next to him is Yenjin from the military, also a 9th rank Martial General. As for Supervisor Wu, he requested to join this rescue mission himself after seeing the beast swarm activity. Hearing that they were on his side, Mu felt it inappropriate to keep hanging in the sky. He flipped down to the ground, retracted his shield, and stepped forward, saying, "Martial Hall, Mu. MHM." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. "Old Guo told me about your situation. Given your exceptional talent, we will apply to upgrade you to an SSS rank contract directly after the martial exam. He will discuss the specific terms with you when you return, so don't be anxious." Mu listened, feeling completely bewildered. Am I anxious? When was I ever anxious? After Zhang Wei finished, Yenjin followed up, "Mu, have you considered joining the military? This doesn't conflict with your martial hall contract. When there are major missions, participating will bring significant rewards. In terms of fierce beast resources, our military is also the most well-supplied. Simply put, you won't have to worry about food or drink." Seeing that Zhang Wei didn't stop him, Mu followed up with a question. "What kind of missions qualify as major missions?" Yenjin replied, "Usually, it's city defense missions. You have to understand that fierce beast hordes will launch mass attacks on cities. In previous decades, every major city suffered heavy losses from these sieges. Those were lessons paid for in blood. That's why we've changed our strategy in recent years to periodically clear out large-scale fierce beast clusters. The number of defense missions has decreased because of this, but they still occur." Mu shook his head slightly. "There's no need for that. I will participate in city defense missions on my own initiative. Regardless, a siege wasn't going to happen in the next few days anyway. It had been 3 to 5 years since a large-scale fierce beast siege had been reported. What if one broke out in a year or two? My apologies. By then, I should have already hunted the fierce beasts to extinction." Yenjin's eyes shook with shock upon hearing this, and he immediately let out a thunderous shout, "Good! Truly a son of Riverfall City. You've got guts. Since you plan to participate anyway, we'll put your name on the roster. The military will notify you immediately if a fierce beast siege occurs." Mu didn't mind that at all. Mu left his contact information, and Yenjin issued him his certification and military rank. What the hell? Major? When Mu received the certificate and looked at it, the rank was actually somewhat intimidating. The Riverfall City military had only 4 military districts. A great general commanded the entire city's defenses, and as for the other generals, they had to be at least of the Grandmaster martial rank, right? And yet he was just a provisional martial artist who hadn't even passed the official assessment. Being directly commissioned as a major? It's an honorary position, but it has its perks. There's a monthly stipend of tens of thousands, Yenjin said casually, which actually made Mu feel a bit embarrassed. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "It's fine. Most martial artists at the martial general level or above hold positions in the military. You are a genius Psion. If we gave you a lower rank, it would be a hassle to keep updating it. Put that way. It was understandable." A monthly stipend of tens of thousands was mere pocket change to a martial general or a grandmaster, not even enough for a single meal, but the military offered it nonetheless without requiring labor in return. As for city defense, that was the inherent duty of a martial artist to begin with, an inescapable responsibility. Even without pay, you would still have to step up. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed over from the side. Bang! Wu Jiming dumped a massive heap of golden-beaked vulture carcasses onto the ground. Leave the ordinary three-eyed wolves alone, the golden vultures will come to deal with them later. This is considered a bit of a tacit understanding between martial artists and fierce beasts. When we are killing, they don't interfere. But when we leave, we have to leave them a little something, or else they'll hold a grudge. Ha! There's actually such a thing? This was truly the first time Mu had heard of it. Seeing Mu dazed, Wu Jiming couldn't help but smile. There is much a martial artist needs to learn in the wilderness, and the path of cultivation is the same. Censions, as an extremely special branch of martial artists, are seen by outsiders as relying entirely on talent for a living. But that is not actually the case. Wu Jiming placed his hands behind his back, his grandmaster aura instantly unfolding as he spoke in a low, resonant voice. Any method that strengthens oneself is a form of cultivation. This is true for martial artists, and it is true for Censions. To progress, to be promoted to Grandmaster, and even to break through to Great Grandmaster, talent, perseverance, comprehension, guidance, tempering, and resources are all indispensable. I know you have joined the Martial Hall, but I will still invite you to join Starbreaker. Because at Starbreaker, we have the best resources and the best guidance. Dragon Star's strongest experts are at Starbreaker. Only under the strongest can you see the gap, and only then can you have the chance to approach the pinnacle. Censions rely on talent, but talent will eventually be exhausted, and by then, breaking through even a single level will be a struggle. The Martial Hall is only in Riverfall City. It simply cannot provide you with the resources and teaching advantages of the entire Dragon Star to help you break through to Grandmaster, let alone Great Grandmaster. What the hell? What was this? A recruitment attempt? But you could at least do it behind someone's back. Zhang Wei from the Martial Hall is still right here. Do you think he's dead? Or rather, is a Grandmaster just that arrogant, that they don't have to give you any face at all? Mu felt it awkward to look at Zhang Wei, but Zhang Wei's silence proved that he would not openly challenge Wu Jiming's aura. A Grandmaster has that kind of boldness. There's no need to play dirty. If they come at you head-on, what can you do? Ahem, well, I'm doing quite well at the Martial Hall for the time being. A smile flickered on the corner of Mu's mouth. Breaking a contract he had just signed, and doing it to someone's face, was more than a little awkward. Ha ha! Wu Jiming laughed heartily. Since I've spoken, I certainly won't be breaking any rules. Facing the pressure of the fierce beasts, everyone must compete. Staying settled in one corner will only lead to death. Martial artist competition, martial hall competition, city competition, everything is a competition. Because the fierce beasts in the wilderness are the same. Daily slaughter and survival are the competition of the fierce beasts. The advantages of the Martial Hall don't need much explanation. I'll give you an SSS level contract, with a 30% increase in benefits on top of that. Those are my terms. Chapter 34, Hidden Killing Intent. SSS level? How much money is that? I have no idea. But it's useless even if I did know. No matter how much they give, it wouldn't be enough to cover the penalty for breach of contract, right? Goodbye. Mu muttered a few words to himself before replying. Mei-chem, I'll consider it. Wu Jiming had come over just to lay the groundwork and at least clarify the advantages. The martial exam wasn't over yet, and signing a contract at this time would be a violation of the rules. This was because many martial artists could only truly showcase themselves during the martial exam. The various organizations also selected candidates through the martial exam. Regardless of the reason, as long as you hadn't signed a contract before the martial exam, you couldn't sign one during the exam period. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. Well, there are still a few days left in the martial exam. As you gain more experience in the wilderness, you will understand how vital resources and famous teachers truly are. Wu Jiming didn't waste words. Having finished, he stood up to return. It was only then that Zhang Wei spoke up. Supervisor Wu, we cleared the area before this martial exam, didn't we? This beast horde is of a significant scale for it to burst into the testing grounds like this. I believe we need to investigate. It really should be looked into. Yenjin's brow furrowed. It's lucky it ran into Mu this time. If it had been any other candidate, even with a shelter point, they would have been torn to shreds by the time we arrived. Wu Ximing frowned. I clearly left you two some time just now. Was that not enough? The martial exam isn't over. Whatever the issue is, it won't be too late to investigate after it finishes. Besides, the golden-beaked vultures haven't left. Staying here will only attract more fierce beasts. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Then we'll take Mu to the next shelter point on our way. It's unsafe to be targeted by golden-beaked vultures at night. Since these are fierce beasts that exceed the martial exam's limit level, this won't be considered a violation. Hearing this, Wu Ximing said no more. Fine, then I'll take my leave first. Since Zhang Wei and the other had spoken, they wouldn't go back on their word. They were all high-level martial artists, after all, and they had their reputations to maintain. If you're not heading out, use the shelter on the adjacent route. You can leave the shelter tomorrow and return to your own route for the exam. Keep a close eye on the map. Mu finished processing the golden-beaked vulture, stripping away the feathers, claws, and skeleton, packing them neatly into his bag. The three of them then set off. On the road. Mu was the first to speak. Grandmaster Wu mentioned earlier that there are certain rules for martial artists in the wilderness. Besides the flying fierce beasts, is there anything else? Zhang Wei replied directly. It's not actually that complicated. It's just information you naturally pick up after spending enough time in the wild. The martial exam is a solo mission, but when martial artists leave the city, they always go in teams. There will definitely be veterans in the group to guide you. That's when you'll truly learn these things. Yenjin added, some things are useless just talked about, they require personal example and hands-on teaching. When a squad hunts in the wild, they usually prioritize small-scale beast packs and take down the leader. Occasionally, you'll encounter creatures like the three-eyed wolves that devour their own leader, so it's common to walk away without any loot. In short, be cautious, and don't be greedy. Just then, Zhang Wei suddenly froze, then immediately darted to the side of the road. Mu looked in the direction he went and saw 2 tire tracks left in the grass on the ground. Hiss! Yenjin was also startled by the sight. Tire tracks? From when? Zhang Wei leaned down to inspect them, his expression growing solemn. The places where the grass roots are snapped are still very fresh. They're from today. What was going on? Mu didn't understand and asked directly, is it abnormal for tire tracks to appear here? Yenjin frowned and nodded slightly. The area for the martial exam is cleared 7 days in advance, and City Gate 2A is closed to martial artists. The teams responsible for clearing the area are all 9th-rank martial generals. When we operate near the city outskirts, we don't drive, there's no need for it. The area had been cleared for 7 days, there were no other martial artists, and the organizers of the martial exam wouldn't be driving here either. These tire tracks were definitely suspicious. Especially since the party involved had managed to avoid the martial exam's drone surveillance. The possibility of them wandering in by mistake is also low. Zhang Wei stood up and followed the trajectory of the tracks with his eyes toward the distance. The timing of the martial exam has been fixed for years, and the boundaries are announced in advance. Even if someone were returning to the city, they wouldn't use this gate. Yenjin shook his head. The route of these tracks isn't heading toward the city. Zhang Wei felt that something was truly amiss. They aren't returning to the city, they drove to avoid the drones and reached this position. What are they trying to do? Yenjin's eyes flickered as he immediately grew alert. Report this instantly. This pack of three-eyed wolves entered the examination grounds without triggering any alarms, something we haven't seen in years. The fear now is that someone is deliberately leading fierce beasts into the exam grounds. Thump! Hearing this, Mu felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Could this be targeted at me? Just a moment ago, he had thought crossing paths with the pack was a stroke of luck. Looking at it now, it was only luck because he possessed sufficient strength. If his strength had been even slightly lacking, by this time, he would have already ended up in a wolf's belly. Brother Zhang. Mu spoke up. Ha ha. Zhang Wei quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. Just call me old Zhang. Mu smiled. Brother Zhang, I think we should discuss this with Supervisor Gua. He might know something. Zhang Wei looked at Mu in surprise. Once these words were spoken, anyone with a functioning brain would realize the underlying motive behind why the Fierce Beast pack went nowhere else but straight for Mu's route. Someone hadn't just lured a pack of fierce beasts, they had deliberately lured them toward Mu's location. If Mu were just an ordinary examinee, Zhang Wei wouldn't think this way. But now, as a genius Psion and the rising star of the martial hall, nothing must happen to Mu. If one dies at the hands of a fierce beast while on a mission, there's nothing to be said. But if one dies at the hands of their own people, it would be far too galling. The martial hall would never allow such a thing. Alright, I will suggest that you end your martial exam early. Zhang Wei knew the martial exam wouldn't be suspended, as that would be unfair to the other examinees. It's just that your results for this assessment will be voided, and you'll have to wait until the next one. Mu really didn't want the hassle. Having to come back out a second time would be a genuine waste of time. Is that really necessary? I'll just be extra careful. Besides, with security tightening up, no fierce beast pack should be able to break through, right? Seeing that Mu didn't want to give up, Zhang Wei thought it over and agreed that the enemy likely wouldn't strike a second time. Alright then, we'll speed up to drop you off, then head back to investigate thoroughly. Mu stepped onto the shield, maintaining a speed equal to the other two. A short while later, they arrived at the adjacent shelter point. We'll leave you here. I'll notify you if anything happens. Zhang Wei and his partner left immediately after speaking. Mu turned and saw the door lock of the shelter indicated it was occupied. Just as he reached out to knock, the metal door opened on its own. A pretty face appeared before his eyes. Holy crap? Why is it you? Ling Shui originally had something to say, but she rolled her eyes in annoyance and huffed, and why shouldn't it be me? Mu thought about it. She had a point. Aren't you coming in? Do I have to personally invite you? Ling Shui's brow suddenly relaxed, her face lighting up with a smile as she teased, fine. Riverfall City Martial Exams Number 1, the Great Master Mu Qin, please come inside. Chapter 34, Breakthrough, the Overlord. She flips her mood faster than a page in a book. Mu shook his head slightly, stepped inside, and locked the door behind him. Ling Shui was the only one in the shelter. There were no outsiders. Mu dropped his backpack in the corner and leaned back against it. This sudden action. Instead, it made Ling Shui feel a bit awkward. In all her years, she had never shared a room with someone else, especially at night, and especially in the wilderness. Her pretty face instantly flushed red, and she retreated into another corner, remaining silent. Mu was preoccupied with thoughts of the beast tide. There was no telling what was going on inside Ling Shui's head. In any case, neither of them slept. They sat there staring at each other until the first light of dawn pierced through the observation hole and into the shelter. Mu wordlessly took out the roasted meat from yesterday. Only then did Ling Shui remember, "Oh right, I saw your score, but I haven't asked why you ended up here yet. You didn't kill all the fierce beasts along my route, did you?" Mu shook his head. "No, I was just attacked by a beast tide during the night." A beast tide? Ling Shui was jolted with shock. The martial exam officials had not notified all the examinees after all. The problem had already been resolved. Naturally, there was no need to expose the flaws that had occurred during the martial exam. Mu gave a brief explanation of what happened. "In that case, it won't be safe for us to go out today either." Ling Shui had no intention of striving for a career as a martial artist, and of course, her family didn't want her fighting in the wild. "Are you going out today?" Mu shook his head again. "No." If he hadn't discovered the hidden killing intent behind the fierce beasts, he might have continued the exam to make some extra profit. But now, someone was luring beast tides for an ambush. They used Tier 3 beasts yesterday. If he ventured further out, how could he be sure they wouldn't use Tier 5? What would he do then? Would he still be able to kill them? Ling Shui's eyes darted around. Alright then, I'm not going out either. I've already passed the exam anyway, and with your points exceeding 10,000, it's impossible for you to drop out of the top 10. It's just a pity it seems there's no hope for the championship anymore. Mu wasn't dwelling on the championship now. Trading his life for a title wasn't worth it. On the other side, Zhang Wei and Yanjin followed the tire tracks and discovered a discarded jeep in a muddy field. Standard model, from the black market. No leads whatsoever, Zhang Wei spoke after conducting an inspection. Yanjin nodded. It seems certain now that someone behind the scenes has been luring the fierce beasts. The wheel tracks extend all the way from the outside into the examination grounds, heading straight for Mu's shelter. It looks like someone leaked information and moved out at night with a clear objective. Zhang Wei slammed his fist heavily onto the jeep, causing the vehicle to explode from the force. Bang! Scum! I swear I'll find out who did this. Trying to kill even the martial exam candidates? And by luring fierce beasts for an ambush. If we don't root out these animals, will Riverfall City ever know peace? Sigh. Yanjin let out a soft sigh, remaining silent. It had been 100 years since the fierce beast outbreaks began. In recent years, with the suppression by the Great Grandmaster and the multifaceted development of the military, martial artists, and martial arts dojos, the threat posed by the fierce beasts to the cities appeared to be gradually diminishing. At the same time, some people had amassed wealth during this period, and their mindsets had shifted. Many wealthy individuals even took pride in never leaving the city. They wouldn't dare say such things openly, but secretly, everyone knew. You couldn't do anything to them based on words alone, as they managed to pay their dues for the annual Fierce Beast missions. Even if all martial artists were forced to hunt outside the city, the wealthy could hire martial artists to complete the tasks for them as if they were on a sightseeing tour. On this basis, it was inevitable that some would flout the law and even harbor malicious intentions toward martial artists. I will report this case to the military for a thorough investigation, Yanjin said firmly. I'll head back to shut down the exam livestream. It's no longer safe to keep broadcasting the locations. Zhang Wei finished and sprinted back toward the city. Inside a shelter 30 kilometers away from where the jeep had been abandoned, a 5-man martial artists squad was resting. The door suddenly burst open, and a youth rushed straight in, activating a signal jammer in his hand. How is it? Is that kid dead yet? Bang! The youth speaking was none other than Lucian. Lucian! The leader of the martial artists squad was a burly man with a scarred face. Young Master Lucian, your intel was off. That kid isn't a level 3 Psion, he's level 9. He took down the 3-eyed Wolf King in a single strike. What? Lucian had only seen Moose points rising and knew the beast-tide attack had succeeded, but he never expected the operation to fail. Damn it, what the hell are you guys good for? Do you have any idea how much risk I took and how many resources I spent for this operation? The scarred man rolled his eyes. A tier 3 fierce beast is the limit of what we can lure into the examination grounds. If it were tier 4, the commotion would be too loud and would inevitably attract official attention. A level 9 Psion, and a genius who surpasses even by Choya, that's not something a lured fierce beast can kill. Bastard! A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lucian's eyes. If the fierce beasts can't kill him, then go up and kill him yourselves. You've taken the mission. If you don't finish it, none of you are getting away. Poof. Scarface was a ruthless character himself. He mused, young Master Lucian, the mission was to lure the fierce beast, and we did that. Whether it dies or not has nothing to do with us. If that kid comes out, we'll naturally take care of him, but we won't take risks while he's within the exam grounds. Damn it! Lucian immediately reached for his blade, but in the next second, his body froze. In the corner, a strangely shaped metal weapon was aimed directly at him. The latest model laser gun? Fine. Very well. Lucian gritted his teeth. I assume you'll be completing the mission as planned, then? With that said, Lucian turned on his heel and slammed the door as he left. After he departed, the others finally spoke up. Scar, are we going to continue? Scarface shook his head instantly. Are you out of your damn mind? That kid is a genius psion. The examiners will definitely conduct a thorough investigation into the Fierce Beast incident. Motherf! Earning 200 million from him is no easy task. We're not going back to Riverfall City either, we'll lay low outside for a while first. The shelter where they were located happened to be a dozen kilometers outside the martial exam route. Having delivered the message, they left immediately. A short while later, a drone arrived above the shelter, but after finding nothing, it continued its search elsewhere. However, today, this shelter was clearly livelier than usual. A middle-aged martial artist, wearing B-grade combat gear, was the first to arrive at the shelter. A moment later, the white-robed Baichodye arrived on his flying sword, appearing at the shelter as well. Make it quick. Baichodye had woken up to find himself trailing by 7,000 points and nearly lost his mind. He was currently rushing to kill fierce beasts to grind points. If his family hadn't sent a signal, he wouldn't have wasted time coming here at all. The martial artist spoke directly. Lady Yen has ordered that since Mu belongs to the martial hall, his contract level might not be high. He must be recruited into the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Start with an SSS level contract. He can set whatever conditions he wants, and the Myriad Sword Pavilion will cover any breach of contract fees. Crack! Upon hearing this, Baichodye's fist clenched with a crisp snap. He raised a cold eyebrow and asked, "Does Antien think my talent is inferior to his?" Of course not. The martial artist's expression remained unchanged. But a genius psion must be held by the Myriad Sword Pavilion. It is the foundation of our sect. For a psion, the advantages of the Myriad Sword Pavilion are incomparable to any other power. You should know what to say. Nonsense. Baichodye certainly knew what to say, he just couldn't swallow his pride. How did a psion suddenly appear, racking up points even faster than him? Is this even possible? Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Baichodye waved his hand impatiently, turned around to leave on his flying sword, and tossed back a sentence as he departed. Tell Antien, I've got it. A day passed. Mu had spent his time eating then sleeping, and sleeping then eating. With Ling Shui there acting as a free human alarm, it would be a waste not to make use of her. The third day of the martial exam. Ling Shui finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, Wood, aren't you going out yet? Baichodye's points are rising very fast. He caught up by over 2,000 points in just one day. Baichodye's strength was evident. Killing tier 3 fierce beasts presented no difficulty, provided there were enough of them. Unfortunately, that was exactly the problem. There weren't that many fierce beasts. After the night raid incident, the rescue team had cleared a perimeter. Any group of fierce beasts exceeding 5 in number had been wiped out. Within that range, Baichodye spent his entire day from morning to night just trying to find fierce beasts. No, just let me know when you're ready to leave. Mu had received a message from Zhang Wei confirming that someone was luring fierce beasts, and they hadn't identified the culprit yet. Even though Zhang Wei guaranteed the outer perimeter had been cleared of fierce beasts, Mu still didn't plan on heading out. Ling Shui was rendered speechless. Staring at this wood named Mu all day, who wouldn't even utter a word. She was truly fed up. Fine. Then let's just stay cooped up, nobody go out. After saying that, Ling Shui also stopped talking, wanting to see who could hold out longer. The fourth day. The fifth day. Day 6. Mu opened his eyes in the middle of the night. Level up. Ding. Upgrade successful. Invincible leveling system. Mu. Level up .0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank, sovereign tier 1. Martial artist technique manual, 18 bloodbath styles level 1. Psionic power technique manual, psionic power. Chapter 35, Baichodye's challenge. Breakthrough. Mu let out a low cry in his heart. Sovereign. An existence transcending countless ordinary martial artists, controlling flying blades and holding the power of life and death. Once the wind rises, soaring 90,000 miles. In the past, Mu's greatest goal used to be simply becoming a martial artist. To find a job paying 10,000 a month, so at the very least, his family wouldn't have to calculate rent, electricity bills, and what to eat for every meal every single day. Now, the status of a sovereign was 100 times stronger than that of a martial artist. The SSS rank contracts from various martial arts dojos were within easy reach. And this was only the beginning. Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart and mused, level 9 of the technique manual is enough to advance to sovereign tier 9. To break through further, I'll need a sovereign level technique manual. SSS rank contracts. I wonder if the dojo's SSS contract can get me some Psion technique manuals for free. 1.5 billion. That really is a bit more than a little expensive. Swish. Mu flipped his hand to produce 5 flying blades and looked up toward the opposite side. Ling Shui hadn't slept a few days ago, but lately, she had clearly become more comfortable, sleeping even more soundly than Mu. Sometimes, Mu had to stay alert himself to keep an eye on the movements outside. Right now, she was fast asleep by controlling the angle of the flying blades. The sound of them cutting through the air was minimal, so there was no need to worry about waking her. Accelerate! Mu opened his eyes wide, exerting full control over a single flying blade as it shuttled through the shelter. First Order Sovereign, attack power 10,000 kilograms. Although there was no way to test it right now. Based on intuition alone, Mu could make a rough judgment. The attack power is at least double that of a 9th grade apprentice, and the speed is more than twice as fast. Could it be because of the technique manual? If so, then a level 1 technique manual can increase attack power by about 20%. Let's try 5 blades. With a single thought. 5 flying blades shuttled simultaneously. The attack power has decreased by about 30%. 5 blades, and compared to full strength, it's only a 30% reduction. This margin hiss. It's much better than before. Mu was inwardly startled. One must understand. Previously, when using 5 blades, he could only exert half the attack power of a 9th grade apprentice, and even then, they were prone to spinning out of control. Now, 5 blades could exert 70% of his total control power. And he had the bonus from the technique manual. If one blade has an attack power of 22,000 kilograms, and that's reduced to 70%, that's still around 15,000 kilograms. Adding all 5 together. 7th Order Martial Artist. It's equivalent to the strength of a 7th Order martial artist. He had only just broken through to Sovereign, yet his basic attack was already comparable to a 7th Order martial artist, and the limit of the flying blades hadn't even been tested yet. Just one more level tomorrow. Tier 2 Controller, a 20,000 kilograms attack. Doesn't that mean even a rank 9 martial artist's attack can't compare to mine? I might even be able to rival a martial general. The entry requirement for a rank 1 martial general is exactly 100,000 kilograms of attack power. Of course. And that is a requirement for pure physical strength, not counting the enhancements from using techniques. Phew, still terrifying. Mu clicked his tongue in silent amazement. Promoting my controller level was definitely the right choice. By strengthening myself as quickly as possible and gaining the power to protect myself, I won't have to worry about everything anymore. A Tier 2 controller can go head-to-head with a martial general. If I advance to a Tier 9 controller, each flying blade will have an attack power of around 200,000 kilograms. If I control 7 or 8 blades at once, even if I encounter a grandmaster, I won't be completely helpless. Scion, truly the god of fighting above one's rank. In the corner, Ling Shui suddenly rolled over, her mouth smacking as if she were tasting something delicious in her dreams. Mu carefully put away his flying blades and closed his eyes to rest. The 7th day, the final day of the martial exam. Bai Qiuye's eyes were bloodshot, and his dark circles were deep and heavy. 7 days. Searching within the exam boundaries for 7 days straight, and I can't find a single 10,000-point fierce beast. Damn it! Bai Qiuye glanced at the rescue team in the distance. If the rescue team hadn't strictly forbidden candidates from hunting outside the designated area, he would have charged out long ago to find a Tier 4 fierce beast for a duel. Moo! You just got lucky this time. If that beast tide had come to my location, you wouldn't have stood a chance of winning. Since he couldn't find any fierce beasts these past few days, Bai Qiuye had begun to focus on searching for Moo. But Moo had vanished just as completely as the high-tier fierce beasts. There wasn't even a trace of him to be found. The city gate. A sudden flash of inspiration hit Bai Qiuye. He has to return once the martial exam ends, right? Thinking of this, Bai Qiuye mounted his flying sword and rushed back. On the other side, Ling Shui was walking back to the city with Moo, staring at the rankings with a beaming smile. Woody, it looks like Bai Qiuye has given up. His points haven't budged in ages. With only 1,000 points left, he actually failed to catch up. You slept for 7 days and still ended up in first place. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Sigh. Moo sighed softly. I bet too little. If I had known, I would have kept more money and bet 10 million or so. At 27 times the return, I'd be an overnight millionaire. 27 times? Ling Shui suddenly froze, then jumped 3 meters high as if her tail had been stepped on. 27 times. I actually didn't bet. Put. Ling Shui felt like she was about to cough up blood. Even if I had only bet a few tens of millions of pocket money, I would have earned way more than I have now. What a loss, this hurts. Even though Ling Shui had a steady 2 billion coming in, she still felt like she had suffered a massive loss. A truly devastating loss. You blockhead, why didn't you say earlier that you could win the championship? That way, I could have given you at least 200 million more. Profiteer. Bah! Moo rolled his eyes at her. With 27 to 1 odds, you're only giving me 200 million? How do you have the nerve to say that out loud? He. Ling Shui smiled brightly and put her hands behind her back, saying arrogantly, this is investment return, you wouldn't understand? Moo rolled his eyes at her again. As they spoke, the two had already returned to Riverfall City. The city gates had not yet opened. They would only open once all the examinees had arrived. The appearance of Moo and Ling Shui immediately caused a commotion. It wasn't because of Moo. Few among the examinees knew who he was. Instead, all eyes were drawn to Ling Shui. Only one person was different. In his eyes, there was only Moo. Flash. Bai Qiuye flashed forward and stood before him. Moo. Moo furrowed his brow. Who are you? You don't even know me? Bai Qiuye's gaze instantly darkened. I don't, Moo said flatly. You? Bai Qiuye had long since forgotten his mission to recruit him. Now, he was consumed by rage. Moo, don't be so arrogant. The martial exam fierce beasts are limited this time. Even if you win, it won't be a fair victory. Moo rubbed the tip of his nose, looking puzzled. So, who are you exactly? What does this have to do with you? If you think there's a problem with the martial exam, go file a complaint. Why are you looking for me? The rules of the martial exam had been this way for years. Where was there ever absolute fairness? Some examinees simply happened upon 10 easy-to-hunt fierce beasts and lucked their way through, but passing was passing. If you were unlucky enough to run into a rank 2 or rank 3 right at the start and lost your life, you could only accept your fate. Whoosh! Bai Qiuye took a deep breath, his cold gaze fixed on Moo. Bai Qiuye, scion of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Rank 3 Commander, I challenge you now. Chapter 36, Place Your Bets. Ling Shui's little business mind. A challenge? The examinees at the entrance immediately perked up upon hearing this. Rank 3 Commander. Bai Qiuye's level is even higher than people guessed. Such rapid progress. It's terrifying. Moo. That guy is Moo, the one ranked first. They say he wiped out a pack and even took down a rank 4 fierce beast leader. He's a Psion too, right? At least apprentice level 9? What the hell? Where did you get your news? How could an apprentice level 9 kill a rank 4 fierce beast? TCH. Just because you can't doesn't mean he can't. Otherwise, why is he a Psion and you're not? Speaking of which, if those two were to face off, it's hard to say who would come out on top. They're both genius Psions, it's anyone's guess. No. Baiqiuye would win, hands down. What kind of place is the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords? Haven't you heard of the White Sword sect? That's a lineage of Psions. How can they even compare? True. It's normal for scores to skyrocket when you run into a beast tied during an exam, but in a real duel, the odds are naturally in favor of Baiqiuye, with his deep family heritage and unrivaled resources. Mu's expression remained unchanged. For such an unreasonable request, the answer was, of course, a flat refusal. Hoof. Baiqiuye let out a cold snort and said disdainfully, "Afraid of dying? You're overthinking it. This is the wilderness. Life and death duels aren't allowed here. We'll compete purely on psionic power using the Psion basic labyrinth. If you still don't dare to accept, then it only proves your talent is nothing special." Mu wasn't a child who would rush into a life and death struggle just because of a few taunts. Just as he was about to speak, Lingshui suddenly leaned in and covered Mu's mouth with her hand. "Young Master Bai, don't be in such a hurry, wait a moment." What the hell? Mu looked bewildered. What are you doing? Lingshui, her spirited eyes constantly signaling Mu, dragged him aside with sheer force and whispered in his ear, "Woody, want to make one last big score before the exam ends? A 70-30 split this time?" What? Mu frowned. Make what? How are you going to make anything? Lingshui gave him a playful look. The duel, of course. A showdown between genius Psions, what a trending topic. I'll open the betting, you step into the ring. If we turn a profit, we split it 70-30. Good grief. This school belle really has something going on. Her head is filled with nothing but money. Is there anything else in there? Mu had absolutely no interest in things like martial challenges. But making money, now that was different. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Deal. I get 70, you get 30, Mu said bluntly. Thud. Lingshui thought she had misheard. Hey, blockhead, have you lost your mind? I'm opening the bet, I'm the bookie, and I'm the investor. Have you ever seen an investor take the smaller cut? No way. At most, 40-60. I get 60. Lingshui, terrified of being misunderstood, quickly added another sentence. 666. How exactly are you 666? Mu said with a stony face, a 70-30 split, or we call the whole thing off. If you start a private betting pool without me, I don't mind throwing the match, you know. You? Throw the match? Lingshui was truly flustered now, her face turning red. Mu. This is a challenge. A duel between genius Psions is a matter of reputation. Don't you care about that anymore? What reputation? Mu raised an eyebrow. If I lose this match, does it affect my S-rank contract? Does it affect my first place standing in the martial exam? Well. It certainly wouldn't. Lingshui was momentarily speechless, her cheeks puffing out as she stewed in silence for a good while. I'll compromise. 60-40. Mu, you get the 40. Lingshui gritted her teeth and said fiercely, fine. But you have to win. Not necessarily, it depends on the odds, Mu said casually. We'll go whichever way the money is heavier. Have you ever actually run a private book before? Thud. Lingshui nearly sputtered again. I haven't? Have you? Humph. With that said, Lingshui made a face at Mu, then turned back. Young Master Bai, on behalf of Mu, I accept the challenge for the duel. There are still a few hours left before the martial exam ends. We'll prepare a bit and start in half an hour. Baiqiuye's gaze was cold and sharp, I don't need to prepare. Ling Shui, it still has to be in half an hour. We need to set the rules, let everyone rest, and do a quick run-through so no one makes excuses when they lose. Fine. Very well. Hearing this, Bai Qiuye naturally didn't insist. I hope you remember those words, don't make excuses when you lose. Of course not, we're going to sign a contract after all, Ling Shui said cleverly. Since this is a psion duel and physical combat is forbidden in the field, we'll follow the standard rules for a civil duel. Does young Master Bai have any objections? No. As the daughter of a major conglomerate, Ling Shui had been immersed in these matters since childhood and was incredibly adept at handling them. The contract was drafted and signed. Everyone. Once everything was finalized, Ling Shui turned to the crowd and announced, Genius Psion Bai Qiuye versus Genius Psion Mu. Everyone, log on to website 0 to cheer for the side you're rooting for. Good grief. Advertising on the spot. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Beauty Ling truly lives up to the reputation of the Ling Group professional. Damn professional. Go for it, Bai Qiuye. You've got the literary duel in the bag, just don't screw up. I've bet my entire net worth on you. Mu. Hurry up and lose, don't get in the way of me making money. Ling Shui immediately shot Mu a look, as if to say, see that? Everyone expects you to lose. If you don't win, we're going to lose a fortune. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, someone in the crowd laughed loudly. Xian Shui is opening a book? Why didn't anyone tell me? Lucian. Ling Shui was slightly surprised, but quickly responded with a smile. Does young Master Lu want to join in? Lucian glanced at Mu with a flash of malice in his eyes, before saying disdainfully, private bets like this are too small to be interesting. You guys go ahead and play. Too small? Ling Shui's expression immediately turned solemn. With the reputation of the Ling Group on the line, as long as someone dares to bet, Xian Shui has the guts to take it. Lucian gave a cold smile. Fine, I'll put down 1 billion. Bai Qiuye, to win. Whoa! 1 billion. The crowd was instantly stunned by the figure. Dropping 1 billion in a single move. Is this how the scions of mega corporations play? Hearing the number, Ling Shui only frowned slightly. Her expression didn't change much. Bai Qiuye was the favorite, so the odds wouldn't be high. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be by much. With 2 billion already in the pot as a cushion, she could certainly afford the payout. No problem, Ling Shui replied calmly. On the surface, Lucian placed his bet without a word, but inside he was laughing maniacally. Ling Shui. You bitch. You actually hooked up with a pauper like Mu? If I don't make you bleed money this time, I'll write my name backward. Chapter 37, Speed Limit Labyrinth, 5 tasks at once. The final day of the martial exam. Lucian was among the first group to return. The moment he saw Bai Qiuye, he immediately went up to egg him on. He hadn't expected that Bai Qiuye was already planning to cause trouble for Mu, which worked out perfectly. Lucian directly pointed Bai Qiuye toward the path of a literary duel. With the backing of the Thousand Sword Pavilion and the Bai family's technique manual. Mu was just a kid who had recently awakened. Even if his talent was heaven-defying, a literary duel would be a dead end for him. Psionics required hard practice just like anything else. And more importantly, it required guidance. Mu had been bogged down by lawsuits these past few days, unable to go to the martial arts hall and lacking any teacher's instruction. No one knew this better than Lucian. Bai Qiuye's victory was certain. There was no room for accidents. Even if he couldn't kill Mu, he had to find a way to humiliate him, collect some interest, and vent his frustration. He hadn't expected this. Since Ling Shui dared to open a private book to take bets, he might as well wipe them all out in one go. Perfect. Outside the examination grounds. The drone surveillance that Zhang Wei had originally suggested withdrawing was ultimately not removed. The duel between Bai Qiuye and Mu and the fact that the Ling Group was even taking bets on it instantly gave all the spectators a chance to win back their losses. Bai Qiuye won't lose this time, will he? Damn it! I bet a year's worth of savings just wanting to earn enough for a nice meal. Who the hell knew Bai Qiu Ye would actually lose? His points were lower than Mu, who just awakened. Relax, relax. Bai Qiu Ye is a sure win this time. Oh? How so? TSK, this is a literary duel, not a physical fight. A psionic literary duel involves 5 flying blades navigating a projected labyrinth. This tests psionic fundamentals and has little to do with psionic level. What it tests is the psion's control over the flying blades. No one has ever seen the foundational manuals for psionics, but if you did, you'd realize there is only one name listed as the author, Bai Ming. Psion. Hiss. A wave of gasps instantly erupted throughout the venue. White Sword Sect. Holy shit. The Psion Technique Manual was written by her grandfather. Bai Qiu Ye has been practicing for half a year. How could she possibly lose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having made up their minds, everyone immediately opened their smart devices to place their bets. What the hell? The odds are this low again? Sigh, there's no helping it. The Lu family just dropped 1 billion in one go, which drove the odds straight down. Let's just settle for the scraps. Even if we have to take out a loan, at least we can get something back. Double down. Go for the multiplier. Smash it 10,000 times. Just bet everything you've got. At the front row. Martial Exam Department. Various power players watched Ling Shui open the betting pool, feeling both annoyed and amused. This girl from the Ling family is truly audacious. Wu Zhiming was the first to burst out laughing. Even though everyone knew this was illegal, no one spoke up to stop it. Only Bai Qingyan felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Didn't I give instructions for Qiu Ye to recruit him? Why did she end up in a duel? Is she bullying him? That makes sense. Let Mu realize the psion advantage of the pavilion of 10,000 swords first. That will make the recruitment easier. Everyone, the second young miss of the Ling family is young and lacks discretion. If she wins, it's one thing, but if she loses, she doesn't even have a place to hedge her bets. I'm afraid she might lose quite miserably. The Ling group can afford that small amount of money. Young people need to be taught a lesson, so she knows this business isn't that easy to swallow. Everyone seemed eager to watch the joke unfold. Zhang Zhan from the 10,000 Merchants Alliance had also clarified the situation over the past few days. He knew that the one who had information on Psion, bet on Mu, and made a massive profit of 2 billion was none other than the second young miss of the Ling family. Oh? So the Alliance doesn't plan to help out? Everyone had assumed the Alliance would step in to limit the betting and minimize Ling Shui's losses, but they hadn't expected them to deliver a direct, heavy blow to her instead. In that case, we definitely have to place some bets, Bai Qingyan said jokingly. No problem, Zhang Zhan said, spreading his hands. I've already spoken with the CEO of the Ling Group. He won't interfere. An opportunity like this to fleece someone. Naturally, no one was going to let it pass. It didn't matter if the odds were low. If you bet big, you win big. Bets of tens of millions were being tossed around casually. However, no one placed a bet exceeding 100 million, which served as a way to save a bit of face for the other party. Guo Yue simply didn't have the money. If he did, he probably would have joined in as well. Mu, oh Mu, I can't help you this time. It doesn't matter if you lose anyway. It's not your money down the drain. Outside the city. More and more examinees were returning. On the open ground. The arena for the martial arts competition had already been cleared. Ling Shui's expression grew increasingly grim. Blockhead, things seem to have spiraled out of control. The bets against you are about to exceed 2 billion. Meanwhile, your side only has a little over 60 million. If we lose, we'll have to pay out roughly 2.5 billion. It's all because of that Lucian. He is ruthless. The starting odds were 1:2 automatically, and he has swallowed up all the maximum odds. 2.5 billion. That was Ling Shui's entire net worth. And 400 million of that had been borrowed from her family. You're the bookmaker, and you can still lose? Mu was truly exasperated by the school bell. Are you kidding me? What kind of mess did you make with those odds? Even if we take a step back and the betting really is lopsided, don't you know how to hedge? Use the customer's money to place bets on other platforms. Ling Shui shook her head. Of course I know about hedging, but there are no betting pools available outside. I've checked everywhere: the Merchant Alliance, the black market, none of them have opened a line for this. Logically, the black market would definitely open a pool. The fact they didn't this time means someone behind the scenes must have stepped in. Suddenly, Ling Shui suddenly understood everything. She had oversimplified things earlier, failing to consider the numerous external forces keeping a close eye on the martial exam. Damn it! It seems we've offended the black market, which means we've offended the Merchant Alliance behind them. They want to watch us lose money. Sob, sob, sob. Ling Shui was genuinely on the verge of tears. This was supposed to be just a bit of extra cash on the side, but now it looks like I'm going to lose my shirt. Mu rolled his eyes at her. Weren't you acting all arrogant just a moment ago? Giving up already? Mu! Ling Shui immediately looked up, her watery eyes fixed on him. You absolutely have to win. All my personal savings are riding on you. Shoo. Admit you were stupid and move on. Don't ask to partner with me next time. Mu couldn't be bothered with her. He walked straight toward the clearing. Time was almost up. Bai Qiuye stood in the center of the field with his arms crossed. He opened his eyes and asked, "Ready? Shall we begin?" Mu nodded. Remind me, what are the rules again? Thud. The crowd nearly collapsed in disbelief. Bro, you've been preparing all this time and you didn't even ask about the rules? Lucian sneered, doesn't even check the rules. Talk about boundless arrogance. Does he really think he's an invincible psion? Seeing this, Ling Shui hurried over, inwardly lamenting her luck. I was so busy looking at the odds that I forgot to tell Mu the rules or let him practice the maze first. We're doomed. Wah, my pocket money. The 2 billion I just earned, is it gone before I even touched it? Sigh. Ling Shui sighed to herself. It was useless to say anything now, she only had her own naivety to blame. She reached out and tapped the projection. 10 winding and complex mazes appeared before everyone's eyes. Speed limited labyrinth, maximum tier 1 sovereign speed. The test focuses on the psion's fundamental command capabilities. 5 flying blades must be used simultaneously, entering the labyrinth and clearing the stages together. The gap between the fastest progressing blade and the slowest progressing blade must not exceed 10%, otherwise, a 10-second penalty halt will be imposed. To put it simply, it's about multitasking 5 ways. Even distribution. If one naturally possesses the ability to control 5 flying blades at full power, they will have an advantage, but it doesn't guarantee a win. Because the labyrinth is extremely complex, it tests micro-control more than anything else. In psion combat, the ability to command the finer details of flying blades is the key to victory. Allocating psionic power to the blades rationally can significantly increase the win rate in actual combat. This is the most common rule used in psion duels. In the air. A 3-second countdown appeared simultaneously before Mu and Bai Qiuye. Both parties' 5 flying blades were already poised at the labyrinth entrance. 3, 2, 1. Start. Chapter 38, Psion Technique Manual, A Crushing Victory. Bai Qiuye's expression suddenly jolted. He became fully focused, commanding the 5 flying blades as they darted into the labyrinth. A fair duel. The flying swords of the Myriad Sword Pavilion definitely couldn't be used. Of course, the flying swords themselves were too long and unsuited for a labyrinth designed for flying blades. There was no reason to handicap himself. Above the projection, the time was displayed. Below it, the real-time progress of the labyrinth conquest was shown. 5 different mazes, each with a unique route, require simultaneous progression. Naturally, they must be completed concurrently to qualify, so only the average synchronized speed is recorded. A single breath. Baiqiuye's maze progress instantly surged to 0.5%. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Mu's flying blades were still leisurely wandering around the entrance of the maze. It was truly slow. As of now, not even 0.1% of progress had been registered. Ha ha ha. The Bai family of the Myriad Sword Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Starting with a 5-fold lead in speed, this match is in the bag. Indeed. Although Baiqiuye cannot exert full power while controlling 5 flying blades, his command and control over them is absolute. Listening to the remarks around her, Ling Shui's heart sank completely. On the other side, representatives from various factions watching the duel all showed expressions that said, just as expected. Although Baiqiuye has only been awakened for half a year, he must have already mastered the basic Psion technique manual to a minor degree, right? Wu Jiming saw it clearly and spoke plainly. Bai Qingyan did not hide it either. Xiudia's basic technique manual has indeed just broken through to level 4, entering the stage of minor mastery. TSK. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but click his tongue. The Bai family's talent is truly different. According to our data, in the first year of Psion Awakening, everyone prioritizes offensive power. Having 2 flying blades and a basic technique manual at the entry level is usually enough. Many Psions only begin to refine their technique manual after reaching the 9th rank of the commander level, or even after promoting to the commandery envoy level. Bai Qingyan remained silent. He thought to himself. Psion cultivation requires steady progress and a solid foundation. Even grandfather only realized this truth in recent years. How could I share this with you? Wei Yue, on the other hand, looked regretful. Deep down, he was actually still hoping for a bit of a miracle. Mu's talent had been so outstanding before. What if there was a surprise? Unfortunately, this time, it really wasn't a matter of talent, but a matter of insufficient cultivation time. 7 days. The fact that Mu could achieve consecutive breakthroughs was already outrageous enough. You expect him to divide his attention to practice a technique manual as well? Isn't that just nonsense? Thinking of this, Hui Yue pondered and said, technique manuals have 9 levels. Level 1 is entry, level 3 is minor accomplishment, level 6 is proficient, and level 9 is great perfection. For Mu to even reach the entry level in just a few days would be a surprise. Expecting anything more would be quite excessive. Bai Qingyan nodded slightly. This was exactly what she valued in Mu. It wasn't just his rapid promotion speed that mattered most. What was even more staggering was how quickly he mastered technique manuals. Entry level in 7 days. That speed was truly terrifying. Just then, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the arena. What just happened? Mu's speed in clearing the labyrinths is starting to accelerate. 3%. It was less than 1% just a moment ago. What happened? Even Baiqiuye is only at 5%? Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Did Mu give up on clearing them simultaneously and switch to focusing on one, causing a gap in the average clearance speed? Bai Qingyan immediately swept her gaze across Mu's labyrinths. 3%, 3%, 3%, 3%, 3%. 5 labyrinths, all at exactly 3%, not a fraction off? This. How is that possible? Hiss. Someone asked in confusion, is it a coincidence? Has Mu played these labyrinths before? Ha! A ripple of light laughter immediately broke out in the arena. That would probably be a bit difficult, wouldn't it? The maze isn't static, it's intelligently generated. Even if you walked through it 10,000 times, you'd never figure out the rules. This isn't a manually designed maze, it's a high-difficulty labyrinth selected after an AI simulates various algorithms. Compared to the outsiders. As a Psion herself, Bai Qingyan was the most shocked of all. She thought to herself. No way, that's impossible, right? Only after reaching level 6 mastery of the basic technique manual can one fully command 5 flying blades and have the capability to keep the progress consistent across all mazes during a run. The so-called inconsistent progress happens because people can't split their focus. They run the left side for a bit, then the right side, unable to run all the mazes simultaneously. Let's wait and see. Maybe it's just a fluke. Bai Qingyan truly did not believe anyone could train the Psion basic technique manual to mastery in just a few days. Outside the city. Inside the arena. The changes in Mu quickly caught the attention of the spectating examinees. What the hell? Mu is catching up. What is Bai Qiuye doing? Why has her clearing speed slowed down? Ling Shui had been on the verge of despair. Hearing this now, the spark of hope was instantly reignited. On the left, Mu, 5% completion. On the right, Bai Qiuye, 7% completion. The gap is closing? It's actually closing. The next second. Bai Qiuye's clearing speed suddenly surged to 8%, quickly hitting 10%, and even reaching 12% within a single minute. Meanwhile, Mu had only just reached 8%. Ugh. Ling Shui said dejectedly, is it still not enough? Ding. Bai Qiuye committed a foul. Penalty, 10-second freeze. Whoosh. The crowd outside immediately erupted into a commotion. What just happened? A foul? Everyone turned their gaze toward Bai Qiuye's labyrinth. 17%, 11%, 15%, 10%, 7%. The last one was only at 7%? The gap exceeded 10%. Holy shit! Bai Qiuye is panicking. Don't rush. Mu can't beat you. Keep it up. Stay steady and don't panic, it's only 10 seconds, that's nothing. The crowd was still cheering for Bai Qiuye. But Bai Qiuye was genuinely anxious. Catching a glimpse of Mu out of the corner of his eye, he saw the progress was about to sync up at 10%. Damn it, how is this possible? Bai Qiuye roared inwardly. How is he able to synchronize his progress? How? Opposite him. Mu was not in a hurry at all. A level 6 technique manual is indeed powerful. Although I can't use the 5 flying blades at full power, my control is more precise. Synchronizing my focus to navigate the maze might not look fast, but it's steady and error-free. Now. Mu finally understood why the system required a certain technique manual level for upgrades. Martial rank is like your base stats. The technique manual is like your skills, used to unleash those base stats. If you have 100 points in base stats but your execution capability is only 50%, then the other 50 points are wasted. Training them would be pointless. But with the current method, even with 100 points in base stats, if your execution capability is 200%, you effectively gain an extra 100 points of base stats. In battle, the difference becomes immediately apparent and massive. Ding, the 10-second penalty stop has ended. The prompt sounded. Bai Qiuye set off again, this time with absolute concentration. However, after just a few breaths. Ding, Bai Qiuye committed a foul 10-second penalty stop. Another penalty. Just then. Mu's progress reached 12%. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuye was still serving his penalty. By the time it ended, Mu had already overtaken him, reaching 13% progress. Boom! The crowd outside erupted. My God! No way? Why is this happening? Is Bai Qiuye going to lose in a mental contest too? And this is only the beginning. There's still a chance, right? Bai Qiuye, give it your all. Charge! Go, go, go! Ling Shui was ecstatic in her heart. Come on, you blockhead! Charge! On the other side. Lucian's face turned green, and he roared on the spot, Bai Qiuye, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 39, 1.2 billion. Inside the city, numerous factions watched the projection, all of them stunned. Bai Qingyan felt a chill run down her spine, so shocked that her jaw nearly hit the ground. Technique manual mastery? It really is the mastery realm. It's over. Qiuye is doomed to lose. Even if he didn't act recklessly and wasn't penalized with stops, as the maze hits 30% progress and enters the mid-stage, the difficulty spikes. He simply can't catch up to Mu, who has technique manual mastery. Crack. Bai Qingyan secretly clenched her fists. Choya, oh Choya, losing doesn't matter, just don't panic. Remember the mission I gave you. A genius like Mu must not fall into the hands of other factions. Gui Yue's face was turning red from holding it in. Not out of fear, but because he wanted to laugh so badly but couldn't. He was holding it back. A profit. A massive profit this time. Mu's talent isn't just as a psion, his comprehension is also incredibly heaven-defying. During the 7-day martial exam, while others were taking the test, he was practicing at the shelter. 7 days. He actually managed to comprehend the technique manual to the level of mastery. A genius psion with peerless comprehension. What kind of concept is that? Unthinkable, truly unthinkable. Outside the city, at the martial arena. Mu's clearing speed hadn't actually changed, but in everyone's eyes, he seemed to be getting faster and faster. Because Bai Qiuye had almost ground to a halt. Continuous penalties, being overtaken, the more mistakes he made, the more frequent they became, and the slower he went. In the early stages, a 1-minute acceleration could cover 5% or 8% of the progress. Now, after a full minute has passed, the decimal point barely budges. In contrast, Mu was progressing at a steady 5% per minute, as stable as ever. 10 minutes passed quickly amidst everyone's shock. Ding! Mu's team has cleared the maze. Mu wins. The projection was intelligent, operating on preset rules and broadcasting the results automatically. Hee. I'm rich. Ling Shui nearly burst out laughing, forcing down the corners of her mouth that were twitching upward frantically. The contest is over, and the outcome is decided. If anyone has objections, raise them now, otherwise, we will proceed with the settlement. Objections? Who could have an objection? It was a maze run in front of everyone. The difficulty was plain for all to see. Mu simply cleared it steadily, without a single mistake. I have an objection. I suspect Bai Qiuye threw the game on purpose. Damn! On what grounds? I don't accept this result. This was a fixed match. The examinees who had lost massive amounts of credits were on the verge of a riot. Hearing this, Lucian's eyes darted around before he stepped forward. Ling Shui, when did you collude with Bai Qiuye? Public deception. Cheating, fixing matches. Is this how your Ling group operates? 1 billion in funds. The last of the money Lucian had skimmed from the processing plant was all tied up here. After the case at the processing plant blew up, that lucrative pipeline was cut off. Even if his family didn't hold him accountable, his source of income was gone. Relying on their usual pocket money, a measly few million, who could that possibly be enough for? With Lucian backing them up. Most of the examinees also got fired up. Rigged match. It's definitely a rigged match. Bai Qiuye is a damn actor. RNM. Refund my money. Ling Shui's expression turned cold. Taking a righteous step forward, she barked. Are you all insane? This is questioning the reputation of my Ling group. It is slander and defamation. The Ling group will definitely pursue legal action. At the same time, you are slandering the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords and accusing the descendant of the Bai family of being an actor in fixing the match? This is utterly absurd. Oof. Lucian was now committed to this dark path. Having already offended everyone he needed to, one more wouldn't make a difference. You know Bai Qiuye is the descendant of the Bai family, so tell me, on what grounds should he lose? Is the Psion technique manual that easy to master? How many days has it been since Mu awakened? He isn't even a dominator. How could he possibly beat Bai Qiuye, a third-tier dominator at the martial rank? The crowd clamored in accusation. Exactly. Your acting is too fake. You're not even trying to hide it anymore, are you? Ling Shui looked at the encroaching crowd, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. There were too many of them. If a real riot broke out, they might not be able to escape. Just then. Swish, swish, swish. Several flying blades flashed with cold glints in the air. Mu raised an eyebrow and sneered, "What? Do you guys want to start a war right here? Suddenly, all the martial artists froze simultaneously. What a joke! 5 flying blades suppressed the entire scene. Whether all the martial artists here combined would be enough for Mu to cut down remained an unknown. Just as the standoff persisted. Nonsense! A thunderous shout echoed through the field, leaving everyone's ears ringing and their heads dazed. Bang! A figure plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. It was the Blood Blade Grandmaster, Wu Jiming. Behind him, supervisors Gui Yue, Zhang Zhan, and Bai Qingyan arrived at the same time. Upon seeing the Grandmaster, the examinees naturally all withered away. They were afraid, but Lucian was not. Grandmaster Wu, we were engaging in a formal duel outside the arena. I believe this does not violate the rules. However, someone cheated and publicly threw the match, which is truly despicable. Lucian spoke with righteous indignation, acting completely outraged while pointedly omitting the fact that he had lost 1 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, before Wu Jiming could speak, Bai Qingyan erupted first, shouting with glaring eyes, "Presumptuous! Are you suggesting my Bai family fixed the match?" Lucian's eyelids flickered, yet he still pushed back. I am merely stating the facts. I hope the Grandmaster will investigate thoroughly. Wu Jiming's face was majestic, with a faint hint of killing intent hidden within. The match just now was under our full observation. What facts are you trying to state? This? Lucian's eyes widened, instantly rendered speechless by the shock. The Grandmasters were watching. Did he want to accuse the Grandmasters of being complicit in fraud? Lucian truly lacked the courage. If his family found out, they might cripple him themselves. Bai Qingyan turned her head and looked at Mu. What level have you reached with your Psion Basic Technique Manual? Level 6. Mu replied indifferently. Sure enough. Bai Qingyan slapped Bai Qiuye, who was still in a daze, back to his senses. His technique manual martial rank is higher than yours. There's no shame in losing. But, what about my cultivation realm? Seeing his own family member, Bai Qiuye felt like dying from embarrassment. He truly couldn't understand it. The realm might not be everything either. Bai Qingyan looked at Mu with a puzzled gaze. Ha! Mu chuckled, Tier 2 Commander, it's alright, isn't it? What? The entire audience fell silent simultaneously. No one spoke. Gui Yue couldn't hold it together any longer. Mu, keep a lower profile. Do you even know what a Tier 2 Commander martial rank represents? Mu nodded and casually flicked out a flying blade. Boom! The blade flew horizontally without any wind-breaking sound, but it exploded into an airwave in mid-air, vibrating across a distance of dozens of meters. Tier 2 Commander, 20,000 kilograms. Wu Jiming was a Grandmaster and saw it most clearly, yet even his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. That's not right. That flying blade of yours carried an attack power of at least 40,000. Mu nodded, yeah, don't I have a level 6 basic technique manual? Everyone was stunned. Can it even be calculated that way? Phew. Bai Qingyan let out a long sigh. A Tier 6 Psion technique manual increases psionic power by 120%. That's correct. At that moment, everyone fell silent. A Tier 2 commander with a level 6 technique manual, what else was there to say? Bai Qiuye instantly stopped agonizing over it. There was simply no comparison. The guy had awakened 7 days ago, spent 7 days in the martial exam, and had already promoted to a Tier 2 commander with a level 6 technique manual. Was this something he could ever catch up to? Don't be ridiculous, it was impossible to catch up. I lost this round. Bai Qiuye pondered for a moment, and then his gaze turned determined, but I will work harder than ever before. The final outcome is not yet decided. Whether a Psion can break through from the Commander Grandmaster level to reach the Great Grandmaster realm is the true test. I will definitely get there first. Definitely. MHM. Seeing Bai Qiuye recover, Bai Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mu, do you have a moment to talk in private? Upon hearing this, Gui Yue immediately darted in front of Mu. Ahem, the martial exam isn't over yet. Everyone, let's head into the city first, we'll talk once we're inside. Mu didn't care for any of that and simply gave Ling Shui a look. Ling Shui understood instantly and, with a beaming smile, immediately initiated the transfer. Master, we're rich. Xiaoyi exclaimed through the combat suit's earpiece, 1.21 billion credits have been deposited into your account. Chapter 40, Martial Exam ends, locking onto Lucian. 1.2 billion. The funding for the Psion Technique Manual was finally secured. He could also upgrade to better equipment. Flying blades? S-grade, they must be S-grade. All of them, S-grade. Before even entering the city gates, Mu had already begun browsing the mall. All examinees entered the city. The martial exam has concluded. Those who did not pass, please return your equipment and depart. Practice hard and prepare for the next martial exam. Those who passed, you have officially become martial artists. However, now is not the time for pride. Becoming a martial artist is only the first step of your cultivation journey. A long martial artist career awaits you. The martial exam is an assessment conducted within a controlled safety range. Even so, over 30% of examinees were injured, and dozens were seriously injured or even killed in action. Once you leave the martial exam and head into the wild, the fierce beasts won't follow rules, and they certainly won't fight you one-on-one. A martial artist needs to cultivate, promote, hunt fierce beasts, and protect the city. All of this requires the support of a powerful team. As the examiner reached this point, the representatives of various factions took the stage one after another. Wu Jiming stood with his hands behind his back, his voice booming like thunder. The martial hall was founded by the strongest individual on Dragonstar. I don't need to tell you how powerful we are. At Breaking Star, you can receive the finest instruction and the best resources in all of Dragonstar. Of course, the prerequisite is that your talent is sufficient to earn those resources. The martial hall is indeed overbearing. With just a few casual words, the martial artists below were already eager to try. The title of the strongest is no sham. Beside Wu Jiming stood a man holding a spear. He stood as straight as a sturdy pine, exuding an extraordinary aura. The martial hall was founded by the Spear King. Every spear technique in Dragonstar originated from the martial hall. In terms of resources and guidance, the martial hall is in no way inferior to Purging. However, we only recruit martial artists who use the spear. Immediately after, Bai Qingyan stood upon a flying sword, her temperament ethereal and refined as she spoke gracefully. Wanjian Pavilion was founded by the strongest Psion in Dragonstar. Wanjian Pavilion possesses the most powerful Psion technique manual, and Wanjian Pavilion has an extensive Psion training team. Wanjian Pavilion, the unparalleled choice for all Psions in Dragonstar. As they spoke, Bai Qingyan's gaze was clearly fixed on Mu. However, Mu was preoccupied with browsing the mall and didn't notice at all. Zhang Zhan, dressed in a sharp suit with polished leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses, looked nothing like a martial artist. A martial artist's cultivation cannot be separated from credits. The Myriad Merchants Alliance owns all large-scale group companies across the 24 cities of Dragonstar, integrating all of Dragonstar's commercial resources. At Myriad Merchants, as long as you have credits, you can buy anything you want. At the same time, the returns martial artists earn at Myriad Merchants are the highest, and we offer various levels of contracts suitable for all types of martial artists. After the speech concluded, it immediately garnered cheers from a large number of martial artists. The requirements of the previous organizations were simply too high. Starbreaker would not accept mediocrity, the martial hall only recruited spear users, and the Thousand Sword Pavilion had even specified they only wanted Psions this time. And in this assessment, only 2 Psions were participating in total. The Myriad Merchants Alliance was the true choice for the majority of martial artists. They had money, a lot of it. With just a little research, one would know that the Myriad Merchants Alliance's prices for purchasing fierce beast materials and their salaries for martial artists were the highest among all the powers. The military representative, Yenjin, stood tall and straight, his face stern as he shouted, as martial artists, protecting the city is our unshakable responsibility. The fierce beasts in the wild have seemed quiet these past few years, but recently, traces of high-tier fierce beast activity have been discovered repeatedly. Until the fierce beasts are eradicated, the crisis will never be over. The military is the strongest shield protecting the city. Here, all martial artists can receive selfless instruction. Everything is for the sake of making you faster and stronger. Guo Yue was the last to speak. The martial hall, since its founding, has had only one purpose, and that is to cultivate the martial artist strength of our Riverfall city. The military is responsible for defense and large-scale clearing of fierce beasts near the city. Meanwhile, the martial hall is responsible for improving the strength of Riverfall city's martial artists. Our cultivation of martial artists has never considered the cost. If you want to raise your martial artist realm as quickly as possible, coming to the martial hall is definitely the right choice. After everyone finished speaking, naturally, the martial artists flocked forward to inquire about specific conditions. Having mastered literary and martial arts, one sells them to the imperial family. While the fundamental purpose of becoming a martial artist is of course to protect the city, for ordinary martial artists, they must first consider their own interests. Choosing a faction that suits them is an inevitable choice for all new martial artists. Unless they come from a background like Ling Xue's, a common solo martial artist can't even find a team to join after all. No team looking to make a profit wants to drag along a newcomer. Even if they offer to work for free, no one wants them. One more burden means one more potential danger. Only by joining a faction can one quickly integrate into the martial artist circle and grow rapidly. Mudo, would you consider coming to my family's side? Ling Shui took advantage of their proximity and asked Mu point blank. Huh? What did you say? Mu looked up with a blank expression. Go to your house for what? Did you see me make money and now you're trying to scam me out of a meal? Thud. Ling Shui was nearly choked to death by that single sentence. You have over $1 billion now, a meal isn't going to bankrupt you. I am inviting you to join the Myriad Merchants Alliance. Mu rolled his eyes, held up a palm, and waved it in front of her. Wait a second, does this hand of mine look like it's worth 50 million? Creak. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui was so infuriated that her back molars let out an audible grind. Fine. 50 million. Can we talk business now? MHM. Mu's 27 million bet had also been settled with this 50 million added. His assets were nearing 1.3 billion. Comfortable. Peace of mind. Ling Shui continued, the Martial Hall's S-rank contract is too low for you. Myriad Merchants can offer you an SSS rank contract. Don't be in a rush, listen to me first. I know the Martial Hall contract has a termination fee, but we can pay that. Mu shook his head, didn't I say it last time? It's not a matter of money. The Myriad Merchants Alliance had a complex structure. While they were indeed wealthy, they were also incredibly dangerous. Sigh. Ling Shui just wanted to try one more time. Since it didn't work, she could only sigh at the lack of fate between them. By the way, Mu remembered the match earlier, the guy who bet $1 billion just now and lost like a dog. I think I saw him at the martial arts hall with you last time. Are you close? Ling Shui was slightly taken aback and frowned. Lucian from Tienlu Group. We are both within the Myriad Merchants Alliance system, and our families collaborate quite a bit, so I suppose we know each other. He lost that much money, he won't come looking for trouble, will he? Having been targeted in the shadows multiple times, Mu had finally learned to be cautious. Hearing this, Ling Shui immediately patted her chest and promised, I was the bookmaker. If he wants to cause trouble, he has to come to me. He won't go after you. Damn! Mu thought to himself, are you stupid, or just naive? You are both big corporations and you know each other. Even if he wanted to turn against you and cause trouble, he knows you're not someone to be trifled with. As for the remaining Bai Qiuye, he wouldn't be able to handle her either. The only one left he could likely deal with was himself. Tienlu Group? Hiss. Mu's eyes flickered as he recalled the way that Guy Lucian looked at him. There was clearly a different kind of emotion behind his gaze. Do you know about the Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant? Ling Shui blinked. I don't know it specifically, but since it carries the Tienlu name, it must be a subsidiary of the Tienlu Group. My family has Fierce Beast Processing Plants too. It's a stable, profitable business. The only issue is that the source of the fierce beasts can be inconsistent. The Tienlu group has grown very rapidly over the last few decades precisely because their source of fierce beasts is extremely stable. Lucian. The fierce beast processing plant belongs to his family. Hearing this, Mu felt a chill in his heart. What did this mean? In that incident, it was clearly a high-level executive within the fierce beast processing plant who was targeting him. While he didn't know exactly who it was definitely a senior official from the Tienlu group. Would Lucian be considered high-level? Of course. Furthermore, Lucian was the only high-level executive from the Tienlu group that Mu had ever met. Regardless of Lucian's reasons for wanting to deal with him, the probability that he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes was the highest. At least 90%. Chapter 41, Green Flame Flying Sword. Wanjian Pavilion spares no expense to recruit. Mu now had only one final doubt in his mind. Ling Shui, how does your family compare to the Tienlu group? We're about the same. The Tienlu group's revenue only surpassed ours in the last few years. Currently, their annual revenue leads ours by about 10 billion, Ling Shui said candidly. Ling Shui, I guess you count as a rich second generation then? Well. Ling Shui was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to answer. Mu didn't wait for a reply. In your experience, does it seem reasonable for Lucian to just pull out $1 billion to place a bet like that? Being nudged like this, Ling Shui suddenly took on a thoughtful expression. If it's for cultivation, a family certainly wouldn't be stingy with resources, but for pocket money, they wouldn't give that much. $1 billion is indeed a bit ridiculous. I haven't spent much over the years, and I've only managed to save up a little over 100 or 200 million in pocket money. Cough, cough. Pocket money, 1 or 200 million? Ridiculous. Ling Shui was indeed a wealthy woman. But what about Lucian? He was a rich second-generation heir, sure, but his expenses definitely wouldn't be as frugal as Ling Shui's. Being able to casually pull out $1 billion, outsiders might not think twice about the problem behind it, assuming only that Lucian's family was generous. But Mu knew about the inside job at the fierce beast processing plant. Lucian. He was 100% the guy who stole the products from the fierce beast plant. Crack. Mu's fist immediately clenched with a sharp pop, a flash of killing intent flickering through his eyes. If he was the one who stole the goods, then the entire setup and framing must have been his handiwork as well. If Mu hadn't happened to sign the contract and, not wanting his mother to continue working, went to the processing plant early to pick her up, the consequences would have been unthinkable. How ruthless. Even. This abnormal beast horde movement was also very likely his doing. Silencing witnesses. Lucian seemed to be well versed in this. He had already silenced the guards and wiped the surveillance. He probably wouldn't care about hiring a few desperate criminals to kill a candidate during the martial exam, would he? Mu? What's wrong? Seeing the terrifying look in Mu's eyes, Ling Shui couldn't help but speak up. Phew. Mu inwardly let out a quiet breath, and his expression returned to normal. Now that he knew who the mastermind was, that was good. Report it to the police? With no evidence and relying entirely on speculation, what are the odds of taking down Lucian, the heir to a major conglomerate who is also a martial artist? Everything still depends on himself. Mu would not let a guy like this off the hook, but now was not the time to strike. He needed a long-term plan. Mu said calmly, "It's nothing. I was just wondering, shouldn't there be a reward for taking first place in the martial exam? Where do I collect it?" Ha ha ha. Gui Yue happened to walk over at that moment. First place in the martial exam receives 1 S-rank weapon. But since you are a Psion, an S-rank combat blade is useless to you now. How about I swap it for 5 flying daggers for you? S-rank? Yes, definitely. I can work with that. Mu's eyes lit up. Mentioning this certainly woke him up. Of course. Gui Yue had prepared the items the moment he saw Mu's points surpass 10,000. Originally, these were intended as rewards for an SSS rank contract upgrade. But looking at it now, There was still room to improve the contract rewards. The 5S rank flying daggers were handed over. Looking at the material, they were clearly different from a rank ones. Under the light, the alloy emitted a faint, deep cyan glow. S-rank flying daggers are based on top-tier alloys fused with the beast core of an 8th-order psionic power fierce beast, the Azure Flame Lion. They are not only sharp but also more compatible with psionic power, capable of boosting up psion strength by at least 20%. A single S-rank combat blade was worth 200 million. But these 5S-rank flying daggers were worth 250 million. By exercising a small bit of his authority, Guo Yue had added 50 million in value compared to the market price. S-rank flying daggers are indeed good, but for a psion, they aren't the best. A voice suddenly drifted over from the side. Everyone turned their gaze to see Bai Qingyan. Mu, you are the champion of this martial exam and a psion. The pavilion of 10,000 swords values psions above all else. This azure flame flying sword shall be gifted to you as a reward. Bai Qingyan waved her hand. A flying sword about a foot long appeared before Mu's eyes. The sword was a deep mysterious green, its luster far surpassing that of an S-class flying blade. Under the sunlight, it seemed as though ripples of azure flames were clinging to its surface. Hiss. This is the latest limited edition flying sword from the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords, SS class. Ling Shui knew her stuff and immediately cried out in shock. Within the Myriad Merchants Alliance, there are no channels to even purchase this sword. It's an absolute limited edition with a market price of at least 3 billion and up. What the hell? 3 billion? Giving such a massive gift right off the bat? Well, I'd feel a bit embarrassed to accept this. Mu's expression was slightly awkward, yet he calmly extended his psionic power to latch onto the sword's body. Clang! The moment the psionic power made contact, the azure flame sword suddenly unfolded. From the foot-long blade, 12 smaller azure flame swords of varying lengths branched out. Sub-mother swords? Mu was taken aback. He had known before that the flying swords from the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords possessed sub-mother functionality. But he hadn't expected there to be as many as 12. Moreover, the sub-swords varied in length and even had slight differences in curvature. They were clearly crafted this way by design, likely suggesting the existence of a matching weapon combat technique behind them. Whoosh, whoosh. With a slight manipulation, Mu could feel that channeling and controlling psionic power through the Azure Flame Sword was exceptionally easy, at least twice as effortless as using an A-class flying blade. Despite the Azure Flame Sword being longer, it possessed such a sense of handling heavy weight as if it were light. Impressive. As expected of a dedicated psion weapon. Is this sword truly intended as a martial exam reward? Mu had to make sure. The item was genuinely excellent. If it was a free gift, he'd take it. If there were strings attached, then no deal. 3 billion. It used to be an astronomical figure, but now, it seems manageable. However, if I had to equip 7 or 8 of these things, it would indeed be a bit much. I can just barely manage one with some effort. Bai Qingyan smiled freely and said, that is only natural. The emergence of a talented psion is a good thing for Riverfall City and for Dragonstar. As a psion power itself, the Thousand Sword Pavilion will naturally not mistreat a psion. Wei Youwei's eyelids twitched violently as he listened. The Martial Hall hadn't even made a move yet, but the Thousand Sword Pavilion was already going all out. With a wave of her hand, Bai Qingyan summoned another green flame flying sword. It split open in the center and then flashed. The green flame swords combined in mid-air, instantly transforming into a long sword with an ancient and primitive design. The long sword hovered in the air, but its aura suddenly surged. Something's not right. Mu's pupils constricted. The power generated by this green flame sword combination is clearly several times greater than before. Bai Qingyan looked over with a gaze full of praise. Correct. Once the green flame swords are combined, and used in conjunction with the Thousand Sword Pavilion's advanced version of Singular Mind, they can achieve a perfect fusion of all psionic power into one, even exceeding the sum total of all the psion's psionic power. If a psion can multitask to control 10 flying swords, with each sword exerting 10,000 kilograms of force, Then the green flame sword can concentrate all 10 strands of psionic power together to unleash 150,000 kilograms of force, a total increase of 50%. Thud. Gui Yue really couldn't take it anymore. This is a blatant seduction. I never expected it, I really never expected it. Bai Qingyan. You, the usually cold and aloof elder sister who never shows any emotion, are actually playing the temptress today. And you're doing it right in front of me. It's simply disgraceful. Chapter 42, Dominion Trial? The Origin of Singular Mind. Mu, director Bai is acting out of kindness, just accept it. Gui Yue flickered into motion, positioning himself directly in front of Mu and completely shielding Bai Qingyan from view. He followed up by saying, "The martial exam is over, so it's time to handle that case of yours. Let us go, I'll take you to the martial artist management department first." Gui Yue grabbed Mu and started to lead him away. He didn't dare stay any longer. The director was away on business and couldn't return for the time being. Although the Grandmaster Wu Jiming was on site, Bai Qingyan, a rank 9 Dominion envoy, was not someone to be trifled with. If a real argument broke out later, it wouldn't matter how loud he shouted. Wait. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly, and she immediately called out to stop them. "Supervisor Gua, has the Martial Hall secured a spot for next month's Dominion trial?" Hiss. Upon hearing those words, Gui Yue felt as if someone had hammered him in the skull. Mu wore a puzzled expression. "What trial?" "Ha!" Bai Qingyan explained with a slight smile. Psion is an extremely unique cultivation path. While martial artists have various technique manuals and moves, Psions rely almost entirely on the accumulated experience of their predecessors. You should be able to tell this just from the differences in the names and contents of the technique manuals. That was true enough. The martial artist technique manual was the 18 bloody battles, while the Psion version was only the basics. Not only was there a world of difference in price, but even the higher-level technique manuals seem to follow this pattern. Is it because there are too few Psions? Mu guessed after a moment of thought. Yes. Bai Qingyan first nodded in affirmation, then slightly shook her head, but that's not the whole story. There are few Psions, but those who are Psions are invariably geniuses. In terms of natural talent, brilliance, and diligence, Psions are not inferior to any martial artist. In fact, they far surpass them. The lack of more technique manuals isn't due to a lack of talent or research among Psions, but because the Psion path is too difficult. Harder than scaling the heavens. Having said that, Bai Qingyan sighed softly, her expression full of longing. Even with the talent, realm, and martial rank of the founder of the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords, the White Sword Sect Master, he was only able to summarize a set of basic cultivation methods over the span of 100 years. The basic Psion technique manual you studied was authored by the White Sword Sect Master himself. The higher-level advanced technique manual, and even singular will, were all written by him. What the hell? That impressive? Mu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement after hearing this. A basic technique manual cost 5 million, while singular will was 1.5 billion. Good grief. Just sitting there collecting intellectual property royalties would make someone rich enough to rival a nation, wouldn't it? Sure enough. As long as a book becomes a hit, it's a gold mine. The only fear is being a total flop, writing generic trash that nobody reads, failing to even earn back the cost of the ink. Seeing the look of surprise on Mu's face, Bai Qingyan assumed he was awestruck by the White Sword Sect Master's martial rank, and said with a hint of pride, "But did you know? Even though the White Sword Sect Master is a transcendent genius, that singular will technique manual wasn't actually created by him. Grandfather merely took what he had learned, summarized it, and categorized it to make it more suitable for Dragon Star Psions to study." Hiss. Gui Yue gasped upon hearing this. That was only a rumor on the streets, I didn't expect it to be true. The White Sword Sect Master's technique manual was actually learned from the Dominion trials? Bai Qingyan nodded. No one knows who built the trials of Dominion, nor how many years they have existed. Before there were Psions on Dragonstar, these trials had never appeared. Now, they only allow 10 scions to enter each year. My grandfather was the first scion to find the trials and the first to complete them. The One Mind Technique manual was also learned from within those trials. It could be said that the place holds the supreme secret techniques of the Psions. Even the azure flame flying swords were modeled after the Psion weapons rewarded by the trials. I presume I don't need to say more about the importance of the trials, do I? Sigh. Gui Yue sighed inwardly. I know what follows even if you don't say it, but the Martial Hall truly has no slots for this. On the entire Dragon Star, there are only 10 slots. 5 belong to the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords. 2 more are sold by the Alliance of 10,000 Merchants. The final 3 are determined by the rankings at the Dragon Star Martial Arts Tournament. Mu, I originally thought it was too early for you to face the trials of Dominion, so I didn't mention it, Gui Yue explained, turning around as he could no longer keep it hidden. Wrong. Bai Qingyan frowned, delivering a sharp rebuke. The minimum entry level for the trials is Dominator, and the maximum is 9th rank Dominion Envoy. Once you promote to Grandmaster, the trials will no longer be open to you. In the past, many Psions would wait until they reached the 9th rank Dominion Envoy level to consider it, even delaying their breakthrough to hone their Dominion abilities. But recently, my grandfather seems to have realized something. He stated plainly that the trials should be entered when a genius is at their youngest. He cleared it in his early 20s, which is why he received the best rewards. Although the rewards for those who cleared it later were good, none of them obtained a higher level technique manual. What the heck? Vital information. This piece of information alone was worth a fortune. The thought had just crossed Gui Yue's mind. Then, he fell silent again. The Martial Hall was not a superpower spanning the Dragon Star like the Pavilion of 10,000 Swords. They had no fixed quota. If they wanted to send a genius in, the Psion would have to participate in the martial arts tournament themselves. But when it comes to the tournament, only Psions at the Dominator level are qualified to compete for a spot. This was why Gui Yue believed Mu had no chance this year and would have to wait until at least next year to go. There isn't enough time. The trial opens next month. The martial exam month overlaps with the martial arts tournament month, falling right at the end of the month. At most, there are fewer than 20 days left. The schedules are back-to-back. There's simply no time. Mu, if you intend to go early, you must participate in the martial arts tournament at the end of the month. You'll have to compete against all the genius Psions of Dragon Star for a top 3 finish to secure a trial spot, Gui Yue said. Looking at the historical results of the tournament, reaching the 9th stage of the Dominator rank is a mandatory martial rank, otherwise, the chances are slim. Chapter 43, Shameless Verdict. Mu knew the dates of the annual tournament and did some quick mental calculations. 20 days. Reaching the 9th stage of the Dominator rank was no problem at all, but as for the Dominator rank itself, that wasn't just a 10-level gap. Counting the technique manual, that's another 10 levels. With an extra 20 days, there would be zero pressure, but it's precisely those 20 days that are missing, making things very difficult. Don't worry too much. Once the director returns, I'll report to him and try my best to fight for you, Gui Yue began skillfully painting a rosy picture. Humph. Bai Qingyan gave a cold snort to herself and said calmly, Mu. Think it through, this is a rare opportunity. Given you are only 18, if you can clear the trial, the rewards might be even better than what my grandfather received. This is of vital importance not just to you, but to the entire Psion community and even the whole of Dragon Star. The Myriad Sword Pavilion didn't rely on mere talk to recruit so many Psions. It relied on strength. Bai Qingyan stated frankly, I am currently at the 9th stage of the Dominator rank. The rankings for the Myriad Sword Pavilion's internal competition are already out, and I have secured one of the spots. However, since my grandfather said the younger the better, there isn't much point in me going in after delaying all these years. At least, it wouldn't be as significant as an 18-year-old genius Psion clearing the trial. So, as long as you are willing to join the Myriad Sword Pavilion, I can gift this spot to you. Bai Qiuye had remained silent on the side, but hearing this, she was utterly shocked. Aunt Yen? You? Have you considered the situation? Even if it's a spot from the myriad sword pavilion, it isn't distributed at will. If you give it away, others might not say anything, but you will never be able to compete for a spot again. You'll lose your chance at the trial entirely. Bai Qingyan naturally understood the situation clearly and said with composure, "Xiuya, after meeting grandfather, I had no intention of attending this trial anyway. The slot was originally meant for you. It's just a pity that..." Crack! Bai Qiuya clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging and his face flushing a deep red. He lowered his head slightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm sorry, Aunt Yen. Xiuya has disappointed you. I will earn the slot myself. I don't need the myriad sword pavilion's help. I will participate in the martial arts tournament at the end of the month and use my own strength to reclaim a spot." Mu shot a surprised glance at the other party. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say that I rely entirely on the help of others? I'll be participating in the tournament at the end of the month as well. It's just one slot. Did you think I couldn't get it?" Mu was a pressure-free competitor. It was just a trial. Whether he got in or not didn't really matter that much to him. Next year? By next year, even without a technique manual, a forced breakthrough should still see me surpass the level of a great grandmaster, right? What? Bai Qingyan almost had a breakdown on the spot. She had laid so much groundwork and invested so much effort into baiting the hook, only for this reckless youth to come along and provoke everyone? Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Qingyan even felt the urge to give her foolish nephew a good thrashing right then and there. Good for nothing, but eats everything in sight. If you had just completed the task of whining over Mu, I would have gone to grandfather myself to demand a slot for you. Ha, we appreciate Director Bai's kind intentions. As for the trial, it won't be too late to discuss it after the martial arts tournament is over. Guo Yue was ecstatic inwardly. No matter what. Stall first. As long as they stalled, given Mu's talent, it wouldn't be impossible to find a way to buy a slot later. The rest of the crowd watched helplessly as Guo Yue led Mu into the car and drove away. Aunt Yen, don't worry. I'm going into seclusion for 20 days to focus entirely on developing my psionic power. There's a real chance I can break through to the dominator rank. Seeing her aunt's grim expression, Bai Qiuya quickly beat her chest in assurance. Dominator rank? Is that even useful? Bai Qingyan couldn't help but heave a long sigh. The 9th stage of the dominator rank. That isn't a threshold, it's a limitation. In the 24 cities of Dragonstar, how many psions are there every year? At least 100, yet there are only 10 slots. The people you're competing against aren't just this year's genius psions, but also the geniuses from previous years, people who have been cultivating for 1, 2, or even 3 to 5 years longer than you. Even I had to spend 2 years achieving the 1 minor mastery before I dared to participate in the ranking battles within the Sword Pavilion. Do you still think being a 9th stage dominator is enough? This. Bai Qiuya's face instantly turned ashen. Riverfall City martial artist. This was a place specifically designated for handling martial artist cases. The strength of the peacekeepers was not enough to deter a martial artist at the martial general level or above. Guo Yue accompanied Mu to the tribunal. Opposite him, he was there as the representative of the Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant. Lucian. Mu immediately recognized the frivolous young man sitting in the head seat. Thump, thump. The presiding judge's gavel struck. Mu, given that the evidence you submitted is insufficient, it cannot be confirmed that Zhang Ji and the others were engaged in illegal acts at the time. Furthermore, you used excessive force, resulting in 1 death and 5 serious injuries, who subsequently died while being transported to the hospital. According to regulation, this constitutes an abuse of force and negligent homicide. The verdict is as follows. Compensate the Tienlu Fierce Beast Processing Plant for mental distress, loss of reputation, and production delays, totaling 470 million credits. Compensate the families of the deceased with 50 million credits per person. Sentence: 30 years of wilderness hunting. The minimum annual hunting time shall not be less than 10 months, with a minimum of 1,000 fierce beasts turned in annually. The average level of the surrendered fierce beasts must not be lower than your own martial rank. What was going on? Didn't Gui Yue say he had handled it? Is this how he handled it? Chapter 44, Overturning the Tribunal. Opposite him. Lucian's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a smug expression. Gui Yue stood up with a loud bang, his eyes burning with fury. Chief Justice Lee, when I came over a few days ago, the case documents weren't written like this. Died after failed medical treatment? In the video, those security guards only had broken limbs at most. They couldn't be saved? Even reattachment surgery is possible nowadays. You're telling me that resulted in death? Ahem. The Chief Justice let out a cold snort and struck the alloy gavel. Supervisor Gua, this is the Martial Artist Tribunal. We speak with evidence. Your claim that the security guards were silenced is not supported by any evidence. Hiss. Gui Yue's temper flared instantly. Several people died on the spot in the ambulance and were sent straight to cremation without even reaching the hospital. If that is not silencing witnesses, what is? The smart devices of the medical staff were all damaged, and all audio and video recordings were destroyed. Is that not evidence? One shouldn't even need to investigate to know exactly what happened here, right? The Chief Justice's expression darkened. One death, multiple severe injuries, with archived video footage that is called evidence. Several people dying en route to the hospital that is called evidence. Supervisor Gua, are you planning to teach me how to judge what constitutes evidence? Or do you want me to read the martial artist code to you right here? Or perhaps, Supervisor Guo intends to demonstrate his martial rank in this tribunal? In an instant. Gui Yue's face sank, his brow furrowed deeply. The martial artist tribunal naturally has the right to pass judgment. However, the facts of this case are clear. The Tienlu fierce beast processing plant committed internal theft, framed an innocent person, and used extrajudicial punishment, only to be caught and dealt with on the spot by Mu. The security guards in the video, including that staff member, were actually accomplices. Even if they were killed on the spot, it would be, at most, a case of excessive self-defense. Thud, thud. Final warning, this is the Martial Artist Tribunal. The Chief Justice barked coldly. The theft of property at the Tienlu fierce beast processing plant is an economic case and does not fall under this tribunal's jurisdiction. If you have questions about that case, you may inquire with the peacekeepers. Passing the buck? Bang! Gui Yue could no longer suppress his rage. He slammed his palm down, shattering the table in front of him. His internal energy erupted, and a murderous aura honed through years of life and death combat instantly surged through the room. This isn't my first time at the tribunal, but a verdict like this today is truly a first for me. Li Chengguan. Just how much have you taken from the Tienlu group to dare be so reckless as to ignore the facts and hand down such a nonsensical judgment? The Chief Justice's face instantly turned ashen. Gui Yue, do you realize you are in contempt of this tribunal? I have every right to have you detained on the spot. Get lost. Gui Yue spat back at him. You think you can detain me? What kind of joke are you? Someone who hasn't set foot outside the city since the martial exam dares to act all high and mighty in front of me? When I was out killing fierce beasts, you were still at home sucking on your mother's teat. You piece of filth. Being Chief Justice for a few years has clouded your mind with greed and made you think you're untouchable, hasn't it? What the hell? Mu had remained silent because he felt it was inappropriate for him to speak in this setting. Firstly, he didn't understand the procedures, and secondly, if he said too much, it might make things harder for Gui Yue to handle. Having a professional speak up was enough. But who would have thought that Director Gui's temper was so explosive? His sudden outburst even startled Mu. Bang! Gui Yue kicked aside the table debris scattered across the floor. The wooden shards were pulverized into dust mid-air by his sheer force. Li Chengguan, what did the Tienlu group tell you? What did they promise? Did they mention that Mu is the top student of this year's martial exam? Did they mention that Mu is the most talented scion in Riverfall City, and perhaps all 24 cities of Dragonstar this year? Did they tell you that Bai Qingyan even asserted that Mu's talent is comparable to that of the White Sword Saint back in the day? You don't know a damn thing, yet you dare play these games with me. You're finished. I'm calling it. We'll see about this. Suddenly, Guo Yue looked at Mu. Ignore him, let's go. Mu naturally didn't refuse, and the two of them left immediately. It wasn't until then that the surrounding guards snapped out of it. Not a single one had moved. After all, Riverfall City martial artist. The martial artists guarding this place were, of course, all from Riverfall City. Since they hailed from Riverfall City and hadn't joined any other factions, the vast majority naturally came from the martial hall. Could they possibly not know Guo Yue? Would they even dare to lay a hand on Guo Yue? Li Qinghuan was completely stunned. Such a turn of events had never even crossed his mind. How many years had it been? He had been in the tribunal for over a decade, and in all that time, he had never seen nor even heard of anyone daring to openly defy the tribunal. Men! Guo Yue has shown contempt for the tribunal. Seize him. Chapter 45, The Enforcement Team, Martial Artist Union. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Guo Yue immediately let out a cold sneer. Seize me? I'd like to see who dares to try. Inside the tribunal, the four guards looked extremely troubled. They braced themselves and spoke up. Supervisor Guo, the rules of the tribunal are recognized by the Federation. By doing this, you're making things very difficult for us. Difficult? Guo Yue glanced back sideways. Rules? Let me tell you what the rules of the tribunal are. First, even if the evidence in a tribunal verdict is mountain high, the defendant must be given the right to appeal. That is the rule. Second, if the tribunal encounters a case with suspicious points, it must report to the Riverfall City Martial Artist Union before a conviction can be made. That is the rule. Mu has the backing of my martial hall. I am taking him with me today, and I'll see who dares to stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards froze in place, no longer daring to utter a word. Heh, what a surprise. Just then, a mocking voice rang out as Lucian leaned back, looking toward the Chief Justice. Since when can anyone take someone away without the consent of the tribunal? This is what you call the rules? I'm sorry, but I really don't understand. Furthermore, isn't this a case of using force to threaten the guards and disregarding the authority of the tribunal? Is the tribunal's military strength lacking? If needed, my Tienlu group is ready to assist at any time. Bang! Bang bang! Li Qinghuan wished he could smash the gavel in his hand to pieces. Guo Yue, this court has already passed its judgment. There is no way you are taking him away. Someone, notify the Martial Artist Alliance Enforcement Team immediately. Poof. Guo Yue put on a look of total indifference. Mu, since someone wants to call the enforcement team, let's actually wait for them to arrive before we have a slow chat. Li Qinghuan, do you have the contact information for the enforcement team? Do you want me to call them for you? Hiss. You. Li Qinghuan stared at Guo Yue in a daze, unable to fathom why Guo Yue seemed to have gone mad today. The enforcement team. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the highest force in Riverfall City. For laws to be laws, they must be able to deter all violators and treat everyone equally. If a martial artist breaks the law, they must be captured and suppressed. Even a grandmaster cannot escape punishment. The military strength of the tribunal itself isn't high. The guards, investigators, and case handlers are at most at the martial general level. However, the enforcement team is composed of permanent members of the Martial Artist Union. The minimum rank is grandmaster, and there are even great grandmasters among them. No martial artist can escape from the hands of the enforcement team. Fine. Don't think you can bluff your way through just by not running. Contempt for the authority of the tribunal is not something that can be brushed aside so easily. Li Qinghuan glared fiercely at the two of them. Time ticked away second by second. A few minutes later, two figures rushed into the tribunal almost simultaneously. Mu took a look. Damn, they looked a bit familiar. The people who arrived were none other than Bai Qingyan, whom he had just said goodbye to, and Wu Jiming from the martial hall. The two scanned the room, their eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? For a moment, Wu Jiming couldn't understand what was happening. Li Qingguang pointed at Mu and Gui Yue, gritting his teeth. Grandmaster Wu, this Mu, a serious criminal in a major case, attempted to flee the court. And this Gui Yue has shown utter contempt for the tribunal, using his status to intimidate the guards with force. His crimes are heinous. Ha! Wu Jiming thought something was wrong with his ears. Bai Qingyan looked at Mu in even greater surprise. A major criminal? Weren't you just at the martial exam? What did you do? Li Chengguang snorted coldly. He broke into a fierce beast processing plant, killed one person on the spot, and severely injured 5 others, all of whom died while being transported to the hospital. Hiss! Wu Jiming frowned, his expression instantly turning icy as he shouted at Gui Yue, "Is this true?" Gui Yue didn't say a word, instead directly projecting and playing the initial video of Mu's incident. The footage from the high-grade combat suit's main camera was clear, and the audio was distinct. A few short minutes passed. The video finished playing. Only then did Gui Yue speak calmly. "I will only make 2 points. First, the fierce beast processing plant discovered dozens of tons of stolen products. Instead of reporting it to the police, they seized an ordinary employee without any martial rank and used lynching to interrogate him. Second, the 5 injured individuals only sustained external wounds. All injuries are clearly visible in the video. Furthermore, an ambulance arrived within 10 minutes, yet all of them died within 15 minutes. Without any examination, they were immediately cremated. Not even their ashes can be found. Oh, and one final supplement. This selfless presiding judge Li sentenced Mu to 30 years of hunting time and hundreds of millions in credits as compensation." What? Bai Qingyan cried out in shock on the spot. "Are you joking? Those in the video were security guards, right? Even if they weren't martial artists, they were close to it. Their physical fitness is several times that of an average person. They died in minutes from broken hands and legs? And they died in the ambulance? And all of them died? Bang!" Li Qingguang slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Gui Yue, I have already stated that the case at the fierce beast processing plant is an economic crime. Now, the evidence of Mu's murders is conclusive, and my ruling is notarized and correct. It is you who, in an attempt to help Mu escape justice, have openly defied the tribunal and intimidated the tribunal guards." Wu Jiming's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Judging cases was not within the scope of the law enforcement team's responsibilities. The law enforcement team was only responsible for execution. However, at the moment, the verdict did indeed seem a bit preposterous. Has the death of those 5 security guards been clearly investigated? Who was responsible? Snap! Gui Yue reached out and clapped his hands. Exactly. That's the main point. The perpetrator didn't just silence the witnesses, they even hacked the cloud servers. Since when did a power this formidable appear in Riverfall City without me hearing so much as a whisper? You can all see Mu's situation for yourselves. Before his awakening, his family was even behind on their rent. Li Chengguang's face flushed with rage, his eyes bulging. I've said it 1,000 times. That is an economic case and is not within this tribunal's jurisdiction to verify. Grandmaster Wu. Now that Mu's sentence has been passed, he must be taken to prison regardless of whether an appeal is filed. Gui Yue has shown contempt for the tribunal. He is to be detained as well, pending judgment. A moment later, Wu Jiming and Bai Qingyan remained motionless. What is going on? Li Qingguang was somewhat dazed. Is the enforcement team no longer enforcing the law? Lucian narrowed his eyes at this moment and said in a sarcastic tone, "Chief Justice, you might not be aware, but Mu is a genius scion, highly favored by various factions. It seems that geniuses truly do have special privileges." Boom! Wu Jiming didn't move an inch, yet the entire tribunal hall shook violently in an instant. Presumptuous! Are you questioning whether we are shielding him? Lucian shrugged slightly. I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly dare to question a grandmaster? Li Chengguan, however, had a look of sudden realization. If you refuse to act, this tribunal will report the facts to the city lord. Guo Yue cut in first. Fine, go straight to the city lord. In an instant, Li Qingguang's expression shifted. The city lord is the director of the martial hall. I don't think that's appropriate. We should report directly to the Martial Artist Alliance. Fine. Reported now. Guo Yue tapped his smart device, taking the lead to report an emergency incident to the Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 46, Suspension and Thorough Investigation. A single word from the Martial Artist Alliance can decide everything. At this moment, Mu was truly a bit bewildered. A minor case had stirred up a grandmaster, the enforcement team, and the city lord, and even that wasn't enough. They were actually reporting it to the Martial Artist Alliance. Supervisor Guo, what kind of organization exactly is the Martial Artist Alliance? Mu had heard the name before, but he never knew the extent of its power to the point it could even overshadow a city lord. Guo Yue whispered, you've just become a martial artist, so it's normal that you're not clear on this yet. All martial artists automatically join the Martial Artist Alliance after passing their assessment. This alliance encompasses every single martial artist on Dragonstar. In incidents involving martial artists, the Martial Artist Alliance holds supreme authority, surpassing the Federation and its subordinate institutions like the City Lords. Within the Martial Artist Alliance, a martial artist is an ordinary member, a martial general is a silver member, and a grandmaster is a gold member. Gold members can be elected as standing members of various cities. Authority that transcends the Federation? Is this the collective power of martial artists? Or rather, are martial artists the true masters of Dragonstar? Mu fell into deep thought. Beside him, Guo Yue seemed to see through Mu's thoughts. A bit surprised, aren't you? Martial artists. They are the masters of Dragonstar. We risk our lives for Dragonstar. Why should we hand our fates over to a bunch of pigs who sit inside the city enjoying the fruits of our labor? Hiss. Dominant indeed. As the two were speaking, after pondering for a long time and reviewing the case details, Bai Qingyan finally spoke. Based on my current understanding, I express my doubts regarding the outcome of this verdict. Although Wu Jiming had some personal grievances with Guo Yue, this was a matter involving a martial artist. If someone dared to use their full power to frame a martial artist, he could no longer let personal grudges interfere. Because if they could frame an ordinary martial artist today, they could frame a grandmaster tomorrow. If you don't speak up for martial artists, then sooner or later, martial artists will be manipulated by political power. On behalf of the Martial Hall, I challenge this verdict. Don't talk to me about it being an economic case. Since it involves a martial artist, it must be investigated as a combined case. It is a fact that Mu killed someone, but that occurred under extraordinary circumstances and special conditions. As for the other 5 individuals, he merely caused injuries, they were not fatal. Now the tribunal is forcibly pinning those 5 deaths on Mu. The Martial Artist Alliance cannot accept this verdict. Hiss. Li Chengguang cried out in shock, you're all insane. Is even the law enforcement team going to openly defy the tribunal? Do you all want to be thrown into prison as well? As soon as these words were spoken, a surge of chilling killing intent erupted simultaneously from Wu Jiming and Bai Qingyan. It is you who has gone mad. Who told you that the tribunal sits above the Martial Artist Alliance? You bastard! The tribunal's power was granted by the Martial Artist Alliance, it was granted by the martial artists themselves. Any verdict vetoed by the Martial Artist Alliance is null and void. If the Martial Artist Alliance says the cases must be consolidated for a thorough investigation, then they must be consolidated and investigated. As soon as these words were spoken, even the guards of the tribunal showed expressions of excitement. They had truly been in a difficult position just moments ago. Grandmaster Wu is right. How can a case that is clearly problematic to any observer be decided without a proper investigation? We martial artists aren't pushovers. Killing to silence witnesses without even investigating, then pinning it all on a martial artist on what grounds? In an instant, the situation within the tribunal completely spiraled out of Li Qingguang's control. He didn't even dare to talk back. Lucian's heart was pounding wildly with fear. A consolidated investigation? What if they actually find something? At that thought, Lucian lunged to his feet. The economic dispute at the Fierce Beast processing plant is a matter for our Tienlu group. We don't need outsiders meddling. Humph, humph. Gui Yue suddenly let out a cold sneer. Scared now? Let me tell you, it's too late. I don't care what benefits you gave Li Qingguang, the Martial Artist Alliance will hunt you down. A hacker? Ha! I'd like to see if a hacker has the power to stand above a martial artist. Usually, no one cares if you mess with some data, but now you dare to touch data concerning martial artists. I think you've truly grown too bold. MHM. Bai Qingyan's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. Indeed, the hacking incident must be thoroughly investigated. If we hadn't stumbled upon this today, I wouldn't have known that even the daily surveillance data uploads could be compromised. If things continue like this, martial artists won't even dare to fight back when bullied, out of fear of being framed. In the long run, if even martial artists dare not resist oppression and become afraid of trouble, if martial artists turn cowardly, then humanity is in grave danger. Lucian froze instantly. You are acting recklessly. On what grounds? What right do you have to investigate my Tienlu group? The Martial Artist Alliance? Does the Martial Artist Alliance get to ignore the law? Ha! Contempt was written all over the faces of Wu Jiming and the others. A person like you being among the ranks of martial artists is an absolute disgrace to the profession. Lucian was shaken by the Grandmaster's aura, his lips turning pale with fear. Suddenly, outside the door, several figures with extraordinary presence strode inside. Second uncle. Lucian cried out in surprise, his face lighting up with joy. Second uncle. You've come at the perfect time. These people are trying to investigate Tienlu group for no reason at all. Humph. Lu Tian snorted coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. Investigate my Tienlu group? I'd like to see who dares. Wu Jiming and Bai Qingyan were both visibly shaken. Lu Tian, whether or not the Tienlu group is investigated is a decision for the Martial Artist Alliance. It's not up to you. Wu Jiming spoke in a low, heavy voice. Lu Tian looked arrogant, seemingly unimpressed by Wu Jiming. Can you represent the Martial Artist Alliance? What kind of trivial case requires the involvement of the Martial Artist Alliance? Do they think we executive members have nothing better to do? Wu Jiming's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this, his expression turning as heavy and cold as iron. Lu Tian had been famous for a long time as a 9th-rank grandmaster with a profound martial rank. He certainly had the credentials to be arrogant. However, none of that mattered. Bai Qingyan didn't care in the slightest. Is a case involving a low-level martial artist not considered a case? If they can frame a low-level martial artist today, they can frame you tomorrow. As a martial artist and an executive member of the Martial Artist Alliance, are you considering your own interests, or the interests of all martial artists, Grandmaster Lu? These words. They didn't save Lu Tian an ounce of face. The corner of Lu Tian's eye twitched slightly, and the gaze he directed at Bai Qingyan carried a hint of ruthlessness. Fine. Fine. The people of the Bai family truly possess extraordinary courage. You want to investigate my Tienlu group over a minor case? Fine. Then let's convene a martial artist joint meeting and put it to a vote. With that said, disregarding everyone present, Lu Tian flicked his sleeve and stormed out. Lucian hurriedly chased after him. Wu Jiming's expression was grim and unreadable. He scanned the crowd and said, "You all heard him. This case is suspended pending the final ruling of the Martial Artist Alliance." Li Qingguang looked on in disbelief. You people. Even if we have to wait for the Martial Artist Alliance, the verdict has already been reached. Mu cannot leave, and Gui Yue certainly cannot go unarrested. Ha! Wu Ximing laughed. Earlier, Lu Tian was a 9th-rank grandmaster, so it was one thing for him to show no respect. But now, a fellow who hadn't even reached the martial general rank dared to challenge him? Has the world changed? Idiot! You are also one of the subjects under investigation. You are hereby suspended immediately, pending further inquiry. Li Qingguang stared blankly. Ah? You, on what grounds are you suspending me? Wu Ximing spoke with a thunderous voice and glaring eyes, on the grounds that I am a standing member of the Riverfall City Martial Artist Alliance. Aside from the city lord, any official in Riverfall City must be suspended for investigation as long as 3 standing members agree. Bai Qingyan added indifferently, count my vote as 1. Wu Ximing, adding the Martial Hall's vote, that's enough. Go and wait for your investigation under suspension. With that said, Wu Ximing turned and walked away. Li Qingguang's smart device suddenly popped up a notification. Beep. Li Qingguang, you have been suspended by the Martial Artist Alliance. Please cease all current duties immediately and await investigation. Note, do not leave the city during the investigation period and avoid contact with any personnel related to the case, otherwise you will face severe punishment. Is this for real? How could Li Qingguang have ever imagined that a common case could actually lead to his immediate suspension and investigation on the spot? Even investigating directly, bypassing all levels without needing the consent of the Martial Artist Management Department? Is this the power of the Martial Artist Alliance? Chapter 47, Bai Qingyan. A personal bodyguard? Riverfall City. Lucian couldn't help but complain. Second uncle, on what grounds does the Martial Artist Alliance get to investigate our group directly? Humph. Lu Tian's expression was dark and predatory. In Dragonstar, the Martial Artist Alliance is the law. Whether you have issues or not, the Martial Artist Alliance can investigate you without cause. This? Lucian froze for a moment. Does the Martial Artist Alliance have no laws? Laws? Lu Tian sneered. Laws are meant to restrict ordinary people. Lucian immediately said nervously, Second uncle, the theft at the processing plant is a small matter, but if a comprehensive audit is truly conducted, then our source of fierce beasts might. You don't need to worry about this. When the Martial Artist Alliance votes, I will block the proposal from passing. Before Lucian could even feel relieved, Lu Tian followed up with a cold shout. However, the chief judge you bribed this time must be dealt with. Also, that Mu cannot be left alive. A genius scion? Keeping him alive is nothing but trouble. Lucian's eyes darted around as he said with difficulty, Second uncle, I made arrangements during the martial exam, but even a tier 3 beast tide couldn't tear him apart. With the manpower I have in the city now, I'm afraid I can't handle him. A martial artist always has to leave the city eventually. A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Tian's eyes. Keep a close eye on him. Notify me once he leaves the city. Yes. The tribunal. Mu looked at Gui Yue. Is it over now? Of course not. Gui Yue affirmed. But there's no need to worry. Now that the Martial Artist Alliance has been mobilized, even if they have to turn Riverfall City upside down, they must produce a result. It's just that for the next few days, you still shouldn't wander around. Why don't you stay at the Martial Arts Hall? They have cultivation rooms there anyway. Mu didn't mind either way. Living anywhere was the same. At that moment, Bai Qingyan's eyes flickered as she stepped forward and said, since the Martial Artist Alliance has taken over the case, Mu, as a key individual involved, will certainly need to be interrogated. Not only that, he needs to remain under the surveillance of the Martial Artist Alliance. MHM. Gui Yue had no objection to this. Mu will be in the Martial Hall's cultivation room. The Alliance can send people over at any time. Then let's go, Bai Qingyan said decisively. The group returned to the Martial Hall. On the road, Mu sent messages to Alara and Yun. They arrived at the cultivation room. Just as Gui Yue was about to speak, he looked up and saw that Bai Qingyan still hadn't left. Director Bai, you are. Bai Qingyan sat down on the sofa as if she owned the place, her expression indifferent as she said, "Didn't I say? The Martial Artist Alliance needs to monitor Mu." Put. Gui Yue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You. No, it's not. Director Bai, you are a gold member of the Martial Artist Alliance after all. Does a minor matter like this really require your personal presence? Ha! A minor matter? Bai Qingyan glanced up and rolled her eyes. Tienlu Group is, if not the very best in Riverfall City, at least in the top 3. According to news from the Merchant Alliance, Lutian Group intends to fight for a seat on the decision-making council this year, and word has it their chances are high. Furthermore, Lutian is a 9th-ranked Grandmaster Martial rank, ranked in the top 100 of the Dragon Star Grandmaster rankings. And you're telling me this is a minor matter? Grandmaster rankings? Mu had never heard of this list before. Back in school, he used to discuss with classmates which grandmasters were stronger or weaker, but that was all just student gossip without any accurate rankings. Top 100 in the grandmaster rankings? That must be pretty strong, right? How does he compare to Grandmaster Wu? Bai Qingyan said indifferently, Lutian is stronger, of course. Didn't you see Wu Jiming holding back just now? What the hell? Stronger than Wu Jiming? Wouldn't that mean Lutian's strength is among those closest to Great Grandmaster level? Mu was a bit surprised, but in the next second, wait, that's not right. If Lutian really wanted to deal with me, with Supervisor Bai here, it seems. Ha! Hearing this, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but let out a light snort, raising an eyebrow. What? Worried I can't protect you? There's no need for that. Although I'm not in the top 100 of the Grandmaster rankings, I can break into the top 50 whenever I want. Handling a Lutian in actual combat is zero pressure. Bai Qingyan in the top 50 of the Grandmaster rankings? Mu became even more confused. But, I remember you saying your martial rank was 9th tier governor, Supervisor Bai? Sigh. Gui Yue let out a long sigh. The Grandmaster rankings measure actual combat capability, using fierce beasts as the benchmark. A Psion's combat prowess isn't just about dominating one-on-one duels, they can also take down opponents far above their own level. Director Bai was the top scorer in the martial exam back in the day, the elite of the elite among genius Psions. Taking on a rank 9 Grandmaster now is naturally a walk in the park for her. As long as a great Grandmaster doesn't show up, Director Bai has always been peerless. With Bai Qingyan providing close quarters protection. This kind of blessing, in the entire Riverfall City. No! In the entire Dragon Star, there is likely no one who would refuse. It is something all martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of, let alone imagine. But right now, Gui Yue felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. It's obviously excellent that Director Bai is here, but this cultivation room is fully visible at a glance, and there aren't even 2 beds to rest on. I'm afraid it might be a bit inappropriate. How about I arrange a room for you next door, Director Bai? Bai Qingyan maintained an indifferent expression. Mu is just a child. The bed is big enough, it won't be a problem if I hold him while we sleep at night. Put. At this, Mu really couldn't hold it back anymore. Ahem, Director Bai, I really am not a child. Besides, Director Bai, you don't look that old yourself. At most, you look only 2 years older than Ling Shui. Put. Hearing this, Bai Qingyan immediately covered her mouth and smiled elegantly. So young, yet such a silver tongue. Xiao Yi calls me Auntie Bai. You're in the same class as him, is there a problem with calling me Auntie? It seemed there was indeed a gap in seniority. But Mu didn't think so. No, that's Bai Qiuya's problem. It has nothing to do with me. This isn't up to you. Bai Qingyan's face shifted instantly as she said coldly and proudly. If a rank 9 Grandmaster decides to launch a sneak attack, taking your life would only take a single second. With that said, Bai Qingyan looked at Gui Yue, do you have anything else to say? If not, hurry out. I still have questions for Mu. Damn! Guo Yuwei cursed inwardly. In the martial hall, and you're kicking me out? You're really overstepping your authority. Despite the internal cursing, Guo Yuwei couldn't say it out loud. Competing with Wu Jiming was a matter of official business he couldn't back down. Besides, Wu Jiming had only recently been promoted to Grandmaster, and Guo himself had a chance to break through to Grandmaster by the end of the year, so he wasn't lagging too far behind. But facing Bai Qingyan, even if he did promote to Grandmaster, he wouldn't dare act tough. Ahem! Guo Yuwei could only pull Mu to the other end of the training room. For the next few days, focus on your training. As for the SSS contract, we'll upgrade it for you as soon as the director returns. Mu wasn't in a hurry about the contract. He currently had the Azure Flame Flying Sword and 5S rank Flying Blades. With about 1.3 billion in funds, he could also afford a combat suit. However, the technique manual. This amount of money wouldn't be enough. Supervisor Guo, are technique manuals included in the SSS contract? No, Guo Yuwei replied. The SSS contract grants a half-price discount and more training room resources. Most importantly, it comes with 2 billion in funding, half of which can be used to purchase technique manuals. Tisk, that's still not enough. Mu frowned. One mind alone already costs 1.5 billion 750 million at half price. What about the others? Should I just not learn them? What? Guo Yuwei was shocked. You want to learn one mind alone right now? Chapter 48, The Bet. Is it that hard to practice a B-rank technique manual? Is there a problem? Mu asked in return. Hiss. Guo Yuwei took a sharp breath. Fine. I'll use my personal authorization to send you all the Psion technique manuals first. When the time comes, I'll submit them for reimbursement to avoid wasting your own funds. Saving 1 billion in one go. Pure profit. Mu naturally had no objections. Guo Yuwei glanced at Bai Qingyan on the sofa and gave one last warning. Mu, be careful. You should know that the prettier a woman is, the better she is at lying. With looks as high as Bai Qingyan's, I'm afraid you can't believe a single word she says. Also, don't let her senior-like posturing fool you. That's only because she holds a high seniority in the Bai family in reality. She's only 22 this year. Ahem. Bai Qingyan suddenly let out a dry cough. Guo Yuwei's heart skipped a beat at the sound. Well, that's all I'll say. Just be extremely careful. What the heck? Is she a viper? Is she really as terrifying as he says? Mu was half skeptical. Supervisor Guo, she's here to protect me, right? She won't kill me, will she? Oh, no, she won't go that far. Guo Yuwei gave Mu a heavy pat on the shoulder, leaving him with a watch-your-back look before finally exiting the cultivation room. It wasn't that he wanted to leave. It was because if he stayed any longer, Bai Qingyan's flying sword would likely have come swinging for him. Mu. Bai Qingyan spoke up immediately, it's too early for you to learn singularity of mind. It's not that I'm afraid you can't learn it, but it would be a waste of time. Mu was startled. You heard everything we just said? How could I not? Bai Qingyan rolled her eyes. Basic application of psionic power. As long as you concentrate, you can extend your perception to wherever your psionic power reaches. At my martial rank, I can hear even a mosquito humming within a 1-kilometer radius. What the hell? Guo Yuwei, you're probably in for some serious trouble. I can't save you now. Bai Qingyan continued. The sole purpose of mind focus is to concentrate all of a psion's psionic power into a single point. Since it's about concentration, naturally, the more psionic power you have, the greater the destructive force. I am currently controlling 9 flying blades with my full effort, and can split them into a maximum of 27. Once my mind is unified, I can unleash an attack with up to 15 times the power. Hiss. Impressive. The Psion who explained the technique manual when Mu was studying it earlier was likely not as strong as Bai Qingyan. Right now, I'm controlling 3 blades with full effort, and I can split them into 9 at most anymore and I'd lose control. Bai Qingyan showed a hint of appreciation. To reach this level in just a few days is indeed remarkable. However, mind focus is extremely difficult to master. Instead of wasting time on that, you'd be better off practicing the Advanced Psion Technique Manual. During the controller stage, aim to master 5 blades at full power, only then will you have a chance to reach 9 once you promote to Command Master. In terms of experience in Psion cultivation, Mu obviously couldn't compare to Bai Qingyan, so he didn't argue. Master, you have a new mail. Xiaoyi prompted in his ear. Gui Yue moved quickly. The technique manual had already arrived. Meanwhile, the customer service outside the door had also delivered the S-rank combat suit and 20A rank flying blades. Oh? Seeing the rank of the combat suit, Bai Qingyan teased leisurely. You certainly know how to prioritize survival. Unfortunately, when facing a grandmaster, an S-rank combat suit won't save your life. If your martial artist martial rank isn't high enough, your body will be too weak. One hit is all it takes to kill you. Mu acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Even if it's useless, he still had to wear it. Wouldn't it be even worse without it? He ignored her and took the combat suit to the bathroom to change. You're just a kid, why are you running away to change clothes? Bai Qingyan asked, puzzled. Mu was genuinely getting angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Supervisor Bai, I am really not a child anymore. If I showed it to you, it would scare you to death. Ha. Bai Qingyan maintained a calm expression. You're only 18. You should know that a martial artist's lifespan can reach 200 or 300 years. At most, you're barely even weaned. Speechless? Mu didn't bother arguing and came out after changing into his combat suit. He projected the Advanced Psion Technique Manual while practicing his control over the flying blades. The Advanced Technique Manual mainly focuses on increasing the number of controlled objects and provides additional combat methods. The Basic Technique Manual, on the other hand, emphasizes psionic power and the precision of controlling the flying blades. With the foundation of a Level 6 Basic Technique Manual, progress was rapid this time. Mu felt that he wouldn't need to spend several days to grasp it like before. System. If I want to promote to a Dominator, is a Level 6 Advanced Technique Manual enough? Mu suddenly thought of the upgrade requirements. Ding! If the Technique Manual is of the same rank, exceeding 50% of the level is sufficient. What if it's a Technique Manual 1 rank higher? I am currently a controller. If I directly learn a Dominator rank Technique Manual, do I still need it to be level 6? No. Host, please note that a higher tier Technique Manual is inherently superior to a lower tier one. It is only because the quality of the technique manuals you are currently learning is mediocre that a higher tier manual cannot fully cover the benefits of a lower tier one. What do you mean? Mu had been feeling pretty good about himself, but the system's words left him stunned the next second. The quality of my technique manual is mediocre? This is an advanced technique manual, and it's still just mediocre? It's not just mediocre, it's quite low quality. It can only barely, very barely, be called a controller rank technique manual. Thud. Mu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I've been learning this with such excitement for so long, and it turns out I've been learning trash? Then what about this one? Mu opened the mall projection and asked while looking at single thought. Ding. Technique manual quality is categorized into common, excellent, rare, legendary, and mythical. Psion Advanced Technique Manual. It is of the lowest quality among the common grade. Singular intent should be considered excellent, but your version of it is incomplete. It can only be considered near excellent. Speechless. Mu didn't catch anything else except the system saying this singular intent manual was damn it incomplete. Disgusting. This is truly revolting. Fortunately, no money was spent. If money had been spent on this, wouldn't one be disgusted to death? 1.5 billion. Think about the psions outside. If there were no discount, they would be paying 1.5 billion in full to take singular intent home. only for it to be a castrated, incomplete version. What kind of game is this? They'd probably feel like dying, wouldn't they? Who did this? At this thought, Mu suddenly looked up and caught sight of Bai Qingyan on the sofa opposite him. She had said before. All the technique manuals were provided by the White Sword sect, and their source was the Dominion trials. Since that trial gives out technique manuals, it wouldn't likely give out a castrated version, right? In all probability, it was the White Sword sect's doing. The money they want to earn it. But the core of the technique manual they don't want to leak it either. Fine. Black-hearted indeed. Given by Qingyan's level, she immediately sensed it when Mu stared at her for 3 seconds with an odd look in his eyes. Do you have something to say? Mu's mind raced, and he said directly. The unified mind technique from the martial hall that was also sold by the Thousand Swords Pavilion, wasn't it? Yes, Bai Qingyan admitted candidly. 800 million, a standardized licensing price. Your copy probably didn't cost you anything, right? You shouldn't need to worry about such things. Impressive. An incomplete technique manual can still fetch 800 million? That's a massive profit, Mu said, shrugging with a hint of resentment. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan stood up abruptly. You. Where did you hear that from? Mu projected the unified mind technique into the air. I'm not blind. Whether a technique manual is complete or not, how could I not know? Hiss. Bai Qingyan froze instantly. Was the incompleteness of a technique manual something that could be seen with the naked eye? Such highly confidential information was something even she only discovered after being promoted to a Dominion envoy and receiving the full version of Unified Mind. On Dragonstar, as long as one wasn't a core member of the Thousand Swords Pavilion. The unified mind technique they learned was a neutered version. It only retained the portion regarding the unification of psionic power. The rest of the psionic power cultivation for the Dominion Envoy stage was held entirely in the hands of the Thousand Swords Pavilion. The Thousand Swords Pavilion would never sell an incomplete technique manual that would be harming people. If you insist on thinking that, the Thousand Swords Pavilion will absolutely hold you legally accountable. Bai Qingyan knew the gravity of the situation. Over the past century, how many copies of One Heart, One Mind had been sold? If it were exposed that the technique manual had been castrated, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what, she could not admit to this. Don't be so nervous. Mu laughed casually. I take back what I just said. Theoretically, there exists a superior dominator technique manual beyond One Heart, One Mind. The Myriad Sword Pavilion should have it, right? Is it for sale? Bai Qingyan suddenly felt much more at ease. By simply rephrasing it, the entire nature of the matter had changed instantly. The former implied that the Myriad Sword Pavilion was tampering with the technique manual to defraud psions. The latter suggested that the Myriad Sword Pavilion possessed a secret, top-tier dominator technique manual that was not shared with outsiders. Wasn't that perfectly normal? Even if word got out, other psions wouldn't complain. Instead, they would be even more eager to join the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Little guy, you certainly have a silver tongue. Bai Qingyan let out a soft, graceful laugh. So, you want my Myriad Sword Pavilion's secret technique manual, is that it? Fine. As long as you join the Myriad Sword Pavilion, I guarantee you can learn every technique manual we have. TSK. Betraying my sect for a single technique manual? That's impossible. Mu spoke with righteous conviction. If I join the Myriad Sword Pavilion for one book today, I could betray you for another technique manual tomorrow. Do you think a person like that is worth taking in? Mu's words were forceful and came straight from the heart. If for no other reason than Gui Yue standing up for him at the tribunal, Mu could never leave the martial hall. Bai Qingyan was momentarily stunned after hearing this. She had to admit that Mu's logic was sound. Then there is no other way. Secret and not for outsiders, it means exactly what it says. You understand. A smile played on the corner of Mu's lips. A compromise, perhaps? Money is off the table, but maybe something else is. I can guarantee that I will be the only one to learn the technique manual, and no one else needs to know about this. As for the price, you can name it however, I will perform at most 3 tasks for the Wanjin Pavilion. Any more than that, and I'm out. Hiss. Bai Qingyan's expression shifted instantly as she looked at Mu. Where did this little fellow get such confidence? 3 tasks in exchange for the Wanjin Pavilion's exclusive technique manual? Did he think he was a great grandmaster? In an instant. Yet, Bai Qingyan saw nothing but absolute conviction in Mu's eyes. She hummed thoughtfully before speaking, "You are that certain you can promote to great grandmaster?" Mu shrugged slightly. "You don't have to believe me, but I know I can. Becoming a great grandmaster isn't that difficult. Within a year, I will surely become one." Arrogant? Conceited? Was it overconfidence? Or was it truly a supreme talent? For a moment, Bai Qingyan found it difficult to tell the difference. But one thing was certain. Mu's talent was so high it actually made her feel a sense of dread. Don't be in such a rush." Bai Qingyan took a deep breath and said slowly. "It's still early. You've just become a sovereign without learning an advanced technique manual. It will be difficult to achieve mastery of one heart, one mind. The full version the exclusive technique manual is exceptionally difficult to practice. Without a year or 2, it's hard to achieve anything at all. TSK. Mu clicked his tongue slightly. Just because others can't master it doesn't mean I can't. As for whether I should practice it, I naturally have my own judgment. Bai Qingyan was indeed strong. But Mu trusted the system more. How is that possible? Bai Qingyan suddenly burst out laughing, covering her red lips. She laughed until her waist trembled, her tight cheongsam seemingly barely able to contain those proud, towering snow peaks. Even for me, it took a full 2 years to achieve mastery of one heart, one mind. Mu's eyes darted around. Then do you want to bet? Bet on what? Minor mastery of the technique manual within 1 month, Mu thought to himself. Even if it was hard to learn, reaching level 1 in 10 days or half a month shouldn't be a problem, right? When the time came, he could just use points to level it up and secure the win. 1 month? Bai Qingyan was momentarily stunned and blurted out without thinking, "Fine, what do you want to bet? Are you wagering your entry into the Myriad Sword Pavilion?" No problem. Chapter 49, Mastered in a Day. A shocked Bai Qingyan. No problem? Bai Qingyan thought she had misheard him. Are you sure? If you can't reach the initial mastery level within a month, you have to join my 1,000 Sword Pavilion. No strings attached? Mu nodded heavily, right. So, do you want to hurry up and bring out the technique manual? Hiss. Bai Qingyan really didn't expect the pleasant surprise to come so quickly. It was simply perfect. Without any additional conditions, she had managed to pull Mu in. As for the technique manual? Once Mu joined, it would have been something he was entitled to learn anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Alright, let's sign the agreement first. Amidst her joy, Bai Qingyan almost forgot to secure a guarantee. Mu naturally didn't mind. The agreement was signed. The technique manual was also sent to Mu. Wait. Bai Qingyan immediately blocked the monitoring devices in the cultivation room. Give me your smart ID. I need to apply for a special non-disclosure agreement. A technique manual. It was absolutely the core resource of any power. Once leaked. With the capabilities of today's internet, it could spread across Dragonstar in a matter of minutes. Alright, you can begin. Bai Qingyan clapped her hands to signal it was done, leaned her body back, and flopped onto the bed with a soft thud. Propping up her pretty face with her wrist while lying on her side, her eyes were full of smiles as she stared straight at Mu. Hiss. Holy crap! Being a few years older than Ling Shui, she definitely had a different charm. Mature. She truly was mature enough. Mu quickly composed his mind. System. Is this technique manual of the excellent grade? Yes, it completely incorporates the Psion Advanced Technique Manual from earlier. With the system's guarantee, he was set. So why hesitate? It was time to start training. The projection began to play. It started with a general overview of the mental cultivation method. The source of psionic power is the divine sense, also known as the soul. TSK. An excellent grade technique manual really was something else. The overview laid out all the core points first before diving into categorized instruction. One mind, one thought was divided into 4 chapters. The psionic power chapter, the command chapter, the combat chapter, and the unification chapter. It covered everything from psionic power control to the command of psionic power weapons, various combat techniques, and finally, the unification of all psionic power to empower attacks. Half a day later, Mu began to scratch his head. System? Don't tell me I have to master the entire unification chapter just to reach level 1 proficiency? Ding! That is not necessary. You can level up directly by using level up points. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu was instantly fuming. I spent so much effort learning the Psion basics before, why didn't you tell me I could just level up directly? Leveling up is the system's sole function. The host previously chose to learn on his own, likely intending to save level up points, so the system did not provide a prompt. Damn! I wanted to save points? Am I the kind of person who pinches pennies? Mu paused to reflect. It seemed he actually had saved 2 level up points earlier. Neither the 18 styles of bloody battle nor Psion basics consumed any level up points. Should I spend one now? Let us try practicing first. If I can learn it before midnight, wouldn't that actually save me 1 point? Even 1 point is still a point. Once midnight passed. Level up! Mu didn't hesitate for a single second and clicked immediately. Excellent tier technique manuals are truly difficult. They are simply not meant for humans to practice. Ding! One-minded focus successfully upgraded. Current level 1. That's the stuff. Mu let out a long sigh of relief and pulled up the panel again. Invincible leveling system. Mu. Level up .0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank, tier 2 sovereign. Martial artist technique manual. Psionic power technique manual, psionic power basics grade D common level 6, one-minded focus grade B excellent level 1. System, can I now directly raise my martial rank to tier 9 sovereign, or even break through to psionic envoy? Ding! A level 1 grade B technique manual can support the host's martial rank up to tier 1 psionic envoy. Then there's no pressure at all. Mu was ecstatic. Breaking through to psionic envoy would be effortless now. It would only take 8 days. And I'll be a psionic envoy. Give it another 9 days, and I'll be a tier 9 psionic envoy. Something was wrong. It should probably take 5 more days, as the technique manual also needs to reach level 6. I've won. It's just that simple. Mu glanced at his watch. Only half a day had passed since the bet began, and he had already secured his victory. There were still 18 days left until the martial arts tournament at the end of the month. Being a rank 9 sovereign probably wouldn't be enough, but with the technique manual reaching the basic mastery stage, breaking through to rank 3 or 4 of the sovereign realm would be effortless. Should be enough, right? Mu calculated silently in his mind. On the bed. Bai Qingyan let out a playful giggle. Little guy, do you realize now how difficult the technique manual is to practice? Snap. Bai Qingyan patted the soft mattress. Want to come up and rest? Effort is important, but you have to balance work with leisure. Ha! Mu shook his head directly, summoning the azure flame flying sword with a flick of his hand. Shwa! The flying sword instantly split, manifesting 12 small flying swords of various shapes. Close. Mu furrowed his brow and made a grasping motion in mid-air. The 12 flying swords immediately began to assemble. Unified mind. It was the technique manual from the Sovereign Trial. The flying swords. They were likewise psionic power weapons from the Sovereign Trial. Once the technique manual is learned, even if it is only level 1, that still counts as having reached the introductory level of the Unity chapter. Psionic power unification was, of course, achievable. It just wasn't as fast or as proficient as Bai Qingyan's. In the span of a few breaths, the 12 flying swords slowly merged in the air, and a flying sword with an ancient, primitive design gradually took shape. This. Bai Qingyan, sitting on the bed, was completely dazed, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a goose egg. How is this possible? It has to be fake, right? As they spoke, the flying sword had already been fully assembled. Whoosh! Mu formed a sword seal with his fingers and pointed casually. The azure flame sword instantly sliced through the air, trailing a streak of blue flame. Feels good. With a thought, Mu pointed his sword finger toward the punch testing machine in the cultivation room. Flash! The flying sword moved with extreme speed, making no sound as it cut through the air, leaving only a cyan afterimage behind. Immediately following was a muffled thud as the punch testing machine was pierced straight through. Hiss! So sharp! Mu exclaimed softly in surprise. A few seconds later. Beep beep. Beep beep. The punch testing machine emitted a series of beeps, signaling that the equipment was damaged. Oh no! Too much force. Mu recalled the flying sword and was just about to stand up. Snap! Bai Qingyan grabbed him, her eyes reflecting a look as if her entire worldview had collapsed. You, let me see that flying sword. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone can reach the entry level of the exclusive edition Mind as One in a single day. Forget the exclusive edition. Even with the common version circulating outside, no one could learn it in a day. Chapter 50 Bai Qingyan, Mu is the real genius, I'm not worthy. Bai Qingyan extended her palm, using psionic power to keep the azure flame sword suspended in mid-air. The 12 sub-blades were perfectly integrated. The azure flame sword was not merely a simple combination of 12 flying blades. If it were that simple, every manufacturer would be able to produce flying swords. It involves the materials, the structure, and most importantly, the inscribed psionic power arrays. Only with these arrays can the psionic power within the flying sword become unified. If a psion cannot achieve psionic power unification, they will encounter immense resistance during the assembly of the flying sword. Even the slightest deviation caused by that resistance will lead to failure. It really works. The moment Bai Qingyan saw the flying sword pierce through the air, she already had her answer. But she truly couldn't believe it. She turned her head to look at Mu. You spent the whole night attempting the assembly dozens of times, and every single one ended in failure. Why did it work this time? Luck? MHM. It had to be luck. Bai Qingyan handed the flying sword back to Mu. Do it one more time. Mu took it back using psionic power. Clack! The flying sword disassembled. Immediately after shing, shing, shing. The flying sword reassembled before Bai Qingyan's eyes, and the speed seemed about 30% faster than before. Thud! Bai Qingyan slumped back onto the bed, her entire world feeling upended. Is this the world of a genius? Damn it! From childhood until now, everyone had always called her a genius. Even her grandfather doted on her and praised her endlessly. But now, faced with Mu's heaven-defying comprehension, she felt like a total idiot. She had first spent over half a year studying the Psion Advanced Technique Manual, and only after achieving some modest success did she begin practicing singularity of mind. It took her another full 6 months just to barely manage the assembly of the flying swords. Reaching the stage of minor mastery had cost her more than another year. Only then could she assemble the flying swords at will, allowing her as a level 9 controller to rival a level 9 grandmaster, leaving her with virtually no rivals below the rank of great grandmaster. Mu. This young man had actually done it in just one day. No. Half a day. In a mere half-day, he had mastered singularity of mind. And that was without even having the Psion Advanced Technique Manual to lay the foundation? Was he even human? Seeing her dazed expression, Mu asked, Director Bai, regarding our bet, can I consider it a win? Huh? What did you say? Bai Qingyan stared blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality. The bet. That. Bai Qingyan's cheeks turned beet red. With Mu's talent reaching minor mastery in a month? Was it even a challenge? Yes, but only a slight one. Refusing to admit it would only be making a fool of herself. But how could Bai Qingyan let Mu off so easily? This young man was even more of a genius than she had imagined, a peerless talent that surpassed even her grandfather's expectations. What a joke! A genius of this caliber might truly be able to break through to Great Grandmaster within a year and become a legendary figure of Dragonstar. If she didn't seize the moment now, it might be difficult to even have a word with him in the future. Ahem. Bai Qingyan composed herself, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her eyes suddenly grew deep, as if a bottomless abyss were pulling at Mu's soul. What the hell? Soul stealing and spirit capturing. Mu was nearly dragged into the abyss and quickly focused his mind. Ah! Bai Qingyan slowly stretched her limbs, letting out a soft, ethereal hum. I'm so sleepy after such a tiring day, why don't we rest first? As for the technique manual, there's no need to rush. You must realize that you are currently at the stage of building your foundation. If the foundation is unstable, your martial rank will be shaky. Sometimes, progressing too aggressively isn't necessarily a good thing. Ha! Still stalling? I'll see just how long you can keep this up. Mu ignored her, then Director Bai should go to sleep first. I still have some areas that require intensive practice. Call me Auntie Yen. Bai Qingyan frowned slightly. If you don't want to, calling me Sister Yen is also fine. Mu nearly rolled his eyes upon hearing this. No need. After speaking coldly, Mu began practicing the combat technique of one-mindedness on his own. The Azure Flame Sword also required frequent practice. Real combat is full of endless variables. Learning a skill but being unable to apply it would be the ultimate tragedy. Seeing Mu ignore her, Bai Qingyan was fuming with rage inside. Even she had begun to doubt herself. In the past, were the surrounding martial artists and psions only praising me so fanatically because I'm a member of the Bai family? Actually, is my true appearance actually ugly? Her worldview was collapsing. Bai Qingyan was truly on the verge of depression. Mu practiced for the entire night, while Bai Qingyan spent the whole night sulking face down on the bed. The next day, Gui Yue knocked and entered the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Qingyan lying on the bed, and his heart immediately cried out in shock. Shameless! Mu, he's still a child. How could you bring yourself to do this? Supervisor Gua, any news on the case? Mu asked. Gui Yue looked puzzled. That's a standing committee meeting of the Martial Artist Alliance. I'm not a standing member, so how would I know? Isn't Supervisor Bai there? She doesn't know? Oh. Seeing Gui Yue, Bai Qingyan finally regained some of her composure. After checking her smart device, she replied. The city lord hasn't returned, so the meeting has been moved online. Mu, since you are the party involved, an exception has been made for you to listen in, but you cannot speak. Understood? Mu nodded. Gui Yue was certainly going to stay if given the chance. The meeting began shortly. Bai Qingyan sat opposite the two of them. The projected screen faced her, while more than a dozen other standing members appeared in the projection. In the seat at the very top was a man with a square face and a majestic expression. His temples were graying, and his background appeared to be the wilderness. His name and position were displayed next to him. Jiang Hong, City Lord, Director of the Martial Hall. Everyone has seen the details of the case. Jiang Hong was the first to speak. Silencing witnesses through murder and wiping cloud data, this is sheer lawlessness. What's even more shocking is that Li Qingguang from the Martial Artist Management Department's tribunal actually dared to accept bribes and frame a martial artist with false charges. Since when did Riverfall City start tolerating such animals? Mu was quite surprised after listening. News of Li Qingguang's bribery had surfaced so quickly, but why hadn't Bai Qingyan mentioned it? Now wasn't the time to ask. He decided to see how things played out first. On the left, Lin Zhang, director of the Martial Hall. Li Qingguang himself passed away last night. We cannot rule out the possibility of him being silenced. This time, I believe we must conduct a thorough investigation into the Tienlu group and its subsidiaries, root out the hackers, and strike hard against all the criminals behind this. At the same time, the black market must be completely liquidated. Zhang Zhan, general manager of the Thousand Merchants Alliance in Riverfall City. It has been confirmed that Li Qingguang committed suicide. There is no evidence suggesting he was silenced. Furthermore, I would like the city lord to note that we have yet to find conclusive evidence of his bribery. In fact, the case itself is not complicated. It is a fact that Mu broke into the processing plant, killed, and injured people. Although he had a reason, his actions were excessively violent. Letting him go without any punishment is clearly unfair. The tribunal's verdict was based solely on the video evidence and did not address the complex economic disputes behind the processing plant. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan was instantly incensed. What exactly does the League of 10,000 Merchants mean? Do you honestly believe that a verdict based on trumped-up charges is legal and reasonable? Chapter 51, Shocking Discovery. The Level 9 Dragon's Nest. Zhang Zhan maintained a composed expression. Please note my phrasing. Looking solely at the cases of murder and assault committed by Mu, a 30-year sentence is not considered overly harsh. Lin Zhang let out a cold snort. Ha, what a joke. It is clearly a single case, yet you deliberately cherry-pick the incriminating parts while ignoring the full context? If that's the logic, then any case can result in a nonsensical verdict. Lin Zhang followed up with a sharp interrogation. In the past, any case involving a martial artist required a full-scale investigation. Since when did the tribunal learn to stop investigating and start handing out reckless judgments? Zhang Zhan opened his mouth to retort. However, Lu Tian's lips curled slightly as he spoke with nonchalant indifference. This is clearly just a trivial matter. Are we going to argue here until nightfall? Regarding Mu's case, the priority should obviously be investigating the leads on the silencing of witnesses and the hackers involved. What do those things have to do with my Tienlu group? Lu Tian continued aggressively. Today is for a vote. I support the criminal investigation, but that is a separate issue from the Tienlu group. I ask everyone to vote on them individually. Zhang Zhan chimed in. To our knowledge, the black market has never accepted any contracts involving the breach of cloud data. If any of you believe you can investigate more thoroughly than the League of 10,000 Merchants, then by all means, be my guest. Lin Zhang turned to the city lord. If we don't conduct a thorough investigation, I fear that in the future, we won't even be able to identify the killers or the masterminds behind them when a martial artist is murdered within the city. Zhang Hong scanned the room. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low, deliberate voice. First item, the vote to merge the cases for a comprehensive investigation. What? Lin Zhang and Bai Qingyan almost thought they had misheard him. Guo Yue stood up abruptly, his face a mask of utter disbelief. It didn't take long. The projection displayed the results. Aside from Bai Qingyan and Lin Zhang, who had not yet cast their votes, everyone else was in favor. Bai Qingyan glanced at Lin Zhang. Realizing they had no other choice now, they could only nod in agreement. Passed by unanimous vote, Zhang Hong continued. Second item, we will now vote on initiating a thorough investigation into the Tienlu group and the black market. This time, only Lin Zhang and Bai Qingyan voted immediately, while only two others among the rest followed suit. Zhang Hong also pressed the approval button, but there were still fewer than 7 votes. Passing an ordinary motion required at least 7 votes, while a major motion required at least 10. A moment later, Jiang Hong's expression remained unreadable as he murmured, "Insufficient votes, the proposal is rejected. Tienlu Group and the Myriad Merchants Alliance need only cooperate with the investigation." Lu Tian wore an expression that suggested this was exactly as it should be, showing no hint of surprise. Bai Qingyan's brow furrowed deeply, but in the end, she remained silent. "City Lord, can this emergency meeting be adjourned now?" Lu Tian inquired impatiently. Jiang Hong shook his head slightly. "I still have an announcement to make. A dragon's nest has been discovered 300 kilometers northwest of Riverfall City." "A dragon's nest?" At this, everyone present wore a look of utter shock. "City Lord, what is the level of that dragon's nest?" Jiang Hong's expression turned solemn. "Above Tier 9, scale unknown. Preliminary assessments suggest there are at least 3 transcendent fierce beasts present." "Above Tier 9? Bai Qingyan's face also became extremely grave. "Doesn't that mean there are at least 100 Tier 9 fierce beasts or more?" Jiang Hong nodded, "At least that many. It is the largest dragon's nest to appear near Riverfall City to date. All Grandmaster level martial artists are to be placed under the unified command of the Martial Artist Alliance. Within 3 days, drop everything you are doing and gather at Shelter XB210. "Fine, no problem." Surprisingly, Lu Tian did not offer any rebuttal. The others nodded their agreement one after another. Beep. The meeting concluded. Mu was also stunned by this staggering news. A Tier 9 dragon's nest? Over 100 Tier 9 fierce beasts, and 3 transcendent ones? Riverfall City Grandmaster. Gui Yue looked grim. "Barely, if all the factions join forces, we might just barely scrape together 100 Grandmasters. The main issue is the transcendent fierce beasts. It's a dragon's nest." Dragons! They are absolutely the most ferocious, brutal, and difficult species to kill among all fierce beasts. A 9th order ferocious dragon is difficult to deal with, even for a psion like Supervisor Bai. Bai Qingyan nodded in agreement. "Mu, I'm afraid your case cannot be investigated thoroughly right now. An over-tiered dragon beast has reappeared. The City Lord, along with the great Grandmasters from Starbreaker and Hegemony, might not be able to handle this properly on their own." Sigh. Bai Qingyan exhaled softly. "Supervisor Gua, I'm entrusting Mu to you. I need to head out. Also, you overheard the news about the 9th Order dragon nest by accident, but you must not spread it to anyone." Gui Yue nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." Bai Qingyan didn't waste a second. Once she finished speaking, she left immediately. At this moment, Gui Yue then turned to look at Mu. "Things have taken an unexpected turn. The curator has been away for so long I didn't expect him to be held up by a dragon nest. Don't overthink today's meeting. At such a critical moment, Riverfall City cannot afford internal turmoil." Mu smiled to show his understanding. Actually, from the moment the City Lord mentioned the 9th Order dragon nest, Mu knew that Riverfall City would not investigate the situation regarding the Tienlu group and the black market. Investigating now would be equivalent to Riverfall City cutting off its own arm. As for after the 9th Order dragon nest was dealt with, it would likely be difficult to bring the case back up for a re-examination. "In the end, I have to rely on myself," Mu thought to himself. "That's fine, too. It's safer if I deal with a guy like Lucian personally." Sigh. Gui Yue was also frustrated. "Tienlu Group, there's an 80% chance they're behind this debt, it's just that it isn't easy to expose them right now. Just you wait. When this is all over, I'll find a way to dig up some dirt on the Tienlu Group." He offered Mu a few words of comfort. "By the way, you should stay here and focus on your cultivation for the next few days. I might be a bit busy and won't be able to check in on you." Gui Yue was a supervisor, yet the City Lord hadn't informed him of such a major event. This was because informing him would have been pointless. Fierce beast. With a martial rank comparable to a 9th rank Grandmaster, even an ordinary Grandmaster wouldn't fare well against it. Sending a martial general there would simply be sending them to their death. It was better left unsaid. Grandmaster Martial Artist. These were the ones who truly protected this city and this dragon star in silence. And every privilege a martial artist enjoyed was paid for with blood. After Gui Yue left, the cultivation room fell into complete silence. Mu was in no hurry. After contacting his family and telling them not to go out, he immersed himself in his cultivation. That evening, Gui Yue rushed over once again. Your case is closed. Li Qingguang's death was ruled a suicide, and no evidence of bribery was found. The person who silenced him belonged to Zhang Ji's gang. They've uncovered hundreds of millions in illicit funds. The hacker was also hired by them, but unfortunately, they aren't in Riverfall City, so we can only commission York City to pursue the lead. The Alliance took into account that you've just qualified as a martial artist and haven't studied the martial artist code yet. Given the emergency circumstances, they have decided not to issue any punishment. Your SSS tier contract has also been approved. Do you have any further objections to the terms? Mu had already decided to handle the matter himself, so he naturally had nothing to say about the outcome. It was as expected. As for the contract getting paid for free, he certainly had no objections. After finishing his explanation, Wei Yue left in a hurry. Mu, however, turned around and initiated a video call with Ling Shui. Ling Shui's cold, haughty snort drifted from the other side. Wood, didn't you say you never received my video call? Then how did you get my number? I bought them. Mu hadn't expected her to still be nursing a grudge after several days. You? Ling Shui was so exasperated she almost shut off the video feed. Does your family sell equipment? Mu didn't intend to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Of course. Ling Shui crossed her arms, maintaining an air of lingering indignation. Are you looking to buy? There are no discounts. It's fine. Mu couldn't care less about such trivial details. Do you have the kind of combat suits that don't come with cameras or GPS tracking? I assume you also have anonymous, networked smart devices? Lucian could wipe away the evidence. In that regard, Ling Shui, whose background was similar to the Tienlu group, should be able to do the same. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mu didn't know much else, but he knew this principle well. Letting Lucian go was impossible. If he didn't die, Mu wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Chapter 52, Insane Power Up, 1 million attack power. You? What do you want those for? Ling Ruoxue asked immediately, her tone tense. Don't you know? Selling or manufacturing unregistered equipment is illegal. Ha! The corner of Mu's mouth curled slightly. Is it as serious as you running an illegal gambling ring in the black market? Put. Cough, cough. Ling Ruoxue choked instantly, coughing repeatedly. Woody, don't talk nonsense. What illegal ring? This lady knows absolutely nothing about that. Playing dumb with me? You should at least try to be convincing. Mu, stop the nonsense. If you won't sell, I'll find someone in the black market. He moved to hang up the video call. Wait. Ling Shui stopped him immediately. Her expression turned serious as she asked, I heard about what happened at the Fierce Beast factory. There is definitely something wrong with the Tienlu group, but you're asking for this stuff. You aren't planning to investigate them yourself, are you? Isn't the Tienlu group your family's competitor? Mu asked, and without waiting for her reply, he continued. Don't you think you should be providing these things for free? Ling Shui's pretty face instantly slumped. You don't have to be so blunt. If it were before. Ling Shui might have still felt that since they were both in Riverfall City, they were friends. But after returning home from this martial exam, Ling Shui fully understood the situation. She even found out that the Wanshan Alliance had prepared to let her suffer a massive loss by forbidding others from opening betting pools to spread the risk. Before, she didn't understand that these illegal betting houses all paid protection money behind the scenes. In fact, half of the merchants in the black market paid protection money, while the other half were direct operations run by the Wanshan Alliance under different names. In the business world, there are only interests, no friends. Being in Riverfall City together, the Tienlu group occupied a large portion of the Fierce Beast resource market, stealing a lot of business from her own family. They weren't friends, they were enemies. Lucian getting so close to her might very well have been with the intention of swallowing up the Ling group. Abominable. When Ling Shui heard these things, she almost died of anger. The things you want are all illegal, I certainly don't have them, and the Ling group doesn't sell them, Ling Shui said with absolute certainty. Then, her tone shifted as she gave a sweet smile, but as a classmate, since you need my help, I happen to have some damaged equipment and AI here. I might as well give them to you to use for free. Are they S-grade? Mu asked. Ling Shui started rolling her eyes upon hearing that. Mu, you're crossing the line. S-grade combat suits and sabers are so eye-catching. If you wear them out, who wouldn't take a second look? I can wear a jacket over it. No. Ling Shui clenched her small fist and said crossly, S-grade items are all registered and accounted for. Only B-grade is available. If you don't want it, then forget it. Fine, let's go with that then. Deliver it to the door. I'm in the martial arts hall's cultivation room. After Mu finished speaking, he hung up the communication. You. Ling Shui looked at the blackened video screen, completely exploding with rage. Half an hour later. Ling Shui walked in huffily after knocking, signaling Mu to turn off his combat suit and AI and shield the cultivation room's surveillance. Only then did she put down the backpack behind her and take out the items inside. Mu, the stuff is clean, but if something happens. I bought it from the black market. Mu said as he stepped forward to inspect the items. Actually, these could have gone through the black market. But if things are bought on the black market, others might not know, but the Universal Business Alliance certainly would. If something goes wrong later, it all depends on whether they choose to talk. Given Zhang Zhan's attitude today, there is a high probability he wouldn't hide a thing. The Ling Group is the only viable acquisition channel. Based on one point alone. The fact that the Ling Group doesn't want the Tienlu Group to prosper makes them far more reliable than the Universal Business Alliance or the black market. Since you're already here, you didn't just bring this little bit of stuff, did you? After finishing the inspection, Mu followed up. Can Lucian's daily movements, locations, and detailed data be synchronized to this AI at any time? Ling Shui was about to ask something, but she closed her mouth as soon as she opened it. Poof. Blockhead, you need to be careful too. Lucian has a 9th stage marshal general as a bodyguard. With that said, Ling Shui opened a file on the smart device. This was something she had obtained from her father. Since Ling Shui knew that the Tienlu Group was a competitor, her family would definitely have conducted an investigation. The information could be described as nothing short of exhaustive. The situation with the Tienlu Group is very complex, and their security measures are very strong. Ling Shui sat on the sofa and explained everything to Mu one by one. The Lu family's history isn't that long. 20 years ago, Lu Tian was promoted to Grandmaster. Since then, the Tienlu Group transitioned from being a middleman into a full-fledged corporation. In the past 20 years, the Tienlu Group has covered almost all businesses related to martial artists and fierce beasts. Their highest grossing project is Fierce Beast Resources. In this area, they handle at least twice as much as our family, and my family has been in the business of acquiring Fierce Beast materials for a very long time. The Tienlu Group has an annual turnover of over 1.3 trillion. Fierce Beast Resources account for over 800 billion of that. No wonder. For a small processing plant like this, discarding billions or tens of billions worth of products was of no consequence. If you can track down the source of Tienlu's Fierce Beast supply chain, we are willing to pay an additional 1 billion in compensation. Ling Shui had come truly prepared this time. Now that the martial exam was over, she had begun taking over her family's business, gaining insight into many things she was previously unaware of. The way she spoke and acted was also markedly different from before. Furthermore, they likely have a secret stronghold in Riverfall City. There might be hackers inside using technology from unknown origins. Locating that stronghold is worth another 500 million. Mu rolled his eyes in surprise and said, "Have you been watching too many TV dramas? I'm not some famous detective, why would I investigate these things for you? I will sync any clues I find with you. On the condition that Lucian's location must be synced to me at all times." He. Ling Shui playfully stuck out her tongue. "You're a psion, after all. You can fly, so investigating is bound to be more convenient for you than for others. Just be careful. My father says that the Tienlu group is ruthless in their dealings." Yeah, ruthless is exactly the right word. Ha! He really didn't need the reminder. Mu had experienced it firsthand. After finishing what she had to say, Ling Shui lingered for a while before leaving to avoid letting anyone notice she had come specifically to deliver something. Over the next 10 or so days, the AI device remained in the bag. Mu never even glanced at it. Cultivation was the only thing that mattered. A ninth-order martial general, even when targeted by a sneak attack, is not someone an ordinary commander can kill. In the middle of the night, Mu used today's level-up point. Status panel. Mu. Level up point 0. Martial rank apprentice. Psionic rank, Dominator level 9. Martial artist technique manual. Psionic power technique manual, Psionic power basics level 6, Unified mind excellent level 7. Dominator level 9. Each flying blade under full control carried 90,000 kilograms of force. Unified mind, level 7. Number of flying blades under full control, 12. Maximum controllable flying blades, 36. Bai Qingyan's technique manual should be at the minor mastery stage, around level 3 or 4. But I am now at level 7. Even if she is a psionic envoy, she can't match my number of flying blades. Mu clenched his fists. 12 blades. Just enough for the Azure Flame flying swords to unleash their most powerful attack. With any more psionic power, the flying swords wouldn't be able to merge into one. This was the moment Mu had been waiting for. 12 flying blades, exploding with full force. 1,080,000 kilograms of power. Depart. Chapter 53, Slaying Enemies with Flying Swords. Mu turned off Shoei and took off the S-rank combat suit, but he kept the core inner armor of the suit on. Meanwhile, the 2 billion in funds from the SSS contract had arrived. Mu didn't let the money sit idle. An S-rank shield, valued at 200 million. Purchased at half price for 100 million. Mu purchased 20 S-grade shields in a single transaction. This wasn't a case of having more money than sense. Rather, it was a necessary defensive measure. A combat suit cannot guarantee that you will survive a single strike from a grandmaster. At the martial artist stage, attack power ranges from 10,000 to 90,000. At the martial general stage, attack power ranges from 100,000 to 900,000. At the grandmaster stage, attack power ranges from 1 million to 9 million. And this is just base strength, without accounting for any amplification from technique manuals. Even for an entry-level grandmaster, a casual punch delivers a million-point attack. Only by relying on his mastered technique manual has Mu barely managed to reach the minimum requirement of a grandmaster. A million-point attack. Even without testing it, Mu knew that his small, 9th-rank apprentice physique truly couldn't withstand such a blow. An S-grade combat suit wouldn't shatter from one punch, but the resulting shockwaves would instantly turn his internal organs into mincemeat. If he were a martial artist, he could only lament his insufficient martial rank and wait for death. But a psion is different. If the combat suit can't block the vibration, why not just use shields? When the shield impacts the air, what does that have to do with me? Stacked together, the 20 S-grade shields were a full meter thick. Super alloy shields. Furthermore, each could be reinforced with psionic power, arranged with specific gaps and angles to dissipate the impact force. Even if a grandmaster were to strike, they wouldn't be able to break through immediately. Pay to win truly makes one stronger. The Azure Flame flying sword possesses attack power comparable to a grandmaster. The composite defense of 20s grade super alloy shields is also comparable to a Grandmaster. Even though Mu was only at the 9th rank of the Sovereign level, he can now go toe-to-toe with an entry-level Grandmaster. Shrinking the shield and putting it in the bag, Mu headed straight out the door. For more than 10 days, Mu paid no attention to the news from the outside world. However, judging from the fact that Gui Yue had almost no time to visit recently and there was no word from Bai Qingyan, the Tier 9 Dragon's Nest was definitely not something to be trifled with. Mu now possessed Grandmaster-level combat power, which meant he finally had a certain degree of ability to protect himself and his family. Dealing with Lucian is also a form of protection. Who has the time to be on guard every single day against a beast like that? Mu was not familiar with the urban layout of Riverfall City. However, he knew the roads near his home like the back of his hand. In the past, Mu usually chose paths covered by surveillance, but this time, he went directly to a blind spot without cameras to change into his combat suit. He activated the smart interface and threw on a pure black tight-fitting coat to cover his entire body. Underneath the mask, a projection displayed Lucian's location. Wonderland Business Club? A moment later, entrance of the Wonderland Business Club. A beautiful woman in a miniskirt stepped forward with a welcoming smile. The glittering badge on her chest read, Assistant Manager, Xiao Shi. Lord Martial Artist, do you have a reservation? No. We still have one booth available in the main hall. Would that be acceptable? Are there any private rooms? The smile on Xiao Shi's face instantly brightened. Yes, yes. What kind of private room would you like? Currently, we have one Immortal King room and one Holy King room available. What's the difference? The minimum spend for the Immortal King room is 1.99 million, and for the Holy King room, it's 990,000. What the hell? Mu was momentarily stunned. This level of consumption was something else. A minimum spend of 1.99 million just to open a room? That kid Lucian probably isn't short on cash. Immortal King. Mu's voice was vibrated out using psionic power, sounding raspy and heavy, ensuring no one could tell the speaker was merely a teenager. Inside his smart device was 10 million in liquid funds from an untraceable source. Mu wasn't worried about any flaws in his cover as he followed the beautiful woman inside. As Mu walked along, he noticed that each Immortal King private suite was spaced very far apart. It wasn't that other rooms were between them, they were simply separated by empty space. Psionic power fully unleashed. Mu's current technique manual martial rank and the precision of his psionic rank were now even stronger than Bai Qingyan's. As a professional club, the private suites here were 100% soundproof. Even if a bomb went off inside, no one outside would know. However, no matter how good the materials were, they couldn't block psionic power. Lucian. Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he glanced at a door number out of the corner of his eye. Immortal King Suite Number 2. Ling Shue's information is quite accurate. Mu was in no hurry to strike and continued walking a bit further with the beautiful attendant. At the entrance of Immortal King Suite Number 3. Lord Martial Artist, please come in. Xiao Shi pushed open the door and asked with a radiant smile, what would you like to drink? The minimum consumption package includes a bottle of Immortal King Nectar and 2 cases of Martial Spirit Beer. Whatever. Now that Mu had found his target, he naturally didn't care for further small talk. Hearing this, Xiao Shi didn't press further, understood. Please wait a moment, the sweet hostesses will be here shortly. Mu found a comfortable spot on the sofa and sat down. A short while later, 2 beautiful women dressed in exotic, sheer gauze tapped on the door and entered. Ling Xian Wanner. Ling Xian Lianer. The 2 bowed gracefully toward Mu. Greetings, Lord Immortal King. Hiss. Professional. Damn, they really were professional enough. Forget ordinary people, even if a martial artist or a grandmaster came here, they would have to shout their approval. The 2 rose and walked straight toward Mu. Don't! Mu reached out to stop them. I like that routine. Give me the pay-per-view program. Beep. With a grand wave of his hand, A payment of 1 million credits per person was transferred. This. Even though the two girls had seen many high-profile figures in the Immortal King private rooms, they had only truly encountered a few god-tier whales who would drop 1 million at the drop of a hat. "Thank you for your bounty, Immortal King." The two immediately cried out in gratitude. "This little immortal will surely satisfy you, my lord." As they spoke, the thin veil slowly fell away. "Don't look at me, play amongst yourselves." Louder. "Ha!" The two were stunned simultaneously. "Immortal King, do you mean we should play with each other? Have you never done it before?" "Ahem." Wana replied softly with a hint of embarrassment, "We obey the Immortal King's command." As for what followed, Mu didn't need to teach them. The two girls were very professional. All sorts of equipment with complex auxiliary functions were brought onto the stage. To be honest, they were indeed much more imaginative than Mu had expected. Next door. Lucian gulped down 2 bottles of Immortal King nectar, but he couldn't even last 15 minutes. Inside the private room, with over a dozen spirit immortal level hostesses, the most he could do was watch. As for the 2 bodyguards, they both stood watch at the door. The walls of the private room were sealed with alloy windows, making it completely airtight. Mu waited for a moment, knowing that Wanner and Leonor were reaching the peak of their pleasure. The flying sword he had prepared under his cloak long ago seized this critical moment and vanished into the ventilation duct in a flash. This club is definitely professional. The defenses against various martial artist techniques are pushed to the extreme. Even the ventilation ducts are equipped with gas detectors and alarm systems. Unfortunately, they can guard against a martial artist, but not a psion. Then again, almost nowhere in Riverfall City is fortified against a Grandmaster-level psion. Even if Mu were to kill someone inside the martial hall, no one would notice. The flying sword shot out from the ventilation vent and, pinpointing its target, sank into the wall as easily as a blade-piercing tofu. A short while later, the flying sword had already reached the Immortal King private room. The sounds and environment inside the room became even clearer once the flying sword arrived. Even the voices sounded as if they were right next to his ear. Beep 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 beep. Just as Mu was about to strike, Lucian's communicator suddenly rang. "Speak," Lucian's voice commanded. "Young master, news just came in from the Linshan Road warehouse. Some kid tried to resist, and things got a bit loud." "Damn it!" Lucian gritted his teeth in anger. "What the hell am I paying you for? Do I have to solve every little thing myself?" It's mainly because things have been tight lately, and this batch of people has been held for quite a while. Get lost. Kill all the troublemakers and ship the rest out tonight," Lucian ordered directly. Does that kid Mu really think he has what it takes? If he tries to move against my Tienlu group, he's moving against the black market. He's moving against the Myriad Merchant Alliance. Never mind a genius psion, even a genius grandmaster would end up buried in the dirt. Yes, I'll head over right now to oversee it." The call ended. Mu frowned and changed his plan on the fly. The flying sword pivoted toward the door. It vanished in a sudden blur. A cold gleam shot up from the ground. The 2 ninth stage martial generals heard the sound, but their bodies couldn't react in time. The next second, bang! Bang! The heads of the 2 ninth stage martial generals exploded one after another. A 1,000,000-point attack. A full power eruption. Even if it was just a piercing blow, the entire head had to be completely shattered. And this. Still, it drew no reaction from Lucian or the others in the private room. The next instant, the flying sword streaked through the room and plunged directly into Lucian's chest, piercing his heart. Immediately after, the flying sword held steady, vibrating intensely. The tremors of the blade were conducted through his ribs directly to Lucian's ears. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me the location of the warehouse." Who is it?" Lucian roared out, and a second later, the searing pain in his chest finally registered. When he lowered his head, he saw an ancient-looking flying sword already embedded in his chest. The pavilion of 10,000 swords? Lucian was somewhat well informed. We have no grievances with the pavilion of 10,000 swords. Why? I don't need a reason to kill you. Tell me the location of the warehouse. You have 2 seconds remaining. Mu had no intention of wasting words. Revealing the flying sword was a deliberate move. As for the warehouse, it hadn't originally been part of his plan. But the cargo inside that warehouse had seemed to be people? Not fierce beasts. Mu couldn't just ignore it. At the very least, he had to know what kind of dirty business the Tienlu group was up to. The flying sword sank in inch by inch, the pain growing more intense. Lucian's forehead was drenched in sweat. Stop. The warehouse is on the east side of Linshan Road. East side of Linshan Road? Isn't that the Tienlu fierce beast processing plant? Are you lying? Mu was fairly familiar with that area. He knew the approximate location as soon as it was mentioned. It's the processing plant. Behind the plant's warehouse, there's another private warehouse. With his life on the line, Lucian didn't dare talk any nonsense. Mu thought about it. There did indeed seem to be a building over there that remained closed during the day. One more thing. Where is the hacker who breached the cloud data? Lucian's mouth quirked into a grimace. What does the Myriad Sword Pavilion want with that information? You talk too much. Do you think you have much life left in you? Lucian quickly changed his tune. No. I really don't know who the hacker is. I didn't handle that part, and I have no contact with the hackers. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying sword gave a sharp jerk. An intense pang of angina exploded in Lucian's chest, causing his entire face to contort in agony. No, everything I said is true. I really don't know. My subordinates handled it. Why would I personally manage such cleanup work? Mu checked the time. Regardless of whether the man was lying, he didn't intend to drag this out any longer. One last question. Why did you target Mu? Mu? Upon hearing the name, a flash of realization crossed Lucian's eyes. Has Mu defected to the Myriad Sword Pavilion? That bastard. I was just about to get Ling Shui into my hands when he suddenly showed up and derailed the plans of my Tienlu group. If he doesn't die, who should? You're wrong. Mu didn't defect to the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Impossible. Lucian insisted firmly. If he's not with the Myriad Sword Pavilion, why would they dispatch a sovereign grandmaster to kill me? It's simple, because I am Mu. Thud. Lucian instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. You are. She was cut off mid-sentence. A loud thud rang out. Lucian's head exploded in mid-air. Chapter 54, Lutian's Rage, the City Lord's Order. Shelter XB 201. A group of grandmasters faced the direction of the dragon's nest, their expressions solemn and their stances ready for battle. Inside the shelter, City Lord Jiang Hong was analyzing the dragon's nest data acquired via satellites and drones. Lin Zhang, Lu Tian, Zhao Changfeng from the Martial Hall, and other high-ranking alliance officials were all present. In front of Bai Qingyan stood a middle-aged man dressed in white casual martial arts attire, clearly positioned at the center of the group. Senior Bai, in your opinion, is there any hope of taking this dragon's nest by force? Jiang Hong turned slightly to inquire. Bai Ming carried himself with a carefree elegance, his features appearing no more than 30 years old at most. Were it not for his known identity, who would dare imagine that this man was the White Sword sect, the one hailed as the strongest scion on Dragonstar? A frontal assault is virtually impossible with our current configuration. If Wu Poxing were here, combined with my own strength, the two of us might just have a chance. Creak! Jiang Hong's brow furrowed deeply, his palm instantly crushing the shelter's table until it was completely deformed. There isn't just one dragon nest. The one we have here isn't even the most severe. The other two are even more terrifying in terms of numbers than this one. The alliance leader must suppress the strongest of them, so it's unlikely he'll be able to come over in the short term. Bai Qingyan pondered, "Grandfather, what if you go to the alliance leader and concentrate your forces to wipe out one first?" Lin Zhang shook his head directly, "It's impossible. Unless the full power of a great grandmaster is exhausted, there is simply no chance of breaking through that dragon nest. If we ignore the strongest one and launch a forced assault on the dragon nest here, we will inevitably have to watch super-tier fierce beasts ravage Dragonstar. If another accident occurs during a forced assault on the dragon nest here, then the entire Dragonstar might be in imminent peril. Fierce beast. They possess intelligence. The higher the rank, the higher the intelligence. Vicious dragons, in particular, are cunning and extremely treacherous. The moment you withdraw from here, the vicious dragons can detect it at any time and then swarm out in full force." Just as everyone was frowning in worry, Lu Tian's communicator rang. "What did you just say? Xiao Shuo is dead?" Lu Tian's body jolted violently. "How is that possible? What about his bodyguards?" Suddenly, a trace of absolute murderous intent flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. "The bodyguards are dead too? Heads exploded, an instant kill?" Immediately after, a video of the scene appeared before Lu Tian's eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward to watch. The chaotic situation inside the private room caused Bai Qingyan to frown involuntarily. But in the very next instant, a flying sword flashed out, instantly piercing through and shattering the heads of the two bodyguards. Green flame flying sword. Grandmaster combat power. Bai Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through them. In an instant, only the white sword sect saw the flying sword clearly and accurately judged the opponent's combat strength. Immediately after, the flying sword struck Lucian right in the heart. This time, everyone saw it clearly. It was undoubtedly the Azure Flame flying sword. The Thousand Sword Pavilion. Lu Tian immediately glared at Bai Qingyan in a rage. He didn't have the courage to vent his anger on Bai Ming, so he could only glare at Bai Qingyan. Lucian appeared to be utterly terrified, uttering several incoherent sentences to the empty air. Mu, Thousand Sword Pavilion. These were the only keywords currently echoing in Lu Tian's mind. What else is there to say? Bai Qingyan was secretly astonished. The moment she heard of Lucian's death, her first instinct was that Mu had done it. But her grandfather had just said the person who attacked possessed Grandmaster level combat power? Does Mu have Grandmaster level power? How was that possible? The Azure Flame flying sword is a signature product, but it is not an exclusive weapon. The Thousand Sword Pavilion has sold them before. After gathering her thoughts, Bai Qingyan replied with a calm expression, "As for the perpetrator, you heard it yourself, a Psion with Grandmaster-level combat power. All of the Thousand Sword Pavilion's Grandmasters are currently at the Dragon's Nest." Nearby, a Grandmaster spoke up and asked. "Before Lucian died, he must have been talking to the killer, right? Where is the killer? Was he not caught on film?" Lu Tian shook his head slightly with resentment. Bai Ming's gaze was thoughtful, but he did not speak. Zhang Zhan, however, remembered something. "Speaking of the Azure Flame sword, didn't Supervisor Bai give one to Mu during the martial exam?" Mu. A murderous glint instantly flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. "I didn't expect him to harbor such a grudge over the treatment plant case. Just now, Xiao Zhuo mentioned the treatment plant and Mu multiple times." Exactly. It's Mu. There are only so many Psions in Riverfall City, and those wielding an Azure Flame sword are even fewer. Aside from that Mu, it's impossible for it to be anyone else. Thud. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but snap. "Lu Tian, do you think Psion cultivation is that easy? How long has Mu been awakened?" During the martial exam, he had only just broken through to the ruler level. Only a few days have passed. How could he possibly possess Grandmaster combat power now? Poof. Lu Tian gritted his teeth, his expression dark and predatory as he glared. Didn't Supervisor Bai believe that Mu was exceptionally gifted before? Why are you suddenly claiming he is incapable now? You. Bai Qingyan was livid. Beside her, Bai Ming merely offered a faint smile. Back in my day, it took me an entire year to progress from ruler to grandmaster combat power. Could this little fellow named Mu truly be so heaven-defying? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to chime in with explanations. Sword sect, there is no need to dwell on this. This case must be the work of someone else. Exactly. That little guy Mu has only just been promoted to martial artist. He is still a long way off from grandmaster combat power. Damn it! Lu Tian's throat trembled with rage. Even if it wasn't Mu, it must be someone connected to him. Once we seize Mu, we can clear this up immediately. Oh? Hearing this, a sudden smirk flashed across Lin Zhang's face. I can understand Grandmaster Lu's feelings, but based on what you just said, are you planning to arrest and interrogate someone without a shred of evidence? What did you say? Is this video not evidence? Lu Tian erupted in a roar. As a great grandmaster, Lin Zhang was hardly intimidated. He merely gave a cold snort. Li Qingguang is dead, and I could just as easily claim the Tienlu group did it. Can I go and investigate the Tienlu group right now? Suddenly, Lu Tian's face turned deathly pale, looking like a piece of old pickled vegetable that had been curing for 3 years. Fine. So the martial hall intends to hold a grudge as well? Very well, then we shall settle every grievance and avenge every wrong. Bang! Zhang Hong struck out with a palm, and the entire shelter was instantly shattered by the shockwave. Shut up! The gathered grandmasters were instantly suppressed by the overwhelming aura erupting from Zhang Hong. Aside from the 3 great grandmasters Lin Zhang, Zhao Changfeng, and Bai Ming who remained composed, all the other grandmasters felt their breathing grow labored, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been dropped onto their shoulders. Great grandmaster! To think he could suppress grandmasters through sheer aura alone. The murder must be investigated, but until there is evidence, no one is to take action. Zhang Hong growled in a low voice. As for Mu, place him under immediate surveillance. It will be lifted once the matter is cleared up. From this moment on, no grandmaster is permitted to enter the city until the Dragon's Nest crisis is over. As for Riverfall City, begin an immediate sweep of all psions and verify their martial ranks. The city lord issued his orders. Even though Lu Tian was dying to track down Mu right then and there, he had no choice but to stay put. Meanwhile, Riverfall City. Mu found the warehouse Lucian had mentioned without any effort at all. Late at night. This warehouse, which never showed a sign of life during the day, was now brightly lit. Standing atop his shield, Mu hovered in mid-air. He bypassed the alarm systems from a height of 100 meters and descended slowly. Voices from inside the warehouse reached his ears. Let me go. I'm done with this heavy lifting job. If you don't let me leave right now, I'll report you to the authorities. Snap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. I bet a year's worth of savings just wanting to earn enough for a nice meal. Who the hell knew Bai Qiu Ye would actually lose? His points were lower than Mu, who just awakened. What's wrong with kids these days? When you're young, you need to learn how to be sensible. If you won't be sensible on your own, I'll damn well make you sensible. See this? The blade in my hand hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Say one more word, and I'll take your head off right now. You'd actually kill someone? No. If you kill people, aren't you afraid the peacekeepers will hunt you down? Several young men cried out in terror. Hearing this, Mu couldn't help but frown. That voice. Quinn? Ha ha ha. Kill someone? I've killed more people than you can count. You signed an agreement to leave the city. What does it matter if a few people die in the wilderness? Who do you think you are? Are you a martial artist? Even if a martial artist dies out there, it wouldn't even make a sound. Just then, the wall exploded with a loud bang. Mu scanned the room and quickly spotted his best friend, Quinn, among the group of huddling youngsters. In an instant, A surge of killing intent erupted in Mu's eyes. Tienlu Group, very well. Chapter 55, Striking Ruthlessly. You bastard, who the hell do you think you are? The lead man was a bald brute with a bear-like build, a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck, and a wide-bladed combat knife in his hand. Before he could finish his sentence, the lackey beside him turned pale with terror. Boss, look, he seems to be flying. Flying? Scion. Great Grandmaster. The bald man's heart skipped a beat. No matter which type of person this was, they didn't seem easy to deal with. Ahem, brother, let's talk this out. We're all just trying to make a living. If you're short on gear or cash, just say the word. Ha! Mu extended his palm, and the bald man's own combat knife rose up on its own, slicing across his throat. Squelch! Crimson blood sprayed out under the pressure. Ugh, gurgle. The bald man stared at the combat knife in sheer horror, unable to utter a single word. His hands clawed frantically at his throat, trying to plug the scarlet fountain. Only then did the surrounding lackeys scream in terror, murder. He's killing people. Mu controlled the combat knife with one hand. Rise. Swish, swish. The broad-bladed war saber whistled through the air, creating a succession of sonic booms. Immediately after, one by one, heads flew up around the perimeter of the warehouse hall. Not a single person who tried to flee was spared. In front of Mu, 3 or 4 of the more faint-hearted had already collapsed to their knees in terror. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, have mercy. We were only following orders. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the war saber crisscrossing through the warehouse finally ceased. Aside from the few people in front of Mu, the rest of the Tienlu Group personnel lay dead in pools of blood. I ask, you answer. Mu spoke in a low, contemplative voice. Are you members of the Tienlu Group? Ah, yes, yes, yes. The men hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Why is the Tienlu Group controlling these martial artist apprentices? What are you planning to do in the wilderness? This. The men appeared hesitant once again. Mu frowned and gave a casual flick of his finger. The war saber sliced through the air, splitting the man on the left clean open from the crown of his head. The cut was so smooth it rivaled a laser. Ugh, bleg. Someone caught sight of the cross-section and immediately began to vomit uncontrollably. Mu said coldly, I do not ask twice. Gra. Grandmaster, I truly don't know about that. The boss knows, but he. Just then. From the crowd behind them, Quinn suddenly stepped forward, I know. I overheard their conversation that day, and this guy was there too. According to them, they were going to take us out into the wilderness and force us to lure out hordes of fierce beasts. The other youths chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Never mind us apprentices, even if a martial artist went to lure a fierce beast horde, it would be a death sentence, wouldn't it? When we discussed leaving, they just tied us all up and confiscated our smart devices. Crack. Mu felt a surge of blood and fury boiling in his chest, his knuckles letting out a sharp, crisp snap as he clenched his fists. Tienlu Group. So this is how your fierce beasts are acquired? Fierce beasts are cunning traps rarely work on them, and herds are not easily fooled. Only the military, with its large-scale tactical formations, is capable of corralling and containing fierce beast swarms. Other factions, lacking the military's cohesive strength, can only organize teams for conventional hunting and culling. By using apprentices as bait, the Tienlu Group naturally avoids raising the suspicions of the fierce beast swarms. Once the apprentices lure the fierce beasts into a pre-arranged ambush, the group can easily launch a coordinated strike to slaughter them. The actions of the Tienlu Group have crossed the line of basic humanity. What shocked Mu even more was this. How could they have operated like this for so long? Martial artist. Could the martial artists of the Tienlu Group really be unaware of this? And it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. Most of the martial artists in the Tienlu Group likely knew about this, yet they had managed to keep it suppressed for so long without a word leaking out? Or perhaps Some people knew, but chose to stay silent? Did the 10,000 Merchants Alliance know? Mu couldn't help but harbor a massive question mark in his heart. Master, you can't blame me for this. The corporation has been doing things this way for so many years. The man who had spoken earlier hurriedly tried to explain. Besides, these apprentices aren't necessarily doomed. If they're lucky, they can live for a long time. And some of them have even made money, or even become martial artists. Mu no longer wanted to listen. He waved his hand, ripping up the iron plating from the warehouse floor. Creak! Under the influence of Mu's psionic power, the iron sheet was instantly crumpled into a massive, semicircular iron ball. Then, with a loud thud, the iron ball flipped over, trapping the men inside. Bang! 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 The men inside began to pound frantically in terror. Mu's eyes were cold as he slowly closed his hand into a fist. The iron ball gradually shrank, smaller and smaller. Squelch! The sound of the men's pounding vanished along with the compression. In the span of a few breaths. Under the intense pressure of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of psionic power, the iron ball was crushed down to the size of a basketball. This terrifying scene left the warehouse in dead silence. Mu looked at everything before him, but the anger in his heart had not dissipated in the slightest. Beep beep. At the warehouse entrance, the urgent sound of a vehicle's horn drifted in. The people from the Tienlu group are here. Mu thought to himself. The guy who had contacted Lucian earlier was the one responsible for wrapping up this matter. The smart devices on these guys on the ground contain videos and various records. Extract them and hand them over to the peacekeepers. As Mu spoke, he picked up the bald man's smart device. He immediately used his psionic power to rip out the battery. Hackers from the Merchant Union. They were the real culprits behind why the incident had been concealed for so long. If they hadn't been able to hack the cloud data, there was no way such a horrific matter could have been kept hidden. Once things were settled, Mu flew directly back out the way he came, arriving at Linjiang Road. In front of him, a luxury car was honking its horn incessantly at the entrance of a warehouse. The next second, the car's sunroof was ripped open by an invisible giant hand. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at Mu in terror. Who are you? Snap! Mu didn't say a word, seizing the man's neck with one hand. With a casual lift, the two of them soared out of the car. At the same time, the driver in the front noticed the situation and was about to act. Bang! The entire car was instantly flattened into a pancake by psionic power, with the driver naturally fused into the wreckage. Night, inside a derelict warehouse. How many more strongholds like this does the Tienlu group have? Mu suddenly spoke. The man looked stunned. What are you talking about? I don't know. Poof. Mu let out a cold laugh. He reached out and tore down some decaying steel bars from the warehouse, wrapping them loop by loop around the man's limbs. My methods are unprofessional, and I don't have any high-grade medicine on me. So, your time is probably quite limited. With that said, the steel bars immediately began to contract slowly, tightening their grip. Aya! The man instantly let out a frantic howl of pain, his expression becoming incredibly distorted. Who on earth are you? Mu said flatly, don't waste your own time. The steel bars continued to tighten. The intense pain caused the man to nearly faint. Huff, wait, I'll talk. The man gasped for air, pleading for mercy. Mu reached out to summon the other's smart device, clicked on video recording, and aimed the lens at the man. Speak, start from the beginning. Mu's hoarse voice commanded. In what year did the Tienlu group begin using apprentices as bait to lure fierce beasts into traps? Over these years, how many apprentices have lost their lives in the wilderness? Chapter 56, Night Raid on Tienlu, Detonating Riverfall City. You? What are you saying? I really don't know. The man panicked the moment he saw the video recording start and repeatedly denied it. Mu was in no hurry. He casually added the man's identity information to the video. Tienlu Group, Logistics Department, Assistant Manager, Huang Yi. Huang Yi. Mu pondered and followed up, your role is at most a lackey for Lucian. I'll give you a piece of news for free, Lucian is dead. I killed him. What? Disbelief was clear in Huang Yi's eyes. The young master was protected by 2 Marshal General rank 9 experts, how could? Mu asked back with a hint of mockery, in front of a grandmaster, what does a Marshal General rank 9 amount to? Hiss. Huang Yi sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly fell into silence. You, just kill me. Mu shook his head slightly. Does protecting the Tienlu group with your life have any meaning for you? You are nothing but a lackey. If you die, will your family be taken care of? Even a dog wouldn't believe that kind of nonsense, right? By the way, do you have a son? Mu accessed the data and quickly retrieved the contact information for Huang Yi's family. 2 sons. The eldest is 17, almost graduating. You died for the Tienlu group. In order to keep the secret, what do you think the probability is that the Tienlu group would drag your entire family out into the wilderness to join the ranks of the bait? Thud. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi's heart began to pound uncontrollably with fear. No, impossible, the Tienlu group would never do that to me. Absolutely not, they wouldn't. By the time he finished speaking, Huang Yi's own voice had begun to tremble. What is the Tienlu group exactly? It's just a company. Can it compare to the Martial Artist Alliance? Can it compare to a great grandmaster? Mu's tone carried no sense of pressure, it was relaxed, as if they were just chatting. Lu Tian is your strongest pillar of support, isn't he? Grandmaster. True, a 9th rank grandmaster does have some strength, but compared to a sovereign grandmaster, what does he amount to? The Tienlu group is doomed. I said so. Suddenly, Huang Yi looked up, his eyes now devoid of any luster. You say that, but can you guarantee my safety? Can you guarantee the safety of my entire family? Ha! Mu gave a cold, light chuckle. Is a sovereign grandmaster that idle? To go and protect your family? The Tienlu group will be destroyed in a matter of days. That is the best protection you can provide for your family. Yes. A bleak smile appeared at the corner of Huang Yi's mouth. I indeed have no right to ask you to protect my family. Phew. Huang Yi took a deep breath. With your martial rank, how long would it take to wipe out the Tienlu group? Without overthinking it, Mu replied directly, that depends on how specific you are. If we move quickly, everyone except for Lu Tian won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Blunt and direct. It was very blunt. But Huang Yi believed it. Because Grandmaster has that kind of power. Huang Yi nodded heavily. Using apprentices as bait, that started about 7 or 8 years ago. I know it was happening back then, just not on such a large scale. After President Lu Heng passed away, Lu Tian took over the company, and that's roughly when it all began. As far as I know, every company martial artist who has been to the wilderness knows about this. But the company pays high hush money, so no one speaks up. As long as it's not them dying, who is going to say anything? Besides that warehouse just now, there are several other locations. Huang Yi spoke, his words coming out in fragments. Tienlu Group. Its original source of wealth was fierce beast resources. The various businesses developed later had little to do with fierce beast resources. However, the martial artists belonging to Tienlu Group were all participants as long as they had stepped outside the city. They knew, but for whatever reason, they ultimately kept silent. Not even one? Mu was surprised by this. In all these years, there must have been at least 1 or 2 people who wanted to blow the whistle, right? Ha! Huang Yi's expression looked comical. There were, but the company handled them all. With a grandmaster suppressing things, it was certainly easy to deal with a few troublemakers. However, information on the internet is the hardest to manage. Hackers? Mu knew about the hackers. Where is your hacker department? Huang Yi shook his head. Sorry, the hackers only communicate with me through a single point of contact. I send things, they handle them. I know nothing beyond that. Mu checked the smart device records. There were indeed only messages sent from Huang Yi to the hackers, and the other party never replied with a single word. Also, besides Tienlu Group, are other groups doing this? Who in the All-Commerce Alliance is doing the same thing as you? Lingwu Group is in there too, right? Starbreaker, Hegemony, Wanzhong Pavilion, the Martial Hall? Huang Yi frowned. Lingwu Group's turnover hasn't really moved, and their profits haven't changed. Their influence has been declining these past few years. They probably don't know. As for who else in the All-Commerce Alliance is involved, I'm not sure, but those whose turnover saw massive growth might all be doing it. Regarding the martial arts halls, they likely don't know. They buy fierce beast resources from their own people at a low price and make good profits, unlike commercial companies. I don't know much about the cities outside. I've only heard that over in York City, many factions are involved in this. Mu couldn't concern himself with the matters of York City for the time being. Besides Lu Tian, you have other grandmasters, right? Huang Yi nodded. 7 in total. President Lu Tian issued a transfer order a few days ago, and they've all been taken out of the city on missions. Mu made a final confirmation of all personnel names and locations. He turned and left. As for Huang Yi, he would, of course, remain in that warehouse forever. Atoning for one's sins through merit is possible, but no amount of merit could ever redeem his crimes. Time: 1:30 a.m. Until dawn. 4 hours remaining. Must be fast. Mu no longer hid his presence. From overhearing the high-level meeting of the Riverfall City Martial Artist Alliance that day, he knew that there were likely very few grandmasters left in Riverfall City now. Even if someone discovered him, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Kill. If good and evil go unrewarded or unpunished, then the universe itself must be biased. Verifying them one by one was impossible. Mu didn't have the time or the institutional backing. Leave it to the martial arts halls to handle? That would be even more irresponsible to all the victims. Once the city gates open tomorrow, that will be the moment this group leaves the city. Once they go out, not a single one of them will ever return. Furthermore, the information provided by Huang Yi was all confirmed. As for those who slipped through the cracks, they could naturally be left for the martial arts halls to investigate slowly later. Nanhua Road, warehouse. Mu grabbed a car and smashed the gate to pieces. Who's there? The group inside the room barely had time to cry out in alarm. The flying blades had already stormed into the warehouse. Cold flashes of light crisscrossed the space. Poochie poochie poochie. In the blink of an eye, the group of corporate thugs was slaughtered by the flying blades. After releasing the trapped apprentice, Mu immediately vanished from the scene. 1 hour later, Mu finished off the last peripheral stronghold. Phew! Riverfall City had a population of over 100 million. Even with the shield flight, it took this long just to make a single circuit. The last 2 strongholds had already received word. I almost let them escape. Luckily, it's the middle of the night. Even if these guys try to relocate, they stand out like a sore thumb. In the blink of an eye, Mu had already fought his way to the Tienlu Group headquarters. A 30-story headquarters building, complete with a martial artist center below that rivaled the scale of a martial hall. At this moment, at the headquarters entrance, a large number of martial artists had been jolted awake from their sleep. Holding weapons, they stood in formation across the entrance, waiting in full battle array. Over 100 people. Looking from a distance, Mu saw at least 100 martial artists huddled together, making them extremely difficult to tell apart. And that was just the entrance. There was no telling how many more were behind them. Crack! Mu tossed out a smart device while hovering in mid-air. Under the night sky, a projection unfolded. My name is Huang Yi. For years, the Tienlu group has utilized peripheral organizations to recruit apprentices, only to take them into the wilderness and use them as bait to lure fierce beasts into traps. Over the years, the number of apprentices who died tragic deaths in the wilderness, at least from what I know, is approximately over 200,000. At this moment, Mu flew atop his shield, arriving above the Tienlu headquarters. You have all seen the video. Lucian, Lu Tian, I have already executed him. I am here today for one thing only, to purge the remnants of Tienlu. I have the complete list of names in my hands. Martial artists who were not involved, leave immediately, or you will be executed without exception. Chapter 57, Public Evidence. Grandmaster Lu is dead. How is this possible? At the main entrance of the Tienlu group, the martial artists all showed expressions of shock. Don't listen to his nonsense. I just contacted Grandmaster Lu. He is currently in the wilderness on a classified mission. A middle-aged martial artist among them, wearing a gray combat fatigues, stepped forward to steady the crowd while shouting at Mu. I don't care who you are. By using force and killing indiscriminately in Riverfall City, you have violated the martial artist regulations. What awaits you is a dead end. Ha! Suspended in mid-air, Mu let out a cold laugh. He tapped his smart device and pulled up the other party's profile. Yen Long, 9th rank Martial General, Captain of Hunting Team 3, participated in 127 expeditions outside the city. 127 times. A sharp light burst from Mu's eyes as he gritted his teeth, saying word by word. Just how many Riverfall City martial artist apprentices have died by your hands? Yen Long showed no fear, his face twisted in disdain. Laughable. You want to fake a scene? At least pick the right place. That person just now wasn't from the Tienlu group at all. This so-called using apprentices to lure fierce beasts is nothing but nonsense, utterly absurd. I am a dignified 9th rank Martial General. Would I ever need the help of those untouchables to hunt fierce beasts? Inside the Tienlu Group Martial Artists Center, not everyone had been outside the city walls. Many staff members and low-level martial artists were unclear about the actual situation. Watching the two face off, their hearts were filled with confusion. On the other side. Just then, a peacekeeper captain rushed over. Scion ahead, listen up. You are currently in violation of the martial artist regulations. Descend immediately to undergo investigation. Ha 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 ha. Mu's raspy voice erupted into fits of wild laughter. Untouchables? Ha! Mu finally understood why these people could be so devoid of humanity. If they are untouchables, then what are you? Were you born a martial artist? Did you have the rank of Martial General the moment you left the womb? TSK, a mere 9th rank Martial General dares to consider himself noble? Have you forgotten your own origins? Do you classify your own family as untouchables? Your ancestors for 8 generations, are they all untouchables too? Fine. You truly are a lofty martial artist, standing tall for the country and its people. Yen Long's face instantly turned livid. Damn you! Even if you are a grandmaster, you have no right to insult a martial artist. Having said that, Yen Long's eyes suddenly flickered. Wait, who exactly are you? The city lord just issued an order that all grandmasters must leave the city for a mission. Why aren't you there? Realization dawned on Yen Long, and he immediately shouted to the gathered martial artists. As a grandmaster, you actually ignore the most basic responsibilities of a martial artist? Not only that, you're taking advantage of the other grandmaster's absence to frame us with fabricated crimes and slaughter your fellow martial artists. Traitor! You beast! You are utterly unworthy of being called a martial artist. The shout from the 9th rank Martial General was like a tolling bell, vibrating clearly within a 3-mile radius. The city lord's decree? Every grandmaster was ordered to leave the city for a mission immediately? No wonder. All grandmaster level classes at the martial arts halls and the military have been suspended for the past few days. They must have left the city long ago. There's likely some unusual movement among the fierce beasts outside the city. That makes sense. Damn it! With the fierce beast stirring outside, this governing grandmaster refuses to help and instead ignores the martial artist code to attack the Tienlu group? Such conduct is absolutely contemptible. Hearing this, the peacekeeper's chief felt a surge of confidence. Listen up, Scion above. You are surrounded. The Martial Artist Alliance enforcement team will be here momentarily. If you persist in your stubbornness, the peacekeepers will immediately contact the grandmasters outside the city to bring you to justice. You cannot escape. Surrender now. Mu's gaze shifted toward the peacekeeper's chief. He pulled up video data in his hand. Wang Kong, first-rank Marshal General. Accepted bribes in credits, fierce beast resources, various equipment, and strengthening fluids, totaling 32 million credits. Swish. A long list of invoices was instantly displayed on the projection. Huang Yi was Lucian's lackey. His daily job at the company was handling these matters. He was the one who usually greased the wheels for various connections. You. Seeing this, Wang Kang's face turned a flushed, angry red. Fake. It's all fake. You're forging evidence. I'll sue you for slander. Ha! Mu casually tapped a video below. On the screen. Inside an ultra-luxurious private suite, Wang Kong and several others were drinking while discussing the principles of human ergonomics with a group of beautiful women. The projection expanded in the air. It was nearly dozens of meters wide. The entire entrance of the Tienlu group, and even the entire street, was clearly visible. Mu clicked on another video. The same private room. The same beautiful woman. Only the protagonist had changed. It was none other than Yan Long, who had just been speaking with such righteous indignation. Manager Huang, our team's output has been way too low lately. That batch of apprentices was poor quality. They died too fast. It's only been 2 weeks and there are hardly any usable ones left. What are you saying? When can you get another batch sent over to us? Boom! The entire place instantly erupted into chaos. Captain Yen, you actually used apprentices as bait? Tienlu Group's fierce beast output is actually built on a pile of human lives? Bastard! Tienlu Group is worse than pigs and dogs. The situation reversed in an instant, leaving Yan Long utterly dumbfounded. How could he have imagined it? Huang Yi. Young Master Lu's right-hand man within the Tienlu Group had actually betrayed the entire organization? No! That video is a fabrication. It's synthesized. I never said those things, and I've never even been to the Wonderland Martial Artists Club. Yan Long hurriedly denied it. Once something like this was exposed, it was almost certainly a death sentence. Even under the martial artist regulations, there might not be a chance to atone for such a crime through service. Wonderland Martial Artist Club? It seems you're quite familiar with the layout of the private rooms over there. Mu questioned in a cold voice. Listen up, everyone. I have the complete list. Any martial artist who hasn't left the city, any staff member who didn't participate, including the peacekeepers. I'm giving you 30 seconds to all just get out. An explosive roar resonated throughout the entire area. Dozens of martial artists from the peacekeepers glanced at the video and, without a second thought, turned and left. As for the Tienlu group, a large number of personnel rushed out. Yan Long grew anxious, his eyes bloodshot with resentment. Don't be afraid. He's just a single command grandmaster. There's no way he can do anything to us. As soon as the group's grandmasters return, they will surely bring us justice. Mu's gaze was icy as he scanned the crowd. A chubby figure was mingling with the masses, attempting to flee. Captain Wang, you still have things to account for. As they spoke, Mu made a grasping motion in the air with one hand. Crack! The sheet metal of a roadside patrol car was instantly torn off and, with a snap, wrapped around Wang Kong. With a casual lift from Mu, Wang Kong shot into the sky like a rocket. Immediately after, with a backhand swat, the sheet metal rocket plummeted back the way it came. Bang! Wan Khan, along with the metal wrapping him, was slammed into the asphalt road, leaving only his head exposed. Thud! Bright red blood spurted from Wang Kang's orifices, turning into a bloody mist that drifted through the air. Just then, a roar erupted from within the Tienlu group building. Bang! A pulse ion wave struck Mu directly. Chapter 58, Killed in One Move. The deep blue ion pulse exploded in the sky, looking like a brilliant ion firework against the night. Great! Seeing Mu get hit, Yanlong was instantly overjoyed. But in the very next instant, the ionic fireworks dissipated, revealing only metallic walls shimmering with deep azure patterns. S-class shields. And there's more than one. Yanlong trembled violently. Those S-class shields were like a super alloy fortress, absolutely indestructible. Despair. Even the urgently deployed ion cannon couldn't take down this Grandmaster Sovereign. Brothers, the time to risk our lives has come. If we don't kill this bastard today, we're all going to die. Yanlong roared, unsheathing his combat blade and posturing for an assault. It's either him or us. There is no other way. Every martial artist knew exactly what the penalty was for the mass slaughter of martial artist apprentices. Precisely because they knew, the moment they kept silent the first time and accepted the benefits, they lost any future chance to speak up. A felony. A capital crime. With such charges publicly announced by Mu on the spot, along with a complete list of all participants, how could anyone escape? If they didn't kill Mu, no one was getting away. Kill. Dozens of martial artists from the Tienlu group drew their weapons and roared in unison. You're asking for it. Mu reached out and pushed the shield aside, letting it hover by his side as he looked coldly at the charging martial artists. He pressed both palms to his waist and suddenly thrust them forward. Boom! Dozens of cars along the street were sent flying, hurtling toward the martial artists. Ninth stage Sovereign. A single surge of psionic power carried 90,000 kilograms of force. How much did a car weigh? Even though modern cars were reinforced for defense, they weighed 7 or 8,000 kilograms at most. Bang! 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 Among the dozens of martial artists, some drew their blades to strike, while others failed to react in time. But cars were massive, after all. Even if one was split in two, the surrounding crowd and the sheer number of vehicles made it difficult to maneuver or dodge. Amidst the pushing and shoving, the scene instantly descended into utter chaos. Damn it! Who the hell bumped into me? Get lost, you're blocking my swing. Just at that moment, Mu held his palms in a circular embrace mid-air. Creak! Dozens of cars were crushed into masses by powerful psionic power, then rolled into balls, getting smaller and smaller as they were compressed. The many martial artists from the Tienlu group finally caught their breath. At first glance. In fact, not many martial artists were seriously injured. Only some low-level martial artists might have suffered significant wounds. For those at the martial general level and above, protected by combat suits, they hadn't even sustained a scratch. Ha! That's it. The martial artists began to show expressions of mockery one after another. Captain Yen, you were right, this guy isn't some command-type grandmaster at all. He sure as hell looks the part, but his actual skill is f-king pathetic. Ha ha ha. Move out, brothers. Kill him and leave the city immediately. There are no grandmasters in the city right now. Once we reach the wilderness, the world will be ours. Go, go, go. Seeing this, the corners of Mu's mouth curled up slightly. His palms, which had been held in a circle before his chest, suddenly curved into claws and tore outward with force. Give me an explosion. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the center of the field. The iron balls compressed from the cars turned into countless metal shards during the explosion, spraying out in all directions. Dozens of cars meant dozens of iron balls. Countless alloy fragments shot through the crowd at speeds exceeding that of sniper bullets. At least several hundred fragments were embedded into the body of every martial artist. From head to toe, every inch of flesh exposed to the air failed to escape the bombardment of the shards. Combat suits above B grade can block most shards, but they cannot stop the tearing force of tiny fragments. As long as any skin is exposed, it will inevitably be shredded to pieces by the debris. For combat suits above a grade, as long as the coverage is complete, one would only suffer from the impact. However, these are impacts, and their sheer number is not something an ordinary martial general can withstand. A single strike carries tens of thousands of kilograms of force. Hundreds of bombardments mean millions in total attack force. Aside from a Grandmaster, only a 9th rank martial general equipped with an S-grade combat suit could possibly hold out. As for those whose combat suits weren't even B-grade, at this moment, they would likely have to rummage through the fragments on the floor just to have a chance of piecing together a complete body. Riverfall City Grandmaster. And the highest martial rank here was only a 9th rank martial general. A single move. All were slaughtered. Hiss. On the street outside, the martial artists who had just escaped and the staff members watching all gasped in unison. A command grandmaster. How can they be so terrifying? Dozens of martial artists. They couldn't even withstand a single move? A total crush. It was like slicing through melons and vegetables. The command grandmaster is mighty. Opposite him. However, Yen Long did not appear among the group of slaughtered martial artists. He was the one shouting the loudest just now, but once the charge began, he was also the one who ran the fastest. At this moment, he was struck by dozens of fragments, the massive force slamming him to the ground. When he crawled up and looked back at the entrance, it was already a living hell. Yen Long's lips began to tremble. The next second, the azure flame flying sword had already arrived, trailing a dark wake as it charged toward him. Thud! The flying sword nimbly pierced through the breathing holes of Yen Long's helmet, driving straight into his head and darting back and forth within. A second later, the flying sword returned along its original path. The entire process was effortless, without the slightest hint of resistance. It was as easy and graceful as an embroidery needle dancing through silk. Yen Long was dead. Mu lowered his center of gravity and dove, kicking up a whirlwind as he charged straight into the Tienlu group headquarters. Since he had decided to kill, he would leave no one alive. Clang clang clang. Behind Mu, dozens of combat blades rose into the air like a blade formation, following closely in his wake. There were still a large number of martial artists within the Tienlu group. Mu activated his smart scan for anyone appearing on the list. Several blades from the formation behind him would instantly fly out, hacking them into pieces on the spot. If he encountered someone like Yen Long, a 9th rank martial general with decent equipment, the azure flame flying sword would strike, resulting in another instant kill. In the entire Tienlu group, not a single soul could halt Mu's footsteps for even a moment. Outside the city. Upon receiving the news, Lu Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred. Despicable wretch. How dare you treat my Tienlu group as if we are defenseless? Boom! Lu Tian's figure erupted with power as he vanished from his position on the defensive line. A moment later, City Lord Zhang Hong, Lin Zhang of Starbreaker, Zhao Changfeng of Hegemony, and Bai Qingyan of Myriad Swords arrived in a hurry. Damn it, how did that beast get away? Lin Zhang cursed loudly. The other Tienlu grandmasters might still be around. Let's split up and pursue. City Lord Zhang Hong reached out to stop them. Wait, now is not the time for reckless moves. The defensive line is more important. Not giving chase? Lin Zhang roared with glaring eyes. Are we just going to let those Tienlu bastards go? Zhang Hong's expression was cold and stern. It's not about letting them go, it's about maintaining order. Brother Lin, team up with Bai Qingyan and pursue Lu Tian. As for the other Tienlu grandmasters, I will arrange for people to keep a close watch on them. Great! Without a word, Lin Zhang and Bai Qingyan immediately set off. Riverfall City, Tienlu Group Headquarters. Mu swept through the first-floor lobby. The entire Tienlu Martial Artist Center was completely cleared out. At this moment, Mu stood before a massive metal door constructed entirely of S-class alloy. The Tienlu Group Warehouse. Azure Flame Flying Sword. Slash. Mu commanded the flying sword, striking out with full force. Clang. The door let out a metallic screech as the blow left an inch-deep gash on its surface. Immediately following that, rapid alarm bells began to blare. All around the walls. Various weapons flipped out from hidden compartments, unleashing a barrage of fire toward Mu. Damn! Mu cursed under his breath, summoned a shield to block the attack, and simultaneously retreated. Time. 4 a.m., the sky was gradually brightening. Mu glanced at the warehouse. It would be a damn shame to just leave it behind. His psionic power extended inward along the alloy structure. Holy crap, the whole thing is made of S-class alloy? They are freaking loaded. Mu didn't have much time to linger. While his flying sword could breach S-class alloy, cutting a hole large enough for a person to enter would take at least several hours. Find a locksmith? Everyone has been killed now. Where else are they supposed to find them? Retreat. Mu was not a greedy person. But just as he turned around, Mu came to a halt. Solid alloy, roughly 30 meters in length and width. How much does it weigh? 1,000,000 kilograms? Is there a chance I can lift it? Chapter 59, Moving the Entire Warehouse. Let's try. Mu pushed out with both palms, and dozens of combat blades slammed into the walls. It was only concrete and ordinary rebar there, which couldn't stop the hacking of the blades at all. However, the speed was indeed not fast. Flash. Mu backhanded his S-class flying blades into action. Go! The project, which had been progressing slowly a moment ago, immediately became lightning fast. Using S-class flying blades to cut S-class alloy might be slow, but cutting through anything else was like slicing paper. In just a few breaths, all the structures surrounding the entire alloy warehouse were ground to dust. Mu condensed his psionic power, enveloping the entire alloy warehouse. Rise. Rumble. The alloy warehouse trembled violently underground, and then, it actually began to lift slowly. Fine. Delighted, Mu immediately took to the air, his psionic power gripping the entire 30-meter alloy warehouse as he slowly ascended. Just then, dozens of drones closed in from the sky. Crap. Cleaning out the Tienlu group took too long. Trying to take off while dragging such a massive thing now is probably a bit unrealistic. Mu's brow furrowed slightly as he swung out a blade formation with a flick of his hand. The blade light formed a sheet of snowy radiance under the drone's spotlights. Immediately following that, dozens of drones all erupted into flames in mid-air, exploding into fragments. Can't take the sky? Mu looked at the blade formation, his eyes suddenly flashing. Then we go underground. He turned and landed. The ground exposed beneath the alloy warehouse was reinforced poured concrete. Shwa! 5 S-grade flying blades flew out from behind his back. Immediately after, an array of 20 S-grade alloy shields followed behind the blades. In the blink of an eye, a super composite drill bit, over 30 meters in diameter, appeared before his eyes. The S-grade flying blades served as the drill's tip, while the S-grade shields, though not sharp, were incredibly sturdy. Once unfolded, each covered more than 3 or 4 square meters, sufficient to serve as the drill's body. Spin. Mu rotated his palm in mid-air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The composite drill spun in the air, gaining speed rapidly. Let's go. Controlling the drill with one hand, Mu slammed it into the ground. The blades cut and breached the surface, while the body of the drill churned and flung away sand and stone. In the span of a few breaths, the drill blasted through the dozens of meters of concrete foundation below, then broke through the soil, continuing its descent. Mu dragged the warehouse into the underground tunnel and then doubled back. He pulled violently with both hands. Boom! Under the drag of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of psionic power, the Tienlu Martial Artists Center collapsed instantly. Destroying the Martial Artists Center wasn't enough for Mu. He followed up by using the blade formation to demolish the tunnel. This way, there won't be any traces left. Mu was simply taking an extra precaution. In reality, however, having dragged a warehouse 30 meters in diameter deep underground, who else could reach it besides a true sovereign grandmaster? Even if Lu Tian knew about it, he wouldn't have the strength to take it. As for the thousand-sword pavilion, Bai Qingyan might have a chance. Just keeping her at bay will be enough. Mu got to work underground, directly filling the space behind with the sand and stone churned up from the front, sealing it tight. 100 meters. 300 meters. 700 meters. 1,500 meters. This should be about enough, right? In just over 30 minutes, Mu had relocated the warehouse more than a kilometer deep into the earth. Spending a few more minutes, he moved it laterally into a rock layer, then used psionic power to carve out an open space underground to house the warehouse. Finally, he restored the surrounding environment and created several false trails within the tunnels. Phew! Mu clapped his hands and looked at the pure alloy warehouse before him. It certainly wasn't easy, dealing with such a big guy. However, this haul was worth it. Ha! Even if there's nothing inside, just this warehouse built of S-class alloy should be worth at least 10 billion, right? Mu had checked it. The warehouse wasn't actually extravagant enough to be built entirely out of S-class alloy. Instead, it used a composite alloy. The outer layer was half an inch thick S-class, the middle was a class, followed by another reinforced layer of S-class, with the rest being a class. The Tienlu group was indeed wealthy. But no matter how wealthy they were, they wouldn't dare use dozens of tons of S-class alloy just to build a warehouse, would they? The S-class alloy here would be enough to forge hundreds or even thousands of shields if used for A-class shields or combat blades. The materials would be even more abundant. It's getting late, I'll head back first to see how things are going. Mu was in no hurry to open the warehouse. Breaking into it would take too much time, and if the commotion grew too loud, the grandmasters would surely return. Destroying the Tienlu headquarters was easy enough to explain, but if he wanted to keep the warehouse for himself, it was best not to let it be exposed. He used the drill to clear the way once more. This time, he didn't need a 30-meter diameter, which allowed for even greater speed. Outside the city, Bai Qingyan landed with a cold expression, frowning as she spoke, that Lu Tian is indeed cunning. He circled around here several times, making it impossible to determine his final direction. From the current look of things, he might have fled toward the south. Lin Zhang fell into deep thought, shaking his head slightly after a moment. Unlikely. That fellow Lu Tian may seem reckless, but he is actually incredibly calculating. The fact that he could commit such heinous acts only proves his extreme greed. Do you really think a man like that would abandon the wealth he spent decades accumulating? Bai Qingyan suddenly realized, there's still time. We're going to the Tienlu group right now. The two set off once again. This time, they moved at full speed, heading straight for Riverfall City without any detours. Tienlu group. A dark figure was charging frantically through the ruins. Impossible. It's impossible. The warehouse was clearly right here. How could it be gone? Bang! Lu Tian smashed through a massive pile of rubble with a single punch, his eyes bloodshot. Who could have moved the entire super alloy warehouse I built? Ah, Lu Tian, you really are here. Lin Zhang let out a long cry, his voice approaching from the distance. By the time the last word landed, his figure had already appeared behind Lu Tian. Bai Qingyan followed closely behind, appearing a step later as she barked coldly, Lu Tian, your crimes are numerous. Surrender now. Surrender? Lu Tian slowly turned his bloodshot eyes, which were filled with boundless hatred. Lin Zhang. Bai Qingyan. Jiang Hong. And that Mu. You've all been coveting the wealth of my Tienlu group for a long time, haven't you? Hoof. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but sneer. What wealth could the puny Tienlu group possibly possess? On Dragonstar, besides the Martial Hall, who can surpass my myriad sword pavilion in terms of riches? The speed and efficiency with which a psion kills a fierce beast are far beyond what a martial artist can compare to. Furthermore, with the existence of the White Sword sect, the credits earned alone from monopolizing Psion technique manuals are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Sophistry. It's all sophistry. Lu Tian smashed his fist into the nearby ruins. At this moment, he looked like a mad demon. If you weren't coveting my Tienlu's wealth, how could you have moved that alloy warehouse weighing hundreds of tons in just a few short hours? If not for your myriad sword pavilion having a hidden presiding grandmaster, who else could have wiped out my Tienlu group's decades of foundation overnight? Ha! Lin Jiang looked toward the opposite side with a cold, disdainful glint in his eyes. Madman, no matter what you say now, you cannot escape the sanctions of the martial artist code. Even if you instructed hackers to delete all the evidence, you absolutely cannot erase the fact that you have been murdering martial artist apprentices for decades. Phew! A flicker of self-reproach flashed in Lin Jiang's eyes. In the past 10 years, Riverfall City's martial arts talents have gradually withered, and the growth rate of the total number of martial artists has steadily decreased, yet the reason could never be found. It turns out it was you. It was you who completely dug up the roots of Riverfall City's martial artists. Martial artists are not born out of thin air. Which martial artist did not advance from being an apprentice? With so many apprentices dead or missing, yet none of it showing up in the data, you must have accomplices. Hatred. Lin Jiang roared out in fury, speak. Who else in Riverfall City is colluding with you? Chapter 60, The Crazed Lu Tian, The Alliance Leader's Order. Lu Tian's expression became increasingly hideous. You use your power to suppress others and want to destroy my Tienlu group. Do you really think I know nothing? That move is clearly a pawn you prepared. The Tier 9 Dragon Nest was merely a convenience for you to transfer the Riverfall City Grandmasters away. Lu Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging as his gaze gradually became hysterical. You are ruthless enough. But if you think my Tienlu group is some clay figurine to be slaughtered at will, then you are far too naive. Having said that, Lu Tian tapped the smart device on his arm. A projection flickered to life. Dragon's Nest? Bai Qingyan wasn't sure why Lu Tian was displaying the structural diagram of the Dragon's Nest, but the three red dots surrounding it in the image were exceptionally clear. Heh, can't see it clearly? Lu Tian said with a provocative look. Let me zoom in for you. Then, the examiner spoke up, with your current strength, although you are still some distance away from becoming a martial artist, you are already qualified to become a provisional martial artist and participate in the combat assessment. Now, it's up to you whether you want to take the exam or not. Three red dots displayed the annotations. CTNB 2.71. Super Tactical Nukes. 270 megaton yield class, the latest tactical model from the Federal Research Department. Lin Jiang recognized the designations at a single glance. Lu Tian had planted these things near the Dragon's Nest. What was he planning to do? Hiss. Lin Jiang's heart pounded wildly, his blood surging violently throughout his body. Boom! The power of a great Grandmaster martial rank erupted completely, the surrounding debris within dozens of meters blasted away by his aura. You bastard! Have you lost your mind? Lin Jiang's roar echoed through the sky. Jia jia jia. A chilling, skin-crawling laugh escaped Lu Tian's throat. You lot were heartless first. Did you really expect me to just sit here and wait for death? 3 nukes won't destroy the Dragon's Nest, but they will certainly be enough to enrage it. If you're so confident, go ahead and kill me right here. Otherwise... Lu Tian's crazed gaze swept over the two of them. Otherwise, give me back my warehouse obediently, and watch me walk out of the city with your own eyes. Hearing this, Bai Qingyan was fuming with rage, desperate to kill Lu Tian on the spot. But Lin Jiang didn't move, and she didn't dare act recklessly either, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. No! It was clear from Lin Jiang's eyes that he didn't want to take the risk. Humph. Lu Tian looked at them wildly. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You know, this is a life-linked system equipped with a high-cost quantum communication core. Even if you jam all signals, the moment something happens to me, these 3 nukes will still go off with a bang. Lin Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, utterly inhuman. Besides these 3 nukes, what else have you done? Then you'll have to guess, since I could smuggle nukes out of the city, do I have enough capacity left to plant a couple in Riverfall City as well? Lu Tian didn't care at all about the great grandmaster in front of him, nor did he care about the strongest scion below that rank. You. Bai Qingyan was livid, her 12 flying swords trembling in the air with a series of hums. Lin Zhang closed his eyes slightly, seemingly weighing the possibility of taking down Lu Tian safely. There was none. The core of quantum communication cannot be shielded. This is a mutual destruction pact. Dragon's Nest is currently only in a standoff with the Grandmasters. A full-scale outbreak hasn't occurred yet. If it erupts now, and the Tier 9 Fierce Dragons or even the Transcendent Fierce Dragons charge at any cost, Riverfall City will undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow. Gambling the lives of tens of millions in Riverfall City for the sake of a piece of scum, a degenerate. It's not worth it. You can leave, but you must do so under the surveillance of the two of us until you are over 500 kilometers away from Riverfall City. This is my bottom line. Lin Zhang spoke. Impossible. What about my warehouse? Lu Tian was not satisfied even after receiving a guarantee. If you don't know where your own warehouse is, who would? Bai Qingyan glared at him coldly. Lin Zhang's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Lu Tian, the conditions I've given you are my final answer. If you continue to pester us, I will kill you on the spot today, even if it means bearing a blood debt for the rest of my life. Lu Tian remained silent for a moment, scanning the two of them for a long time. Good, good, good. You two have indeed been plotting this for a long time, killing my Lu family children, destroying my Lu family group, and seizing my Lu family wealth. We'll see about this. I will definitely settle this score with you. Definitely. Martial Hall. Mu changed his equipment and swaggered back to the cultivation room. Along the way, everywhere were martial artists discussing the Tienlu group incident. A governing grandmaster swept through the Tienlu group and went on a killing spree? The Tienlu group has been deceiving martial artist apprentices for years, sacrificing human lives in exchange for fierce beast yields? What just happened? Where did this news come from? It's the real deal. There are so many videos. That governing grandmaster is truly ruthless. He leveled the entire martial artist center single-handedly. Hiss. Who is that governing grandmaster? Bai Qingyan? Or Grandmaster Thunderblade from the Myriad Sword Pavilion? I don't know, you can't tell from the videos. But it should be a veteran grandmaster, possibly from the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Definitely. The people of Tienlu group are practically animals for money. They actually dared to harm their own compatriots. This time, it must be the Martial Artist Alliance moving in to remove the tumor. Mu listened to these words but didn't take them to heart. As for the cancer known as the Tienlu group, it could only be considered half uprooted at best. The other half would depend on the Martial Artist Alliance. Out in the wilderness, there were still a large number of hunting teams belonging to the Tienlu group. And their core strength. Lu Tian, along with several grandmasters, were still alive. As long as these forces were not eliminated, they would remain a hidden danger to Riverfall City. Mu took a relaxing bath in the training room, then collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Noon. The doorbell of the training room rang incessantly. Mu got up to see who it was. Ling Shui? What are you doing here? Ling Shui didn't reply, but instead stared at Mu intently, sizing him up from head to toe several times. Her expression. It was as if she were meeting Mu for the very first time. Mu. Ling Shui said with a solemn expression, tell me the truth, yesterday. What about yesterday? Mu asked nonchalantly. This? Ling Shui looked at him as if he were playing dumb and crossed her arms huffily. Keep acting. Just keep acting. Hoof. Ling Shui turned her head away proudly, her high ponytail swinging through the air in an arc. You should know, I still haven't paid you the final balance. What final balance? With an entire warehouse now in his possession, Mu wasn't about to reveal his hand just for a small remaining payment. You don't even want the balance? That doesn't sound like your style. Ling Shui turned back in surprise. Oh, I get it. The theft at the Tienlu Group warehouse really was. Snap. Mu slapped a hand over the girl's mouth. Are you crazy? MMPH. MMPH. Ling Shui didn't struggle, she just hummed and signaled Mu with her eyes. Quiet down. Mu realized he truly couldn't keep the school bell in the dark. She was the one who had provided the equipment. While she certainly lacked any hard evidence, it seemed impossible to fool her. More importantly, with so much alloy from the warehouse, Mu couldn't exactly just chew it up and swallow it into his stomach. He would eventually need to go through Ling Shui to fence the goods. After confirming the look in her eyes, Mu finally released his grip. Ling Shui puffed out her nose in a playful, huffy pout. Humph, I knew it. You must have secretly sided with the Myriad Sword Pavilion. On the surface, you're leading the Grandmasters against the enemy, but in the back, you're scooping up all the loot and trying to keep it for yourself. Yep, you're definitely still the Mu I know. What the hell? What kind of logic is that? Mu stood there, stunned by her words. Ignoring his reaction, Ling Shui went straight to the point. Let's get this straight, that batch of goods is hot. There's no way to move it quickly, and the price won't be that high. MHM. Seeing that Ling Shui was still the same money grubber as ever, Mu felt relieved. Just then, suddenly, a message arrived from Guo Yue. Orders from the Alliance leader. The martial arts tournament will begin in 3 days, and the format has been changed. All 10 slots for the Dominion trials will be decided by the tournament. Brace yourself if you're not up for it, skip this session. Chapter 61, Unexpected Exposure, Lu Tian's Trump Card. The martial arts tournament was moved up? Mu calculated the time. It was about a few days earlier than expected. The crisis of the Tier 9 Dragon's Nest is so severe that it requires mobilizing all Grandmasters to suppress it. If they still refuse to cancel the tournament at a time like this, Mu had only one answer in mind. It meant the situation at the Tier 9 Dragon's Nest was even more dire than anticipated. The Alliance high-ranking officials had already decided that the Dragon's Nest couldn't be resolved in the short term, which is why they were placing even more importance on cultivating talent. I'm in. I definitely have to participate. Without a second thought, Mu sent his reply. Time truly waits for no one. A unified mind is enough to sustain one until the Grandmaster level, but what comes after? The Dragon Star Dominion Technique Manual seems to reach its limit at the stage of a unified mind. Even the White Sword sect might not necessarily possess a Grandmaster level technique manual. The Dominion trial is a free opportunity, there is no reason to let it go to waste. Blockhead Ling Shui quietly walked over to his side. I've looked into the Tienlu Group's operational model. Their methods are indeed atrocious, but why do I feel like it's riddled with loopholes? How could such a large-scale, cruel plan be kept hidden for so many years? Who exactly is backing the Tienlu Group? Mu gave her a flat look. What? Do you have the capability to investigate the black market, or the city lord? Or do you intend to investigate the federal parliament and the martial artist alliance as well? Ling Shui was instantly stunned. Mu ignored her and pushed her straight out of the room. Goodbye. Come find me again when you actually have the skills to back it up. Snap. The door slammed shut. What just happened? I just got kicked out? Ling Shui stood outside the door, struck dumb as if by lightning, unable to process what had just happened for a long time. Outside the city. Inside an abandoned city 700 miles away from Riverfall City. Lu Tian and the other 7 corporate grandmasters were gathered together. Brother Tian, what do we do now? We can't go back to Riverfall City. The Martial Artist Alliance has issued a global bounty on us, and the other cities are likely dead ends as well, one grandmaster asked. Lu Tian's expression was cold as he replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, I've made arrangements in York City, we can go there whenever we want. Right now, the priority is taking back the warehouse. Immediately afterward, he clicked to open the AI interface. Playing before his eyes was the final footage captured by the Riverfall City drones, the scene of the Grandmaster Sovereign prying up the entire warehouse. Kevin, are the results in? A projection flickered to life, showing a youth dressed entirely in black with the look of an assassin. He appeared to be an AI. However, unlike other AI designs, Kevin possessed both form and spirit, with eyes so lively that even upon close inspection, it was impossible to tell if he was truly an artificial intelligence. Yeah, I just finished the analytical model. The results are actually quite surprising. The matching rate between that Grandmaster Sovereign and Mu is as high as 53.22%, the highest among all Psions on Dragonstar. As for the warehouse, I found no alarm records for an object of that volume flying through the air. There is a 70% probability that the warehouse never left the Sky Continent Group headquarters, and a 30% chance that the Grandmaster Sovereign took the warehouse and chose to travel underground. Mu. It really is him? After hearing this, Lu Tian found it somewhat hard to believe. The combat power of a Grandmaster Sovereign was, no matter how one looked at it, impossible to attribute to a youth who had just finished his martial exam. But the probability Kevin provided had already exceeded 50%. It didn't seem high. But one had to realize. Lu Tian had never seen Kevin's analysis be wrong. Then we definitely can't let this kid go. There's no news of the warehouse anywhere. Mu must have dragged it underground. Kevin, we don't have a Psion here, so going deep underground to find the warehouse is clearly impossible. Do you have a solution? Crack. Kevin in the projection snapped his fingers and said confidently, "You're asking the right guy. Dragonstar has moved up the schedule for the martial arts tournament and is opening up all sovereign trial slots. Even though that Mu used other methods to reach Grandmaster level combat power, his chances of passing the tournament are still below 3%. But it doesn't matter as long as the Martial Arts League isn't stupid, they'll definitely find a way to give him a slot. The opportunity lies right there." Lu Tian thought for a moment upon hearing this and suddenly realized, exactly. The sovereign trial takes place in the wilderness. Quick, get me in touch with William in York City. If I don't tear that kid into 10,000 pieces with my own hands this time, how can I quell the hatred in my heart? Marshall Hall. Mu had just managed to usher Ling Shui out and order some breakfast delivery when the doorbell rang again. Holy crap! Is the delivery service really this fast? Creak. Instead of the delivery driver, Bai Qingyan burst in, her expression heavy and solemn. Then, the examiner spoke up, "With your current strength, although you are still some distance away from becoming a martial artist, you are already qualified to become a provisional martial artist and participate in the combat assessment. Now, it's up to you whether you want to take the exam or not." Bai Qingyan pulled the door shut behind her. "Mu, tell me the truth, was that domination grandmaster yesterday you?" A night had passed. Bai Qingyan still couldn't find a single lead on that domination grandmaster. Based on her understanding, Mu's talent was heaven-defying. His progress with the technique manual was rapid, but even if he had reached the great success stage of one with the mind in these past dozen days, it would still be impossible for him to possess grandmaster-level combat power, right? Unless Mu's talent was incomprehensible while his Psion level was skyrocketing, his technique manual mastery was surging right along with it. Director Bai, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mu maintained a casual air, leaning lazily back against the sofa. You don't know? Bai Qingyan was so frustrated her chest heaved. The Myriad Sword Pavilion has records of every Psion on Dragonstar. None of the Psions capable of Grandmaster-level combat could have possibly been in Riverfall City yesterday. Tell me, who else could have done it if not you? TSK, I don't know. Maybe the Tienlu group offended the gods. Either way, it has nothing to do with me. Mu knew she had no evidence, so he wasn't about to admit anything today. Then tell me, where did you go after you left the martial arts hall at midnight last night? Bai Qingyan questioned again, clearly having checked the records before coming. Mu, the sky looked good last night, so I went out to practice my skills. You. Bai Qingyan felt a sense of helplessness dealing with Mu's current attitude, but then a thought struck her, and she smiled sweetly. Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It's just that you won't get a single bit of credit for exposing the Tienlu group's crimes. PSH. Did she really think she could use tricks meant for children on him? Mu naturally didn't fall for it. The Tienlu group doesn't do anything decent. I wonder if you've done anything decent, Director Bai? The main culprit, Lu Tian, have you caught him? The other Tienlu group grandmasters, have you caught them? The Tienlu group's hunting teams in the wilderness, have they been wiped out? 3 questions in a row. He had pushed Bai Qingyan to the point where her face was completely flushed with indignation. Humph. That man Lu Tian is utterly inhumane. The Martial Artist Alliance will never let him live. Thud. Won't let him live, so that means he's still alive? Are they idiots? Mu truly couldn't stand these high-ranking officials of the Martial Artist Alliance. Unbelievable. The guy spent 10 years killing martial artist apprentices right under your noses, and you had no idea? Now that you know, you actually let him get away? Bai Qingyan looked ashamed. You don't understand. Regardless, Lu Tian will definitely die at the hands of the Alliance. That's not for you to worry about. The issue now is the Dragon's Nest, the trial of Dominion. Hearing this, Mu's interest was piqued. What's going on with the Dragon's Nest? Chapter 62, Valkyrie Palace, 10 million attack power. Bai Qingyan froze for a moment, her gaze toward Mu suddenly turning solemn. Mu, I don't care if you were yesterday's Grandmaster or not, but with your talent, ascending to Grandmaster shouldn't be an issue. There are only 3 rank 9 Dragon's Nests on the entire Dragon Star. The one here in Riverfall City appears to be the weakest of the 3, yet even with my grandfather present and the hundreds of Grandmasters sent by the Alliance as reinforcements, they still don't dare to take the Dragon's Nest head-on. Sure enough. Mu knew all along that they wouldn't be able to deal with the Dragon's Nest. They don't dare to face it head-on, so does that mean nothing happened? As long as we can hold the line, it's fine. What does he mean, as long as we can hold the line? Bai Qingyan didn't quite understand what Mu meant. In a stalemate, the Grandmasters can't move, the Great Grandmasters can't move. What about the rest of the fierce beasts? Are we just leaving them be? It's a zero-sum game. In less than 3 years, the situation on Dragonstar could be even worse than it was during the Cataclysm. 3 years? I don't need that long. I need 1 year. Mu felt a bit more at ease. He stood up, took the takeout, and started eating. Mu, you. Bai Qingyan was completely dazed by Mu's attitude. I've said all this just to get you to pull yourself together. You need to realize the responsibility you carry. You have to secure a spot in the martial arts tournament, pass the Dominion trial, and get that technique manual. Slurp. Mu swallowed a large piece of barbarian beef in one go and said with satisfaction. If you're serious, why not just give me a spot? Put. Bai Qingyan almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wouldn't that completely waste the Alliance leader's painstaking efforts? This martial arts tournament isn't just about the spots, it's about awakening a sense of crisis in the Dragon Star martial artists. Without the drive to win, how can one achieve anything on the path of martial arts? During the Cataclysm, the Alliance leader, my grandfather, Thunderblade, Saber Madman, Spear King, and so many other seniors, which one of them wasn't forged through life and death experiences? Seriously? Well, thanks for nothing. Mu shook his head slightly. The Dragon's Nest is so dangerous right now, and you guys can't even deal with Lu Tian outside. Isn't organizing a martial arts tournament just asking for embarrassment? Oh. A flash of realization crossed Bai Qingyan's eyes. It really is you. You're just worried about being ambushed by Lu Tian and the others the moment you leave the city. Hoof. Bai Qingyan snorted coldly. A dignified command grandmaster, and you're actually afraid of a sneak attack from a martial artist grandmaster? Mu downed his breakfast in 2 large gulps. Hey, let me be clear first, I am not a command grandmaster. Furthermore, even a command grandmaster is afraid of sneak attacks. If you aren't, I suggest you go and kill Lu Tian single-handedly, then charge into the Dragon's Nest to slay the super-tier dragon beast. Bai Qingyan's face flushed with a mix of green and red from being rebuffed. She turned her face away. No need to provoke me. If necessary, I will naturally charge into the dragon's nest. And you don't need to worry about being ambushed. The martial arts tournament has been changed to an online competition, using virtual equipment for full simulation combat. Virtual equipment? Mu asked, puzzled. This isn't a video game. With high latency and mismatched combat power, it's just like child's play. How can you determine who's superior? Bai Qingyan suddenly flashed a proud smile. You haven't seen virtual equipment yet, have you? That makes sense. An organization at the level of the martial hall would have at most 2 or 3 full virtual devices, and the usage time for each martial artist is limited. As they spoke, Bai Qingyan opened her palm, revealing a small, delicate white hairpin. The Valkyrie Temple. Full virtual, 100% scene modeling, 100% martial artist simulation. Even a great grandmaster can exert their full combat potential. Quantum communication, 0 latency. If you can't defeat an opponent in the Valkyrie Temple, you won't win in a real-life battle either. What the hell? A holographic product that can perfectly showcase a martial artist's combat power? Where the hell did this Zenith Star technology come from? Quantum communication is understandable, but holographic equipment that's completely beyond comprehension. Mu clicked his tongue in silent amazement. The technology tree of this dragon star, why does it feel a bit strange? Want one? Bai Qingyan arched her eyebrows, her eyes soul-stirringly seductive. Join the Myriad Sword Pavilion as an outer member, and I can give you one for free. Outer member? No longer requires being a core member? Damn! There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If such a precious item only had 2 or 3 copies in the entire martial hall, the price would undoubtedly be astronomical. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Since Mu knew about the online assessment and could exert 100% of his strength, he didn't need to overthink it. Just leveling up was enough. As for this martial hall, if one has the money, it can naturally be bought. Won't you reconsider? Bai Qingyan was clearly prepared for this response. It's only for peripheral membership, there aren't that many rules. Goodbye. Mu half pushed and half shoved the persistently selling Bai Qingyan out the door. The following day, Gui Yue also paid a visit. As for the affairs of the martial god temple, he could apply for an extension of usage time from his side. However, Mu declined. Nighttime. Mu once again obtained a level-up point. The martial arts competition is in 3 days. Excluding this point, there are still 3 more to be earned. The current consideration is whether victory or defeat hinges on psionic power or on mastery. If it is psionic power, then increase the martial rank. If it is mastery, then upgrade the technique manual. Upgrade technique manual. Ding! Singular intent successfully upgraded. Current level, 8. Mu summoned the flying sword, but after testing it, he suddenly realized something was different. A B rank technique manual also provides a bonus to psionic power. I leveled up too quickly before, and I skipped through the technique manuals too fast to really feel it. Looking at it now, a level 1 technique manual increases psionic power by at least 60%. Hiss. 60%. That is no small figure. A level 8 technique manual. A 4.8-fold increase. The base attack is 90,000. After the increase, it reaches 430,000. With full output, that's over 6 million attack power. And what about the Azure Flame Flying Sword? A 50% increase. And this is the total increase for the 12 strands of psionic power. Over 9 million attack power. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster. Mu was ecstatic. That old geezer Lutian is only a 9th stage grandmaster, right? A B rank technique manual is truly badass. Flying blades. Mu unleashed the flying blades. At full power. Swish, swish, swish. The flying blades tore through the air in the room, flashing back and forth. 14 blades. Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 more than before. Impressive. With the previous 12 blades, his calculated attack power had exceeded 9 million. Now, it would firmly break past 10 million. I just don't know if the starting attack power for a Great Grandmaster is 10 million? Mu didn't know much about Great Grandmasters. For one, he didn't have a Grandmaster technique manual, and secondly, his level clearance was only at the sovereign rank. With this level of authority, he couldn't access any data regarding Great Grandmasters at all. Regardless, my actual combat power is definitely not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the Grandmaster level. Even if I run into someone with near invincible Grandmaster combat power like Bai Qingyan, I should be able to hold my own. With his strength improved, Mu felt much more composed. After all, gaining one level every day, his growth speed was explosive. With 10 million attack power, can that warehouse still hold me back? A smile played at the corners of Mu's mouth. Action speaks louder than words. Although there were rumors and eyes everywhere outside, how many people could actually keep up with him? Let's go! Chapter 63, Opening the Warehouse. Black Battle Armor, Strange Box. After taking a detour outside the city to ensure Bai Qingyan wasn't tailing him, Mu dove straight into the city's artificial lake. After tunneling from the bottom of the lake, it wasn't long before he reached the subterranean cavern. The 30-meter alloy warehouse stood silently within the chamber. Flying Sword. Standing at the warehouse entrance, Mu condensed his psionic power and thrust forward with a single strike. Thud! The blue flame flying sword pierced into the S-grade alloy, penetrating about a few millimeters. What the hell? This tough? Mu clicked his tongue in secret amazement at the sight. Logically, S-grade alloy was supposed to be benchmarked against a Grandmaster. If one possessed the combat power of a Great Grandmaster, they should have been able to break through it easily. Two possibilities: either even a Great Grandmaster can't break S-grade alloy, or the starting point for a Great Grandmaster is far beyond 10 million. Mu thought for a brief moment, not wanting to waste any time. Yesterday, time was tight, so he had given up after just one slash. Today, he was delivering full force thrusts. This exerted the maximum braking pressure on the alloy. Though it was only a few millimeters, as long as it could be breached, it was only a matter of time. Mu retracted the flying sword with a flick of his wrist. Again! 1 strike. 2 strikes. 7 strikes. Put! The entire blade of the blue flame flying sword was now submerged within the alloy. The A-grade alloy layer is pierced, there's still an S-grade interlayer. Mu followed up with several consecutive strikes, instantly breaking through the entire layer of alloy. The rest was simple. He poured his psionic power into the interior of the warehouse. Before long, Mu located the mechanisms for the alloy doors and tripped them all open. Creak! A sound echoed from the warehouse door. Heh, as long as it's a door, it has to open. Mu gave a slight smile. He reached out and pulled the warehouse open. Instantly, the warehouse, spanning hundreds of square meters, fully came into view. Close the door first. Mu shut the door behind him, just in case there were any electronic devices inside transmitting signals. As for quantum communication, there was no way to shield that. That was also why Mu didn't want to wait any longer. On the first day, even if Lu Tian knew the warehouse's location, he might not necessarily be able to get here. But if he waited a few more days, that would be hard to say. Grade A combat knives, Grade A combat suits, Grade A shields. The 3 rows of cabinets in front of him all stored Grade A equipment. Grade S. Starting from the back were the Grade S items. Combat knives, spears, axes, shields, and combat suits. I'm rich. Mu knew this was all ill-gotten wealth. But it was precisely because of this that these items would be put to their best use in his hands. Give them to someone else? Would that help Riverfall City? Not necessarily. Therefore, Mu felt no psychological burden at all about clearing out this warehouse. S-rank combat knives, 30 units. S-rank combat suits, 20 units. S-rank shields, 50 units. S-rank flying blades, 30 units. Pack them up first. Mu decided to take all the flying blades he could use, 2 extra combat suits for backup, and as many shields as possible. Wait, the Tienlu group is so wealthy, could S-rank gear really be their highest tier? He moved past the standard equipment. 2 display cabinets made of reinforced glass stood alone. On the left was a suit of pitch black full body armor, uniquely designed and quite extraordinary. On the right was an object that looked like neither a knife nor a sword. Oh? There's still an alarm? The power isn't out yet? Ha! Mu slashed with his flying sword. Bang! The reinforced glass shattered instantly, and a piercing alarm began to blare. Stop screaming, no one is coming to save you no matter how loud you yell. Mu thrust his flying sword into the device, destroying the alarm. The black armor felt cold to the touch, made of some unknown material that didn't seem like an alloy. Try it? Mu summoned a flying blade and lightly swiped it across the arm of the armor. No reaction? He applied more force. Still no reaction? Damn! Mu got a bit excited. Sword, come! Swish! The azure flame flying sword cleaved down from the air. This strike! Mu had utilized 50% of his psionic power. With power comparable to a 5th order grandmaster, even S-grade alloy would have to be split open by me. Poof! The black battle armor merely let out a muffled grunt, not even a proper clang could be heard. Mu reached out to touch the spot where he had struck. There was only a tiny indentation, and after a short moment, this dent actually repaired itself automatically. What the hell? SS grade, at least SS grade, maybe even higher. Battle armor that even a grandmaster couldn't break through. How incredible is this? If Lu Tian had donned this armor, would I even be able to kill him? If Bai Qingyan saw this, she would probably turn tail and run immediately, wouldn't she? TSK, now it's mine. Mu swapped into the armor immediately. Its adaptive design felt perfectly natural, even more comfortable than an S-class combat suit. MHM. He threw another S-class combat suit over it. That sword strike just now only left a tiny pit. The armor itself didn't even lose its shape. Doesn't that mean this armor can even dampen the force of the impact? Highly likely. The more Mu thought about it, the more he felt it must be so. Not only is the defense insane, but it can even negate shockwaves. It truly is divine armor. Where on earth did the Tienlu group get something like this? The more he understood the value of the armor, the more he realized how rare such an item was. Would the Myriad Merchants Alliance have something like this for sale? He had never seen it. Mu truly hadn't. He had scoured the Myriad Merchants Alliance app and couldn't find armor of this caliber anywhere. For Lu Tian to build such a massive conglomerate single-handedly, besides being ruthless and inhumane, he likely possessed secrets unknown to the outside world. If Bai Qingyan couldn't kill him, then the few great grandmasters in Riverfall City probably couldn't do anything to him either. I must be careful. It's quite possible Lu Tian has some truly formidable equipment that could pose a threat to me. Well, it's fine for now. After all, I have one of these armors myself. Mu thought to himself that unless Lu Tian possessed a weapon that surpassed the capabilities of this armor, he wouldn't be enough of a threat. There was one more cabinet. Mu gripped the strange weapon from earlier in his hand. TSK, I can't make head or tail of this. He really couldn't understand it. The weapon was about 1.2 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. The entire body was unedged. Right. It literally had no sharp edges. The exterior was incredibly smooth, even reflecting all the surrounding gold under the light. On its pure mirrored surface, not even a single hairline fracture could be found. Mu stood the weapon upright to examine it. Damn, calling this a weapon is a stretch. It's more like a box. A 5 centimeter thick box? What could it possibly hold? Whatever it was, it had to be something good. But for God's sake, at least provide a lock. Mu looked at it, scratching his head in frustration. With such a smooth surface, no gaps, no opening mechanisms, how was he supposed to open it? Open it with his forehead? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Mu. Maybe not my head, but what if I try using psionic power? In an instant, he channeled psionic power onto the surface of the weapon. Buzz! The moment the box came into contact with the psionic power, it let out a soft hum. Psionic power. Mu tried again, using his psionic power to search for any gaps in the box. Still nothing? Hiss. Mu had to admit, this thing was definitely tricky. Psionic power was practically all-pervasive. Even with the purest alloy door from before, he could still find gaps to seep through. It was only because the warehouse was designed with layers of defense that his psionic power had been blocked. But this box, it was simply flaunting its seamless perfection. If even psionic power couldn't find a gap, then it would be impossible to find one with a magnifying glass or even a microscope. No, that's not right. Since there's a reaction from the psionic power, it must be related to it. Mu was getting a bit worked up now. If I don't crack you open today, I'm not leaving. Psionic power. Just now, grabbing the box only took one strand of psionic power. Now, he would keep adding more. 1 strand. 2 strands. Soon, 12 strands of psionic power. I can still add more? Mu was slightly surprised. One must understand. The Azure Flame Flying Sword could only hold 12 strands of psionic power at most, yet this seemingly useless box could continuously absorb it. 13 strands. 14 strands. That's it. Mu truly had no more psionic power left to add. Awesome. You managed to hold the psionic power that the Azure Flame Flying Sword couldn't. If you only had an edge, your attacks would be even more ferocious than the flying swords. Seriously. Even now, in terms of sheer attack power, smashing people with the controlled box was more lethal than using the Cyan Flame Flying Sword. After all, a flying sword has its limits. But this box, for the time being, showed no visible limit to the psionic power it could contain. Go! Action followed thought. Mu immediately commanded the box to slam into the alloy door. Buzz! The metal box vibrated slightly in mid-air, instantly piercing the atmosphere and lunging forward without making a single sound of wind resistance. Meanwhile, Mu also sensed that the box's shape underwent a subtle transformation during flight. Several protrusions suddenly emerged from the front of the box. There was no time for a closer look. With a thud, the box crashed directly into the metal door, embedding itself entirely within. How could such a bulky shape achieve total penetration? Seeing this, Mu stood frozen in shock. Chapter 64, Sword Casket, SSS Life Potion. The box's supernatural properties had already surpassed Mu's understanding. Whoosh! Under the control of psionic power, the box flew back into his hand. Mu stepped forward to inspect the alloy door. At first glance, the damage looked exactly like the result of a blunt force impact. But that was impossible. Even with Mu's full power, the flying sword couldn't break through. For a blunt object to force its way in, it would probably take a great grandmaster of control to have a chance. Also, I clearly felt those protrusions at the front of the box earlier. He peered deeper into the damaged section. In 5 places on the S-grade alloy, there were extremely smooth incisions. The angles and shapes of these cuts, if reconstructed, they look like they were caused by sword thrusts. Could it be? Were the protrusions from the box actually swords? And this box itself was merely a vessel used to house them. Hiss? This is insane. Mu clicked his tongue in amazement, his gaze returning to the box. Let us try again. This time, he unleashed all 14 strands of psionic power, but instead of smashing the box, he used the psionic power to exert massive pressure on it. Zhung! 5 sword blades slowly emerged from the front of the box, accompanied by the rhythmic screech of metal friction. Holy crap, it actually worked? Mu got excited. The 5 blades spun out of control and immediately retracted. Again! Half an hour later, Mu finally managed to force out all 5 complete sword blades. Each sword was a meter long, thin as a cicada's wing, with a cold, biting edge. They had hilts and guards at the base, making the actual blade length about 70 centimeters. Even so, this length far exceeded that of a flying dagger, nearly matching the length of the combined green flame flying swords. Controlling 5 at once is too difficult, they won't even fly. Mu didn't know what material these swords were made of, but they were incredibly difficult to command. He readjusted. He switched to forcing out only a single blade. Phew, this is much easier. Now I can go all out. Mu commanded the flying sword, launching it straight at the alloy door. SST. The sound was almost imperceptible. Holy shit! It went right through. Mu's pupils constricted. He jerked his hand back to recall the sword and slashed. Suddenly, the flying sword slashed down diagonally through the air. It sliced through the S-grade alloy with ease, carving a sword mark several meters long onto the gate. Strong. Mu let out a gasp of pleasant surprise. This box, no, this sword casket. This sword casket is a psionic power weapon, and a high-order psion weapon at that. It requires at least the strength of a grandmaster to fully unleash its potential. Mu withdrew the flying sword and began to examine the sword casket anew. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a frame this large, it shouldn't be limited to holding only 5 flying swords. But for now, I can only force out 5. And as for those I can actually utilize, there is only one. That is the strongest sword, condensed with 14 layers of psionic power. That's right. Mu's strongest weapon now is this sword casket. The psionic power that the green flame flying sword could not contain posed no pressure at all for this sword casket. Perhaps it could even hold dozens of layers of psionic power. When the time comes, as long as there is enough psionic power, even a great grandmaster would have to shrink back from its edge. It wasn't just because of the quantity of psionic power. It was also because the quality of this sword casket was extraordinary. Even S-grade alloy could be easily pierced and sliced through. This was a super alloy that even a grandmaster couldn't break, representing the strongest defense of Dragonstar. Well, of course, that black battle armor is an exception. The strongest sword against the strongest shield, which one is actually stronger? Mu immediately shook his head. Forget that. Who the hell would be bored enough to destroy their own treasures? The black battle armor for survival, and the sword casket for offense. Coupled with his 10 million point attack power, he would likely be able to walk tall and unopposed among grandmasters. TSK Tisk, I'm not even a grandmaster yet, haven't even reached the rank of sovereign. Once I promote to grandmaster, who could possibly stand in my way? Mu had originally thought it would take quite some time before he could hold his own against a true grandmaster. Who would have guessed? A single suit of battle armor and one sword casket. That was all it took to make his power skyrocket. A martial artist's combat strength depends on more than just martial rank, it's even more about equipment. The effects brought by top-tier gear completely outweighed what could be compensated for by 1 or 2 martial ranks. It was a stroke of luck that Lu Tian wasn't a psion. Otherwise, this sword casket definitely wouldn't have waited around for him. As for the battle armor, Lu Tian might actually have some. A martial artist wouldn't leave their best gear at home and go out to fight dressed like a beggar, would they? Wait, Lu Tian doesn't have a psion sword casket, but he might still possess a weapon that surpasses S-rank sabers. No wonder Bai Qingyan and the others couldn't handle him. In a real fight, it wouldn't be entirely impossible for Lu Tian to turn the tables and kill a great grandmaster, right? Mu simulated the scenario briefly before putting it out of his mind. He still had to finish organizing the warehouse. The equipment inventory was complete. Inside were various beast cores, materials, and medicines. Beast cores, materials, these things are worth a fortune, but I don't recognize many of them, nor can I unlock their full value. I'll just have to sell them. Mu was more concerned about the medicines. Enhanced healing potions. Enhanced body strengthening potions. Right, I'll take some of these as spares. Mu walked to the very end, where there were also 2 glass cabinets containing several bottles of medicine stored at low temperatures. Bang! The glass was smashed directly. S-grade life potions, 25 vials. SSS grade life potions, 2 vials. True dragon potion, 1 vial. Hiss. There are actually SSS grade life potions here? Mu didn't know what the true dragon potion was, but he had long heard of the SSS grade life potion. Rumor has it that an SSS grade life potion can even bring the dead back to life and grow flesh on bare bones. As long as there's a single breath left, one can be fully restored instantly, with severed limbs regrowing. More importantly, the SSS grade life potion can even heal injuries sustained in the past. It is hailed as the strongest potion for consolidating the foundation and nurturing the source. It doesn't require one to be a martial artist, even ordinary people can use it without any side effects. It heals injuries if they exist, and if not, it strengthens the foundation and enhances the origin. Of course, if there are truly no injuries, generally no one would use this to strengthen their foundation. It's far too expensive. For reinforcement, martial artists mostly use body strengthening agents. Those things have side effects, damaging the human body's origin and squeezing out potential. A life potion won't increase strength by much, but it will strengthen the origin and enhance potential. That is the difference between the two types of potions. The cheapest of the former costs hundreds of thousands, while the latter costs tens of billions. That is the distinction. Crack. Mu's fist suddenly clenched. I was thinking about buying a bottle for my mom before, but that price was truly something. I could only look at 53 billion. Even with a half-price discount, it's nearly 30 billion. Forget a martial artist, even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to afford this thing. In an instant, Mu transferred the ultra-rare potions into a nearby cryogenic box. He couldn't let the medicine spoil due to a mistake just after getting his hands on it. Everything was now in his possession. Mu did not want to linger. He cleared a path with his flying blade shield and left the underground area. A moment later, Mu returned to the Martial Arts Academy residential area. Mom and Yun are both asleep. Mu did not disturb the two, nor did he intend to explain anything to his mother. A potion worth 53 billion. If Mom found out, it would likely scare her half to death. The potion itself came in a rapid injection format. After Mu took it out, he injected it directly. In her sleep, Ilara's reaction was slow. She merely felt as if a mosquito had bitten her and subconsciously shifted her body. By the moonlight, Mu looked at his mother's arm. The knife scars left behind by years of work were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Ilara's breathing also became increasingly steady. Great! Mu let out a silent cheer in his heart, his eyes shimmering slightly. After all these years of hard work, his mother was finally seeing the clouds part to reveal the sun. And then there was his little sister. Strengthening the foundation and nurturing the essence. Since he had brought both vials of the potion back, Mu had no intention of saving them. To bring the dead back to life and grow flesh on white bones. It sounded like a great way to save a life. But Mu didn't feel there was any massive danger. As long as he made it through next month, no one on the entire Dragon Star would be able to harm him. After injecting the life potion into Yun as well, Mu left a note, strictly warning his mother not to tell anyone about the changes in her body, to stay indoors as much as possible lately, and that he would explain everything when he returned. Once everything was settled, he finally left. On the road, Mu suddenly turned around. Instead of returning to the Martial Arts Academy, he took a different route and simultaneously started a video call with Ling Shui. Chapter 65, 150 billion. Mu. Ling Shui, woken from a groggy sleep, rubbed her eyes. It's 2 a.m.? Are you some kind of all-nighter warrior? Don't you ever rest? What could be so important that it has to be said right now? Her voice carried a hint of rising irritation as her waking-up temper began to flare. A deal worth 100 billion. If you don't come now, we won't talk about it at all. Mu replied indifferently. 100 billion? Ling Shui let out a cold snort, replying resentfully, when this lady is sleeping, I don't talk about anything. Never mind 100 billion, even if it were. Having said that, suddenly, Ling Shui jolted, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly wide awake. No! How much did you say? 100 billion. Mu, yeah, 100 billion at the very least. Put. Ling Shui nearly choked on the spot. This blockhead, is he finally dropping the act? The news of the entire Tienlu Group warehouse going missing had already spread like wildfire through the circles of the 10,000 Merchants Alliance. Everyone was waiting to see exactly who would be moving the goods. Those guys' eyes were turning red with greed. Blood red. The actual wealth of the Tienlu Group was definitely far more than what appeared on the surface. That warehouse might very well be wealthier than the entire Lingwu Group. Student Mu, where are you? Ling Shui's tone suddenly became as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. There's a Jian Yun club on Midtown Road with a nice atmosphere, how about? No, let's not go there. Just come straight to my house. Mu didn't mind, he just needed a place to talk. He had originally considered the wilderness, but Ling Shui's home seemed a bit safer. The central villa of Riverfall City. Ling Shui, wearing a pair of cute pink bunny pajamas, ran out to open the door. Mu, how did you get here so fast? Mu rolled his eyes. I flew here. Do I look like someone who needs to wait for red lights? Oh. Right. Then get in here, quick. As Ling Shui spoke, she poked her small head out, glancing left and right past the doorway with the guilty air of a thief. Damn! What are you so afraid of? Mu said speechlessly, you're making this feel like a midnight tryst. Clang! Ling Shui's entire face instantly flushed like a burning cloud. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of girl goes out at this hour to have a tryst? Mu walked through the door on his own. Ling Shui let out a breath of relief, closed the main door, and then returned to the living room. The signal is jammed here. My father sometimes holds meetings in this room. With that said, Ling Shui immediately shifted into an excited posture. Quick, show me. What kind of good stuff is actually in the Tienlu Group's warehouse? Instead of answering, Mu asked a question of his own. Do you know what's inside? Ling Shui tilted her head. Hey, Wood, don't be so difficult, okay? How would I know what's in there? It's just that rumors are flying everywhere right now. Some say Lu Tian once excavated an ancient ruin all by himself and obtained a lot of rare treasures that are scarce on Dragonstar. Hiss. Mu was suddenly taken aback, but he immediately composed himself. Ling Shui was in high spirits and didn't notice. She continued, and there's more. Some even say Lu Tian has equipment exceeding SSS level armor that even a great grandmaster can't break through, weapons that can instant kill a great grandmaster, and potions that can directly promote a martial artist to a grandmaster, everything you can imagine. Good grief! Is the accuracy of rumors this high nowadays? Mu didn't believe for a second that these were just rumors. Lu Tian. The news must have been leaked by Lu Tian himself. Only he knew exactly what was in his warehouse. Leaking the contents of the warehouse was a move to ensure every black market dealer knew that whoever was selling these items was the person who had cleared out the warehouse. As long as the items were put up for sale, Lu Tian with the help of his hackers would definitely be able to track the information. Unfortunately, Mu wouldn't sell something of this level at all, no matter the price. Anything dispensable. They are all ordinary goods. Hearing this, Mu couldn't help but tease, I just want to ask, if those things aren't in there, can anyone compensate me? Put. Ling Shui immediately smiled, what are you thinking? It's just a rumor, who would take it seriously? Are they brainless? That kind of talk sounds like the fakest of the fake. If there's even one of those legendary items, I, Ling Shui, will swallow this sofa right here on the spot. Ha! With your IQ, you'd better just stick to small businesses. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no matter how vast the Lingwu Group's fortune is, it won't survive your meddling. Mu sighed inwardly and said nonchalantly. 25 S-grade combat knives, 15 S-grade combat suits. As for the other beast cores and materials, I took photos. Count them yourself. A sharp light flashed in Ling Shui's eyes, and she immediately began calculating on her mental abacus. Wood, you know that the actual cost of equipment is about 50% of the selling price, right? Since this batch is so difficult to handle, I'll give you 20%. Beast cores are easier to deal with, so I'll give you 80% of the market price. Am I being fair enough? Mu cast a cold glance over, standing up directly. Are you dreaming? 30% for the equipment. That's really the limit. Ling Shui grabbed the corner of Mu's clothes. 40% for the equipment, and a 10% discount for you on the beast cores. Otherwise, no deal. There's no profit in that, seriously. Ling Shui said in an extremely earnest tone. Whether you make a profit is your problem. Does it have anything to do with me? On a business deal worth 100 billion, you're taking a 10% cut. That's not small, is it? If it weren't for the sake of us being classmates, I'd give away 5% at most. Mu didn't budge an inch. Ling Shui's eyes darted around frantically. That's not true at all. The equipment here is worth 15 billion at most, and the beast core materials are worth about 20 billion. How can you exaggerate and say it's 100 billion? Poof. A smile played at the corners of Mu's mouth as he revealed a photo in his hand. A superalloy warehouse, measuring a full 30 meters in length and width, appeared in the photo. Seeing the photo, Ling Shui's mouth rounded in shock. My god, this luster, this texture, could it be S-class alloy? The surface layer is S-class, the interlayer is S-class, and the rest is A-class. Mu said nonchalantly. As for the mass, the S-class is estimated to be about 10 tons. The A-class is mixed with some B-class, with a total weight of about 800 tons. Wow! The moment Ling Shui heard these numbers, her large eyes sparkled with a golden light. The purchase price for S-class alloy is stable at 5 million per kilogram, so that is 50 billion right there. But the purchase price for A-class is much cheaper. Looking at the cross-section quality, the maximum offer would be 80,000 per kilogram, which is another 64 billion. Just the alloy of the warehouse structure itself was worth 114 billion. Counting the previous items, the total price is 150 billion. Mu didn't want to waste time, offer this price, and the goods will be delivered immediately. 150 billion. The Lingwu Group would definitely make a profit. Most of the items here were calculated based on the market purchase price. But if you went out to acquire them yourself, how much could you buy in a month? Only a few billion. Now, with a single transaction, the entire year's acquisition quota was settled. In the current business model of Dragon Shape, the profit of a group company lay not in sales, but in acquisitions. All the good stuff came from the wilderness. The materials for making alloys also came from the wilderness. The more you acquired, the more you earned. This was why every faction demanded that martial artists sell all their harvests to them. Ling Shui said it wasn't about making money. That is based on the acquisition market. If you're just buying materials to flip, you definitely won't make a profit. But if they are manufactured into finished products and sold, the profit would be double. Mu knew the tricks of the trade, but he wouldn't make an outrageous demand. He couldn't exactly start his own commercial company just to move this stock, could he? Even if he wanted to do that, he'd have to scrounge up the initial capital first and worry about it later. Mu. Don't haggle, I won't accept it. Thud. Before Ling Shui could even speak, she was shut down. How can you look at me like that? I wasn't haggling. I was just asking if I could pay in installments. 150 billion. If the Lingwu Group has to pay that all at once, it will tie up a lot of capital. Mu stood up to leave. Installments? How was that possible? Snap. Ling Shui reached out again to grab Mu, lowering her head and gritting her teeth. Wait. I'll check the company accounts. Even if I have to borrow it, I'll find a way to get it to you today. Chapter 66, True Dragon Potion, Body Strengthening, Martial Rank Surges. 2 hours later. In an abandoned warehouse belonging to the Lingwu Group. Ling Shui waited alone in the corner. Bang! The warehouse floor suddenly cracked open, and immediately following, a super warehouse shimmering with the luster of S-grade alloy appeared directly before her eyes. Wow! Ling Shui watched in a daze. I've seen plenty of black market deals while following my father, but this is the first time I've seen goods delivered like this. Scion. Something this big can move freely underground? Impressive, truly impressive. Clang. Mu kicked open the alloy warehouse door. Count the items. For a deal like this, Ling Shui couldn't notify anyone, she had to do the inventory herself. Fortunately, the items were of such high value and the profit margins so vast that she didn't need to be overly meticulous with the counting. As long as the numbers were roughly in the ballpark, she was already laughing all the way to the bank. Hee. I am a certified money-making genius. I, Ling Shui, am the goddess of investment in Riverfall City. No, in the entire Dragon Star. In this entire batch of goods. There wasn't a single hot item that would be difficult to handle. The alloys could be melted down and sold directly. The beast cores were anonymous and could be used in any crafting process, and as for the potions, they were even less of a concern. If there truly were one of those legendary artifacts mentioned in the rumors, she wouldn't have dared to touch it. Everyone keeps their eyes on items that are known to be impossible to move once purchased. But now, it didn't matter. She could craft things slowly and offload the stock bit by bit. Here, 150 billion. Ling Shui transferred the funds with a grand, heroic wave of her hand. Nice work. I'll come to you again next time. Having received the transfer, Mu turned and leaped back into the tunnel he came through, casually kicking the rubble back into place as he went. Bang! Ling Shui waited until Mu had left before asking in a daze of confusion, what does he mean by nice work? Dawn was breaking. Back in the cultivation room. The warehouse items had been dealt with, and the funds were in a burner account Ling Shui had helped set up. The only remaining question was those few bottles of True Dragon Potion? I can't find anything on them. Mu hadn't seen them in the mall, he couldn't ask Ling Shui, and there was no point searching online if the Marshall Hall didn't have the data. How could the internet system? Since Mu had no one else to turn to, he could only ask the most powerful entity he knew. What exactly is True Dragon Potion? Ding. Host, please provide a physical sample. Ha! It works. Mu took out a bottle of the True Dragon Potion. Ding. Detected as a martial artist rare potion. If consumed by a martial artist, 100% chance to promote to 9th tier martial general. If consumed by a martial general, 100% chance to promote to grandmaster level. If consumed by a grandmaster, 100% chance to increase by 1 rank. Ineffective for great grandmasters. Overpowering. That guy Lu Tian actually has such overbearing stuff? Rumor has it that he once excavated an ancient ruin all by himself. It's true. Couldn't be any truer. The Marshall Hall probably hasn't even seen this kind of potion before. It's too overbearing. A martial artist directly promoted to 9th rank martial general. And that's only one part of it. The key is the grandmaster level. If taken at the martial general level, one can become a grandmaster on the spot, revered by 10,000 people. System, what about me? Are there any side effects? A single dose has minor side effects and will have no impact on the upgrade system's functions. Reminder, continuous consumption may lead to a loss of physical control, shortened lifespan, and a decrease in martial arts talent. Take the drugs. What is there to hesitate about? Mu's martial rank progress has been slow, still stuck at 9th level apprentice. There's no time to level up. A little bit of side effects doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't interfere with the system's subsequent martial rank upgrades. Only by raising the starting point can one reach the finish line faster. Poochie. Mu picked up one vial and jabbed it into his arm. Hiss. The moment the potion entered his body, Mu felt as if the blood in his entire body had been ignited, burning. Muscles twitched, and bones hummed and vibrated. Thump! Thump! The beating of his heart rang in his ears, sounding like muffled thunder. System, did you forget to mention what the effects would be if taken at the apprentice level? Ding. The gap between level 9 apprentice and martial artist is not particularly significant. It is merely a watershed mark formed due to the poor quality of the human physique. After the host uses the potion, a certain degree of pain may occur. Please ignore it, host. Holy crap! Ignore it? You make it sound so damn simple. Every single inch of his body. There wasn't a single spot that didn't hurt. The system is still better. Painless leveling all the way. Agony. Mu was tormented for a full half hour. Ding. The initial effects of the potion have manifested. The host's level has increased. Current level, 2nd stage Martial General. Damn. Didn't you say 9th stage Martial General? Mu rubbed his aching skin and muscles. The potion's effectiveness cannot compare to a system upgrade. It requires coordination with a martial arts technique manual to fully unleash its effects. If the 18 forms of bloody battle are utilized, the entire process is estimated to take 30 days. The final level will be above 8th stage Martial General, with a small probability of reaching 9th stage. Fine. Mu wasn't relying on being a martial artist to make his way in the world anyway. Being a 2nd stage Martial General mostly served to improve his physical resilience. This damn pain is making it impossible to sleep. Might as well practice first. Mu drew his combat blade and began practicing his blade techniques move by move. Sure enough. As he became more familiar with the techniques, the soreness throughout his body gradually diminished. Ballsy. The feeling of training gets better and better. Phew. Mu finished his practice and went to the bathroom for a soak. Interface. Mu. Level up .0. Martial rank Martial General. Psionic rank, Dominator level 9. Martial Artist Technique Manual. Psionic Power Technique Manual, Psionic Power Basics level 6, One-Minded Focus Excellent level 8. Ha! Mu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the interface. I've been leveling up as a Psion all this way, yet now my Martial General level is actually higher. The impact of equipment and potions on cultivation is far greater than I previously imagined. A single bottle of potion. Promoted to 2nd order Martial General on the spot. This must be the dream of every apprentice, right? Back then. What am I thinking about back then for? If my Psion martial rank weren't so formidable, I could live 8 more lives and still never even see what that potion bottle looks like. Mu knew clearly in his heart. Being a Psion was the true source of his strength. It's best if the martial artist rank can be boosted with potions, if not, he would just have to wait. 3 days later. Mu upgraded Mind Unity to level 9, reaching perfection. Psionic Power 1. Meanwhile, his psionic power reached Sovereign rank Tier 2, aligning with his martial artist rank. His psionic power increased by another 2 strands. 17 psionic power. Combined with his Sovereign rank Tier 2 martial rank, his base attack reached 200,000. After all multipliers were applied, his total attack exceeded 30 million. Thump, thump. Wei Yue knocked and entered, speaking with earnest concern. Mu, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. You've been in seclusion these past few days and haven't even entered the Valkyrie Temple once. Do you really intend to force your way onto the stage? Of course. Mu replied calmly. There's no rush for the tournament yet. I wanted to ask, what exactly is the realm of a great grandmaster? Specifically, how much attack power does a great grandmaster have? Ha! Gui Yue looked over with a face full of astonishment. You haven't even touched the hem of a grandmaster's clothes yet, and you're already looking towards great grandmasters. Tisk. I know you're a genius, but even a genius shouldn't aim too high too fast. With that said, Gui Yue patiently advised Mu while leading him toward the cultivation room of the Valkyrie Temple. Psions are indeed special. They don't need to temper their physical bodies as intensely as a martial artist. As long as their psionic power can master enough flying blades, their attack power can rival a grandmaster. Take Bai Qingyan, for example. Although she is only at sovereign rank tier 9, she managed to break into the top 100 of the grandmaster rankings. Naturally, she relies on having enough flying blades and her azure flame flying swords being strong enough. I know a bit about your talent. Your cultivation speed is divine. Before long, it's possible you'll see the grandmaster rank in terms of attack power. But as for a great grandmaster, don't even think about it. Gui Yue turned his head with a serious expression. You might not know this yet, but in terms of actual martial rank, even the White Sword sect hasn't broken through to Great Grandmaster yet. On the entire Dragon Star, there hasn't been a single Psion who has broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. Chapter 67, The Martial Arts Tournament begins. The White Sword sect? Great Grandmaster. Mu looked at Gui Yue in surprise. Now you know how difficult it is to become a Great Grandmaster, right? Gui Yue spoke with a thunderous voice. To put it more bluntly, the entry level for a Grandmaster is 1 million attack. Great Grandmaster. 100 million. MHM. Just as expected. Hearing this, Mu actually found it reasonable. A 9th rank Grandmaster has 10 million attack, but there is still a gap of 90 million before reaching Great Grandmaster. No wonder. There is even a ranking list within the Grandmaster rank. Too many martial artists are stuck at the Grandmaster rank, unable to advance. A massive gap in combat power. They cannot even be viewed as being in the same realm. Both are 9th rank Grandmasters, yet one has 10 million while the other has 90 million. Their combat power is worlds apart. Seeing Mu's indifferent expression, Wei Yue's mouth twisted into a sharp angle as he growled, still short by 90 million? That's a difference of 9 Grandmasters, okay? Peak Grandmaster. You only qualify for the Grandmaster ranking after breaking through 10 million. Only by shattering the ceiling and reaching the number 1 spot on the ranking can one possibly advance to Great Grandmaster. That is a realm that completely transforms heaven and earth, a state of becoming a saint. Just one thing. A Great Grandmaster can fly through the sky, and with a single move, the world changes color. This is no longer a mortal realm. The pinnacle of martial arts. Only the Great Grandmaster. TSK. It's not really that exaggerated. I only need 1 day. Well, assuming I have the technique manual, 1 day is enough. Without the technique manual, it's just a matter of waiting a few more days. Zero pressure. Gui Yue stared at Mu's expressionless face, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. He struggled to suppress his emotions before finally speaking slowly. Having talent and confidence is a good thing. But never be overconfident, or you will surely suffer a major setback. Whoosh! Gui Yue let out a long sigh in his heart. The alliance leader was wise after all to suggest that Mu participate in the martial arts tournament. All geniuses are arrogant. Only by witnessing the pinnacle of martial arts and experiencing the sting of defeat can Mu perhaps wake up, strive harder, and take the next step forward. At that thought, the two arrived at the cultivation room. Mu, I'll remind you of just one thing. Gui Yue said while verifying the procedures. After the alliance leader modified the rules, the Grandmasters of the Myriad Sword Pavilion must also participate in the tournament to compete for slots. I'll mention someone you know by Qingyan. She also has to participate in the tournament to fight for a slot. MHM. Mu remembered Bai Qingyan originally had a slot and was supposed to enter the trial this term. Now, with one word from the alliance leader, the slot was revoked, and she had to fight for it again. Supervisor, according to you, does the Myriad Sword Pavilion joining the fray mean the competition has become more intense? What else could it mean? Gui Yue's lips curled into a grin. The reason the alliance leader gave the Myriad Sword Pavilion fixed slots wasn't to look after them, but rather to limit them and give the other Psions a chance. If the Myriad Sword Pavilion goes all out, the remaining Psions can probably only hope to fight for the very last rankings. At the same time, the Martial God Hall Square. Many Psions of the Myriad Sword Pavilion were gathered here. The White Sword Sect Master, Bai Ming, dressed in white with his hands behind his back, spoke slowly. Our sword pavilion has occupied fixed slots for many years and has long been subject to criticism. I know many of you are unhappy about this. Scions, though special, are also martial artists. Since it is a competition of martial arts, how can there be any reason to exclude scions? Bai Qinyan looked solemn and cupped her fists, saying, Please be at ease, Pavilion Master. In this tournament, we will surely live up to the prestige of the Sword Pavilion. Ha! A faint smile appeared on the lips of the White Sword Sect Master. I don't have any excessively high expectations for you. Since these 10 trial slots have been released, then let them all belong to my myriad Sword Pavilion. The slots. 10 in total. Then Wanjin Pavilion wants all 10. Fight! Dozens of scions shouted in unison. Stay true to our original intent. Live up to our cultivation. Exalt the prestige of the Sword Pavilion. Sweep away the fierce beasts of the world. Inside the cultivation room. Here, this is the Valkyrie Hall's login device. It will prompt you to bind it when you start, but don't touch it, just ignore it and log in directly. As the supervisor, Gui Yue naturally had to watch the battle, and had already finished putting on his own device. Mu took the white metallic hair clip and pressed it against his forehead. Beep, you are logging into the metaverse. Would you like to bind your identity? A mechanical female voice echoed directly in his mind. Mu remained silent for a moment. The scene before his eyes instantly shifted. The original cultivation room vanished, replaced by a magnificent, ancient-style palace appearing before him. He was standing on a square paved with bluestone. The members of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion were particularly striking, dressed in white robes with sword sheaths strapped to their backs. Not far away. The White Sword Sect actually showed up in person. Gui Yue whispered, It looks like they don't plan on leaving a single slot for outsiders. Mu looked over, frowning slightly. Didn't they say great grandmasters and grandmasters have to guard the dragon's nest? Why are they here? Gui Yue gave Mu a tug. Classified information, don't spread it around. The Alliance has decided to maintain a temporary standoff with the dragon's nest. As long as the dragon's nest doesn't move, we won't move. Grandmasters are allowed to leave in shifts while great grandmasters hold the line. Anything that needs handling is done through the Martial God Temple. There's good news from the Alliance's technical department. The Martial God Temple might be available for small-scale rollout next year, so it won't be as critically scarce as it is now. Critically scarce? Isn't the Martial God Temple just a 100% simulated metaverse? What significance does that hold for a martial artist? Seeing the look on Mu's face, Gui Yue immediately knew what he was thinking. See those rooms on the left? The ones with blue signs are vacant and available for use. Inside, you can cultivate however you want and go all out without worrying about breaking anything. If you want to fight a specific fierce beast, just say the word, and the Martial God Temple's AI will arrange it for you. No need for actual combat, yet it provides the same results? That is indeed impressive. Mu thought to himself, I'll ask Ling Shui later if these are for sale. I'll get one for my own use first. The crowd began to move away from the center of the square, lining up on both sides. Just then, inside the Martial God Hall at the Seat of Honor, a tall middle-aged man with a resolute face strode through the air, yet each step resonated with a thunderous thud as if he were walking on solid ground. His entire body was clad in a suit of silver-gray armor. In terms of design, it seemed to share a subtle similarity with the black armor Mu had acquired. Wu Poxing, the strongest man on Dragon Star. There was no one else who could command the scene and awe every martial artist just by appearing alone. The martial arts tournament has been held for decades now. Wu Poxing spoke directly, his voice ringing out like a great bronze bell. It was deafening and profound, shaking the very souls of the audience even within the metaverse environment. As of this year, there must be a change. Because Dragonstar is facing a threat unlike any encountered in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, Projections of the 3 dragon nests appeared above the square. Within them, 9th-order fierce dragons circled and transcendent dragon heads roared, emitting waves of pressure so intense it felt as if one were physically present. Boom! A sudden commotion erupted across the square. The secrets of the dragon nests were known to the grandmasters and perhaps some martial arts hall staff, but the vast majority of martial artists remained in the dark. Wu Poxing's decision to announce this in his very first sentence demonstrated his immense boldness. The Alliance's original resolution was to keep this matter hidden. I, too, shared that thought. However, those of you able to participate in this tournament today are all outstanding martial artists below the Grandmaster rank. Some are even geniuses. It won't be long before you join the ranks of the Grandmasters and become protectors of Dragonstar. This is a burden. But equally, it is a motivation. Chapter 68, Simulated Dragon Nest, The Ranking Battle. Wu Poxing's words were simple and lacked any rhetorical flair, yet backed by his overwhelming strength, every syllable struck deep into the hearts of the people. 100 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, fierce beasts ran rampant. Back then, even the strongest among us martial artists had only just crossed the threshold of the martial general rank. Now, martial artists today have resources we never had, an environment we never enjoyed, more guidance, and fewer detours. And yet, in 100 years, I haven't seen a single newcomer surpass their predecessors. Not a single new wave has managed to overtake the old. Wu Poxing's gaze swept across the crowd. To be honest, I am very disappointed. Mu was secretly stunned upon hearing this. 100 years. The status of powerhouses like Wu Poxing and Bai Ming remained unshakable. Originally, Mu thought this was merely the respect newcomers held for their seniors. Only now did he realize that it was because absolutely no one stronger than Wu Poxing had ever appeared. Wu Poxing waved a hand, rise. In the center of the square, a dragon's nest rose out of thin air. I hope that after this martial arts tournament, under the heavy pressure of the rank 9 dragon's nest, your younger generation can break through your limits. Break through your shackles. And become the backbone that protects Dragonstar and our home. Without waiting for a response, Wu Poxing went straight to the announcement. The first round of this martial arts tournament will be the qualifiers. Everyone will enter the dragon's nest simultaneously to slay fierce beasts and earn points. The top 30 martial artists and top 30 psions with the highest scores will advance to the second round of eliminations. Begin! With his command, the ground in the center of the square expanded 1,000-fold. The virtual dragon's nest. It was a nearly 1-to-1 recreation. All martial artists participating in the tournament could choose any location to enter. Meanwhile, in the sky above the dragon's nest, a leaderboard appeared, listing the names of every participant. A temporary rule change? Even Gui Yue hadn't expected this turn of events. 30 psion. The pressure is immense. One must understand. The number of psions participating from the Myriad Sword Pavilion this time exceeds 30. If they really go all out, the Myriad Sword Pavilion might just sweep the top 30 spots. Gui Yue felt a sudden sense of foreboding. If it were a tournament-style bracket, we might have been able to let them wear each other down, but now it seems there won't be that opportunity. Mu took a brief look at the vicinity of the dragon's nest. The fierce beast levels start from rank 5. It's not like they are rank 9 right from the beginning. Good, this makes things simple. Before Gui Yue could even snap out of his daze to speak, Mu had already flown out, stepping upon his shield. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the side. Mu! Bai Qiuye shouted loudly, I told you, we are going to settle who's superior in this martial arts assembly. The one with more points wins, the loser eats dust. Ha! Mu had almost forgotten about this guy, but it turned out he remembered quite clearly. Loser eats dust? You don't need to eat much, just a couple of pounds for the sake of the gesture will do. Bai Qiuye narrowed his eyes and said coldly, in actual combat and slaughter, the outcome is yet to be decided. This time, it's not just you who has that many fierce beasts to grind. Having dropped his harsh words, Bai Qiuye stepped on his flying sword and charged rapidly toward the dragon's nest. Mu was in no hurry. He wanted to observe the environment of the dragon's nest first to be prepared for the next time he came. Bai Qingyan, however, came over to find him. A short while later. Mu, the rules this time were personally set by the alliance leader. The goal is to select and nurture those with the strongest talent. The rewards for the winner are not as simple as just the Dominion trial. Mu glanced sideways. You shouldn't need to worry, right? A rank 9 Dominion user with Grandmaster leaderboard combat power, you have a chance to fight for the top 3. Top 3? Bai Qingyan was slightly stunned. The champion can only be me. Even in a points-based competition, the highest scorer will definitely be me. Are the people of the Bai family all overflowing with self-confidence? What the hell? Mu shrugged slightly, offering no reply. Observing this, Bai Qingyan pondered for a moment before letting out a soft, mocking scoff. Mu? Was that Dominance Grandmaster that day really you? Fine, let's say it was you. So what? Bai Qingyan raised her head proudly and said, among the Wanzhong Pavilion Psions who came to participate in this martial arts tournament, which one of them doesn't possess Grandmaster-level combat power? Your talent is decent, but you underestimate Psions far too much. Hearing this, Mu blinked and then smiled, saying, it seems Director Bai is quite confident? How about another wager? Bai Qingyan pondered for a moment. A bet? Of course, we can. But for you to win, your ranking must be in the top 3 for points. As for the stakes, take your pick. Eh? Mu waved his hand dismissively. Why make it so serious? It's not like I'm committing a robbery. If I make it into the top 3, just give me 2 or 3 login devices for the Valkyrie Temple. Let's go with 3. Hiss. He dares to bet that? Bai Qingyan was stunned once again. Think carefully. Out of all the contestants present, the top 3 in points. Of course. Mu replied calmly. Bai Qingyan still hesitated. A Valkyrie Temple device is sold for 30 billion by the Universal Merchant Alliance. 3 are worth 90 billion. The stakes are not small. What are you going to give me? Mu said directly, whatever you say. We can even decide after you win. Thud. Bai Qingyan sputtered on the spot, decide after I win? I think you just want to join my Wanjin Pavilion directly. You? Poof. So young, yet so calculating. Even if you don't place in the martial arts tournament, by joining my Wanjin Pavilion, you would still get a trial opportunity regardless. Damn. What kind of logic is that? Before Mu could even speak, Bai Qingyan handed over the contract. Sign it. Once you do, you're mine. Ha! Mu signed the gambling agreement with a flourish and immediately grinned. Director Bai, it's not dark yet. If you want to dream, wait a few more hours. The Hall of Martial Gods. Inside the main hall stood a long table made of dragon wood. There were 12 high-backed chairs. Wu Poxing sat in the center, with the white sword sect to his left and the founder of the martial hall, Spear King Hani, to his right. The rest of those seated were all council members of the Martial Artist Alliance. Director Wu, by opening up the martial arts tournament this time and adopting a point system, I'm afraid you are handing all the top rankings over to my Myriad Sword Pavilion, Bai Ming said with a slight smile. The Psions of the Myriad Sword Pavilion have some advantages, but I have also reserved 30 spots for martial artists. Wu Poxing looked toward the dragon's nest with a solemn gaze. For 100 years, the martial artists of Dragonstar have not lacked resources, but they have lost their fighting spirit. This time, the dragon's nest will be simulated, and it will be a solo venture. Whether one is a dragon or a worm will be clear at a glance. The resources of Dragonstar can no longer be haphazardly provided to those martial artists who cannot contribute to Dragonstar. As soon as these words were spoken, many council members nodded in agreement. However, some were dissatisfied. William Norton, a powerful council member from the Merchant Alliance, immediately frowned and said, whether a martial artist is inside or outside the city, they are all working for the progress of humanity. Isn't it inappropriate for the Alliance leader to dismiss the efforts of so many martial artists with a single sentence? Hoof. Bai Ming sneered, since they are in the city and face no danger, is there even any point in them raising their martial rank? What do you mean no danger? William immediately retorted. The martial artists in the city just don't go out to hunt frequently during their cultivation period. Once their strength improves, they will naturally play their part. Enough! Wu Poxing barked a cold command to stop them. There is no need to discuss this further. Regardless of whether the alliance passes it or not, the resource distribution of my martial hall will be modified. A cold light flashed in William's eyes. Alliance leader, such a major matter without the alliance's deliberation. I'm afraid it won't convince the public. Not convinced? Who isn't convinced? Wu Poxing glanced sideways around the room, and not a single person dared to utter a word. A moment later. Everyone. Spear King Hani spoke up after a moment of contemplation. Today is the martial arts tournament. You should all see if there are any talents worth cultivating. Otherwise, the crisis of the dragon's nest will likely hang over Dragonstar forever. Bai Qingyan's strength is number one, without question, Bai Ming replied casually. However, there is a little fellow named Mu who is worth paying attention to. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaderboard was automatically summoned via AI. Number 1, Bai Qingyan, 720 points. Number 2, Shi Jun, 530 points. Number 183, Mu, 100 points. Rank 183? Bai Ming was somewhat surprised. Based on intelligence, this youth likely possessed the combat power of a grandmaster. He should have been within the top 50 at the very least. Even without grandmaster level strength. According to what Qingyan said, someone who mastered the entry-level 1 mind technique manual in a single day should have combat power exceeding that of a martial general. Combined with the Azure Flame Flying Sword, racking up points should have been effortless. He ought to be within the top 100 at minimum. Bring up the combat footage. Swish. Mu's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He was seen controlling a shield, flying slowly through the dragon's nest. There wasn't a hint of combat readiness in his posture. His expression made it look as if he were merely there on a sightseeing tour. Unless a fierce beast took the initiative to attack, Mu couldn't even be bothered to move. What is he doing? Does he even know this is the martial arts competition assessment? One of the counselors questioned aloud, pulling up Mu's information on his screen. Dominator rank 2? Someone of this level can participate in the martial arts competition? Who approved the application? Is there no respect for the rules anymore? Chapter 69, Who is the Coward? Inside the Valkyrie Palace. The counselors voiced their reprimands one after another. Bai Ming glanced at Wu Poxing from the corner of his eye and spoke indifferently with an expressionless face. It is a rule that grandmasters do not take the field in the martial arts competition. But since when does a martial artist need prior approval to participate? The crowd fell into a brief silence. Deputy Alliance Leader Bai, the martial arts competition is for identifying geniuses and determining the allocation of training resources for the following year. It's obvious an ordinary martial artist can't compete for those, so there's no need to waste time, right? Oh. The corners of Bai Ming's eyes suddenly arched. May I ask the Alliance Leader, is that truly the purpose of the martial arts competition? Wu Poxing replied decisively. The martial arts competition. From the very beginning, it was created as a touchstone to train and test martial artists. As long as one is a martial artist, they may participate. As for identifying geniuses and allocating resources, those came later. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, only then did the counselors remember. Exactly. Decades ago, when the martial arts competition was first held, that was indeed how it was described. One of the council members spoke up. Meanwhile, William added, there is indeed no issue with Mu participating. However, in his current state of indolence, he clearly doesn't show the slightest bit of respect for the martial arts tournament. Other martial artists are out there fighting fierce beasts to earn points. Just look at what he is doing. Ha! William couldn't help but wear a mocking expression. wandering aimlessly through the dragon's nest and avoiding combat. I believe someone like this is exactly the type of martial artist the alliance leader just mentioned, the kind who has no right to receive resources. Exactly. A nearby council member chimed in. Using the dragon's nest simulation this time has finally allowed us to weed out those gutless cowards, so we don't waste any more resources. I propose that even if this Mu manages to secure a ranking, he should be denied any rewards. Furthermore, his martial arts dojo must be notified to cut off all his resources. We should even force him to pay back all prior investments to make an example out of him. Ha! Bai Ming suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Didn't Councilman Carmen just say Mu wasn't even qualified to participate? Why are you suddenly worried about him securing a ranking now? Humph! Councilman Carmen gave a cold snort. Why must the vice leader twist my words? Regardless of whether he gets a ranking or not, a martial artist like this should be handled exactly as I just described. Before Bai Ming could speak, Wu Poxing suddenly interjected. I agree with Carmen's statement. Bai Ming was momentarily stunned and said after a pause, Alliance leader, this Mu is a promising candidate for a genius psion. Ha ha ha. Carmen laughed. As expected, the Alliance leader has the sharpest eye. A spineless martial artist like this should be stripped of his resources and forced to fend for himself. A genius psion? Good. This Mu must have signed a genius contract and taken a massive amount of funding. We should demand he pay it back immediately. If he can't, the debt should be calculated with interest. We'll force him to fight fierce beasts to repay what he owes. That way, this genius might actually provide some value. Hiss. The other council members were inwardly shocked by such a ruthless approach, and they all turned their gaze toward Wu Poxing. Since everyone shares this sentiment, I agree. Let us put it to a vote. Wu Poxing said bluntly. In this martial arts tournament, any martial artist judged as lacking the courage to fight fierce beasts will be stripped of their rewards, and all past investments will be reclaimed. I second the motion. Carmen was the first to raise his hand. Seconded, William followed suit. Seeing this, the other council members immediately followed, seconded. In the end, only Bai Ming remained. Vice Alliance leader, if you have something to say, feel free to speak your mind, Carmen said, leaning back in his chair with a hint of provocation. Bai Ming frowned slightly. I have only one question. How do we determine if a martial artist lacks the courage to fight fierce beasts? Wu Poxing gave a direct definition. I have already ordered the AI to modify the number of fierce beasts in the dragon's nest. The low-level fierce beasts on the periphery will soon be wiped out. Right here. Wu Poxing pointed to the core area of the dragon's nest. By the end of the tournament, anyone who does not dare to break into the core area will be judged as lacking the courage to fight fierce beasts. Ha! The other council members were stunned. Bai Ming, however, nodded immediately. Good. I agree. Carmen was bewildered. Alliance leader, isn't this supposed to be a vote to confirm that Mu is a cowardly martial artist? Bai Ming was now as calm as still water. Councillor Carmen, your proposal has been passed by everyone. Is there an issue? Do you not think that a martial artist who was afraid to even enter the core area of a virtual dragon's nest qualifies as a coward? You. As Carmen looked at Bai Ming, he couldn't help but feel a secret shock. What's going on? Could these two old foxes have prearranged this whole performance? With Wu Poxing's statement. Not just Carmen, but the other council members also felt a sense of unease. Passed unanimously. Everyone, please wait quietly for the results. Wu Poxing spoke with a stern face, but inside, he was laughing hysterically. That fellow Bai Ming usually has a deadpan face. I didn't expect his acting to be so convincing. Next. Wu Poxing turned his gaze toward Mu, who was still casually strolling through the dragon's nest. As for this little guy, could he be scouting the layout of the dragon's nest? If that's the case, then my Dragon Star might just gain another ferocious, battle-hardened Grandmaster Commander. Inside the dragon's nest. Mu finished a circuit of the area. Is the map scan complete? Xiao Yi's mini avatar appeared before his eyes. Yes, Master. I've finished everything. Inside the martial god temple. The fact that it could still link to AI saved Mu a considerable amount of effort. Alright. Map settled. Next. Time to kill. Mu shifted the direction of the shield beneath his feet, picked a tunnel over 100 meters wide, and charged straight into the heart of the dragon's nest. The outer perimeter of the dragon's nest. The fierce beasts here were rank 5 and rank 6. Traversing the tunnel. Entering the core zone of the dragon's nest. The first fierce beast Mu laid eyes on. Master, it's a land dragon, a rank 7 fierce beast. Xiaoyi warned urgently. In front of him. The land dragon's massive body stretched nearly 30 meters long. Its hide was as tough as alloy, one could even see the light reflecting off its metallic skin. Rank 7. Grandmaster Fierce Beast. Mu flew rapidly, charging straight ahead without slowing down. He pointed a finger into the air. Swish! The azure flame flying sword suddenly streaked out. In mid-air. The azure flame flying sword split into subblades, which reconfigured themselves in the blink of an eye. Thud! At the exact moment the land dragon sensed danger and jerked its head up. The flying sword pierced through its forehead, driving straight into the mind. The next second. Mu swept past above the land dragon. Master is amazing. Points increased by 700. Current points, 1020, rank, 148. Xiaoyi clapped her hands from the side. What the hell? Are you a member of some flattery cult? Mu glanced at Xiaoyi, while secretly calculating in his heart. 7 fierce beast 700. I just killed a rank 6 beast, and it only gave 60 points. It seems. The scoring for this martial arts tournament's point match was intentionally designed this way. The geniuses participating in this competition have at least martial general level combat power. As for the psions from the Myriad Sword Pavilion, each possesses Grandmaster level combat power and kills monsters so quickly they could be called Fierce Beast lawnmowers. If the number of fierce beasts were infinite and the points were high, the Myriad Sword Pavilion psions would definitely dominate the rankings. But now, a rank 6 fierce beast isn't worth many points, one rank 7 is worth more than a dozen of them. No matter how much you farm outside, it won't be as efficient as being inside. TSK, maybe there won't even be anything left to farm. Mu guessed the logic behind the tournament's rules. Naturally, he could figure out that the tournament wouldn't release an infinite number of fierce beasts on the periphery, forcing the martial artists to enter the core of the dragon's nest. This must be Wu Poxing's idea. Chapter 70, Grandmaster Combat Power, Shocking the Martial Artist Alliance. None of my business. Mu isn't here to farm points anyway. Since he finally has the chance to see what the dragon's nest looks like, he naturally intends to fight his way to the very center. With the preparations made this time, in a few days, he can head straight out of the city to take down the dragon's nest. Ha! A transcendent rank fierce beast must be worth a fortune. Mu moved through the dragon's nest as if traversing an uninhabited land, speeding at full throttle. Whenever he spotted a fierce beast along the way, he dealt a single sword strike. Instant kill. Every single one was an instant kill. The azure flame flying sword, powered by a total of 12 strands of psionic power. After the amplification, his combat power was firmly at the 9th rank of Grandmaster. Coupled with Mu's level 9 technique manual, every sword strike accurately hit the fierce beast's weak point, resulting in a one-hit kill. Wow, Master killed an 8th rank fierce beast, the Earth Dragon Leader, in one shot. Points increased by 1,600. Current points, 6,520, ranking 9th. Bang! Xiaoyi set off colorful fireworks before his eyes and cheered, "Congratulations, Master, for entering the top 10 of the leaderboard." What does the leaderboard look like now? Swish! Xiaoyi pulled up the points competition rankings. Number 1, by Qing Yin, 12,720 points. Number 2, Qi Jun, 11,530 points. Number 3, William Kyle, 9,810 points. Number 4, Zhang Delong, 8,210 points. Number 5, Li Qingwu, 8,130 points. Number 9, Mu, 6,520 points. The Outskirts of the Dragon's Nest. Bai Qingyan searched for fierce beasts while checking the rankings. Mu, 9th place? When did he climb up there? She had been monitoring the leaderboard constantly, having set a special alert for Mu. Just a minute ago, Mu was still ranked outside the top 100. 1 minute. He farmed 5,000 points? How did he do it? Did he find another horde of fierce beasts? Bai Qingyan had witnessed Mu's sudden ascent to the top during the martial exam, so the memory was deeply etched in her mind. But she wasn't Bai Qiuye. Naturally, she hadn't been afraid of Mu finding a horde of fierce beasts. But now, she was starting to get a little scared. No way, right? Is Mu's luck really that good? Why can't I find any hordes? Bai Qingyan felt frustrated, extremely frustrated. She had been killing every beast she saw on the outskirts, but she had never even seen what a horde of fierce beasts looked like. Could it be that he entered the core of the dragon's nest? Did he slay high-tier ferocious dragons? Bai Qingyan wasn't quite sure. This was a points race, not a capture-the-flag competition. To win, you just had to farm points. For a Psion, slaughtering 5th and 6th order beasts is like mowing grass naturally. They would focus on grinding kills rather than heading to the core zone. This won't do. I have to enter the core zone now. The more Bai Qingyan searched the periphery, the more frustrated she became. Mu. You really are the Dominator Grandmaster from that day. You lied to me, you bastard. As things stood now, even if the fierce beasts in the core zone were worth more points, with Mu's level as a second-order Dominator, he wouldn't be able to kill them even if he worked himself to death. Once Bai Qingyan figured this out, she couldn't help but be furious. Bastard! Just you wait. Once I enter the core zone, you'll realize that breaking into the top 3 of the leaderboard isn't that easy. Inside the Wanjian Pavilion internal chat group. All members, hear my command, everyone, charge into the core zone. Someone posted a confused emoji. Senior Sister Yen, are we not clearing the periphery anymore? We can't leave them for the other martial artists. The founder gave us a quota, after all. Bai Qingyan, forget the periphery. The core zone has higher points. If we don't grab them now, it'll be too late. Also, Shijun, Shangwu, the two of you must make it into the top 3 of the rankings. If you fail, report for punishment as soon as you get back. Holy crap! A chorus of exclamations filled the group. Hiss, Senior Sister Yen is blowing her top. If you two don't pull it off, your fate will be miserable for sure. Last time I was dumped into a pack of wild fierce beasts with a flight ban. I had to fight my way out on foot. Man, don't even get me started. It's nothing but tears. At Qijun, at Li Qingwu, good luck, brothers. Go, go, go. At the Martial God Palace. Numerous council members were staring at the match broadcast as if they had seen a ghost. Is this a joke? A second-order Dominator Psion, insta-killing an 8th-order Earth Dragon? I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. Without Grandmaster-level combat power, there's absolutely no way to one-shot an 8th-tier Earth Dragon. No! You'd need at least the combat power of a ranked Grandmaster to make a one-shot look as effortless as he did. Carmen was absolutely livid. Shortly after the alliance vote ended, this kid Mu started charging into the dragon's nest like a madman. Motherfucker! Did you guys plan this together? Are you intentionally screwing us over? Carmen glanced at Wu Poxing in the distance and secretly pulled up his projection to send a message. Notify everyone to enter the core of the dragon's nest immediately. He was furious. But what infuriated him even more was that his own martial artists were all grinding low-tier fierce beasts on the outskirts, not even glancing toward the core of the dragon's nest. Wasn't this just seeking death? Just a moment ago, they were clearly targeting Mu, so how did it flip around to where they were the ones being dragged down? Ding! Sending messages within the Valkyrie Temple is prohibited. If you have any questions, please contact an administrator for authorization. What? Carmen froze on the spot. Just as he was about to speak, William slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes burning with rage. Alliance leader, are you restricting our authority to contact the outside world freely? Wu Poxing's gaze was sharp as a torch. How do you know I've restricted the authority to contact the outside world? Does the Alliance leader think I haven't tried? William asked through gritted teeth. You can try again. William didn't believe him and tapped his smart device again, only to be rejected once more. Alliance leader, what is the meaning of this? It means nothing, Wu Poxing said indifferently. If you are contacting personnel on the outside, the call will naturally go through. It is only restricted if you are attempting to contact the participants. Ha! Bai Ming smiled. We agreed to use the points race to weed out the cowards. Surely no one is thinking of snitching? This. The faces of the other council members underwent a sudden and drastic change. Bang! Wu Poxing pressed his palm against the tabletop and shouted sternly, among martial artists, there is no room for cowards. It is not just you who cannot make contact, no one can reach the contestants right now. Upon hearing this, William's entire body trembled violently. A conspiracy. This is a goddamn massive conspiracy aimed directly at the Merchant Alliance and the Liberty Group. Once the martial artists participating this year are labeled as cowards, they will be completely stripped of all resources. At the same time, the Alliance will reclaim past resources and force them out of the city to hunt. This was something William could not tolerate. Because his own son was also a participant in this martial arts tournament. If forced out of the city, or even driven into the dragon's nest, the dangers they would face would skyrocket exponentially. Damn it! How on earth could he establish contact with those inside? William couldn't think of a way for a moment. His eyes flickered toward Mu, and he suddenly remembered something. Chairman! I demand a suspension of the tournament. Ha! The council members present looked over in shock. State your reasons, Wu Poxing replied, asking instead of dismissing it outright. Cough, cough. William cleared his throat, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mu is the culprit behind the Riverfall City massacre from a few days ago. The case is solved. His actual martial rank is at the Grandmaster level of combat power, and he might even be ranked on the Grandmaster leaderboard. Given this level of power, not only did he fail to follow the Alliance's Grandmaster mobilization orders, but he also took advantage of the absence of all Grandmasters to commit a massacre in Riverfall City. How can such a villain be allowed to continue participating in the tournament? He must be suspended and brought to justice. Chapter 71, 9 Swords in One Line, Breaking the Rank 9 Fire Dragon. To solve a case, you need evidence. Wu Poxing's expression remained unmoved. How do you prove that Mu possessed Grandmaster level combat power a few days ago? William pointed at the projection, his face full of disbelief. The evidence is right before your eyes. Are you blind? He insta-killed a rank 8 land dragon that is undeniably Grandmaster level power. Are you suggesting he could break through from Commander to Grandmaster in just a few days? Ha, isn't that a joke? Bai Ming seemed to have been waiting for this exact line. I see. So, speculation is what you call evidence. In that case, I suspect the hackers who have been running rampant across the internet all these years are people from the Liberty Group. The reasoning is sound, because I've checked everywhere else, and your Liberty Group is the only place I haven't searched. So, you must be the one who ordered the hackers. William's face changed instantly. Nonsense. How can this be called evidence? Wu Poxing let out a cold snort. Counselor William, don't you find it incredibly laughable when you compare the evidence you just pointed at Mu with what you're saying now? Suddenly, silence filled the martial god hall. Not a single counselor dared to speak up again. William's face flushed red, his expression shifting several times before he finally sat back down in resentment. This time, every counselor knew it in their hearts. Under the immense pressure of the Tier 9 Dragon's nest, Wu Poxing was playing for keeps. William caught a glimpse of Mu on the screen from the corner of his eye. Vicious thoughts brewed in his mind. You little brat, if that tier 9 fire dragon is real, it should burn you to death with a single breath. William gnashed his teeth in hatred, yet he knew that everything within the martial god hall was a simulation. Mu could not be truly killed. Everything Lu Tian said was indeed true. Mu is Wu Poxing's hidden pawn. He intends to use Mu to target the Myriad Merchants Alliance and purge the other factions of Dragonstar. If Mu is not killed, Wu Poxing's plan cannot be stopped. Great! Then deliver Mu's head to Wu Poxing, and let him know that the Dragonstar of today is no longer a place he can manipulate at will. Inside the simulated dragon nest. Master, be careful. This is a rank 9 fire dragon. It has a breath attack and is extremely dangerous. Xiaoyi spotted the target and cried out in alarm. Mu, however, cracked his neck. Perfect. I've finally caught a big one. Master? Xiaoyi looked terrified, covering her mouth as she said, although a rank 9 fire dragon isn't considered an over-rank entity, dragon-type beasts are naturally a tier higher. Compared to other rank 9 fierce beasts, a fire dragon is already essentially beyond rank 9. Also, the fierce beasts from before might have had dragon in their names, but they weren't actually dragons. Xiaoyi explained. To be truly called a dragon, it must at least possess dragon scales with defensive power comparable to S-rank alloy, along with a highly destructive breath attack. Its dragon claws can shred an S-rank combat suit in just 3 strikes. Hiss. That was a bit perverted. Mu looked toward the fiery red figure in the distance. Lying on the ground with its head curled in front of its body, it stood 20 meters high. If it stood up, it would likely be nearly 100 meters tall. With such a massive body, its entire set of dragon scales was comparable to S-rank alloy. What did that imply? This single fire dragon alone was likely worth more than Lu Tian's entire alloy warehouse. Well, excluding special items like the black armor and the sword casket inside, the fire dragon's value definitely surpassed it. Aside from its defense, the fire dragon's destructive power was equally terrifying. If a rank 9 Grandmaster came here, they wouldn't be able to pierce its scales, yet their own S-rank combat suit wouldn't last 3 hits against the dragon. How were they supposed to fight that? Though labeled rank 9, it was effectively beyond rank 9. MHM. It was similar to the power gap found on the Grandmaster rankings. The peak of rank 9. Snore. The fire dragon seemed to sense something irritating near its ear. From its nostrils, each over a meter wide, it snorted out 2 plumes of white smoke, and within that smoke and dust, a few flickers of flame actually shimmered. Boom! The fire dragon slowly rose, its wings on either side suddenly flapping with a violent surge. Within a 1,000-meter radius, fierce winds began to howl. Its wingspan exceeded 100 meters coupled with that massive frame, ridiculously thick hindclaws, and proportionally short foreclaws. Damn! Is it really a fire dragon? Mu let out a low gasp at the sight. It was this single sound. It immediately drew the fire dragon's attention. Grumble. The fire dragon seemed to have quite the morning temper, its golden pupils fixed on Mu, already burning with a lethal, savage intent. Watch out for the breath attack. Mu pushed forward with both palms, and over a dozen S-rank shields instantly deployed behind her, fanning out into a defensive array. Roar! The fire dragon's massive maw swung open, and a torrent of crimson flame over 5 meters in diameter erupted instantly. The terrifying power felt as if a volcano were erupting. The surrounding temperature spiked abruptly. Bang! The flaming breath slammed into the alloy shield array, exploding on impact. Sparks flew in every direction, splashing onto the ground. The stones were instantly scorched red-hot and melted away. The moment Mu pushed the shields forward, she was already retreating. The first line of the shield array had already collapsed. But Mu had a second line of defense. Behind him, another dozen or so shields unfurled, forming an array to meet the attack. Bang! The flame breath broke through at that exact moment, crashing into the shield array once again. It can still keep breathing fire? Mu found it hard to believe. Go! He waved his hand. Shield after shield unfurled behind him, moving forward in succession to reinforce the line. Inside the Valkyrie temple. All council members are watching this battle. One is a fire dragon at the peak of the Ninth Order. The other is a Psion listed in the files as a Second Order governor. It is impossible not to pay attention to this fight. This Mu. Isn't this a bit like cheating? Hani, the Spear King, couldn't help but frown. While there's no official cap on the number of weapons one can bring into the Valkyrie Temple trials, is it really reasonable for him to carry this many shields? Utilizing one's resources, what's wrong with that? Bai Ming's eyes, however, showed quite a bit of admiration. Even in a real-life battle, as long as one has the money, is it impossible to equip oneself with 100 or 2 S-class shields? Seriously? It's possible, sure, but this is a bit too extravagant. Which Psion travels with over 100 S-class shields on them? One of the council members muttered. Extravagant? Bai Ming raised an eyebrow. 80 years ago, I was known as the Shield War God. Every time I left the city, I carried hundreds of shields. You think I'm joking? Thud. If Bai Ming hadn't mentioned it, few would have remembered things from 80 years ago. The Shield War God. That title. Even Wu Poxing couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward upon hearing it. During the Cataclysm era, every time a martial artist headed out, it was a journey into the unknown where death lurked everywhere. Shields, armor, you took as much as you could. You only ever worried about having too little, never too much. Modern martial artists. While they still carry spares, few are this ridiculous. Because before heading out, the fierce beasts to be hunted and the conditions of the wilderness areas are usually thoroughly scouted. Excess armor is cumbersome and heavy, bringing too much actually hinders efficiency. This Mu, I think he is excellent. He should definitely join my myriad sword pavilion. Bai Ming watched the screen and spoke in a booming voice. With my guidance and his talent, if he learns the ultimate technique of unified intent, the 9 swords in one line, he would surely be able to slay this fire dragon on the spot. MHM. Wu Poxing also nodded slightly. His journey through the dragon's nest ends here. A 9th rank fire dragon. Its defensive power was perverse. Unless one had reached the Great Grandmaster realm, it was nearly impossible to kill. 9 swords in a line. It was the renowned ultimate technique of the White Sword sect. The only move capable of bridging the gap between the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster realms. Without this technique, even someone with the combat power of the Grandmaster leaderboard would be unable to slay this fire dragon. William looked toward Mu, the corners of his mouth curling upward involuntarily. Let's see how you die. First, I'll let you taste a bit of the payback. The fire dragon's breath had finally ceased. On the screen, Mu's shields were completely depleted. Hundreds of S-grade shields were either melted or shattered, nearly all of them rendered scrap metal. Dozens of green flame flying swords appeared by Mu's side. Flash! Bai Ming suddenly let out a cry of surprise. How is his psionic power capacity so massive? Hiss! The dozens of green flame swords finished their formation. The next second, the sword pierced through the sky. It pointed directly at the fire dragon's golden eye. The fire dragon instinctively closed its eyelid. Clang! The green flame flying sword struck the eyelid, only to be deflected away by the dragon's scales. TSK, what a pity. Bai Ming sighed inwardly. If that had been a full-strength strike, it might have blinded one of the dragon's eyes. Standard-grade flying swords lacked sufficient attack power. They couldn't pierce dragon scales. Despite being the eyelid, the quality of the dragon scales there was actually the highest on the fire dragon's entire body. The fire dragon is difficult to kill, Wu Poxing muttered contemplatively. The scales on the eyelids are exceptionally sturdy, both nostrils can be opened and closed at will, and the rear is shielded by the tail, leaving almost no exposure. A martial artist's only option is to find a way to get close, stabilize their position at the back of the fire dragon's neck, and launch a frenzied assault to break through its defense. Martial artist. Bai Ming raised an eyebrow. If I were to take action, a single close-quarters strike would be enough to slay this hairless beast. Wu Poxing did not bother to argue with him. Scions were always particularly annoying in certain aspects. Suddenly, on the screen, Mu had discarded the rest of the azure flame flying swords, keeping only 9 by his side, ready for action. This? Even Wu Poxing was starting to feel uncertain. Vice Alliance leader, looking at Mu's opening stance, it carries a certain flavor of the 9 swords in one-line technique. Bai Ming's eyes instantly narrowed into slits as he scrutinized the scene. Impossible. How could he have possibly comprehended 9 swords in one line? She was cut off mid-sentence. One azure flame flying sword pierced through the air with sudden speed. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 swords moved simultaneously. In mid-air, one sword led the formation, with the other 8 following closely behind. What? The corner of Bai Ming's mouth twitched almost 90 degrees. Impossible, still impossible. Bai Ming thought rapidly and explained. The sword formation is lined up correctly, but 9 swords in one line is nowhere near that simple. To control 9 swords simultaneously requires a total of 108 strands of psionic power. Even I cannot command that much psionic power at once. 9 swords in one line. It is about creating possibility out of the impossible. No matter how much of a genius he is, even under my tutelage, it would take at least 10 years of hard work to have a chance at mastering it. Sword chasing sword, sword merging with sword, 9 swords stacking into one. The difficulty involved is beyond what outsiders can fathom. Just then, Mu's first sword had already reached the fire dragon's nostril. The dragon's eyelid scales were arranged abnormally, making it very easy for them to deflect the sword blade. Nostrils closed. The fire dragon was no fool. It held its breath and glared at Mu with fury. Thud. The first sword struck. It was not deflected away like before. Immediately after, a linear streak of light flashed across the screen. Ding! A crisp metallic clank rang out. At this moment, the first green flame flying sword vanished. It appeared to have pierced straight through, boring into the fire dragon's nostril. In the span of a single breath, the light within the fire dragon's eyes began to dissipate. With the light gone from its eyes, its life was nearing its end. No matter the level of the fierce beast, once its defense is breached by a psion, the outcome is always the same. Inside the hall, Wu Poxing's eyes widened in shock, and he stood up abruptly. 9 swords in one line. Chapter 72, 1 million points. Is it truly the 9 swords? The Spear King, Hani, asked in surprise. Exactly. Wu Poxing said categorically, I have fought Bai Ming many times. If I could mistake this 9 swords in one line technique, I would have lost everything I own long ago. Hiss. A chill of shock immediately swept through the martial god hall, yet some council members remained puzzled. Pull up the playback, let's study it again? Putting aside whether someone Mu's age could possibly master it, where would he even get the technique manual to learn it? Or could it be that the Vice Alliance leader privately taught him the 9 swords technique manual? At that moment, Bai Ming was completely bewildered. Exactly. Where did he get the technique manual? Quick, show me the replay. The next second, the projection displayed the previous battle footage. The sword array hurtled through the air. The first sword hit the fire dragon. Judging by sight, the blade had only penetrated half an inch at most. And the dragon's scales were at least a foot thick. Freeze. Bai Ming pondered slightly. This single strike gathers 12 strands of psionic power. Martial God Hall, detect the power of this sword. Beep. Current attack intensity, 23 million kilograms. Grandmaster. Leaderboard level combat power. Hiss. Isn't this Mu a bit too ridiculous? How old is he? 18? Are you sure it's not 88? The council members clicked their tongues in amazement. Bai Ming said no more. He knew Mu's cultivation was progressing at lightning speed and was even more aware of his extraordinary comprehension of technique manuals. Awakening quickly with high talent, achieving Grandmaster combat power within a few short weeks, he could barely accept that. But no matter how high your comprehension was, the difficulty of the 9 swords in one line was right there. It wasn't something you could learn just because your psionic power output met the standard. A peerless skill. Why was it called a peerless skill? Because once you learned it, the move became a legend that few others could ever master. Slow motion, 100x. Bai Ming followed up with another command. The projection advanced almost frame by frame. At the rear of the sword formation, 8 flying swords accelerated one by one. The second was the fastest, with the fiercest force. Ding! The second sword struck the hilt of the first sword. The powerful impact instantly blasted the first flying sword an inch deeper into the fire dragon's body. Freeze! Detect the attack of this strike. Beep! Current attack intensity, 23 million kilograms. Hiss! Bai Ming gasped in shock the moment he saw the attack numbers displayed. Then, the examiner spoke up, with your current strength, although you are still some distance away from becoming a martial artist, you are already qualified to become a provisional martial artist and participate in the combat assessment. Now, it's up to you whether you want to take the exam or not. Bai Ming's eyes flashed with excitement as he urged, quick, test the subsequent flying sword strikes for me. Beep! Third sword impact, 23 million kilograms. Fourth sword impact, 23 million kilograms. Seventh sword impact, 23 million kilograms. There was no need for the 9th sword by the 7th strike. The initial volley of flying swords had already completely bored into the fire dragon's body. Playing at 100x slow motion. The flying swords were perfectly aligned, moving with incredible speed. Under normal speed, the 9 swords would fly out as a single streak of flowing light, 9 swords becoming one. I see. Among the council members, everyone had seen this move before. However, because it was a secret technique, they didn't have the clearance to view it in slow motion even if they recorded it, so they never understood the principle behind the move. Now that it was being demonstrated, they suddenly had an epiphany. This follows the same logic as the 7-fold surge in martial arts. It uses advanced techniques to execute consecutive full power bursts in a short window, thereby creating a multiplicative increase in destructive power. Regarding the 7-fold surge technique manual, the alliance leader has the highest martial rank, likely reaching the 12th-fold realm by now. Yet this Mu, at such a young age, has already mastered the 9th fold. TSK Tisk, truly terrifying. Could he be the reincarnation of some old monster? Ha! Bai Ming rolled his eyes. This is a world of science, and you still believe in that? I have no choice but to believe. This kid is just too ridiculous. Bai Ming shook his head slightly and let out a sigh. Ridiculous? It's far more than just ridiculous. 9 swords in one line. It may seem identical to a martial artist's explosive bursts of force, but in reality, it is anything but. A martial artist's consecutive bursts cannot be at full power every single time. They are merely as close to full power as possible. In truth, each strike carries at most 70% of their maximum destructive potential. But a psion's full power is truly full power, without a single shred of loss. The attack power is high, but the difficulty is even more perverse. There are only so many strands of psionic power. Trying to exert force, transition, exert force again, and transition again in such a short window, a normal person's brain would simply explode. This isn't just talent, it is a limit that can only be breached through years and years of practice. The crowd turned their gaze toward Bai Ming. Well, if the Vice Alliance leader insists on putting it that way, then Mu's current situation becomes quite difficult to explain. After all, you are the Vice Alliance leader, so we'll certainly give you face. But if you keep being so pedantic and insisting it's impossible, then we won't be able to find a way for you to back down gracefully. Seeing this, William couldn't help but feel a secret joy. He pointed it out subtly. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Vice Alliance leader be more concerned about where Mu obtained that secret technique manual? Or perhaps the secret arts of the Myriad Sword Pavilion are actually quite ordinary, and one can master them with just a bit of casual practice? Bai Ming's old face flushed red as he glared fiercely at William. The matters of the Myriad Sword Pavilion are none of Councilman Williams' concern. If someone has leaked our secret arts, I will deal with it myself. Everything will be settled after the martial arts tournament ends. The crowd said no more, simply looking at the leaderboard. Based on the Alliance leader's point settings, I'm afraid no one can shake Mu's position at number 1. Dragon's Nest. Master. You killed a peak 9th tier fire dragon. Xiaoyi looked on with a dazed, shocked expression. Your instantaneous attack power broke the 100 million mark. That's the entry-level combat power of a great grandmaster. 9 swords in one line. Mu had tried it a few times before, but this was the first time using it in actual combat. Impressive. With a singular focus and the technique manual at perfection, this was the final ultimate move recorded within it. The full force strike of 12 strands of psionic power must be exploded consecutively within a single second, and the power must be concentrated into a single point without the slightest error. Difficult. That must be difficult to the extreme. How large is the tip of a flying sword? About the size of a needle's eye. One must accurately strike the hilt of the previous sword and find that singular point of leverage to ensure all the force can be transmitted and unleashed through the preceding flying sword. Among these challenges, the hardest part is mastering the positional shift caused by vibrations and the change in the leverage point when the subsequent flying sword hits. It can be said, the sheer amount of experience required and the subtle techniques that must be grasped are all within the finest of margins. Fortunately, when the technique manual upgraded, all the combat experience of the consummate level was fully presented. With a little practice, Mu was able to grasp the key points and execute them perfectly. A single green flame flying sword deals over 20 million attack, a 9-sword burst is around 180 million. In terms of pure attack power, it can indeed touch the threshold of a great grandmaster. However, this is a finishing move after one use. Even I would suffer from mental exhaustion and a piercing pain as if my skull were exploding. Mu did not intend to count this move as his actual combat strength at most, it would serve as a trump card for a life and death struggle. Xiaoyi cried out in surprise again. The points have arrived. What level? 1 million. Xiaoyi suddenly cheered in front of him. Master, you are now ranked first in the points competition, and it's the kind that no one can surpass. 1 million points? How could there be so many? Mu checked the leaderboard. NO1 Mu 10422020. NO2, by Qing Yan, 51,530 points. NO3, Shi Jun, 32,810 points. A single Tier 9 peak is worth 1 million points? Is this a boss? Mu marveled inwardly. Besides the Tier 9 peak, the Tier 9 fierce beast I killed along the way was also worth over 10,000 points. MHM. Such a massive point gap. Mu seemed to understand a little. Low-level fierce beasts held little value for the Martial Artist Alliance or Planet Wupa. Value was only demonstrated by slaying high-level fierce beasts. This wasn't a business transaction. It was about points. It was a measure of the gap in strength. One martial artist can slay an 8th rank fierce beast, while another can slay a 9th rank. It looks like just a single rank, but the gap is immense. The points competition uses the massive point disparity of high-level fierce beasts to separate the masters from the ordinary martial artists. If you have the ability, you can stand above the rest. Chapter 73, Shocking the Arena. Slaying the Thunder Dragon again. Wanjian Pavilion Internal Chat Group. Senior Sister Yan, it's blowing up. I don't know how that Mu did it, but he suddenly gained 1 million points. Ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous, it's straight up nonsensical. I simply can't wrap my head around it. At Zhang Chengwu, brother, what's the plan? We can't even break into the top 3 now. Zhang Chengwu, it hurts, I'm so sad I could cry. Senior Sister Yan, please show us a way to survive. The top 3 is truly impossible now. Crack. Crack. When Bai Qingyan received the messages, her flying sword was nearly bent by her surging psionic power. Mu. What on earth is he doing? I worked so hard to slay a 9th rank fierce beast just to gain 20,000 points. What did he kill to get 1,000,000? Fierce beast. That's impossible. Everyone, charge. There must be peak tier 9 or even beyond tier 9 fierce beasts inside. Kill them all. A single message was dropped into the group chat. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion felt their mental states shatter once again. Put. I was wrong, Senior Sister Yen, I was really wrong. Forget beyond tier, even a peak tier 9 ferocious dragon would likely kill us on sight if we don't have great grandmaster combat power. By Qing Yen, either die now or die when you get back. Make your choice. Put. Zhang Qinggu, Senior Sister, please let me off, seriously. The person who said behind your back that you have a heart like a venomous snake definitely wasn't me. It was Qi Jun, yes, it was him. Qi Jun, slander. Absolute slander. My admiration for Senior Sister Yen is like a surging river, endless and overflowing, and like. By Qing Yen, the rules have changed. Anyone whose points don't exceed Mu's will be punished. Hiss. Zhang Chengwu, but that's 1,000,000 points, Senior Sister, you. That applies to me too. Now kill. By Qing Yan's eyes were bloodshot. She was on the verge of insanity. It had only been a few days since Bai Qiuye was defeated by Mu. Was she about to lose too? Does the 10,000 Swords Pavilion have no dignity left? As a ranked powerhouse on the Grandmaster leaderboard, she had put on such an air of superiority in front of Mu, only for her combat power to be lower than his? Where would she hide her face? Charge. Kill. Die for me. It wasn't just the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Every other martial artist inside the dragon's nest was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell? Over 1,000,000 points? How many fierce beasts do you have to kill to get that? Is he cheating? Who is Mu? I've never even heard of him. Is there some kind of glitch with the martial god temple? It must be. It's fake. The martial god temple will fix the data in a bit. Something's wrong, something is definitely wrong. It's not just Mu's points skyrocketing. By Qing Yan, Qi Jun, and the people from the Wanjin Pavilion, their points are all surging. They're gaining tens of thousands in just a few minutes. Where are there so many fierce beasts to farm in the outer area? Did they go to the core? Should we go too? Don't be ridiculous. I just took a look at the core zone. The fierce beasts start at rank 7. Rank 7. Those are fierce beasts with Grandmaster level combat power, and they're dragon beasts, which are even more ferocious. No, if we die, our points will be even lower. It's safer out here. The points competition lasted for a total of 3 hours. Mu's points were as steady as a mountain, so he was naturally in no rush. After resting for a moment to let the psionic power in his mind settle down, he leisurely continued to examine the interior of the dragon nest. Where are the transcendent tier fierce beasts? I haven't found any. He had already taken down those at the peak of rank 9. I really need to find a transcendental beast to test the waters. But after searching for ages, I couldn't even find a shadow of one. By Qing Yan? I didn't see a transcendental fierce beast, but I did spot Bai Qing Yan. At this moment, she was riding her flying sword, locked in a fierce battle with a fierce beast covered in azure dragon scales. Boom! Several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, connecting heaven and earth to form a celestial web intended to strangle Bai Qing Yan. What the hell? What on earth is that? Mu was startled. Master, that is a peak 9th order thunder dragon. It's the same rank as the fire dragon from earlier, but a thunder dragon's actual combat power is slightly higher. Shoei displayed the data. Dragons have elemental attributes? Why don't martial artists have them? Mu suddenly thought of something. Check why these fierce dragons can use such outrageous skills while martial artists cannot. Shoei shook her head immediately. Martial artists do have them, but that information pertains to the Great Grandmaster realm. Shoei doesn't have the authorization to access the data yet. Holy crap! Great Grandmaster. There is a reason why the gap between a Grandmaster and a Great Grandmaster is so vast. If a martial artist could do the same lightning surging with every swing of a blade, that scene would be quite terrifying. Promoting to Great Grandmaster truly puts one worlds apart from previous martial artist levels. It's not just attack power, there are gaps in many aspects. Mu thought to himself. On the other side. During the fight, Bai Qingyan suddenly caught sight of Mu watching from the sidelines and immediately panicked. You? Are you trying to steal my kill? Ha! Mu was too far away to hear clearly, so he controlled his shield to move closer. What did you say? I said, don't you dare steal my kill. Bai Qingyan turned her head in a fury and shouted. The points match isn't over yet. Once I slay this thunder dragon, I won't necessarily lose to you. Ha, you're overthinking it. Mu smiled and gave a gentle wave of his hand. I don't have a fetish for being electrocuted. What? Do I? Bai Qingyan was momentarily stunned as a roll of thunder roared through the sky. Crap! By the time she heard the thunder and